you tell us what the talks were all about?
No.
You now agreed to join the other.
What do you mean?
UPN.
Join in what?
On behalf of our three political parties, and in the name of the vast majority of the people of Nigeria, we reject in its entirety, and without any reservation whatsoever, the declaration of the Alhaji Shehu Shagari as President-elect. We have decided to challenge the petticoat decision in the law courts. Notwithstanding the court action, and to save this nation further anxiety and uncertainty, we call upon the Supreme Military Council as the highest legislative and executive authority to annul the declaration of petticoat of Alhaji Shehu Shagari as President-elect and ensure that the Electoral College is convened forthwith to conclude properly the presidential election as provided by law.
Thank you. You cannot give any credit to the NPN for getting figures out of rigging. You can do nothing about rigging. They rigged, super rigging.
Last man standing.
It's still standing.
It's still standing. Last man standing. Jay, how come to be wearing the same thing? Is that a uniform? Last man standing.
How come you say that?
This man, 10 lives. Shay, your dad, you're proud of him. You was very proud of him, as he's proud of you too. A good man.
School. Maka ego na ka onwere iwe ọ bụ gọvanọ ya alụ ya and onye mụ na ya dị mma onye mụ na ya nọ na pati ọ ya ga-enwe access ọ bata o wee gwa m na ya alụ ebe a ma ebe a lotekwa nke a lotekwa nke a lotekwa nke a ọ bụrụ onye apụghị apụta na be ya mechaa ibe a mee ibe a mana anụkwa ife m na-ekwu yes ọ ya etu a ka o si awọ onye nke gị ka gị
political differences. But with differences, he is the governor of my state. I have my utmost respect and regard always. I'm contesting for president of Nigeria, which, to the best of my knowledge, is not a candidate and not a contestant.
Yes, one important question. The governor of Anambra State has kind of threatened that any legislator that is not on his platform will not get evidence of democracy from him, and that they should vote for Africa all the way and not. So how do you react to that statement?
Well, again, like I said, we have political differences and the way we approach it. I've told our people, go and campaign and win election. Your job as a legislator is to work with the governor to ensure that you provide dividends to the people. Help him to ensure that the schools, number one thing, education works by making sure that you give him appropriate support and appropriation in laws to guide education, to guide health, roads, everything. I mean, the lawmakers don't do executive job. So there's no way they cannot enjoy. If he builds road, will he ask a different lawmaker because it's from different parts not to pass the road? If he builds school, he won't say their children should not go to that school. If he provides water, they're drinking from the water. So I don't see anything. Quite frankly, nobody can say this person will not benefit, the other person will, because if you work, people will benefit from it.
will go there, go change again.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just size 42. Where's Fino? Just size 42. You guys know, though. You wear 32, you wear 32 jerseys. Yeah. Good one. Yeah, tall. Yes, sir. You're right. I'll come and they'll send some. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How's your guy? It's fine. You know? Oh, really? The wife also comes there, comes once in a while.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. It's Saturday, March the 11th, 2023. We're coming to you from New York City. Today, we are going to talk about the situation in Nigeria. We will have been having an election today for governors and state houses of assembly, but because of INEC and the postponement of those elections, we're here today to look at what has been going on. We want to look at the candidates who are running for governor, what is at stake for the states, and the governors who are leaving, who are interested in having their puppets take over from them. We also want to look at INEC, how they've done so far in this election season. And we asked the question, is Mahmood Yakubu the worst INEC chairman in Nigeria's history? We're going to look at Anambra State, where the current governor is battling with voters, trying to make sure that the lawmakers of his party, ABGA, are not swept out because of the labor movement across the Southeast. So all those things and many others that we are going to talk about today. And joining us, this is an opportunity for you. This is Have Your Say. It's a show we set out for you to join us and contribute. Let us hear what you think about these situations across Nigeria and Africa. So we'll go through and invite the people who are in the studio. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera so that we can let you in. I want to hear from you what you think about all these and many more. So we will let people in and welcome everyone for joining us. All right. James, welcome to the show. Can you hear me, James? Noah, welcome to the show.
Well done, sir.
How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Okay. James, come to the show.
Yes, sir.
No, where are you? I think I agree. Yeah. No, I think you've been here before. I remember.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining from Ekiti State today.
Ekiti State. Okay. Good. We'll come to you. Let me welcome Berichi. Dr. Berichi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Tabet. It's a pleasure joining you from Ontario.
Berichi, your connection is now. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Rudolph.
Yes.
And good afternoon, everybody. Joining from the UK.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to the show.
Udo Chukwu.
Sorry, Udo Chukwu. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Okay. All right. Let me start with Noah, who is in Ekiti. Noah, what's going on in Ekiti?
Thank you very much, sir. There is nothing really going on. I think going out in the morning and coming back just now, there's nothing really much because I think the shift of this governorship and state assembly has caused there's nothing really going on in this state. Everywhere just seems calm. Everywhere just seems silent in Ekiti state here. So nothing is really going on. Even I can't see any political gymnastic anywhere. At least I was in the heart of Ado this morning, and nothing was really going on. You cannot even know that elections will be supposed to be today. So everybody was just calm.
I
So
guess
that's the situation.
people canceled the events for today because of the election. Now they moved it. But the question
Yeah.
is, for Ekiti, you don't have governorship election going on. You have state house.
State, yeah, state house of assembly.
Okay. So what is how is that playing out? Because I know that in Anambra State it's a different thing. How is that playing out? Is it the party of the governor that has control in the state house?
Yes, the party of the governor still has a control in the state house.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
there's no threat. I don't think there's any threat that
There's no threat here.
Okay.
There's no threat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's only in Anambra I'm hearing that
Yeah.
Governor Soludo.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. He has to convince people not to vote for Labour candidates and vote for his own candidates. And based on the presidential election, it's a difficult thing for him to navigate. We are going to get to that. I just wanted to know what you're watching the story playing out where you are. Let me go to Berichi. What stories are you watching? Unmute yourself, Berichi.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good morning from Ontario, Canada. Over the last couple of days, I've been monitoring different stories, different situations in Nigeria. Of course, the Anambra election is quite interesting. You know, a lot of people think that it is that time when the Lord of Kama will take its course. Remember Soludo and his political indiscretion a couple of months ago. So people have been asking him to publish his part 2. that they want to read the part 2 of his epistle. So I think he's actually in trouble because I spoke with 3 of my siblings. The problem is that, I mean, the amount of grip that Labour Party has, for people to be really, and by extension, Labour Party has over Anambra in particular, but Southeast in general, is quite profound. So I don't even see how, like, people now. I think Papa Mama Pikin now has become the mantra. Like, people just generally that is how overwhelming it is. I mean, it is absolutely overwhelming. Like, if even for people who are not even political, like who are not really who are not equipped to even discuss politics at any kind of level. It's just for them. It's just going to the ballot to the poll on whatever the election is, and just voting for Mama Papa Pikin. So there is absolutely no escape for Soludo. And then I'm looking at Lagos. Lagos is quite interesting. I am worried about the ethnicization of politics in Anambra, in Lagos, and what that portends for the polity. I think I dropped a bit yesterday when I think that yesterday's discussion on this platform was very heated. I didn't follow it in full, but I could notice the few minutes I watched the episode that it was that that issue of ethnicity and has become a very combustible mix in Nigerian politics. So, um, um, you know, whether or not P2B Labour is going to repeat what they did a couple of weeks ago will depend on how much engaged they are and how much P2B is able to rally his foot soldiers. INEC, everybody is watching INEC this time around, and it doesn't look like anything is going to change, to be honest. So, but what I think is going to be clear is that people are, with lack of confidence that people have on INEC, I expect that they are going to even take more laws into their hands. So there is no, they will not. I'm not sure anybody would even. I'm not sure people would. You would have to keep people this time around before they will allow you carry that election material to the local government polling, blah blah blah, or even state. So if they don't get the result and upload at the polling unit, then I imagine that it's going to be totally messy.
All right, thank you. CM, welcome to the show.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, Rudolph. Good afternoon, and the rest of the panel.
Yeah.
Actually, from what Eberechi, Dr. Ifon said about Anambra election, yes, that is true. People will like to get even with Soludo, not really because Labour Party candidates are excellent, but the fact that he touched the oracle, which is P2B, he says something. He says something against the oracle of the land. P2B has become such an oracle that somebody told me, said, what is wrong with Soludo? For the first time, the Middle Belt adopted P2B. In fact, Edo people gave him the name Peter Osaze Egosa Gregory Obi. So they gave him and they adopted him. And then Soludo is messing him up. So even if he's bad, it shouldn't come from us. So because of that, they will punish Soludo. Then I told them that, look, in the end, that is politics. But let us remember, you voted Soludo in for 4 years. And during the election, the campaign, he never mentioned P2B. You voted him in based on the promises he made. So please judge him on that promises. That P2B's utterance was just, one moment of madness. I know he will regret it. Because not that he can hate P2B or he cannot wish him well, but putting it in writing such that an outsider will know, that is personally what I don't like. He could have said it, discuss it in cabinet or say something, but keep quiet. But how can you put it in writing? Even the man in Sokoto will keep a copy and be reading it all the time. So I told them that that shouldn't be it. But then Anambra politicians are matured, at least ever since P2B passed through our state. Because even if the cabinet, the House of Reps is predominantly Labour, I do not think they will go out for just to willfully to say, oh, if you say that Soludo want to build is submitting a budget that will help to decongest Afonobi. So if you are coming from OKTT, then you want to go to Newi Onisha. Instead of you wasting time at Afonobi, there is now an overhead bridge that you will take. And the same thing with a club, Oyago Abagan and all those hot, hot, places that delay traffic. So I don't think they will deliberately say, no, we won't do it. Or he's want to revamp Okoko. You just want to show party affiliate. I said, no, Anambra, we've passed that type of, mundane politics, promoters, and they won't do it. But then the fear that, the fear that if Ates or the likes want to cause confusion, they can buy them over. In those days, quarter them at one hotel in Asaba or Enugu, and they move them down to start impeachment. But I think we've gone through all those things. So there's no fear for Allah. There's no really. I don't really fear anything. Whether Labour win or APGA, they return APGA, Soludo is on course, and the way he's going with the tax he's collecting and the evidence to show, because I've not seen a governor, 21 local government of Anambra State, tarring road at the same time and the standard with a guarantee 20 years minimum is open. So you judge a man by sometimes what he say and what you see him do. Forget about what he must have done in the past, but look at the present and use it to judge him. Meanwhile, by next week or this week, he will be giving a 1-year anniversary speech to say the March 17. that he's been 1 year in office, what he has done, employ teachers, all those things. I mean, he's doing well. This P2B saw something was just something out of the blues. Now to that of Lagos State, that is a state I'm interested in, not because I was born in Lagos anyway. I'm a Lagosian, but because I was born at the largest baby factory in West Africa called the Lagos Island Maternity, but I won't say the year. So what really the thing there is in Lagos, if this guy enters, because a lot of things are at stake in Lagos. One, not really because Badebo want to take over, but they want any cat that any rat that can bell the cat. In other words, who will take Lagos out of Tinubu's hand? That is the first thing Lagosians want, or even including the Yorubas, because they are not happy that somebody like Tinubu is in control of the affairs of since 1999. Either he puts you in like Ambode and takes you out, puts in some for a state of over 20 million people. One man is dictating what is happening. People don't like it. Now it happens that the coalition between the Aworis or the Yorubas that are not happy with Tinubu, and then the non-indigens, including Igbos, that the Agberos are disturbing. They now they found a common ground on which to agree, and they bring a nice candidate who will help to dislodge them. So I see Lagos Guba election being very, very, very interesting to watch. Everything is up for grabs. And remember, Jandor promised Lagosians that it will be iron versus iron. That maybe what happened on March 25th was just they were sleeping. They know like they were sleeping. Then Tinubu had his way. But this time, PDP is wide open, and then Labour Party is no pushover. So what happens in Rivers State? I mean, what happens in Lagos State is interesting. The next one will be Rivers, but let me stop here for now.
All right, thank you. Let's welcome Alexander. Welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, Alexander?
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. How are you today?
Good. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. Let me first say that I'm a huge fan of yours. I love the way you entertain different ideologies and personalities. You remain calm even when you're upset. I must commend you for that. Kudos, my brother. Kudos.
Thank you so much.
Next week is going to be a make or break day in Lagos, because you have a thoroughbred Lagosian in Gbadebo Wale, Chinedu, Viber Roads Viber, and Sanwo-Olu. I'm calling this early. I think Viber is going to win by a landslide, because people are just, I'm not an obedient by any stretch of the imagination, but I am a thoroughbred Lagosian. My family owns Tafawa Balewa Square. I get royalties from Tafawa Balewa Square. So you don't get more Lagosian than the Gomez. I know that people are trying to cast aspersions on this Rhodes guy, but he is a true Lagosian with a 300 years minimum history in Lagos. But I have a concern. My concern is he's going to come govern the fifth largest economy in Africa. My concern is, does he have the experience to govern over a sophisticated mini country like Lagos? But in terms of him winning, I think the APC Whigs and the owners of Lagos are shaking, because they know they have a new kid on the block by name Bola Gbadebo, who will be the next governor of Lagos State. The people that matter are really behind him, and they, like see what CM said, we are, because I must speak on behalf of Lagosians, we are tired of the Tinubu dynasty, and we want a new face to come take over the spot. So that's my little contribution. And I watch your show all the time. And I want to thank you for being a patriotic, thorough Nigerian. I really commend you.
Thank you.
Because if we have people like you with your mindset as Nigerians, I think our country would be a better country. Thank you very much for having me,
Thank
Doctor.
you. Thank you, Alexander. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
NK, yeah, NK, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Rudolph.
Yeah, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. This is my first time of joining. Let me first of all appreciate you, because sometimes when I look at you, I will just be laughing, especially when I'm going through comment section. I'm one of them in the comment section too. So I don't want to come up. I praise all the panelists, everybody coming up here with all the attack. You don't know what you will say, and people will just come after you. Madam Petro, CM, Prince of Peace, Man of Prestige, Kene, all of them, they are really bold, and I'm not going to speak much so that I won't get this in the comment section, knowing that I'm 9 months pregnant, so I don't want not to sleep this night. So starting with that, I just want to talk about Soludo. See, Soludo, I'm from Anambra. Soludo, you see, it's better, like I said, what is happening to him now, I think I like it. Because sometimes, mommy, wait. Sometimes when you backbite somebody, openly, what do you expect? I think he would have just be quiet. Let Obi do his politics. Even if you want to support Atiku, no problem. Nobody is asking you not to support. It's your choice. But bringing your brother down, or it's not even about brother, bringing someone, even if it's not your brother, bringing someone down because of your own selfish gain, I don't think it's nice. And besides, this Soludo, Charlie campaigned with Peter Obi. I followed his campaign well. He campaigned with Peter Obi. He even said he will continue some of the things Peter Obi started. So he campaigned with Peter Obi. So now that he's threatening, the campaign he did, asking Anambra people, if you don't vote for Apuga, he won't be able to do hospitals, schools for you. I think that he's threatening Anambarians. You can't say that because it's not your money and it's not your father's inheritance. No, you're there to serve, and you should be a servant, not give orders. So telling them if they don't vote for Apuga, you can't work with any other party, I don't think, mommy, sorry, stop. I don't think is the right thing to say. Because if you talk, that means you're telling them they must vote for Apuga, even when if they like it or not. No, I don't support that. You market your candidate and allow the people to decide who they want to vote for. That place is not your father's, it's not an inheritance. You are serving, you're a servant. So if they vote for Labour Party and you say you're not going to work with Labour Party people because they are not in Apuga, then I don't even know how an educated person will even say something like that in the first place, knowing that people are angry with you and you're still making the whole tension to go up. So Soludo should know how to handle his people. You've heard, no problem. Some people are not happy with what you did to Peter Obi. This is the time to rectify the thing and not make the whole situation look like it's you that will give orders on who to vote for or not. No, you don't do that. And Soludo, for going to 1 year you're there, what have you really done? What have you really done? Let's really be realistic. What have you faced the work you're there to face and not give orders? That's why I actually joined Lagos. I won't lie, I don't want to contribute. So I can sleep this night. Lagos is not my father's land, so I don't want to contribute. Anything there is them that will decide who will rule them. If they say the man is not from Lagos, it's only them that know. So that's my own take. Thank you. I'll leave now.
Thank you, NK. Thank you so much.
Mommy, put my face in there.
No, you can't come here. It's for adults.
Let's see her face. Let's see the face of you.
Hi. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, your mom is fighting for you so that when you go back home, the country will be good.
Oh God. Oh, yeah, say hi.
Hello.
Yeah, my sister.
Yeah, that's your sister.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so
bye.
much.
Thank you. See you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. One day we could have kids come on the show and, and be the guests and let's see what they think about all these old men who come here and talk all the time. All right. So Eberichi, let's switch the topic. Let's start with Soludo, and then we go to Mahmood and other topics. So I played this video. Maybe any of you can translate it for those who do not understand Igbo, what Soludo was saying here.
School. Governor ya. And onye money had the onye money on a party. Oh, ya ga-enwe access. Ọ bata wee gwa m na ya alụ ebe a, ma ebe a, lotekwa nke a, lotekwa nke a, lotekwa nke a. Ọ bụrụ onye apụghị apụta na be ya, mechi ibe a, mee ibe a. Mana nnukwu ife na-ekwu. Yes. Ọ ya etu a ka o si awọ. Onye nke gị ka gị.
All right. Who can translate for those watching who do not understand it, but what the governor was saying there?
Anyway.
Huh? Sam, you want to go?
No. Are you a doctor? Go.
No, it's not have to do. So he's simply saying that there is a relationship between the governor and members of the house, and the citing of any government project in any particular place. So that for him to be able to undertake any project in any environment, in any location in Anambra State, that it is in part driven by his relationship with in this case, the person who is in the house. So that if you elect somebody who is not from Abga, with whom there is no relationship, that that community from where that person comes might suffer, because to the extent that there's no relationship between him and that person, he may not be able to cite any project in those areas. So he's kind of telling communities who are preparing to send their wards or their relation to the assembly, to bear this in mind, that he can only work with somebody from Abga. That bringing somebody from Abga would help to situate that community properly for the projects that the government is going to award during his tenure, because of the relationship they have as members of the same party.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
He also, in the extended version, he also said that if you send anybody who is not from a member of APGA, he will just collect his pay at the end of the month and nothing else. And he won't have access to the governor. And do you think that someone who is a professor with international experience will be talking like this, should be talking like this, especially in Nigerian environment, where we are looking for people who will elevate the conversation and governance?
Soludo, in my view, Soludo is full of hubris. There is this sense of air of arrogance around him, and so that reflects in the way he talks and the way he writes. This, I know it all. I am kind of quasi-constitutional monarch, is always reflects in the way and manner in which he discusses issues. So there's always this sense of authority, like I what they say, I took care, whatever thing, the way they say in Nigerian parlance. So he's not right. He's not correct. And that's not something you expect him to say as a winning message at a time like this. It's almost like a threat. If you don't give me an Abga person, then don't expect me to work for you, as basically. And so because the matter is that this wouldn't be the first time in Anambra State a governor would be working with people members of the House of Assembly, most of whom or all of whom are not from his party. And so P2B wouldn't say this that I can tell you for sure. P2B wouldn't speak in this kind of in this manner. So, and I'm not sure if you notice. I think I didn't see the kind of reinforcement or the kind of cheers you would have expected, you would expect from the crowd, in that kind of situation. So if you would have noticed that the crowd was rather very tepid in its response, which reinforces what my sense that was a very poor choice of expression or choice of language, and especially if you think that is what you need to say to be able to get people to vote for APGA. It wasn't that in my view wasn't the right kind of framing for the election.
All right, thank you. Christopher, welcome to the show. All right, CM Christopher. Okay, can you hear me? Christopher, welcome to the show. Okay, I don't think.
Okay. Anyway, in this, yes, like Ebere said, I rather approach it from what was not said or what the body language means. Yes, Soludo presents it that if you vote APGA, you make my work easier. In other words, we work like brothers. Everything will be smooth.
Sorry,
everything.
I think it's Christopher turned on. Christopher, turn off your YouTube if you join through YouTube and just listen on StreamYard. Go ahead, Sam.
So I rather say what Soludo did not say, but what he might have been thinking or what he meant. You see, I know by saying it is APGA, if you vote APGA, then an APGA person can knock on the door. Oh, yeah, I want to see the governor. We open the door and then we discuss whatever it is. It's an APGA person that will remind me, oh, governor, this is this. But if you are not from APGA, you may not even have opportunity of seeing the governor. So what the hell are you going to accomplish other than you take your salary and go home? However, the idea that Soludo wants APGA to be voted is the fear of impeachment. Not that it is certain, because having APGA's majority in the House, the chances of him being impeached is, let me just take it on a face value, is very, very slim. But that fear that the House is dominated by the opposition party, you can always be thinking you don't know what is happening. You don't know what they are going to think. Either that maybe one of your political enemy who is a money bag after Anambra is not in short of billionaires might conspire, because you don't quite defeat a politician in the election until your 4 years expires. You know that you've really defeated the person. So by this, I have people like I don't want to mention them, but at least those he competed with. Some may say, this is the time for us to get our pound of flesh. Peter Obi as a person, the leader of a Labour Party, might not be interested. After all, he has said it in the video we watched sometime, that the governor, the legislators are not to do the executive job. All he needs to do is to work with them, make sure that if the governor wants to provide schools, hospitals, and roads, the legislatures cannot say no. After all, it is for everybody, including them or their children or this thing. But most politicians cannot be, can be vindictive. Peter Obi is different. He was able to maneuver them. Not really maneuver them, but he cooperated with them and then did the right thing, and people saw reasons. But I feel that Anambra voters are highly civilized and educated and wise. They cannot, because of to punish Soludo, when they see that Soludo, maybe Okoko is coming up the way he promised, clear the refuse, putting up a new city there with good hospital and things are going on, then you'll be talking of impeachment. People will say no. Then the street, Agbero that is disturbing people, no more. Okada riders are paying 10,000 naira every month tax and things are moving. They won't admit, they will say no. This is just vindictive. Though he made a mistake in condemning people to be bet, they cannot because of that support. So Soludo, maybe that is where his fear is, that it's better you give me APGA, even if the Labour won't may pretend not to impeach me, but it's better to err on the side of caution. Let the House be APGA, so that we know it is we can always go there and throw a banter and then come to government house and you know that it is all of us. So I think that is his fear for saying all those things, not necessarily because he wants he's so he's so convinced that APGA members are the excellent. They're excellent lawmakers. They can be the best. But he wants his party to be in charge so that he will have rest of mind and feel that at least the issue of impeachment cannot be high on their agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, but CM, it's not that a governor should want his party to get in there, but the question is, how is he going about it? What is he saying, and what lessons and legacies is he leaving for the next? Because if you talk like this, if a professor talks that way, what do you expect people who when we get back to people who didn't get the kind of exposure and education he had to speak? That's the question. It's not really about wanting your people to be there. That's
but Nigerian forget about we are talking about Nigerian political space is a mini jungle. So there's a language, there's a way to say certain things. Even sometimes you have to be vociferous and then not really be mild threatening and tell them, look, it is in your hand. You have this project. Better give me APGA House of Reps so that we can accomplish it. When he's talking like this, some people may see it as a threat, but some people will say, yes. He said, you better give me APGA so that when we go there, everything gets approved and done all these things. But if he decide to say, let me leave it and to just let me leave it, let me give in to chance that I know you people will behave and all these things, they will say, look at, he's too gentle. He wasn't even talking. He wasn't even persuading. He's not pushful. He just felt that after all, look, people can always see something. So I feel what he's doing is like showing them the carrot. Say, look at the project you want me to accomplish. Yes, give me APGA this thing so that we get it done. And if you don't, but the aspect of it I do not like is saying, if a legislator comes, by the time he knocks, they say it's not from APGA. He can't even see the governor. So he will only take his salary and go home. I didn't like him saying that. He is from Iswafia, I'm from Ezinifite, next door to each other. So I don't like it. I don't like him saying that. That also makes it look like what you hear in Lagos, Lagos politics. So Anambra is a little bit, Anambra is different. He shouldn't have said maybe. He can say, okay, he can come to me, he will talk, but it will be easier if it's APGA, it will be in our manifesto. But he said, you can't, I won't even, when you call knocks and they say, is he from APGA? No. He will only be there and go and take his salary and go. So that one is dismissive. I don't like it, but maybe, politics. He said he's not a politician, but he wants to go to heaven. He's not the type that he was not the run-of-the-mill politician in Nigeria. So there are, but I can forgive all those things. I know where he's headed. His fear is that of impeachment. That is only his fear. Not that if Labour can come and then behave, no problem. He get what he's doing and done, get his agenda accomplished.
All right, and I know you're trying to defend your brother, but Inem, welcome to the show.
Hi, Dr. Rudolph. Hi, thank you very much indeed. It's good to be here as well.
All right, so we're starting with Governor Soludo,
yes,
Anambra State.
Yes,
and what he's facing, if not for P2B, I think you have to you have your YouTube open, so we're getting a feedback from you. But anyway,
from me?
Yeah, I think it's from you. If not for Labour Party and P2B, it would have been a walk in the cake. Is that what they say? It would have been easy for APGA to win the state assembly. But now he has to deal with that. But then add to his letter what he wrote about P2B. So he's not in very good books of a lot of people in the States.
Yeah.
So the question is, how will he campaign to get his people in the state assembly? And then he chose to take that part. What do you think about it?
Yeah, so basically, I've been listening to the conversation right from when you started anyway. So I'm very, very much familiar with all the conversation, all the comments and conversation. I think for me, there are three things for me for Soludo. Soludo, from my perspective, is not a politician, and he's more of, he's an academic person, really, and he's made a lot of mistakes. When he came and made those comments about Peter Obi, I just thought, wow, this is not the right place and time for me to be doing that. Everybody has kind of accepted Peter Obi. And like I said, I think I've said this over and over again in the show. I'm not an Igbo. I'm from Akwa Ibom. But yes, but I think we've all kind of welcomed Peter Obi for what he stands for who he is, for his antecedents, and everybody's kind of rallying around him to try and see that we change the narrative in Nigeria. And then Soludo comes in and start making all those comments and all. I just thought that was just flawed. That was just completely over the top. It wasn't, I won't be surprised that the Anambra people, which I think I know a lot of Anambra people, Anambrians are very refined. They're very intelligent people. They are very educated, very sound. From I think across all the states in the southeast, they are one of the. You have a lot of very mature, intelligent people coming from that side of the country. So I think Anambra guys will just it's payback time for Soludo. They'll vote Labour Party all way. But at the same time, just piggybacking on what CM said, I think if the Labour Party assembly member comes into play, I don't think the first thing they want to do is to impeach Soludo. They will try and work with him. But at least I think again what that might do for Peter Obi maybe in the future election is at least people have been saying that we don't have structure. So hopefully that will be our structure in the coming election. So I just think that it was just very, very bad comments and very wrong place, wrong thing to say at this point, at the time for election that you're not even a candidate basically, and you made that kind of comment. I just find Soludo as someone that is not very diplomatic. He's not very diplomatic. Soludo almost comes across as what Wike is doing, but Wike is not as refined as Soludo. But again, he's just making a lot of mistakes, basically. So I just think that Anambra people are going to it's payback time for him. So that's my own comment on that regard.
All right, thank you, Dr. David. Welcome. Dr. Chidi, welcome. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself? All right, go ahead. I can't unmute you. You have to do it yourself there. Okay, we'll skip you for now. I think you have to unmute. Okay, yeah, you did. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you mean myself?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry for being late. I had wanted to be in this program quite earlier.
No,
the topic of discussion is very interesting. If you study our people, the Southeasterners, and their political way of life, you will understand one thing, that Igbos always move in block. And wherever they have decided to go, even if you have money, you can buy their politicians and the others, but the common people will definitely go to where the heart of Igbos go. So as for Anambra, Soludo has lost Anambra, even if he didn't make the stupid comments he made. The wave of Peter Obi that is going all over Nigeria, nothing will stop Labour Party from sweeping the House of Assembly, the State House of Assembly in Anambra State. So if there is any plans, Soludo, but unfortunately I do not see him having any plans that can save him, because he doesn't look very much like a politician. Both his utterances and his behavior, I have a lot of disappointment in him. I think he should be rolling out planning his exit. Possibly, if he's not careful, they may impeach him, because Labour Party is going to sweep Anambra State. There is no going back. The Igbos normally, I was a political agent as far back as 1983. Even before Ikemba, our late hero, Ojukwu, came back. And I was a political agent of NPP And the national leader then was Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. When they plan to bring an NPN plan to bring Ikemba, all their calculation was with Ikemba, they were going to sweep the southeast. But unfortunately, they couldn't. So southeastern politics is just like I was telling somebody, the Arab Wike has done, by plotting against P2B. He has ruined his national political career because he can't get anything from Igbo people anymore. That's the way our people do. So Labour Party is going to sweep the State Assembly, and Soludo will be left with nobody to work with. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
I don't know. You have finished discussion on Mahmood before I came in.
No, we've not started. We just switched the topic. We wanted to start with Soludo, then we go to Mahmood.
Oh, okay.
I'll
be around.
Since you were there during NPN, you can tell us history. Since you were with INEC.
Yes. I was a political agent of NPP during NPN. When Ikemba returned, everybody, they were thinking that immediately he joined the NPN, that he was going to sweep all the Igbo disin, but it was he could not. With the love Igbos had for him, he fought a very difficult battle with Jiwobodo, whereby he formed the then called Ikemba Front, and they fought in so many places.
Dr. Chidi, hold on. We get to that when we talk about that. We get to you. Give us that background. Let's just finish talking about Soludo in Anambra State and maybe other governorship elections going on across Nigeria, especially where there are dynamics in the opposing parties struggling. There are some states that are very easy. But Madam Echo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So what do you think about what's going on? Are you familiar with the dynamics in Anambra State and Delta? Delta is also interesting, if you know.
I don't need to know their dynamic. The only thing when I know, PDP, APC, they are not fit to be part of us anymore. So
thank you, Mama.
Anything. See, only two. If I even want to love for my children, we cannot be everywhere now. What it be name? Obide. Say not be my favorite, and my children favorite, and I the supporter. So vote at anything PDP anywhere. Maybe I not vote there. Vote your LP, and let me vote for your own if it dey place, so that we go begin to consolidate for 2027. As far as I'm concerned, 2027 from councillor to presidency. Now my children when don't grow, because now tell us where the young shall grow. Una also tell us say children are the leaders of tomorrow. My children don't grow, and they are ready to take their leadership. So this una wuru waka now this 2023, but 2027 from councillor to presidency. Now my children will take over. In fact, if you are 18 years, you are qualified to contest. And I know with our computer brain, we are going to do better past this our archaic, wicked, and I don't know whether I add idiotic donor leaders that have stolen my children's destiny. Una open our eyes since 1960. Una thief for my grandpapa side time. Una thief for my during my papa time. Una can't thief. They not do anything. We can't reach my tongue. Now we can't thief again. To fear. Not go happen. So now go release my children. Your children, all these are prosperous now for nonsense. Make sure you now go to the polling unit. Next Saturday, voter PDP, voter APC. They are the canker worm that has eaten your destiny, and they gave you poverty, lack, hopelessness, They can't turn una to yahoo boys and girls. Now today, now this election, now they sabi say, where did my children learn yahoo from? I can't discover say now from presidency, the state governor, and all of that. Now they teach my children how to do yahoo because they are the biggest yahoo on earth in the whole universe. Nigeria, APC, and PDP. You people are the biggest yahoo on earth. And this my children mandate, now not the taker, it's a hot coal on fire. So vote all of them out. We don't need them anymore. In fact, vote them and maybe we collapse those parties so that if they run come any of our party, we go scrutinize them well, and they go follow what is that they call political ideology of all my children party when I go enter. So I don't need to know their dynamic. Okowa, we are voting you out. Oh, we dey vote you out, and we dey vote everything when relate to you out, because we go pro now. If nobody pro now, anti-Mogo charitable organization, of which I am the convener, will probe all of you, and you go vomit all you have stolen from us. Home and abroad, we go employ private investigator here in US and go dig that to nyash come out, and we go collect everything. Una thief, take turn my children to yahoo boss again. We go return her. Because those children wanna put for street for all the 36 states. That is not where they belong. They deserve a facility of which they will become who God created. So our money wanna thief, we go collect and go there, remove children from street. And those wanna put for prison, we go remove them. Put all of them for prison because now deserve to be there, not my children.
Thank you, Echo. Echo, your state, Delta. People are saying that Omogege is going to win and he's in APC. Are you concerned about that?
I'm not sabi wetin dey there. Now those when they grand nice sabi.
Okay. All right.
From next year, I go dey waka the whole state. Prepare myself so that when they talk, I go know. And we go know who. 2027 not go be business as usual. Just like this one. This one, I not see as I talk, not be say it happen. I not tell now for your show, say, you not go be business as usual. I not go AY show tell they say, you not go be business as usual. I not tell you now say, the blood of the innocent that their spirit, that they fight, you know, they happen now. Yeah, people. Bereni, now go see eye. We they retire now. Now not come abroad though, because abroad not belong to now. Those who now villages, one are not great to. Now they all of now go retire, go. If you not come here, anything will happen to now for airport, they could not carry.
All right, thank you, Madam Echo. Ike, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Ike. Ike, can you hear me? Okay, we have to skip you. You can hear
Hello.
me?
Yeah, you can hear me now?
All right, good. So what is your take? What's going on? Where are you looking at the governorship election? Is it Enugu is also interesting? There's a big fight there between Labour, APGA, and of course PDP. So I don't think there is any particular
Tell me what you want and send it to me.
I love this.
Can you close the door for me? Rodolph, listen. As long as Anambra is concerned, I agree totally with what Dr. Chid was saying because I was listening. I think that I told you here before, Ronald Damages, if you remember, I told you that Soludo has dig his grave politically in eastern Nigeria and Anambra State. And there is no coming back to it. He's not coming back. Politically, he's dead in the eastern Nigeria, you know. And as long as the statement he made about 3 days ago, this is where he put his coffin. You know, he put a nail to his coffin politically. So I do not have any sympathy for Soludo for anything, or people of his type. People like Hope Uzodimma, people like David Omai, who has become a terrorist in Ebonyi State, that nobody is going to do anything he want to get what he wants. Whether if it is by killing everybody in Ebonyi State, he's ready to do it in order to get what he wants. Just like what Hope Uzodinma is doing in my state, Imo State. He want to kill everybody so that they want to give APC Imo State. This is the politics they have played. But all these people that we have in the Eastern Nigeria, Obi's political phenomenon has taken over Eastern Nigeria and the South and the Middle Belt. And it is going to continue. This is the trend is going. Like Madam Echo was saying, when it is time for the local government chairmen and councillors, they are going to sweep everywhere. Because this is the end thing. Peter Obi is the face of Nigerian politics today, whether you want to accept that or you don't want to accept that. So I believe in Anambra State, he's talking about impeachment. Nobody is going to impeach him anyway. If he don't do what is right, that's where you get impeachment. But you can imagine a professor of his caliber, of his intellectual standard. You see the comment he was making about 3 days, speaking like an aburo in the street, threatening the people, the same people you want them to vote for you. You are threatening them that if they don't vote for you, remember that if there is a road that is going to come through your town, you are not going to get it. And if you are not a member of my party, you only get your salary from the government. If you are not even going to come to the local, to the government house. Is it what somebody who is the governor of a state that's supposed to be saying? You're supposed to be ruling everybody. Because when you become a governor, it is no more the politics of APGA or PDP or APC. It becomes the citizens of Anambra as a whole. You represent the whole citizens of Anambra State. But for the fact that you have decided to choose that if you are not a member of APGA, you are not part of an Anambra people, which means I am leaving that for the Anambra community, Anambra citizens, to tell him, well, if it is that what you want, we are going to impeach you because you have said we are not important in Anambra State. So that is what I see in Anambra State. For Delta State, I think that the political landscape in Delta State and Edo State has equally, the PDP and the APC has been destroyed in those states. They are no more coming back. They are just holding on in a tiny rope, and I think that the governorship election in Delta State is going to be tough. People are saying he's going to win. He's not going to win anything. Peter Obi is in Delta State today, He's going, listen, the people who, just for the fact that they saw Peter Obi today, that is another weapon for Saturday, for the people in Delta State. And the Edo State, you see the campaign of Oshomole in Edo State, because you know what he's facing. You saw what Obaseke is going through with the people of Edo State. Anywhere he go, they chase him out. Labour is taking over Edo State. So listen, I just want us to know that people as an Igbo man, like the example of what Dr. Chid said during the time when Ojukwu came back, Ojukwu could not win an election. The whole Igbo people supported Ojukwu, but when he get himself dangled into the politics of Eastern Nigeria, he didn't get anything. And he formed the Ikemba Front and all stuff like that. So listen, the common man in Eastern Nigeria, we are Republicans. We make decisions. The political elite can decide to do what they want to do. But when it comes to this vote, we make the decision and we choose who is going to rule. And as long as this House of Assembly election is going to concern, it's going to be a wave in the whole of the eastern part of Nigeria, including the Middle Belt and South. The only problem I see is River State, because Wike have succeeded in dividing labor in River State. But the same chairman who stood before everybody said the presidential election was rigged, after about 2 weeks, he was given a lot of money with some of his group. Now they have divided the River State. But I am hoping that Peter Obi can go to River State in support of that lady who is the governorship candidate. But I am telling you that you cannot stop this movement. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ife, I know you are from Anambra State and you saw your governor speaking. What do you think? And let me also give you the chance to weigh in, because CM said something I think may be right. It's easy to assess based on today's that the governor, in 3 years' time, he will not win re-election. Remember what happened to Chris Ngige? when he came in and how he came in. Eventually, he was forced to perform so that he could win the minds and souls of the people. So Soludo might be forced by all these situations to perform, and maybe 3 years from now they will re-elect him. We can't say at this point what might happen. But what do you think about how he's carrying on?
Good morning. I gotta be very careful to use titles here, so that Dr. Chidi and Dr. Beres, I have to address everybody by their title because of what happened yesterday. What is gonna put me out anyway? Yes, I'm from Anambra State, and I'm so disappointed, listening to that video that is going around social media of Soludo. I know that Soludo has tried so many times to to contest for Anambra State governorship election. When he won, people came out to support him because they trusted him. Unfortunately, with what we are seeing now, people are so disappointed. I think I didn't really hear what CM said properly, but what I can say is this. My question, maybe to Dr. Chidi and Dr. Ebere, I thought when you are in a position of leadership, you are there to serve the masses, not to threaten them. Because what I'm seeing now is a threat to the same people that put you in the office. When Peter Obi left office, when Obiano left office and Soludo took over, he promised that he's gonna fix Anambra. And I'm telling you, nothing has been done in Anambra. I just came back from Nigeria in December, and Onitsha is just like a disaster. When I mean a disaster, it's a disaster. If you go to Oka, nothing will ever tell you that Oka is a capital. You would think that Oka is a member. I would say, maybe I don't know what to use to describe that. But what I'm gonna say is this: it's gonna be hard for Soludo to come out of this mess. Even if he tries to do something in the next 3 years or 4 years, I don't know. But remember, people never forget. He has stepped on so many toes. Forget about what he said about P2B. Let's forget about that. Let's talk about the people of Anambra as a whole. I am deeply hurt. Honestly speaking, I am so disappointed, as highly as educated as he is, that he can open his mouth and say this publicly. If he has said this thing behind closed door, I can understand. But for him to tell this for the whole world to hear, that is so disappointing. I hope the people of Anambra, they are listening, and I hope that when they go to the polling booth next week Saturday, let them use their PVC and speak to him. In terms of talking about impeachment, why would you worry about impeachment if you are doing your job? If you are doing your job, no matter who the political party is in power against you, you don't worry about impeachment. But he's worried about it because of what he knows that he is not doing things right. So I'm asking the people of Anambra, the people that are watching this program, unfortunately, I'm not in Nigeria, because if I'm in Nigeria, of course, I'm marching to go vote. Listen and listen very carefully. Go there and vote for Labour Party. Go there and vote for anybody who you think that can deliver Anambra, because what we see with Ebony and what we see with Uzodima and what we see with Soludo, I believe they are threats. I call them tyranny governors to the people of Indigo. So they need to wake up and deliver the people of Indigo. If not, we are gone and gone forever. I don't want what is happening in Imo State to happen in Anambra. I don't want what is happening in Ebony to happen in Anambra. Please let us get wise. We are losing our roots. We are losing our conscience. People should get out and vote. Get your mandates back. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Infinite Energy, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
Peace and blessings to everyone on the panel and everyone in the chat. Thank you for allowing me on the panel to speak. I am married to an evil man in Nigeria. He is from Enugu. And I just want to encourage Nigerians who are going to go out to vote in one more week. There is this theme that the LP, Labour Party, is going to sweep, the election. And I agree to that. But I just ask the people of Nigeria to please do your due diligence. What is it? Research these people. Okay, because it's easy right now. It's very, very easy for people to just sneak in under the Labor Party just to be voted into office. So it's very, very important. You have 1 week to do some background research on these people to make sure, they don't have any history of corruption. They've never been investigated, because then you'll be doing yourself a disservice. These same people that you want to vote out from, APC and the PDP, you want to make sure that their cousin or their friend isn't coming in as LP, because then you guys just defeat the entire purpose. APC, I just want to ask Nigerians, is this a democracy or a dictatorship? Is APC trying to win the election by force, by rigging, or is it going to be a fair due process? If on the 18th we see that it's by force and by rigging, what will Nigerians do? What will be your course of action? And I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Infinite Energy. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, panelists. The commentary of Infinite Energy is a commentary from a totally neutral mind, in my view. And as to the question, what will Nigerians do? We are more on that. Number 6 is what we're using this time. We are not going to fall prey to the way before. It's a new day. Let me digress a little bit, because I heard Dr. Chidi talk about MPP. And I also had I talk about the other groups of the old time, and somebody had talked about Ikemba.
Igbo Basics, let's stay with governorship election and Anambra State and Imo State. We'll get back to INEC and let's not move away from this. So that
governorship election.
Yeah, in Anambra, Imo, wherever there is, not Imo, you don't have election there, but in Anambra.
Take the one of Abia.
Abia, okay, Abia, yeah.
I'm from Abia State.
Yeah, exactly.
And when you talk about governorship elections, I'm going to take pretty much from the old to the new times. Let me just try to make it as brief as possible. Let's not forget that in Abia State, there used to be a PPA, a party called PPA. And PPA also had Imo State. I think they had, at some point, they almost had 3 states. And that was the party that.
Hold on, what year is this?
That was 2002.
They won the state?
Yeah.
No, 2011.
No,
2011.
2011. PPA had.
Yes.
It was not Jose Carlos that formed it.
That was not Jose Carlos' party.
Yeah.
They won the state? No, please. I don't think so.
No, they did. They did. Abia and Imo State, yes. They did.
Talking about who is the governor? Who won?
But they had to cross over. Hakim won Imo State and crossed over to PD.
Under people. Oh, wow, I have no idea.
PPA. Hakim won PPA. Won as PPA governor, and then after swearing, he crossed over to Imo to PDP.
Under Maurice who?
Okay, those were not elections. So that okay. Those were the period that they wrote results. Remember that Anambra State had that issue in 2003. So okay, I got it. I didn't.
I was just saying, when you talk about governorship.
Yeah.
So the PPA, which is now APP, Action People's Party.
It's still in existence.
Well, PPA is somewhat, but there is a party in Abia State named APP, which I interpret to be EPA, some assaulted.
Okay, good.
Action People's Party.
Who are the people running in Abia State since you are from there? And
there you go.
What parties are they in, and what are the chances of those people today?
In Abia State, the people running there include Greg
Ibe, yeah.
Of Abga.
Abga, yeah. Alex Oti.
They also include Alex Oti. They also include Alex Otis of LP.
Yeah.
There is also Mascot Uzokalo, who is running for APP, Action People's Party.
Okay.
There is also Oluchi Bradford Ogun, Victoria. She's running under a party called YP, Youth Party.
All right, let's narrow down to the ones that have any chance. So the point is,
and then there is PDP.
Yeah, okay. Of course. This is what I want you to do, Igbo Basics, because we don't have a lot of time to go into. I want you to say, based on what happened in the presidential election, what is the dynamics? How is that playing out now with the governorship election? Because I know that Senator Abaribe was able to win the senatorial election
because of who he is.
Yeah, under Abga. So the idea that there will be a sweep by Labour across the East may not happen, depending on the personality. So what's happening in Delta State?
No, I'm not talking about Delta. I'm talking about Abia.
Sorry, Abia State. What's happening in Abia State?
Here is the issue there.
Okay.
The game was PDP's game. OKZ Ikpeazu fumbled big time. He wanted to have a replacement to continue the trend of that is his own theology and himself. The problem in Abia is that there was the issue of equity, which is the power was supposed to go to Abia North. OKZ Ikpeazu wanted it to remain in Abia South, which is his place. That's where his problem came. And some of his members swore that over their dead body. And that's why when OKZ Ikpeazu had his own replacement put in place, the guy died. Remember, that was in Abia State that a candidate died. And with the death of that candidate, but with the emergence of Alex Oti in Abia State, he's an old soldier in the business. My sister called me last week, and I was asking her about what's good. I'm talking about people on ground who played this politics. I followed the presidential election in Abia State. Of course, Peter Obi swept Abia State. There was no issue. Ochikalo got his game back in Abia North. So he's the senator representing Abia North. He's from my town, Ibere. My sister said to me, regardless of the fact that Mascot Uzokalo is from Ibere, is our own relative. My sister said to me that Ebehana Gabe, Papa, Mama, Pikin. That was all she wasn't even talking about whether it's Labour or anything. She said, Papa, Mama, Pikin.
Hold on, Igbo Basics, hold on. So in Abia State, you have 3 senators, like every other state, and 2 of them went to different parties, not Labour.
That is correct. That is correct.
So you are saying that when it comes to the election for governor, that the people will move back to Labour. Is that what you're saying? That
people are going Papa Mama Pikin.
All right. Let's stop it there for now. Let's go to Max. Max, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, my brother, Dr. Damages, and good evening to the panelists and those that are listening to us. Dr. Damages, I've not been coming here because there is a particular course that I'm doing at Kofi Annan International Center. So that is what is keeping me, away from your program these days. Ekene, my brother, Ndewo, CM.
I salute you, sir. Good morning.
Okay, looking, for me, Dr. Damages, I have my own opinions concerning electoral process in Nigeria. That's my problem.
the foundation. Anytime I come out here to speak about the system is so bad that it cannot even bring people that merit those positions, people that can occupy it. Look at what happened in the presidential election. INEC promised the whole world, Chatham House and so on and so forth. Elections will be watched on the portal, real time. Did it happen? So what other credibility are we going to apportion to INEC? That whatever that they are going to produce this time is going to be the will of the people? This is where I have problem with it. The thing that cannot be fixed cannot be fixed. It's sport. Water don't pass, Gary. The only thing is just to change the system entirely so that people will begin to have the faith that once they go out there to vote, their vote counts, not selection. What I see that is going on, even when we were there as military people, is mere selection. That is what they do. They select people. They gather in a particular place and select people. And when they come out there, they pay this one money, silence this one with money, silence this one with oil well, silence this one with this, silence this one with this contract, and you keep quiet. When you collect those money, whatever they do there, you can never speak out. This is what has been going on in that country. From Obasanjo down to this time, and it's getting worse as the day passes by. So, my brother, I don't know how a corrupt system will bring out credible people. Abia State, Imo State, look at what happened in Imo State, even when we have not gotten up to this time. A man that came fourth, scored fourth, was the person that was declared by the Supreme Court of Nigeria that he is the winner, the rightful winner of that election in Imo State. How do you think that such things will not happen again? They will continue to repeat and we will continue to lament as long as the system remains the same. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Max. Kene, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Maxwell, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you, my sister Ify. I'm so sorry that you are disappointed with Soludo. People like us, we know Soludo from the A that he was not going to amount to anything. Because Soludo is one person that claimed to be highly educated, but has no leadership qualities at all. You know, this is the problem with our people. Because the person is wealthy, or maybe the person is educated.
Is that what she wants?
Is automatically a leader. We don't look out for those leadership qualities before we begin to sing hallelujah praises to these people. When you differ, you become a tyrant. You become disrespectful. You don't respect your elder, the elder that you know that is a criminal. How do you expect us to respect such people that don't have regards to the other? Maybe because they found themselves to be among the criminal elite. So any other subordinate or any other subject is worthless. Now, I'm not surprised with Soludo's utterances and the threats and blackmail to the people of Ibuku and Agwata too. This is somebody that is regarded as nobody in his place, going to Ibuku to threaten the people of Ibuku. How dare him? Does he even know Ibuku people? Okwadike people. Oh God. Oh, this guy is so lucky. Honestly, you see, I think there should be a time when our youth will begin to flog these people, because if you leave them, they will be... Okay, let me calm down. You know, this is it.
So,
we are not surprised.
What kind of democracy that youths will start flogging governors?
The kind of democracy, if you become a nuisance in the community, in our community, will bring you out, lay you down, flog the hell out of you. You know,
like the people who took Ulumili. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's like Ulumili kind of treatment. Because these people, whether you like it or not, they take senior, like the higher grade of Umpulumili, just that, you know, they come out in public and comport themselves and you think they are normal upstairs. They are all crackheads. See what this guy, what's his name? The governor of Edo State. He also threatened the people of Edo State. Maybe you guys have not heard that if they don't vote for his party members, he's going to destroy their properties that is, you know, by the roadside. Did you not see what that tout did in Kogi State? The governor of Kogi State? Destroying the state-owned road. State road. He destroyed it just to prevent his opponent from winning the election. What kind of leadership? What kind of people are these? And these are the people. You see, that's why I love what is happening. Because P2B is like the wind that blew and opened the, you know, the nyash of chicken or whatever. I don't know how to put that. P2B has exposed these people. Now we've known, or some of you, because somebody like me, I've never believed in them from the A. Some of you have known that they don't have those leadership qualities. They are not qualified to be there. From the councillor up to president, none of them is qualified to be there. P2B is exposing them now. You are threatening your people if they don't vote for you, that you're not going to deliver your services or deliver as a governor. So you are going to become the governor of Abga, for Abga and only for Abga. So everybody must be Abga. Everybody must support you. For you to provide leadership services to them. These are the people we call honorables, His Excellency. I'm not surprised.
Can I thank
you?
Go
to Delta State. Go to Delta State. Okowa's daughter is running about begging the people to come and support her. I think she's in PDP, right? She will call them, she will scream, Labour Party, and the same people she's talking to will say, Mama, Papa, Pekin, please vote for me. I know you are Labour Party. I know you have the power. She will hail them again. Labour Party, they will ask her, Mama, Papa, Pekin, please vote for me. You see, I like this kind of treatment. You must be humble. You must bring yourself down if you want to serve the people. In Anambra, Soludo is done completely. I agree with everybody here. Soludo is done completely. He's already singing. But I wish there is a way to accelerate this Anambra election. Let it come so fast so that Soludo will give us chance there. It's causing a lot of nuisance in Anambra State. Our people are not happy. Not because of what he said against P2B. Not because of what he said. I'm from Anambra, not for Cambo. Not because of what he said about P2B, against P2B. Not because of
from what time?
The threat. Because I don't know public area. So now, not because of what he said against P2B or what the threat, you know, how he threatened the people of Ibuku, but his leadership qualities is zero. He has nothing to offer to the people of Anambra State other than taxation. Whenever he called these local contractors that work with wheelbarrow and container drone, they will put firewood by the roadside and put the bitumen. I don't know what they call it. That liquid, that black liquid stuff they use for to patch the road. They will put firewood there.
Bitumen.
Melt the bitumen and then pour it on the road. He would go and he will invite the ABS, the Anambra State Broadcasting Service. They will come and spend hours recording rubbish and sending our people and they will target Soludo to the solution. And I begin to wonder, is it the solution that Anambra, that in Ugwas, in the north, they take is a kind of drug? They call it solution, is a kind of gum. You know, when you sniff it, you become so high. I think that's what this guy is taking, and we are mistaking it for anything that has to do with providing, remedy to our problem. Anambra Soludo no solution. Let him go out. Oh Lord.
Thank you so much. Isimele, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Dabe Jason. Hello, Ify, my darling. Hi, everyone else here. Okay, we are all focusing on Soludo for Anambra. And we have forgotten that Labour Party has a big lesson to learn from the just past presidential election, so that what happened will not repeat itself. It should be a lesson for them to learn that they have a big fight in their hands around the southeast region. What's happened in Imo State is an example. What is happening with Anambra now is like a sample of what may happen. Ebonyi, what's happening there should be a sample for them. Not focusing, Soludo may be a distraction, but I believe that APC and PDP will cause division amongst the Igbos so that they are divided, and they will still use some of the Igbos to get what they want at the end of the day. As long as they reduce the number of structures Labour will get in senatorial positions, all the structures that would help Labour to succeed, they will do everything to thwart it, either by corruption, by killings, or by money. They can tackle Soludo because Soludo has sown a seed, and as he makes his bed, he will surely lie on it. But let LP not be fully distracted that they have to match other parties, especially APC, bomber to bomber, that as they reach the election, they are going to do it again, maybe in another different style, but they should be ahead of the games and they should work as a team. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ike, you're next.
Dr. Damages, thank you. The panel, thank you for all joining. I'm an Anambra State man. I was born and raised. I'm a typical Igbo man. I'm one of those people that believe in Nigeria, and I tell people every day of my life, if I die and reincarnate, I will still be an Igbo man. I will still be an Anambra State man. Well, my village might not be the village I would choose, but I will still be an Igbo man.
Wait. Hold on.
Which village
is that? And why?
Which village?
Leave the village alone.
No, just tell us why, even if you don't mention the name of the village. Why?
Okay.
It have everything to be. It have everything to do with upbringing, where I was raised and where I was born from. So that is technical. Don't worry about that. But being an Anambra State man, I remember vividly. There was a platform a friend of mine have, because personally I do medical mission. My own, I host it every year in Onitsha. My own, personally, I spend over $30,000 doing it every year, except this year. I normally do it in February. I met a guy, and he introduced me into his platform. And in that platform, we really campaign for Soludo. We really work hard for Soludo because one of the promises Soludo made, using what P2B did, not what Willie Obiano did, but rather what P2B did as a model from what he wants to do, and we trusted in him. But I will tell you, Soludo will not be. I will tell you right from Anambra State, people that are in Nigeria, in Anambra State, they will tell you, Soludo can never smell Anambra State governorship again. We have somebody in mind already. We're just waiting for the time.
Who is that? Like
Valentine Ozigbo.
Oh, okay.
Will be the right person for Anambra State because P2B have groomed him, have structured him. Remember, he was representing PDP. When P2B was PDP, he was PDP. He was the one that campaigned against Soludo in the last election. So, and we have seen his utterances, and I don't think Soludo will smell it again. One of the things that is sad in Nigeria is that anybody can claim to be a professor. That is number one sad, because all the atrocity that is happening in Nigeria is the professors. In America, where we are living, for you to be a professor, not only having PhD, you probably have been in academia for 10 years before they name you a professor. But in Nigeria,
Every fool can be a professor. Even I can claim to be a professor today. I have PhD. We can claim it. But these people are not the right people. And non-educated person is more intelligent than these idiots. Non-educated people will do better job than these idiots that call themselves. Look at the stupid man called the INEC professor in INEC. Look at what he did. So for me, Soludo is bygone. What we're gonna focus is what Labour have to do on March the 18th. Labour have to trash every local government, every house, everything, because this structure that they're talking about, that is where it starts. And if Labour can clear that, I think Nigeria will try. Even if P2B did not win at the end, Nigeria will start trending to the right direction. And remember, anybody that become president, these youths will hold you accountable. Anybody to become house or anything, they will hold you accountable. That is my talk. I appreciate you giving me opportunity again.
Thank you, Ike. It's very important to also remember, like I said at the beginning, that the Wike of tomorrow, the Rufai of tomorrow, are the people that will be elected in next week. So they are very important people. We may think that governors are not. They are very important people. So Loco, you'll be the last person that will talk on this topic, and then we go to INEC chairman. Loco, welcome to the show.
Boss of all boss, doctor. Thank you, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are listening from. I only just came to the platform anyway because of Ekene. So I know it might not be Ekene's fault, but it might be, online these days. Anybody can cook up any story just to sell, and before you know it, one or two persons might believe them because it suits their narrative. For Soludo, let me go for Soludo first. So Soludo, yeah, we know. I know the CN is an ardent supporter of Soludo because we talked about this last night, even before we slept. So before we left the life. So if you have said Anosha, if you said she was there recently and there was nothing there, for me, I don't believe Soludo will do anything. A man that will come out, instead of you to focus less than 1 year into your tenure, instead of you to focus on how you give the dividend of democracy to the people, you are saying that you should not vote another party that you don't even believe he will win. Whereas your party is not even what would I call it, is not even existing among the presidential candidates. So you are there anyway, but you not even get 1 or 2 votes by peradventure. That's about for that. But what I wanted to say for Ekene, he never threatened to destroy any property. I'm talking about Governor Basaki of Edo State.
No, I watched him speak. I didn't read it. I watched him speak.
I was on live chat with them that day. He went to Uwelu's Papers. Uwelu's Papers is like if you are covenant with Port Harcourt or any other market, is like Ikuku, where they say Papers in River State. In Benin, they call it Uwelu's Papers and Evaike Motors Papers. You understand? He went there and campaigned. The only thing he said that please vote for PDP so that he can be able to work with them to enable him work properly. He can never threaten. He knows what Edo people can do to him.
Now, this is what he said.
Hold on first. Let me finish now. Hold on. I'll leave it on. He knows that Edo people will deal with him because they told him to his face that if you're not careful, you will leave this place with shame. You understand? So he knows how he treads his words and other stuff. So I saw him. I was on live chat with them when somebody was doing the video. I was on live when they were recording him. He was pleading that they should please vote PDP to enable him carry out his whatever governorship mandates or whatever. That's what they would say. But threatening them that if they don't vote, he will destroy their property. At least I think was it not Ike if we were saying it that Edo people we are wiser than this. We can't cajole us with threats and other stuff. You understand? Because when it comes to power, whatever where you want to come from, we are there. Word for match you. That's why our politics in Edo State is different. If we say it is this, you can only beg, you can't shout. Oshomole was the national chairman. Look at what we did to him. We disgraced him and put him in his cocoon. He can't even make PEM, not to talk of the governor. Come on now. So governor that doesn't have foundation in the state. He's just a governor. So he can't even do that. I watch him. You understand? So where you are seeing yours from, I don't know. But people can say anything which you might believe. It's possible. I might not fault you for that. But saying you watch it, you and I know is not true. First of all, because I'm from Edo State, I follow their news back to back. You understand? So if I say I watch it, I know what I'm talking about. You can go ahead.
All right. Thank you.
As soon as I get the video again, I will forward it to Dr. Damages.
All right. Thank you. Let's hear from Kate before we move to Mahmood. Kate, welcome to the show. You were here before. Were you able to speak? No, I don't think you spoke before you left.
Hello, I'm not sleeping. Good morning.
Yeah. Hi.
Fine. I don't want to speak now. Let me hear. Let me just listen.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Okay. So we're moving the topic to Mahmood.
Please, Rudolph. Just a minute on this Soludo affair so that we round it up and go. It's like I'm the only person presenting a balanced opinion, because please. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Please, it's like I'm the only person. Okay. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that irrespective of the result in a week's time, assuming, or let they just take it as a given, Labour sweeps the entire Anambra State House of Assembly. My wish, and I believe it will also be the wish of Kene, that let them play politics of development. That even if Soludo brings a project which they know that will be beneficial to the people, partisan politics should be set aside. They pass the budget and make sure he does it. In the end, like Peter B said, the governor will do the project, but the people of Anambra State, irrespective of party affiliation, will benefit. So let it not be that the moment they come in, then it will then be an all-out war. If you are not in my party, you go. So it will be an e-wind that it blows anybody, that won't blow anybody any good. So let them play politics of maturity. The governor cannot be bad 100%. There may be one or two things he will put to the house, and then which will be good. Let them look at it. That's what people will also be looking at them. You don't just impeach a governor for impeachment's sake. If he's good, then support him. Let the people win. That's my own. Thank you.
Yeah, but CM, since we started this in the last 10 years, let's say, has there been any place where the lawmakers were a problem for any governor anywhere in Nigeria?
Rudolph, if I just come in very quickly,
they impeached Peter B.
Yeah, but what happened? What happened? Go ahead.
They impeached Peter B because he was saving money. So I don't see the need.
What happened to them now? Did they succeed? They didn't. I'm saying the structure of power is such that the governor is so powerful. Any governor in any state in Nigeria is so powerful that he shouldn't be. It's not the fear of having opposition party members that will make him say things he was saying. He shouldn't. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think.
And Rudolph, just to piggyback on what you said, I think in my comment earlier on, I also mentioned it. I said, CM, maybe you didn't hear me. I said, Anambra people are very intelligent people. So I don't see Anambra people electing LPs all the way in Anambra State, and then those LP members now coming to hunt to enchant Soludo. I'm sure they will look for ways to work with Soludo for the development of Anambra State. Because if Soludo succeeds, Anambra succeeds. If Soludo fails, Anambra essentially fails as well. So I think that if they have LP members in the house, I strongly think that I'm confident that they will look for ways to work very closely with Soludo for the development of Anambra State.
All right, thank you. Let's change topics and move to Mahmood.
In reference to Loco P, I sent the video to you, Dr. Damages. I shared it in this. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now I'll look for it.
Would you tell us what the talks were all about?
No.
You now agreed to join the other.
What do you mean?
UPN.
Join in what?
On behalf of our three political parties, and in the name of the vast majority of the people of Nigeria, we reject in its entirety reject in its entirety and without any reservation whatsoever the declaration of the Alhaji Shehu Shagari as president-elect. We have decided to challenge the Pedico decision in the law courts. Notwithstanding the court action, and to save this nation further anxiety and uncertainty, we call upon the Supreme Military Council as the highest legislative and executive authority to annul the declaration of Pedico of Alhaji Shehu Shagari as president-elect and ensure that the Electoral College is convened forthwith to conclude properly the presidential election as provided by law.
Thank you. You cannot give any credit to the NPN for getting figures out of rigging. You can do nothing about rigging. They rigged, super rigging.
That was 1979. Someone like Kene, I know you don't know the people on the on that news show.
No, I think I know one person there.
Who do you know?
I think I saw Nnamdi Azikiwe, right?
Oh, okay. You didn't see Awo, Obafemi Awolowo.
Oh no, I don't know him.
Wow. All right. So but I know that there are people here who maybe they sat down with Azikiwe and ate with Azikiwe. So where is Igbo Basics? I know you are, and Chidi. So this is the point. I wanted to say no be today. The rigging of elections in Nigeria didn't start today, and it continues. And having political parties protest after the election is not a new thing. So let's talk about Mahmood and how he performed compared to all the past FEDECO. They used to call them FEDECO. What is FEDECO? Who knows? Federal Electoral, I don't know what it means.
Electoral Commission. Federal Electoral Commission.
Okay. So maybe I'll go to you, David, first, Dr. Chidi, to give us a maybe historical background. I'll come to you, Igbo Basic, too, for a little bit of historical background, and then we can talk about.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. From all indication, when we look at, let me first of all take on Mahmood. When you watch his body language before the declaration and during the collection of results, there is one thing I could deduce from him. He had no character, and the character and discipline is very, very vital in life. In any leadership aspect of life, where a leader doesn't have a character, this is the problem Soludo is having. Soludo, he doesn't have a character. So Mahmood was in a hurry to deliver to those who paid him. As you could see from all his demeanor, you will see that he was very, very determined and in a hurry to deliver. That even a little child could read it from him. He had rest after he announced the result. From the video you have just played, we have not gotten it right. That's the truth. From the time of Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, and the rest of them, we have always had election rigged. Buhari has been there for the 8 years he has been there. The first election, 2015, he rigged it. God knows that he rigged that election. 2019, he also rigged. So, but I thank God for one thing. The trend is changing gradually because the youths are becoming more involved in the politics. And I believe in no distance time, there's going to be a great change. What I am talking about, character is very, very important. Our political leaders have no character. And when a man that doesn't have a character involves himself in the leadership of any very group, no matter how small the group is, there will be a lot of crisis. This thing happened to me in the ministry. When I graduated from the seminary after our studies in Futa, Dr. Damages. I was in a hurry to start my own church. I had a church in Korea here where I pastored under a Korean church. But when I left that church and began my own church, I discovered that character played a lot of role in the thing that happened in that ministry at the early stage. Because I could not sustain the pressure of leadership. When you have a character, when you are disciplined, you will pass through whatever, because when you are dealing with the public, there are a lot of people, both good and bad people, that are involved. And taking care of their emotions and their needs require you to be advanced in your knowledge and the ability to discern. So the problem we are having in Nigeria, like I told you, I am saying, is character. Mahmood, if you watch him from the day he announced the result, even while he was announcing, he announced the result, that was midnight here, around 3 a.m. Korean time here. And he is scheduled to hand over the certificate of return 3 p.m. the same day. What a haste. This is a man who knows and who accepts that there are a lot of issues in the election. Why wouldn't he wait a while, even if it is to pretend, in order to assuage the other people who are hurting? Let him pretend as if he wants to investigate. But he was in a hurry to deliver. And he quickly delivered, not minding the implications of what he was doing. It's not going to be as usual, as business as usual. From my understanding and my calculation, there will be a lot to this election. And as many prophets are saying, the winner may not sit in the throne. The winner may not likely sit in the throne. I went to listen to the prophecy of TB Joshua. I believe so much in that man's prophetic utterances. And the things he said 2014 were exactly what is playing today. He said there's going to be a minor party, that the party is not even formed, that the party is going to, cause a lot of tension and is going to rouse the interest of many people. And he said, after this moment, after the crisis, he said Nigeria is going to be sweet. That Nigeria is going to be a class of nation. But the people who caused this crisis, he said, none of them will, and any of them that will witness it will be in a sick bed. So I believe in that prophecy. So Mahmood sold Nigeria. I was thinking last time, I said, if the election will always end in the hand of the Ministry of Justice and the lawyers, then why do we waste a lot of money on INEC? Why don't we give the judiciary money to conduct election for us, so that it could be settled once and for all? Any person who wins election, there will be no other place he could go. The 400 billion that was given to INEC to conduct this election, if 200 billion was given to the judiciary, and we said, okay, since every election ends in the court, now judiciary be responsible, conduct election for us, I think they will do better than this. Mahmood is the worst, and he remains the worst INEC chairman Nigeria will ever have, even in the future.
Thank you so much.
He is the worst.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Igbo Basics, you're next.
Dr. Damages, right off the court, on Mahmood Yakubu, or whatever his name is. I've been looking for the video from Dr. Damages as at the moment, 4 a.m., that he announced that result. If you have it, I will appreciate to take a look at it again. My immediate statement when that result was announced was that this man, Mahmood Yakubu, has put a stamp of shame on his legacy for the rest of his life. Having said that, ranging from the time of ballot boxes, as far as Nigerian election is
concern, through FEDECO, what happened in FEDECO, and then through Maurice Iwu. Maurice Iwu seems to be a saint now, even though that was a time then when they were carrying ballot boxes. In fact, selecting and sharing the offices. A little bit of a historical perspective into this thing. When Dr. Chidi spoke before, I was involved in the NPN of the time. We did not want Odemegwu Ojukwu to come out and run. We protested. We said, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Because at that time, we believed that if Ojukwu did not come out to contest the election, that if he sneezed, Nigeria would shake. That was the weight of the whole Igbo nation at that point in time. But he came out, if he came by front, that was his logo, if, IF. And we all crowded around him. And then I discovered something when they started breaking us into places. We used to be East Central State, and then they split us more, Imo, Anambra. And it still plays up to tomorrow, Ibonyi Igbo, Ibonyi Imo, Ibonyi Anambra, that's still playing. That's how we broke away from, I was one of those who formed what we call Okpara Solidarity Group. We formed Okpara Solidarity Group and broke away from Ikemba Front. Dr. M. Okpara was our arrowhead. That was NPN. Anyway, that's just briefly. Coming back to what Dr. Chidi said, and I told 100% on that. Character, character, character is the bottom line. A lot of our politicians have the wrong character. By character, what I mean, Mahmood Yakubu sold Nigeria and he will not be forgiven from here until his dying day, whether he cares or not, because a lot of them don't care. All they want is that money. If Mahmood Yakubu was worth his onions, if he was not in cahoot with the APC government, who actually put him in there. The difference now is that before, it used to be shuffle paper, which you can see. They were still thinking they are shuffling paper. That is why you see whiteouts. That's why you see numbers being written over. No, we are now in the information age. We are now in the technology age where whatever you think you are doing, you are hiding. It comes out 1 second, somebody grabs it, keeps it, thanks to the internet. The power of the internet is what they have taken for granted. They did not understand what was about to come on them. So character is what is going to take to reshape Nigeria. And Peter Obi has that character. The character of a simple man. That is what we need in Nigeria. So we plead to our political leaders who have stolen our wealth, our common destiny. We are asking of them, and we who happen to be abroad, who used to welcome them, no, not anymore. You can't thief Nigeria down, and then you come here and we'll clap for you. No, we are not going to partake of it. We just want a country where everybody has a fair chance of surviving. So having said that, it goes back to the character. Mahmood Yakubu is the worst in Nigeria's history of electoral umpire. He sold Nigeria, and he will not be forgiven.
All right, thank you, Bob Basics. We had Michael Ani. I don't know how many people here remember him. We had Ovie Whiskey. We had Emeawa. We had Humphrey Nwosu, and many others. Before we get to Maurice Iwu and Jaga and others. So let me now go across and get viewpoint of everybody. I will start with you, the people that joined just now. Matt, welcome to the show.
Good evening, panelists. I'm just greeting. I hope everybody's doing great this evening.
Yeah, we are. So we're talking about the perception of Mahmood Yakubu, his performance as INEC chairman.
Doctor, this question, I mean, is very easy. It's very easy. Even a baby in the womb is that one. You you understand that man really did wrong to Nigeria, and I think for me, he needs to apologize. No matter what he's trying to, he has been running too much. He has been running too much to court and seeking for or whatnot. I don't know. But the easy thing and thing he would have done is to apologize. His principle, which is the one that we have, President Muhammad Buhari, said last time that nobody died in this election, that it was free and fair. On a second thought, last time I was listening to Arise Television, someone is talking. I don't know.
I'm taking care of it. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So he, on the second thought, he now said that he knows that the election wasn't free and fair. So they are speaking from both of their mouths. I don't understand what this election is turning into. We had this election. I mean, they should allow us, let the court decide. If court want to fumble, we know that they have fumbled. We know that they have collided to force our hand. But let them just keep silent for now because we don't want to be hearing from them. Because all they bring out is rubbish, garbage. They don't want, keep it straight that yes, we have offended you people. Someone said something just before, I don't know. He said that if probably these people know that we are not going to have free and fair election, why are they disturbing us? Why are they allowing us to spend huge amount of money on election? Afterward, we have to go to the court. I mean, it's a very simple thing. Why don't you do this thing for your children? Why don't you just save your face? So, to me and for me, I think this man is the worst of them all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudy. Can you hear me very well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. You skipped me. I don't know. I said, Matt just came out. I've been driving, but I keep it cool. I'm trying to become a Igbo-based friend and trying to keep my spirit down. To my brothers and sisters of Obi followers, get used to real life of Nigeria. So many of you, I don't want to offend you and I don't want to sound rude. My father told me that one of your finger cannot touch oil and the rest will deny it. The notion that integrity matters and integrity should not be applied to Obi touched his finger with oil. The private jet that he's using to fly Nigeria, why he say he will not give shishi, belong to T.Y. Danjuma. Danjuma have the biggest oil well in Nigeria. The most expensive shipping company is called 5 Star, is owned by him. So the notion that he is bringing a change to Nigeria by ranking with those that kill us in the first place is dishonesty. And politics is what he get, what he sees, what he get. If you want to go against the system, then you stay completely out of those that have robbing and mortgaged our life over the years. But with the name of, okay, I'm also a bad guy from Igbo land, let us be bad. That will make sense to people like me. Then we say, okay, he's one of the bad guys, but he's from Igbo and Igbo have not been there for some time. But integrity and prophecy, if prophecy work and is very accurate, we will not be where we are today. We have no fear of God, all of us, even including all of us on this platform. The Bible says the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. And when there is wisdom, people will now sit down and talk and dialogue. I have a decent dialogue. There is no prophecy that will bring Nigeria to where it is. If there is prophecy, all of the people in their 60s and 70s, what was your forefather worship? Who is their God? And how did they behave then and now? Let's compare and contrast that the behavior of our forefather. My grandfather was 120 when he died. When they introduced Jesus to him, he said, no, I will die the way I came. And there was no evil in this town until there was introduction of your God. So bury me the way I have been, and I've never done anything wrong. I've never robbed anybody. I've never taken advantage of people. I've never collected offering. So let us not even go there, bring religion to politics. Paul Enenche that is championing with anger. Is that how a man of God angry that is going to his church? That man is from Morocco. His village is as starter as hell on earth. So we all can come here and talk all we want to talk. It's not going to make any sense. Yeah, there is no fair election since 1999, by the way. So what are we talking about? It's only going to be fair election when an Igbo man runs. It's going to be fair or not fair when all of men are decided are equal and supposed to be treated, whether it's Yoruba or Igbo, or even while it's Shekiri or from Delta State or from Imo State, it doesn't matter. So the notion that we are making any progress by talking of this thing, it should shock it up and play real politics. It should stop going to church. It should stop going to church and play real politics. It doesn't, except he's suffering from some demon and he needs deliverance. And I don't think Paul Enenche will deliver him because he also needs deliverance. I think I need to lay hand on Paul Enenche. He needs deliverance too. So Obi is a good guy. I think he will make a good call. I believe a good man doesn't mean none of us is perfect. I will keep it short for now. I love you, brothers and sisters, but let us man up. I'm off of my medication. Some of you should get, if you want to get on it, but don't get on it because of any election person. Nigeria, we love each other. Let's find the best way. We have laid a foundation. We will be okay. And then, well, before I go, the last time, because I'm driving, politics is a game of number. Let's talk about it on the other side after all this politics. How do we catch up? Or how do we are minority, how do we catch up to even push if we want to play tribalism in terms of politics or regional politics or whatever? Then the one man, one wife, and 3 children like I have will not going to make sense because these people, they have 4 wives and they can have many children they want. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you so much. I was expecting you to tell me whether Jega did better than Mahmood, but you went a different direction.
No. Jiga, I told you already that nobody expects anything from anybody. Jiga or Mahmood Yakubu is all the same. The point that I said that already, that what is the difference? If it's not fair for one person, it's not fair for the other. So there's never been free and fair election since 1999. So why do we think this should be better in any way? Cheating is cheating. It's like sin is sin. It doesn't matter. It's only people that believe that, they are all evil, but one is lesser evil. I don't believe in that. It's either you are in or you are out.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jonaba. Paul, welcome to the show.
If I may, on Jonaba's submission, please. John, I just wanted to point out that there's nothing that exists in a vacuum. You were talking about presidential jets and people flying jets and stuff like that. This is not the time of Jesus Christ when people went around with donkeys. What am I trying to say in essence is that let's disabuse our mind that any political system, party or otherwise, exists in a vacuum. There is always a foundation behind whoever's money it is, oil, wealth, whatever you may call it. We are not there to know who agreed with who and who genuinely said, you know what, I'm going to give up everything I have so that the youths can be able to have a way. In other words, let's not go there. We don't exist in a vacuum. Nigeria does not exist in a vacuum. I believe everything you said about integrity and all the rest of it. But in any politics, it's local. All politics are local.
All right.
And that is why a lot of people, you cannot believe that in my own place, that APC went on because of what the difference of democracy, that the people who were in the local government, you can't believe that PDP were chased out in that place by a young man who is of APC. Because of whatever he brought from there, he made sure that his people saw it and they are all for him. So that's just that Nigeria does not exist in a vacuum.
All right, thank you.
Paul. Thank you. I'm out of here. Paul, you are welcome. But Rudy, I'm not cutting you off. You are my man. I will see your boy today and yesterday, or when was that your day? We are trying to host you in Dallas. Paul, I know you are in the house. You wear face cap. I know there is no sun in Arizona, but I leave you for now. I think you are trying to cover your hair.
Today is 80. Today is 80 in Arizona.
Okay, keep it on. Igbo base, I love you. God
Go
bless
to
you.
refugee
Welcome
camp.
to the real Nigeria place. And now you go to refugee
Go
camp.
to
See,
refugee camp.
now you
I
with
know
your
they take medication, I know they take medication, I know they take medication, no matter what.
CM, don't go, you go to refugee camp where Obi will be to celebrate his losing camp. God bless you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Doctor, sometimes our expectation, it is good to have positive expectation. That's how we were raised, and that's how we were trained in terms of education, profession, then the big elephant in the house, religion. You understand these positive minds and the likes. Doctor, you remember one time Nigerian Football Association used to be NFA before it changed to NFL. At the time, NFA was doing well. The NFA chairman then, Often Wosu, was doing well. Nigeria did well in World Cup. We were doing well under 17 and the likes. But got to think about it, it just looked like Often Wosu actually is not doing well. He's abnormal. Because every ministries and parastatals in Nigeria, they're all failing. And NFA is doing well. And Often Wosu is poor, don't have money. Things started changing. We started bringing these dirty politics. They say, oh, NFA has become Delta and Igbo people. You understand? They started quoting Stephen Keshi, quote this one, quote that one. They are all from Delta. They are all Igbo people and everything. So we balance our Football Association, National Character Commission. After balancing it finish, we can't make any headway. World Cup, we can't even go. This is the problem. You remember from Mahmood, from Ovie Whiskey, that I would say I know, to because we call Morris Ewu, Professor Morris Ewu. This is a sound professor. Professor Jega to now Professor Mahmood Yakubu. They are all failing us because this is how the system is. But one reason why these people will continue to fail us, because we don't have institution. We don't have strong institution. We are seeing what former President Trump, as powerful as he could be, what he's facing right now in America because of institution. You understand? Why Trump won that election? He won the election based on the FBI, James Comey, that released the Hillary scandal. The same Trump fire Comey. The same Trump is having problem because of strong institution. We don't have strong institution. So even though if they employ a very transparent man, like my father, who was so transparent, did not make money while he was working and everything. If they employ my father as INEC chairman, my father will fail. He will fail woefully. You understand? Because if my father chooses to do the right thing, no institution to protect him. So one powerful call, he will become like my name. Like Paul said in the Bible, I saw myself doing the things that I don't want to do. Look at the report election, 4 a.m. Do you know what we call 4 a.m. in Nigeria? The English will call 4 a.m. It's called ungodly hour. That's when they report the election. It is funny. That's when they report that election. They know what they're doing. That's like civilian coup. You understand? They just report the election before we cry and every other thing. They deploy the military. The military now is what we call judiciary. Go to court. They are the one telling you go to court. You understand? Because if you go to court, that's where the military is. They will whoop your ass there. This is the type of people we have become, and it's so painful. I said something the other day, doctor. Nigeria is the only country in the world where I see citizens will travel to their country. They will stay long queue. Foreigner will take 10 minutes and welcome to Nigeria. You understand? This is how our system is. It's so abnormal, but the abnormal has almost become normal. The people that is doing normal thing are abnormal in the face of Nigeria. There is scarcity of currency. You understand? And it's almost normal. As far as we can blame one person, the deal has been done. Doctor, this is my take for now.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. Nri Isibo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for having me. I've been listening to you for a while. I don't know if you remember me. I met you at People's Club Hall in Boston.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was long ago. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Well, I'm enjoying the discussions, and I'm happy to join in. So we're talking about the this guy Yakubu.
Yeah.
Now, let me just speak for myself that we want him to have given us a different answer. But I want to put myself in his shoes, and can you imagine if he had delayed announcing that result that early morning, the chaos that will be in the country. So I think I think he did what he had to do to declare the result, and then people will have to, Obi and the rest of them will have to go to court and try to get their mandate. But if he had done the opposite, that means chaos, and the market doesn't like chaos. Things don't work when there's chaos, and so it was the right thing to do to announce the results, and then we'll go to court. I've been listening to people, and we expect, we live in the developed world, and we want to work like here. People have been working on this democracy for years, and they haven't even gotten it right. We've been doing it for what, 20 years, and we expect it to be El Dorado. It doesn't work like that. So I'm patient. I'm hopeful that the court will reset things, and we'll get it right. But if they don't, another election will keep working it. And I'm a patient person, and I hope people will be more patient and wait for things to work out. And it usually does. But for us to be expecting, our people that live here, when we're going to Nigeria, we'll queue in line, like somebody already said, and then when we get there, we won't queue in line. So we all have our worst enemies, but things will work out in the end. That's my hope, and that's what I think will happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nri. Dr. Berechi. So what do you think about Mahmood? And his historically look back and compare him to Maurice Wu and all the rest. What do you think? We can hear you, Eberichi. Right, something is wrong with your connection. Let's go to Mama Echo. We'll come back to you, Eberichi.
As far as I'm concerned, Mahmoud lacked integrity, he lacked trust, he lacked honesty, and he lacked accountability. He was put there with the mindset that he has integrity, he's trustworthy, he's honest, and he's accountable. But with what he has done, he lacked this. And I just wonder how he become a professor. Because from every education, now fraud, he take get a professor. And it's so shameful that I don't know what his children will emulate. And I don't know what his grandchildren will read about him when it comes to this. And I don't think he has moral justification to even tell his children that you need to have integrity, you need to have trust, you need to have accountability, you need to be honest. He does not have the moral justification to do it. So it's not just a disgrace to his generation, he's disgrace to his children, and he's disgrace to his children unborn, his grandchildren. He's a big disgrace to his lineage.
So, Mama Hicho, let me ask you, what did he do wrong? Just so that people who
Number one, he was aware there is trouble in the election. He was aware there are people that can't vote. He was aware that the so-called INEC officials were not going to the polling unit early. He was aware of the rigging. He was aware of everything. And he looked at us, over 2 million Nigerians, and he said in his heart, you people cannot do anything. Therefore, I will go ahead anyway. I will just give you anything when I want to give you, and you can do nothing. That impunity, it is a big slap for us as Nigeria. Over 2 million Nigeria was slapped by Muhammadu with his lack of integrity, with his lack of trust, with his dishonesty, and with lack of accountability. The impunity is too much. He did not just disgrace us in Nigeria, he disgraced us globally. And that is the eye they will be using to look at us in the global war. That every Nigerian lack accountability, every Nigerian lack honesty, every Nigeria lack trust, and every Nigeria cannot be accountable. He's affecting us over here too. So that is the image he has given to us, and that is what he has put on ground for children to learn from. Yeah, children are supposed to learn from these people accountability, trust, honesty. No, but what did they give to us? You cannot be trusted. So Nigeria, every Nigerian child, go ahead and nothing will happen. But Mamadou, to you and your co-host, I am telling you, you lie. Because we must redeem our image, and all of you that are involved in this will be prosecuted. If you don't do it in Nigeria, Anambra charitable organization will take it up in the global world, and I go disgrace una the more. Make una try am.
Thank you so much. So let me go back to Berichi. Berichi, try to speak. Let's see if you're okay now. No, still bad. Kulaka, welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah.
Good day, everyone.
Yeah. So PDP,
yeah,
PDP, they just they said that Mahmoud should be fired or he should resign, and they should try him. So what's the take on his performance?
I mean, they're sore losers. That's what a sore loser will do. Trump did the exact same thing. Did 50-something cases. The election is one of our better elections, if we're going to be candid. I've been tracking Nigerian elections since 1979. I've not seen this kind of election before, to be honest. And I'm not speaking out of emotions, I speak out of fact. Peter Obi took 6 APC
Kolata, why not say the election follows suit? Like it didn't work like the previous one, they worked. Don't say better. Say it didn't work like those don't work. My brother, Paul, you cannot get a D, and it doesn't work like that now.
Paul, that's your opinion, not mine.
People that talk like this, they also lack integrity.
Oh my God.
Lack character. They lack.
Rodolph, can you please help? Yeah.
Yeah, I muted H. Please let.
Okay. So now let's look at the facts. Let's look at the facts.
Plata, hold on. Let me say this. I don't think I need to be saying this anymore. Maybe we'll get a big poster and put it out. Have your say. This is have your say. So let people have their say. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, because I always try to be factual. I don't play all this emotional crap. Peter Obi won 5 or 6 APC states. Lagos, Cross River, Plateau, what's it called? Nasarawa. He won another one. Which other one? Cross River. 5 or 6 as of last counting. Atiku won Katsina, Gombe, Yobe, all APC states, and more. The sitting president lost his state. These are things that we've never seen before, except someone is being dishonest. We've never seen this kind of results before. It may not favor your candidate, but I've not seen an election where an upstart or so-called upstart candidate is taking the state away from the incumbent. Is in the Nigerian election is unimaginable. I don't think people have settled down to kind of like think about what actually happened. Like taking Lagos State, it's a freaking big deal. Taking Nasarawa State is a massive deal. Plateau, all these things in the elections we used to have before, it just never happened. They will rig it. It will be heavily rigged. You will stand no chance. Not to talk about a candidate running on Labour Party platform. You will have no chance. And then look at all the states Atiku flipped. He flipped Kebbi. He flipped Katsina. He flipped Kaduna. He flipped Yobe. He flipped Gombe. He flipped like 6 states too. So it was as credible an election that you can have in Nigeria, with some exceptions like Rivers. I won't call Rivers an exception because almost every Rivers election is a disaster. If you go back to 2015, 2019, Rivers State is a sham. It's just is the sham on your side or the sham on the other side. But Rivers State election is always like that. So if with all this evidence I've brought to show that an opposition winning against the incumbent in their supposedly strong suits, it's one of our better elections. Is it perfect? No, it's nowhere close to perfect. But is it better than 2007? Hell yeah. Better than 2015, 2019? Of course. So I think the only issue is the procedural issue, the transmission, which is at the discretion of INEC. A court recently interpreted that. So on what basis will we now say, what's it called? Is it his name Mahmood? Like a Mahmood is a Maurice Iwu, for example. It's one of our better elections. The result is just not what people want. Period.
All right. Thank you, Kulata.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you, Berichi. Yeah, go ahead. Matt, hold on. I'll come to you after Berichi. Go ahead.
Okay, so obviously I violently disagree with Mr. Kolata, right? Yeah, I think he's without. Okay, I don't want to get into this space. So the election in Nigeria last year was a few weeks ago was a total mess. Was a total, and don't take my word for it. Take the word of people, respected organizations and individuals who monitor the election. So I don't know the basis for. I don't know how anybody would come on this platform and tell you that that the election that election was the best that the country has ever had. I mean, you can't even compare this election with the previous elections, right? Because the previous chairman didn't have the kind of advanced technology that Mr. Yakubu, Professor Yakubu had, right? If I think my mother would have done a better election, to be honest. That I'm sure. So there's no way you look at the election and you say, oh, this election was free and was except we have lowered the standard so much that anything would go, right? So my only problem, my pen is that it was an election that was meant to reset Nigeria, reset the confidence level of Nigerian electorate, set the country on a better path, restore confidence in the institution, in the electoral process. I mean, the election was meant to kind of put the country on a path.
Eberichi, is it an issue of expectation being high and not being met? And you talked about technology, and doesn't part of the credit go to the person who put it in place?
Yeah. So part of this, I mean, the build up to this election. Part of the build up of this election was the promises made by the institution, by INEC, that this election will be one like no other. I mean, it could play that he could just play some of his right from him. He said this election would be totally different from the one the country had ever had, and he was properly equipped to actually deliver on this promise. So and then the election turned out to be one of the previous ones. It wasn't. I'm not saying that this election this year was worse than the previous one, but I'm saying that there was every indication, there was every reason for this election to be far better, far better than the previous one. That never panned out. And somebody is coming here to I don't know. It's probably is it I don't know what is to get a rise out of somebody on this platform. People are hurting. People. I mean, that the sense of disappointment is palpable. The country is mourning not because people didn't win the election, but because people were promised heaven, but could not be offered even a purgatory. I mean, it's how do we come here and begin to argue whether the election was I mean, I thought at this point at least we could. I thought at this point the argument is not whether the election whether Yakubu didn't do well, but whether there is whether it is even possible to cut him any kind of slack. So the election has come and gone. Everything is in shambles. Now the problem is that people are okay up to this moment. That man has not even faced the media. If I mean in a sane time, this man that man would have by now come out to address the people, explain to Nigerians what actually happened here in very clear terms. I mean, people should be held accountable. So we're going into another election next week. We do not even know what happened to the beaver. Why if it was a glitch, what was the nature of the glitch? What happened here? People want to know. And so finally, I want to just quickly talk about what Mr. Kolata is trying to why I think he talked about the discretion, and that the court had so said. I don't know where he got that court judgment from. I think I totally disagree with you that INEC. I mean, even see if you have a discretion, yes, you may have a discretion. But the moment you say this is the discretion I want to exercise, the moment you say this is what I want to do in excess of your discretion, and based on that pronouncement, somebody takes step in acting on that pronouncement. So if someone takes a step acting on what you said is how you tend to exercise that discretion. That's what is called the doctrine of extopel. You are extopped from changing your mind, even though originally it was a discretion. But the moment you have caused someone to take a step, acting on the decision you have started, you tend to take. The law prohibits you from changing the goalposts because somebody has acted on that on what you said is the kind of decision you tend to exercise in that circumstance. That is my few thoughts.
All right, thank you. Matt, go ahead. Matt.
Let me
1 minute. So because you've spoken,
okay.
I just need you to
No, but it's not, I'm not going to digress. I'm going straight to this young man called Kulata or whatever he called himself, because this is something that I don't know why he normally. I want to ask him, why does he normally cover his face? Is there coronavirus inside his house? That is my question one, because he looks like that. This is a symbol of a terrorist. We should know his face. We should see, so that when I see him in the street, I can be able to recognize him. That is what. I'm not talking about my sister Isi Miri, because she's not like that. She's just doing it for
I have to speak for Kolata. It's not coronavirus. It's Lakbaja in the making. It's Lakbaja in the making.
Okay.
Kulata has actually done well. He has done better today. At least we can see.
Okay.
He used to be
okay. My question to him, because sometimes I used to be in the background. I see what he writes, his writing and all that is always crazy. But then I want him to go and search and come out. I don't want him to answer me now. Maybe the next time we come here on Saturday, I want you to check the mood of the mood that Nigerian people are at present time. What is going on as what the outcome of the presidential election, their moods, how they are feeling, how is the celebration going? You will come and tell me if it is a free and fair election or if it is better than previous one that we have been having. Now, looking at the standard of the election in so many states, coming late, robbing and kidnapping people, killing and all that happened, and you are standing here to say that it's free and fair. That is my question to you. The other one is that the election, where on this earth have you seen election is being announced like my good brother Paul just mentioned, that you will wake up, you have to wake up, you have to announce the election result. Why, when people are still sleeping? That shows criminality, that shows evil, that shows something that has been planned, and trying to put it into people without knowing. But it's all the same. These three things is what I want you to get into your own house, think it and come out with the result, because I don't think you are making points. You are just saying things to say it because you know how to speak too much grammar. This is not a grammar. This is about feelings of Nigerians. This is about truthfulness. This is about something that is right. Thank you.
All right, thank
So
you.
can I respond to all these questions? Like, I'll leave, but I mean, I'm getting questions, so I don't know. It's up to you.
Go ahead, Kulaka. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, Matt, I think you. I mean,
Doctor, it shouldn't be question. It shouldn't be question. I think the people are also saying their own opinion.
I mean,
because when I want to, no, Kolata, it's not a question. They are saying their own opinion. Because when I try to talk to you, you said no, it's your own turn. You understand? So no, they are saying their own opinion. Nobody answers your question. It is their own. It is their own say.
Okay, hold on.
It is their own say. It's not a question. It is their own say. It's their own say.
Can I say something, Doctor?
Usually, after a beverage, it's my turn. After a beverage,
I know. I was going to come to you, but I thought that Matt wanted to make just an observation, but then Matt ended up addressing Kulata, and you can let that just him not respond. That's it. If Matt had said that he wanted to, I like younger.
But Doctor, is it not the same thing I did with Kulata? He shut me down. It's the same thing I did with him. He shut me down. That's the same thing I did with him. He shut me down. You understand? So I think Matt is also have his own say. It's the same thing I did with him. You understand?
Opportunity.
All right. Okay. So, but
Dr. Damages, which way are you going? Because it's not CM's turn. Are you going anti-clockwise or clockwise?
Yeah, people move around.
I know I'm quiet and gentle, but don't take me for granted.
I'm coming to you. You and CM are the next. But Matt, I know I made a mistake of actually calling Matt. I thought he had an observation that would be quick. And I was saying 30 seconds and he went on a right.
Yeah, get observation.
No, you've spoken more than 3 times. And we have
No. Now only once.
Which one counts at 4th time now? Kolata, go ahead.
Which time?
Yeah,
this one you're speaking now is 4th time.
That
Kolata,
is not. I have not said anything. So make not a counter.
Kulata, go ahead.
All right. So Matt,
you don't define trouble. Why you give Matt?
Kulata,
all right. So Matt, you alluded to the country not celebrating as proof that the election was one way or the other. I mean, that's fine. It's a subject. That's subjective. It's not an objective thing. It's nothing you can take to a court and table that as evidence that something happened. I said that the elections are not perfect; they're better. And then, what was the other thing you said? I mean, all you talked about was just emoting. It was all emotion, nothing substantial. I quoted the result. I quoted that, for example, an upstart candidate won 5 APC states, 6 PDP states. We never had that before. In 2011, we had a third-party candidate, that old that guy, what's his name again? The old EFCC guy. He was the third-party candidate. He won in my state. So it was just one state you won outside of maybe one other Northeast state. Obi won 11 states belonging to the traditional parties. I have never seen that before. I am quoting facts. You are stating emotions. That's the difference between you and I. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let me go to CM and then Isimele. You're next. CM, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Normally, usually it's after Berechi, then it will be my turn, but let peace reign. So anyway, what I want to say is that from all indication,
Yeah, I can't get it together.
everything considered, Professor Mahmood, everything considered, Professor Mahmood Yakubu is the greatest failure in history. All he has succeeded in doing is to place his name on the gallery of shame. He has every tool to write his name in gold. He asked for about 350 billion naira. He went to the National Assembly to defend the budget. It was given to him. He went all over the world to assure the people that this will be the best election in history. He has technology. Before then, he tried it out in Anambra, it worked. Tried it in Ekiti, it worked. Tried it in Edo, it worked. Tried it in Oshun, people were saying hallelujah. Now, on the day he should use it, I watched a video clip somewhere in Omahia. An party agent or the INEC person in charge of the polling unit was telling people, say, look at, we've uploaded and transmitted the House of Reps result. It went fine. House of Senate, the same thing. Presidential result couldn't go. If it were only something that happened somewhere in Omahia and maybe in Edo, in other states, where they may say a glitch, but this is all over the country, so it's deliberate. Mahmoud Jega had the opportunity to do the right thing. He deliberately sabotaged himself because of the money given to him by Tinubu. I can never. It will be what I call.
CM, hold on. You just said something that I know I let something slide, but this is we have to try to do better. You can. How do you say that he was given money by Tinubu? Where did you see that?
Where did I see it? Well, I have my own intelligence. That is just what I will say for now.
No, but please,
it's true. No, it's true now. No,
yeah.
No. By the time the case opens in court, you never know who will be a witness. But let me just keep it like this way.
Yeah,
you never know who they will call as a witness.
I hear you. I know. But let's on this show. Let's try to have something.
Exactly.
The way you write your dissertation. Some reference points.
Yeah, they can say allegedly. Sort of.
Not even that one. You can't even allege if you don't have it.
It's alleged. It's alleged.
From what source? Even the newspapers, you can say.
Allegedly.
No, it doesn't cover. It doesn't cover just saying things.
What I've learned in Nigeria is go to court, isn't it? So let me not lose my train of thought.
I'll give us the source.
Take me to court. I present it before the court. So the man had the opportunity to write his name in gold. He deliberately sabotaged his effort. He came to Chatham House, Royal Institute of Foreign Affairs, International Affairs in UK, the equivalent of Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Lagos, to come and tell the world that everything will be okay. It will be transmitted in real time. Even there's a video where he denied it. He said it can never be true. Everything will be done. He was given all that he requested. Shehu Kimbaloye asked INEC spokesperson, do you have all that you need? He said, yes, we have it. We are waiting. He deliberately did not want to transmit it so that they can then start forging. So, or based on that basis, I work with data too. You can never get a good product, a good outcome from a very fraudulent process. So somebody coming here to come and bandy figure, this man won this, this is what, look, it can't work that way. Until the procedure is clean, whatever it gets out, then you can then accept it. Even if they tell me Obi won 500 million votes in Kano, all these things are just allocation. Look at Lagos. PDP is saying over 900,000. PDP representative, that's what Labour got. And then Tinubu's agent will be going around telling you this man won this. And then because we are on have your say, because this program is have your say, so I'm having my say. What I do not like is for somebody to come on a program like this and present the aura of a terrorist. Sometimes you see the person putting his face at angle 90, hiding, bringing only one of the eyes. I don't know, because if really you are honest, the figure you are bringing out is genuine. You should be able to see me clearly. The way you people are looking, you don't have anything to hide. You come here and place your face at angle 90 and start to wear one type of, I don't know, what really are you showing? And then this type of people will be asking me for evidence. The fact that my face is clear shows you that I'm clear. But the fact somebody will be telling you that this is the genuine, that somebody did not win, and yet you can never distinguish between the person and a descendant of Osama bin Laden. So this type of thing, when you look at it, it tends to it makes this place as if, what really are we here for? Are we here to party terrorism? What are we here for? So this idea of Jega should just go and hide his face in shame. I'm waiting for the day Peter will open up the case in court. Peter said, I won the election and I will prove it. Sorry, Mahmood. So Peter said, I won the election and I will prove it in court. That's what the world are looking for. The fact that Peter Obi appeared in the cover of Time magazine will tell you where the opinion of the world is. So for somebody to be an agent of darkness and then come on a platform like this and start to see if you can bamboozle people with, concocted lies, then tell us who you are, nothing, no identity, nothing. You are even ashamed to even share your facial appearance with your fellow people, and yet you want me to believe you. What a chicken-hearted generation. We are not like that. Some of us are far educated behind that type of thing. If somebody came here to come and play one type of illicit terrorism, just to come and massage figure and feel that he can ram me down our throat. Oh God, this is a shame anyway. I don't listen to
CM, thank you. You mentioned something. I don't think that's actually. I have to confirm. Did P2B actually appear on the cover of Time magazine? I heard that it's not true. But anyway,
it's fake.
He did?
It is fake.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because so many things are out there. People don't know the difference between what is real and what is not. So it's always important. And as much as I can, I don't want to basically stop everything and everything you say, I stop you. But I know that I don't think it happened. Ismail, you're next. I'm sorry.
Make una leave Kolata, they make gra. That thing when you see Kolata, they make na gra.
Right.
Somebody knows Kolata.
I only quoted results now. I didn't stay away from results.
All right. Ismail, go ahead. You're next.
Okay. My contribution to this is, for me, this is my voice towards this election.
Go ahead.
Whilst I was in Nigeria, I never voted, not for one day, because of the belief that the Nigerian elections are always rigged. And that with that notion, I did believe that my vote will never count. That made me...
Okay.
I'm going to Yakubu, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I'm not actually trying to stop you. I was trying to say, because CM was showing a picture. And I'm saying the fact that, sorry, just to clear that before we continue. CM, the fact that it looks that way doesn't mean it's actually the cover of Time magazine. You understand?
Photoshop.
You should go to Time magazine website and you see if you see it there on the website. Is it on the website? Unmute yourself and speak.
It's not on the website.
On the website of Time magazine.
It is there.
All right.
Yes, it is there.
All right. I will check.
All of us cannot be Tinubu's. All of us cannot be Tinubu's apostle.
Right.
It is there.
Okay. Thank you, CM. Ismail, go ahead. Continue.
Okay. I have decided to show my face. I'm not a terrorist. Okay? So let me finish, please, Mr. CM. It's my turn now. Okay. So stay still. Thank you. What I want to say is, based on the evidences and proofs that I had seen growing up in Nigeria, I took it upon myself that I would never ever vote. In fact, I was put off anything politics because of the way elections had been conducted in Nigeria. But only recently with the social media, because after I left Nigeria, I got busy with stuff. And when people talked about politics, I normally shut them up and say, please don't even go there. I'm not interested, even though we are political human beings in other parts of our lives. But with the social media and that same voice crying in the wilderness got my attention whilst I was browsing on YouTube, I became interested, and I'm like, okay, from afar, let me be a bit maybe patriotic. I used to be proudly Biafra, Bia. But with this election, I felt, okay, I would go half and half. I would be proudly Bia, and I would still support Peter Obi, because I believe that normally people say, can there be an Igbo president in Nigeria ever? And I felt this is an opportunity. Even though I'm not going to vote, I would come to any platform where politics are being discussed to speak, and as well to contribute to the voice into politics in Nigeria. And I'm not surprised. The day of the election, I was here and I said my bit that the way things are going, I'm getting the hint that nothing is going to change. It's still going to be the same old recycled stories about the winner comes last and the loser possibly comes first. And it did happen. This Mahmood Yakubu of a guy left Nigeria, came to England here to come and show his face to the world that he can be trusted and he's a professional person, that he's the change the young people are looking for. And to my, I wouldn't say surprise, he fulfilled my fear. And the day he was supposed to act, fulfilling his promises, he failed woefully. So to me, he's not only a Nigerian disgrace, he's an international disgrace. He's brought shame to the country. My friends are saying, what's happening in Nigeria? Why did he have to come in the public domain to make such promises and then failed? So to me, there had been bad elections in the past. This is the worst, because with this technology, they have the equipment and appliances to work to produce a credible result, but they chose their old way to give us fake results. The technology was a waste of money. They could have invested in the lives of people in Nigeria. Is there going to be credible? In fact, if I were in his shoes, I would look at it this way. Young people who hadn't been interested in politics in Nigeria are partaking. A lot of people who had been disenfranchised in the past about politics in Nigeria, never trusted the political system. There was a bit of a hope, I would say, for some people. He would have been that person that could make a good history. So history will never forgive him. History will never forget him that he chose the path of a disgrace. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Just to clear the Time magazine thing, I did my search. It's not true. Several papers did their search, reached out to Time magazine. They have only featured only 4 Nigerians on their cover since the beginning of Time magazine. Remember, Time magazine is an international magazine. It's not based in Europe. It's based in America. So you should be able to pick a copy of Time magazine in New York City and find Peter Obi on the cover. And it doesn't work that way. When Time magazine is going to feature you on the cover, let me explain that for those who may not know.
So why is it here?
Hold on. It's a big deal. Where did you see it?
He saw it on Google. That's Photoshop.
No,
I'm in the Photoshop business.
Go to Time magazine.
It's false completely.
Forget about
completely.
Okay, it's fair enough.
Let me explain this, because this is the thing we are talking about. It's about because we don't understand certain systems. I don't understand some engineering things or law or everything, but in the media, how the media works. If Time Magazine is going to put P2B on the cover, I'm not saying he's not worth it or he's not qualified, okay, or whatever. They have their standard. The point is that if they're going to, it's a big deal. They will travel to Nigeria. They will be there. They will take his picture. It's not something that you'll be guessing. It's not something that you can only see on the internet. You can see it at the airport. People at any airport in the world, you pick up Time Magazine, you see his cover there. You know, so this is not something that will happen in isolation. You know, but it's very important to understand so many things that people put out there are not true, and that's why we have to have that responsibility on this program, not to add to that by allowing people to say things that can't prove. You know. So as much as possible, control it. I know we all make that mistake, but
my brother, I know this is your profession, so that's why we are happy to have you. That's right when we are wrong.
All right.
So thank you so much.
So anyway, so let's go.
I am in the Photoshop. I am in the Photoshop business. Please,
this is my turn.
Whatever you see.
What are you doing?
Ike, we've been looking for you when we come to.
No, I'm here.
I think it's my turn now.
No. I'll come to you, Jude, after. Ike is next. Ike, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Dameji. Finally, listen. I'm going to start from another angle of the same discussion of Mahmood, and I am going to say this. I'll start with this. The Bible says that whatever a man sows is what he's going to reap. And I know that none of us here, when you go to plant plantain in your yard, at the end of the day, you are not going to reap mango. It is plantain that they are going to reap. The international community, United Kingdom and America, who has congratulated Bola Tinubu as the winner of the election. If this is the way that they conduct the election in those countries, thank you for your congratulations. But if it is not the same way that you people conduct your election, and you decided to congratulate this one that was done in Nigeria, in Africa, well, whatever you sow is what you are going to reap.
Amen to that.
You know, all of us, we live
amen to that.
We live outside Nigeria today, and most of us had the opportunity when we left Nigeria. We went to more school, acquired more knowledge and stuff like that. And sometimes because of technology and the internet, we come to online. We try to prove to Nigerians and those people on the platform that you acquired more than 1,000 degrees and stuff like that. It doesn't take away the truth. I don't care how many universities you have attended. If anybody, a Nigerian, that the blood of a Nigerian runs in your vein, and you conclude that this election that just passed was credible, free, and fair for you, whatever you sow is what you are going to reap. I've said it in this platform. I am not after who wins that election, but I am after free, fair, credible election. Because I know that if sincerely that this election was free and fair and credible, and Peter Obi loses this election, or Atiku loses this election would have gone. We wouldn't be talking this presidential election. By today, every honest Nigerian knows what transpired. Like my sister said, and everybody said here, Mahmoud sold the Nigerians to the world. He blackmailed Nigeria, including you, Rudolph, including all of us that are here. Because it doesn't matter what passport you are carrying today, you are a Nigerian. So he sold us, blackmailed every Nigerian to the world, and led the world to believe that we are going to have a free and fair, credible election. And everything that he asked for, he was given. The support of the international community, he was given. Financially, he was given. Everything that he needed, he was given. So there is no, I am not angry that Peter Obi, that this election turned out to be like this. And I stand here to let you know that until there is a free and fair, credible election result, Peter Obi won this election. Up to today, the presidential election result is not yet completed, downloaded up to now, even as we are talking. Oh, come on, Nigerians. What are we really thinking? What are we talking about? The same presidential election that we supposed to have finished by Sunday, the result up to today is that the Saturday, 13th of, what is today, 11th or 12th of March. The whole result has not been uploaded. And we are preparing for the governorship election next week, Saturday. Hey, come on, my brothers. What are we saying? So listen, I just said something here. Any Nigerian, wherever you might be, that says that this election that just passed by was free, fair, credible, and was better than every other election that has been conducted in Nigeria. I was not born today. I am 60 years by December last year. So every election that you are talking about, I've been a participant and I've witnessed all of them. And this technology that we had would have been the best among every one of them. But it has become what Mahmood have used to blackmail me as a Nigerian. So any Nigerian man anywhere in the world that said that this election was free and fair and credible, Galatians chapter 6, verse 7, for whatever a man sow, that is what you are going to reap. I raised my case and I'm going for lunch. Sorry, I will join you because I'm still in the office. I'll join you back. Or you want to join me on my lunch? I have plantain and jollof rice.
Thank you so much. Jude, you're next.
Okay, guys. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everybody, wherever you're watching from. I will start by saying this. Like the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is expected. So for those who are propagating the falsehood that this election is fair, free, and credible, and perhaps the best in their own context, they should understand also that never has in any election in Nigeria received as much money and even publicity as this one has received. So if 300 something billion could be paid or could be spent from the taxpayers' money to conduct a monumental election like this, and this is all we can get from it, then it's a disgrace. You see, the international community, one of my major concerns about this whole imbroglio is that all over the world, we are being known, Nigeria is being known as a fraudulent, corrupt nation. And what has this election done? This election has simply solidified that belief and assumption by the whole world. And also when people come out, in the citizens that are not in politics come out to defend the same fraud, it's also solidifying the belief that every Nigerians are corrupt, not only their leaders. And I'm ashamed to be logged into that category of people because of certain people like Kulata, who has, been paid money. I know he's working for his money anyway, who constantly come in platforms like this to propagate, lies and falsehoods, and will tell us that he's talking on facts, not on emotion. What facts are you talking on? When the raw result, as we know it today, indicates that Obi won this election by no means far margin. The raw result, we're not talking about INEC doctored results. And you're telling me you're speaking on fact. What kind of fact are you speaking? That is not based on the raw result. A raw result, a raw data. and a secondary data or a downflown data that was collected from the raw data cannot be better from the source. Well, let me put it out. Let me leave that at that. Now, as we continue to talk this, I see that we are kind of exonerating Buhari, from this whole thing. Buhari and Mahmood, okay, with their entire party, bamboozled Nigeria, deceived Nigeria. In fact, Buhari is the main con artist in this whole thing, who came out to tell us, to make us believe that he wants to leave a legacy. He said it repeatedly, a legacy of free and fair election, that there will be no rigging. Anybody that wants to rig, and that person should, they should fire him on the spot, and so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, what did we see? And they haven't even announced before he started congratulating Asiwaju. Now, what does that tell us? All these people are all con artists. They have all been conning us, and we continue to take these things. And some of the few that are collecting all this payoff and bribe from them continue to go to social media or hop from one social media or the other to falsify truth and to model up facts. Well, the truth of the matter is, like our brother has said, whatever a man sows, he will also reap. Just in rounding up, I want to say this. No matter what happened, okay, the truth of the matter is Obi is going to be Nigerian president. And God forbid that Emilokon, that Asiwaju will become president of Nigeria. God forbid. Instead, Nigeria should break in pieces.
All right. Thank you, Jude. I wanted to say something, but I don't want to drag us back. Jude, you mentioned something, but let me just say it in passing because it's important. You mentioned that Buhari said that anybody who wanted to, what did he say? Anybody who wanted to rig the election should be shot or something like that.
No, that people can snipe the ballot buses. I'm sure many of us heard those speeches that match the ballot buses and going to do this and that, and they send military.
Yeah, that's true. That I saw that video. I just wanted to point it out with what we are dealing with online these days. That was an old video. It wasn't recent video, so it wasn't on this election period that he said that. But I know that most people didn't know. So people continue to add it to what Buhari promised for this election. So I just wanted to point it out. But that's why it's important that we know what is real and what is not real, so that when we do our analysis, we use the ones that are current. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah. EJ, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Rudolph. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I don't know if yes, about the INEC chairman. I know INEC is an Independent National Electoral Commission, but it's very obvious that independent should be changed to a D, to be dependent, because they are dependent on whoever that is sponsoring or whoever calls the shots. The election is a disgrace. It gave young people had hope for the election, but the hope was diffused. And the painful bit about it is that he's unapologetic, because a human being, a father, just a human being, a sane human being, a civilized one, and a professor at that, should listen to people. What results are you collating when the party agents are saying, this is not right, can we stop? Stop. But he didn't want to stop, and they continued collating. He was meant to address everything at the end of collation, but that did not happen. So are we Nigerians now fools? We're being insulted that we mean nothing. The common man means nothing. The common man, you're not answerable to anybody. You're just answerable to he who pays the piper dictates the tune. So for any Nigerian, I believe, because the truth is, if something is black, it's black. If it's white, it's white. There's no need us painting it and making it sound sound good or sound, oh yes, yes, but no. It's not right. It wasn't done well. He didn't do well, and he knows he didn't do well. But the effrontery and the audacity that our Nigerian politicians have, and they rub it on our faces that you can't do anything. What's it? After all, if you're not happy, go to court. And I thank Mr. Jude that mentioned Buhari, because if we're just calling this Mahmood, it's just like he's the only one. No, this is a team. This is a team of people that what they did to us Nigerians is what we call, the more you look, the less you see. You know, you give a child the candy and you take it from the other hand. You give us hope that we're going to have a credible election. And in front of our faces, you rob us of that credible election. How can our own president come out and say that the election was free and fair, while a woman was stabbed in the face and the woman still came back with bandages in her face and blood dripping in her face to cast her vote? Didn't he see it? Does he not have a television? Is he not on the internet? He's the president of the whole country. So we Nigerians are being lied to, and we're told to, they're sticking it down our throats because we mean nothing. The life of a Nigerian means, the life of that woman meant nothing. If she has slumped and died, that will be, may her soul rest in peace. That's it. So unfortunately, it is true. He did a horrible job. He came to the world stage and said, and spoke a lot of grammar, which we Nigerians are good at. And at the end of the day, he did nothing. And he has the boldness to tell us, you should go to court. And you hear INEC people coming to say all sort of rubbish, because we mean nothing to them. If we mean, yes, this election shook Nigeria. Yes, the labor force shook the political sphere to tell them that it's not business as usual. We are done. We are tired. But they try to tell us that we can still control things. What do they mean? Yes, Labour won Lagos. So what? Is that a compensation? And what are the scores? What are the scores you're showing that we won Lagos? What rubbish is that? So it's high time that we that live in the diaspora tell ourselves the truth, because we live in a system that works. So why should we sugarcoat what is happening in our country? For what? We're not gaining anything. Instead, there's still insecurity in that country. If it's not affecting you, one day it will affect your neighbor. One day it will affect someone that you know. It will affect someone's child. And when it hits you, that is when you know that Nigeria doesn't work. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, EJ. Before I go to OpenX, I wanted to ask anybody here if you know, there was something that was going on as of last week. Labour Party was computing the uploaded results. I wanted to know if anybody has any information on where that stands. But hold on, I'll come to that. But that's after Queen S speaks. So yeah, I want to hear on that, on what's the issue with that. Go ahead.
On that,
no, Igbo Basic. No, I said.
You're talking about, you asked the question after Queen S speaks. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Dr. Rudolph, CM, Isimiri, Igbo Basic Sir, Paul, Kolata, Jude, Mama H.O. EJ, good evening. With all due respect, good evening, everyone from London. It's cold here. Anyways, talking about Yakub, he let Nigerians down, but more importantly, he let himself down. And that's how I look at it. It's obvious, even to an unborn babe, that the election was rigged. I mean, Kolata, you might come here and say that we talk on emotions. But the fact is that it was heavily rigged, so much so that an opposition party came out and even stated that Lagos, the figures given to Labour Party wasn't the right figures. And fortunately for us, we have someone who is not going to be, who will not shy away, who will go to court and get to the end of this. And I think at that point, we'll begin to see the damage that has been done. We can just look at this as an election, but it's beyond that. There are a lot of young people that came out and believed in Nigeria. There are a lot of people that didn't have hope, didn't believe at all, but because we were sold a dream that it will be free, it will be fair, it will be, if nothing else, uploaded from the polling unit. If they had done that, even if Peter Obi lost, trust me, we would have accepted it because we're making the right steps in the right direction. It isn't fair for you to come here and say, oh, he won some states that were with incumbent. That's not right. We know that Peter Obi won and won really well. And that is why everyone is kicking up. It's not about emotion, sir, with all due respect, Kulata. It is the fact. And luckily for us, I keep saying it, it's going to court. Evidence is, we don't know what the court outcome will be, but this will be provided in court. You do realize that the IREV, even as of now, is not fully updated. And some of the figures, there are still discrepancies. There are still discrepancies. People still have the original. I remember, Kulata, you made a comment one time and you said that even that original that people have might not be admissible in court. How can it not be if it's been stamped and signed by everybody? How can it not be? It was stamped and it was signed. So I begin to wonder, are you the one speaking with emotions because somehow you hiddenly support someone, but you don't want to come out and say it with your full chest? That's your call anyway. And that's you. Sorry, I don't want you to respond. That's you. It's not your chest. You know, when I say your chest, your face, as you are seeing my face, this is my real face, right? So you know what you're scared of. What we want is a Nigeria that works for everybody, that genuinely works for everybody. Can you imagine the people, the young people that came out seeking for something different? And it was, as EJ said, the more we were looking, the less we were seeing. I remember on that day, Isimiri came here and lamented, and I said, let's be positive. It's not going to end the way we're seeing it. And it happened exactly, even worse than. Do you know what? If they had told us, if they hadn't sold us a dream and left it as it was and said, you know what, we're still going to collect manually, trust me, we would know it's business as usual. They sold us a dream and then they did the worst. They did the worst. The unfortunate thing that the Nigerian story out there in the international world isn't good at all. And this has compounded issues for us. Because it's not just the people of Nigeria, it's our leaders. For someone to come to Chatham House and say what he said, and look at what he did. And he has the temerity, the audacity to backpedal. It bothers me. It really does. And unfortunately, some of us are here supporting that and saying the court has ruled that INEC has the right. No. No, sir. Okay, and someone, Jude, I think you said that Buhari is complicit in this. I remember when Ngozi would always come here and say they are not fighting against themselves. Truly, truly, they were not fighting against themselves. They were just playing Nigerians for a fiddle. And it is becoming glaringly obvious that that is what these people did. But you know what? My belief now is that what they meant for wrong, there's only so much you can push a people. What they meant to harm us is going to turn around and it will backfire in their faces. Now, talking about the international governments that have been congratulating Buhari, that is congratulating the president-elect. That is they are doing the right diplomatic international thing to do because he has been declared. If we go to court tomorrow and Obi is being declared as the genuine winner, they will still come back and congratulate Peter Obi. The fact that they have congratulated Tinubu does not mean that they support or align with what happened in Nigeria. Never. Because they said that this is unacceptable, that it was not free, it was not fair, it was not credible, and it was not transparent. And they said it. I think one of the leaders of Sierra Leone, the former female leader of Sierra Leone, she has actually deleted her tweet where she was congratulating Tinubu. She has actually deleted her tweet. Right? So, it bothers me because what I'm saying here will live for posterity. When we come out here and we defend the indefensible, it bothers me, especially when lives are being affected. And that is where I come from. The fact that youths believed in this country and every single time they are being let down. For how long are we going to carry on like this?
All right, thank you.
Yield the floor for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what I want to hear from three people. Kulata first, Jude, and who else has information on the Labour Party stuff? Kulata, go ahead first.
Yeah. So the Labour Party, there's a smart kid, I think it's called Asian, maybe his last name, that developed an app, a coalition app, independent coalition app. And he started loading the thing. So early states, I don't know if it's, I don't know the algorithm he uses. But early states showed the Peter Obi lead, and he continued collating. Ultimately, Tinubu started leading, and they dumped it because at the end of the day, it was just replicating what INEC did. So they dumped it. So even independent kids with Labour Party doing their own coalition, he ended up in the same result. I think they stopped it as of the time that Obi was second, and Atiku was almost taken over, and the rest were northern polling units. So it will just have been the same replication of the exact same result. So, like I said, emoting is good. It shows you're a human. I get where people are coming from, but it's not going to change. It's not going to change the facts. And the fact that someone gave a speech in Chatham House is not something that is tenable in court. And when we talk about court, the lower court has already ruled that INEC guidelines is left for INEC's interpretation. When you read the particular section, they said transmission, they did not say electronic transmission. There's a clear difference between saying transmit and electronic transmit. And I do see many people conflating BVAS from IREF. BVAS was deployed throughout. That's why this election is better than, because you can't, there's no incidental forms. Whoever gets votes gets accredited. The accreditation works perfectly. Is the transmission and the promise that they're going to upload to the server that's the bone of contention. An argument based on a procedure is a losing argument. You need to be able to show the court that there's enough votes that you have to take away from the leading candidates. For Peter Obi is 2.7 million. For Atiku is 1.8 million. That you can take 2.7 million votes out of the leading candidates. That's no trivial figure. That's no trivial number. And for Peter Atiku, 1.8 million. Then it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. You also need to bump up, for the case of Obi, from 16 states, 25%. You need 8 more to get to 24% constitutional requirement. For Atiku is at 21. He needs 3 more to get to the 21 the minimum requirement. So those are the facts. When you go to the court, all sorts of, I've seen all sorts of EC8A, some of them TPEC, some of them overread, and I've seen it all over the place. Some of them, there's some Cynthia super agent that signs on behalf of all parties. I think she's in Abia or somewhere. So it's just all over the place. So you have another thing is, so you don't, I mean, so you can, when you want to react emotionally, you can also get some facts for you to package your emotions. I think it's like 180 days or something that is allowed to litigate these things. Then it's over. Then it just stays in court. So you have a time box, you have 36 states, you have the 2.7 million challenge and 1.8 million challenge, and 8 state, blah, 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 blah. You know all that. So all these beautiful arguments to use, Chatham House, you are this, you are that. You can take it to court and they will throw it away because it's nonsense from a legal perspective. It's basically beautiful nonsense.
Okay.
So,
can I say
wait, I want to round up. My battery is going to die. So for the ad hominem attacks, which I get, I mean, if you have a weak argument, you just attack the person. Jesus loves you. So, Rudolph, my battery is going to die. If I charge it, I'll come back.
Okay, let me ask before, just 1 minute.
Can I say something, Doctor? Not jump in this time. Don't say no, because you've allowed other.
Hold on. When I say hold on, please hold on. Kulata, I want to ask you something. The Reno or Mockery, I've been seeing people who go to this the platform or the portal and find results that are different from what INEC presented. And Reno, I was trying to get that to show if I can. Reno did one of those things. So what do you think about those? And I think Reno will not put it out if it's not true. What do you think about those situations where the results are different from what INEC can release?
So in court, I'm not a lawyer, so let me not pretend like I'm a lawyer. But in court, they're going to look at the evidence. There's a minimum requirement for those forms. First things first is is there over voting? If there's over voting, they're just going to cancel that polling unit. Because I've seen some where there's, I think in River State, there are few I've seen in River State, Obiapo or something, I'm not sure, where there's over voting. They should cancel those ones. There's some that I've seen in the Southeast where one person signed on behalf of all the parties. If the parties contended, they'll cancel it. Some of them were unsigned. So it is up to the minimum requirement of INEC, and I insist on that word, minimum requirement, not what you wish or you desire, is the minimum requirement that obtains. The judge will always go with the minimum requirement. And so I expect it's hard in electoral litigation to increase votes. So because for you to increase votes, you have to show your own EC8A that all the parties signed on. And so the people that said maybe Obi got 900,000 more in Lagos, it needs to be EC8A that INEC presents, because you remember, this is a case against INEC and maybe Bola Tinubu, depending on the case. INEC is always involved. So if INEC tells the court that this is what we presented and it's not this 900,000 that people have been remunerating against, then there's no way to override that, because they're going to, I mean, even for all the agents to sign is not a minimum requirement. So you see how difficult some of these things are. But and again, God, Jesus loves all of you. Allah loves you. Bye-bye. My battery's going to die. Thanks, guys.
There's always an excuse for you to go. So bye.
Please, can I give my own opinion? You can.
No. What I will do is,
can I give my own opinion, because he's giving his own opinion of the court.
Yeah, Jude,
yes, he's the Labour Party opinion of the court, because that's what he gave. Please.
All right, Jude, let him speak. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam HR, come to you. Go ahead, CM. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, he's present.
You see, I had a conversation yesterday with the Labour Party secretary of my local government. He told me that the plan of Labour Party is what they are going to present in court. It is assumed that INEC or Beavers, whatever, is the polling unit result. That is what they are going to present in court. Anybody can add up 107 plus 91 plus 13 plus. It's a simple arithmetic. There is nothing, because any ballot that should be voided or considered invalid is at the unit of the polling, is at the level of polling unit. When the agents look together and say this is invalid, they remove it. So there is no magic they are going to do to speak than that somebody will now come and change. He said that is what they've been doing. That's what the Labour Party has been quiet. He said that's what they've been doing at every polling, every ward, every local government, every state. That will be said they will bring it in court. And let me tell them one thing. Labour Party employed their own system because they know this type of thing will happen. That's what he told me. Now, having said that, for somebody to start to tell you to maneuver English language for you, 3 elections were held on the same day: House of Reps, House of Senate, and Presidency.
Exactly.
House of Reps was transmitted. House of Senate was transmitted. How come only the Presidency is where they're saying what? It was a deliberate stealing, outright robbery. In fact, that Professor Mahmood should be arrested and shot. He disgraced himself and disgraced Nigeria. How can you explain to me 3? You answered on the same you answered the same question paper. 3 questions. Now they are looking for the answer sheet of one of them. When there are 2, House of Reps, House of Senate, no problem. Transmitted the way it should be. By the way, this procedure has been used in Anambra election, used in Kogi, used in Ekiti, used in Edo, and used in Osun State. Why did you set it aside? Because Tinubu gave him how many $1 million? Then he now pocket it and they start to tell us rubbish. Labour Party is going to present the real hard evidence that will shock the world in court. That's what they are doing. So I can assure you of that. Whatever any agent comes here to come and tell you, it's neither here nor there. They are afraid. Nobody is rejoicing until they announce P2B as the winner.
All right.
Doctor, please, can you give me 1 or 2 minutes? Let me leave.
No,
Please.
hold on, everybody, hold on. I don't want, some people are getting angry.
Please, just give me one.
No, Paul, hold on. Jude, stand by, okay? I'll come to you. I see you.
Okay.
You're not going anywhere. Madam Echo, go ahead.
You see, Doctor, if you don't want me, your platform, I won't come. You give opportunity to others. I have respected your platform today. I raise up my hand. You give opportunity to mass to respond to collateral. I raise up my hand. You refuse me, and you are counting. If you don't want me here, I told you before, I don't go to where they tolerate me. I go to where they celebrate me. Did you understand? If you are going to do it to everybody, understand it. But picking me out, I will not take it from you anymore.
So, Madam Echo, how many times do you think, when you go back, can you go back and look?
Go back,
Hold on.
I only contributed in the first one.
You see my challenge.
The second
Madam
one.
Echo, hold on.
There's nothing like what I'm not deaf, and I'm not mad. I know what I'm talking.
We have to have, if you speak, let me speak. And if I'm speaking, wait, let me finish, then you speak.
You are provoking me, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Madam Echo, we have to have order, law and order in what we're doing. The point is that when you go back and watch any of the episodes that we've done, count how many times you speak. You don't notice that. Just try it and check all the other people. Hold on, let me finish.
Don't go to other people. I'm talking of today. And if you think I don't know what I'm doing, I'm not stupid, and I'm not dumb, and I'm not deaf.
Nobody is saying you are dumb. People like you here. People.
The same thing.
Madam Echo.
Mass responded to collateral. On the same thing, I raised up my hand.
You don't have to respond to everybody.
You gave me opportunity, and you rejected me, and you tell me what?
Madam Echo, there are 10 people here. Not everybody will respond to everybody. You understand? So, but the most important thing for me, for you, two of us to understand is that one person should be speaking at any point. Please. All right. Do you want to speak, or do you want me to go to Jude? All right, Jude, go ahead.
Doctor, let me just say 1 or 2 minutes and leave, please.
Jude, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Jude. So, Doctor, talking about collateral, talking all this fat, from the way collateral is talking, he's a young man, he's smart, he's brilliant. For the fact that Oshu government give him scholarship to come do his second master's in the West, that does not mean he will sell his allegiance. He already have a BSc. He already have his first master's. You understand? Before he moved down to this place, he is smart. Don't give your allegiance. My father may send me to school. If I am dumb, if I'm not clever, I wouldn't have used that opportunity of going to school to do anything. Because I'm smart, which means I've put the heavy lifting to that achievement, that education. You understand? The way he's paying all his allegiance and everything. This is exactly what happened to my Nigerian people today, where every one of us want to give our glory to pastor, not to God. That's why it look like we pray, but no result come, because the good God jealous a lot. You are supporting people who give you scholarship, and these people are failing. Don't you think you are failing with them? You understand? And everything. What we are saying here, nobody's talking about APC winning an election. We are talking about the system of conducting this election was completely wrong. With APC themselves, they criticized the so-called election. How Peter Obi will win 97% in Anambra State. How will he win this? How will he win that? Which means he's flawed. That's what we are saying. Is that not a fact? Is that not a fact? What INEC did was completely wrong. That's my question that I'm telling him. Like Ovie Whiskey failed, like Professor Morrissey who failed, as Jega failed. That's the same way Mahmood failed. And I use my first comment very clearly. Because there's no institution, there's no good institution in place. So this individual, they report to one person, it makes them panic and make them do the things that they don't want to do. Like Paul will say in the Bible, I saw myself doing the things that I want to do. Is that not a fact? There's no structure. That's why 1 minute you want to go bring Agbero to take people to their polling unit. You want to go bring this. Did you see the fight in Lagos trying to get the road transport workers? when we have all the so-called big transportation company, the so-called God is good, the Zuchuku, the so-called big reputable names that have been there for the test of time. They didn't call any one of them. You call Road Transport Union that don't have one bus. Their duty is to collect money from us and Agbero. You call them to bring people to the polling unit, and we can't find any one of them. Is that not a failure? I am asking you, is it the police that we didn't see on that day? Is that not a failure? Is that not fact? What facts do you want me to do? You understand? Until I bring my wife to this public to do something before you know that that kid, my wife is pregnant, the kid belongs to me. My brother, and every other thing. So, doctor, condoning these things and every other thing will not even make your platform look good, because at the time again, it will look like maybe Kolata 2 is buying space on your platform. I'm telling you, if I come here tomorrow, I'll put my wife underwear on my face. Maybe it's also welcome. Yes, I'll put my wife underwear on my face. Maybe it's also welcome. Doctor, the age why I did, my mama no go carry me, go find man again. Doctor, see this baby now. Come on now. Now 1 year picking, they go, him mama go carry and go find man. As they give her ice cream, they go lick him mama own ice cream. Doctor, I don't pass that age now.
Yeah,
Doctor, stop this thing, please.
Yeah.
I will continue this way. Maybe that way you'll be giving me more attention, like you are giving Kolata attention.
No.
Yes, I'll tell you, you'll be giving more attention, like you give Kolata. You understand? This boy already have his masters before he got scholarship, second masters to abroad, and he's giving all this allegiance and everything. My brother, it don't work that way. It don't work that way. Come on now, doctor.
All right,
please. Thank you.
Bless you, Paul. Up, Paul. Up, Paul.
Okay, guys, I know we are living in the world of alternate facts. You know, just like what we saw in the election that United States conducted, the past election, where we have a sole loser of an election still is being deluded and delusional up to now that he still won the election because of alternate facts. And
you have to take permission from New Jersey for you to talk about alternative facts. Caroline Conway, please.
Yeah, so that is what Kulata continued to come here to present to us, alternate facts. When he's speaking, he speaks with bold face and see, you know, and feels as if, you know, it's just for the purpose of those who are listening to us, so that they will not model off, go with a half-baked facts. That is why some people like me continue to make effort, at least in trying to debunk him and let him and call him out on his folly and falsehood. Otherwise, people like this should not be rendered relevant. Yeah, I have this thing, a tweet here from, say, breaking news results obtained from IRSV portal. By the way, another thing, before I read this, another thing that Kulada said, which our hearers should please note this. INEC was given the authority to stipulate the guidelines on how the election and the transmission of results should be done. And in INEC guidelines, I think section 18 of it said that election shall be transmitted from the polling center direct to the distinct. That is in INEC guideline. And Mahmood spent a lot of time when there was rumor, I think that was late last year or so, is it in December or so, in letting people know that that rumor is false, that they are going to transmit the result from the polling station to the server directly, that they are there to serve Nigerians, so they cannot do otherwise. This Mahmood, this fraudulent 419 Mahmood said that completely. I don't know why people like Kulata will continue to come and it's not going to be admissible. I didn't say in the server. Come on now. Well, results obtained from IREV portal shows that Peter Obi is the winner of 2023 presidential election. LP 19 states plus FCT, PDP 8 states, APC 7 states, NNPP 2 states. And there are other, I think I sent you some, Rudolph, I think I sent you some other collations, which already I can't verify those ones. But if you go to the Twitter, right now, if you go to the Twitter, this is my Twitter, there is a recent tweet by by our vice president in waiting, also shows this. Okay, now.
Okay, Jude. You see, that's the thing there, Jude. That is not the vice president that tweeted that. You see, this is the problem. We have to be careful. We can't just.
I said vice president in waiting.
No, that's not him. That's not his Twitter account. I know what you're saying, Jude. There are so many things out there that.
This is not his Twitter account.
I know what you're talking about. That's not him. Sorry. You see, we have these things we put out there that people put out there. We just have to control it. Otherwise, we confuse more people. The OB people have not come out to say the 19 state thing. It's not true. You know, I know it's out there. I see these things. By the time you send it to me, I've received it like 100 times. But if I'm not talking about it, it's not true. So anyway. All right, but if it's a true story, you should know that you should be on the cover of all the newspapers in Nigeria. Just think about it. If actually it was done and confirmed, no paper will not want to publish it. The way you want to spread it, the papers will want to publish it. But if they think it's not true, they won't publish it. And that's why you just see it on your WhatsApp. All right, let me see. Where are we going to? Echo, Madam Echo, you want to speak?
Madam Echo, before you speak, this is a walk-up because I think you understand the languages of imagery. This is a walk-up. You see the difference in these two caps? What did I just say to you? We're here. We're not going nowhere. JJ.
At a collateral, who decide to see white and call it black. It is a shame. I just wonder how you are going or how you are raising your children. Because it is obvious you lack integrity. It is obvious you live all your life in dishonest. And it is obvious you are not trustable. And you are not accountable. How could a man who came with his own mouth and promised the whole world that he has everything it takes to give us a credible election and could not keep to his own word, and you are here defending him? It is only you that doesn't have emotion. Because when you use the word emotion, I know you were referring to me. But I don't have time for you because already you have told us publicly that you lack trust, you lack integrity, and you are dishonest, and you lack accountability. Oh, because it's benefiting you, you don't care. You know what? There is only one thing that is certain. You let the blood of the innocent and their spirit, the blood of all the innocent people that has been spilled in the land of Nigeria, let their blood and the one that was spilled in this election that we are contesting, and their spirit, may they haunt you, and everything that is good you stand for all the days of your life, from generation to generation. As those women that lost their children are weeping, may weeping not depart from your life. May it not depart from your generation. May every good things you desire in this 2023, may it become like a mirage in your hand. Those who have sponsored you here to talk rubbish, they will eat the pain and the pain of sorrow all the days of their life. Election was rigged, obvious. For the first time, they gave Nigeria a president they rigged for by midnight when Nigeria were sleeping. And everybody woke up and everybody were weeping. Both big and small were weeping The young children that just become 18 voted for the first time. And your principal, Tinubu Ole, he rigged it. And he's there celebrating. And you have the audacity to come to my front and tell me Kutambu story. Iyamaje, you will suffer all the days of your life. Bitterness will be your food in the morning. Sorrow will be your food in the afternoon. And anguish and agony will be your dinner. And to those who continue to support this evil, may the blood of the innocent, may their spirit haunt everything that gives you happiness. May disgrace and disappointment, may it be in your dwelling day and night. Wherever you get your income from to pay your bill, may it turn upside down. Because some of you, because you are eating burger and what here, you don't feel the pain at home. May 2023 give you that INEC has given to Nigeria. And so shall it be. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
All right. Thank you, Madam H.O. Hopefully, after the election, we will have, I think I'm thinking of something as some of the things going on here. We'll have a kind of a group that we could put together, and maybe we can come up with a little bit of a code of conduct. Something we can all agree to, you know, in terms of what we should be doing on a platform like this, and then have some conversations around that. But for now, let's continue. I want us to finish this election, and then we can think of. Let me welcome a few people who are joining us. Henry, welcome to the show. BBC, welcome to the show. Henry, I wanted to talk to you because I see some of your comments. Sometimes you write things that I don't understand. You say, why are you stopping me from coming in? I don't see you, Henry. It's not, I don't stop anybody. I don't know why people think I'm interested in stopping anybody from coming in.
Rudolph, no. I was in the back. I was, these cameras, the stage was a space there. I wanted to come in. It shows the camera. I want to click in, then you kick me off. Then I took you.
Not me. Trust me, Henry, not me.
Okay, I accept that.
It's an assumption that I'm the evil guy who is doing things. Stop.
Yes, okay. I accept that.
Henry, I didn't see you at all. No.
It's okay.
All right. So where are we? And so we go to let's hear from people we've not heard from at all. Matt, you've spoken before. Let's hear Henry first, and WC, then we'll come back. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening once again, Mr. Rudolph. Sorry for my reaction anyway, because I
laugh. No, I only laugh when I see that because
because I was looking forward to coming. I mean, you know, yeah, okay. Yeah, anyway, I wanted to come in to talk to this Mr. Kulata, whatever. Mr. Rudolph, it's your show, I know. But you said everybody should put their camera out so you can see who is talking. But I don't know why you are lying to do that. I work in a home care home. They have corona several times. But when I was in some shows, I don't put on masks every time when I'm in the office. I don't put on masks. Every time cover his face. If he's not having something to hide, why is he doing that? People like this just come here when they know the country is on fire. How can somebody will be supporting evil? We know, everybody knows that the election was framed. Everybody knows this was planned. You see, this same Lagos we're talking about when we saw the military, we say, yeah, they're gonna give them woto. Those Agberos, those Lagos Agberos there. But when we saw what was going on, we saw it live. What was going on there? Police were standing there when they were attacking people to vote for APC. Buhari cannot come out and say, Nigeria, I'm sorry, I lied to you people. This is a big fraud I ever seen in my life since I was born. This is a big fraud. Buhari lied. The so-called Yakubu who's calling himself a professor. Where did they get a professor from? I don't want to see all those people coming say they are professors. They ring our elections. They came to Nigeria. They came to the real election, and you see the ringing was so cheap. You can see it's so cheap. You can see the result. The result they upload to their portal. You can see the original result. They change everything. You can see it loads of. I believe you see some of these things too. Some of them not fake. You saw it yourself too. I'm ashamed. When my wife saw this sometimes, she asked me, "What's this?" I said, "Look what I showed her." I said, "Look, this one they changed. This is the original one." She said, "How can they do something like that?" I said, "These are professors. They accept these things too." He said, "Professors?" I said, "Yeah." I'm ashamed. Only a blind man and a sick person will say this election is free and fair. I say amen to the prayer Madam Mama Esho give to Kulata and those people supporting evils. I say amen to it. It's fair. It's a shame because I'm just disappointed. If Nigeria is a country, if so-called judiciary is working in that country, this INEC office, INEC chairman should be in jail right now. Should be arrested, investigated right now. What proof do we need to bring to your show, Mr. Rudolph, to know what we are saying is true? What proof we have to bring? I know you are investigative journalist. You are. You know a lot of things that is going on too. This election was rigged to favor APC, to favor the corrupt cabals that's bringing Nigeria backward. You know it, and everybody know it. Kids knows it. Everybody knows it. The blind man even knows they ring this election. We stay in a Western country. We're having a good life. Can you imagine somebody like Kurata come here and start talking lies? How much do they pay him? Nobody can pay for my conscience, for the truth. Nobody can pay me. He comes here and lies. I mean, if you don't have nothing to hide, why is he hiding his face? How can he come and say this? The election is free and fair. If the election is free and fair, if Obi lose, we know it's lose. We know we accept it lose. But we can see it on ground. We went to Edo State today. I guess you see the video. Was on unexpected visit, but everywhere was shut down. This man was loved everywhere, every corner in Nigeria, every corner in Nigeria. They love this man. Nigeria need real change. That's why they choose Obi. He's better than other candidates. I wish we should already have this movement. We could have supported him too, but you don't have this. Obi was loved in all over the country, and everybody knows it, and we knows it in our conscience, and we know it at the way we saw it. Little investigation we made that Obi won this election. The Lagos, they said Obi win with little, but APC, PDP, the opposition even came out and said the result they gave to Peter Obi Labour Party was less. The result they have is more higher. What else we need to say? We have to bring a proof. We should be talking about the INEC chairman. Sorry, 1 minute. 1 second. 10 seconds. Some seconds. The INEC chairman should be arrested now. We should be talking about this. Mahmoud should step down. That's it.
Thank you.
That's it. But I have to go now. I will come back again. I want to go now to go and eat, so I give space for people to come in there. Thank you for giving me the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are not the only one. I mentioned that PDP said that INEC chairman should resign and it should be tried. So you're not the only one. So go ahead.
Hello. Good morning, all. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone from here. Our ladies, good morning. Good afternoon. Mama Esho, we love you. Please, I will appeal to you to take it easy. Things will get better with time. Doctor will give you more time. He heard all you said, and I know him is a good man. Please, thank you. So, the INEC chairman, he slapped us on the face. He kicked us. If I will use the word some people are using on social media, he raped us and said, "What can you do?" That is what he did. He pulled us back. He sent Nigeria back, even back beyond 1979. I saw what Doctor showed us earlier when Zeke and others were protesting. I saw Aminu Kano there. I saw Waziri Ibrahim, and I saw Awolowo as well. So this is what the ruling class does. When they are empowered, they feel they can do all they can do and undo. What I saw happen was that this has been a pre-arranged plot to keep the ruling power, the ruling party in power by all means. So, because the man cannot tell us that he's not been seeing the wave of people, even people from the north, all parts of the country, asking for a new Nigeria, asking for a better country where things will normalize and where things will get better. And Obi, they have done their own investigation and they have seen that Obi is the person that will do these things. Okay, I'm coming. Sorry, I'm talking. Sorry, my son came to tell me that somebody is waiting for me. So they know that Obi was the people's choice. They saw how people loved them and all that, but they were not ready to do the right thing. I've seen where people have said that they have shown people are smart. The young ones are really smart. They've showed videos where the man has told the public in conferences, in press briefings, and all what's not, that the elections will be transmitted electronically. He even said it with his own mouth to the polling to the server from the polling unit, because the polling unit results are the real results. Any other result you see away from the polling units are all mutilated or concocted in some cases. The only thing we should be talking now is whether, like some people are claiming that Beaver were not used in accrediting people in the polling units. If those ones were not there and other and elections still held, that's a different matter. But in most cases, elections were held, results were called clearly. And the man too, I'm just giving instances of what he himself knew that massive rigging was done in favor of APC. Rivers is a clear example. He's aware of that one. There's no doubt about that one. He's aware of that. Lagos is equally there. Well, I believe that Labour has already put all these things in mind and planned ahead. They have all the results from their agents, and they will know they will present all this in court. There's a place in Plateau State. There's a lady called Miriam Dido, Miriam Dido. She's a Labour Party supporter. She goes to rural areas in Plateau State or near Jos to talk to people and all that. She has been campaigning for Labour. She said that they have their results in Plateau, that Labour won over 1 million, I think 1.2 million. But at the end of the day, they cut it down to 400 plus. I saw her in that video she made after INEC announced results. She was crying and all that. So I believe that Labour will present their facts. The only thing I appeal is that the Supreme Court will do the right thing. Doctor, if you remember, whenever I talk about the election, I told you that two problems we are going to have is INEC and the security agencies, and that was what really happened. INEC didn't do their work.
Let me ask you, because there are questions we need to be, asking ourselves and people who talk to us. So for that Plateau State, you said 1 million. I've had that before.
Yes.
So did you ask anybody in Plateau, anybody who is telling you this, why did the Labour Party agent sign at the local government level, at the state level? Why didn't they start protesting from that point? You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Because one of the things that happened at the coalition center, that when Dino was complaining, an INEC chairman said, did the Labour people, the party, his PDP, did they sign? And the people coming from the state said that the party agents signed at the state level. So the question I have, if anybody is talking to me from whatever party, I would say, why did your agent sign at the ward level if the figures that are being presented to you there, they were false? Why did you sign?
Let me answer it this way. It may sound weak, but let me answer it this way. There were reports that in some of the collection centers, some of the agents were chased out by security men. Then some who refused to go, they threatened them that if you don't sign, we'll do away with you and nothing will happen. I heard this from somebody in Rivers State. Same thing may have happened in Plateau State. But like I said, if INEC, if Mahmood Yakubu wanted to do the right thing, having had reports here and there, he would have paused the results he was getting from those state election returning officers and look at those items. Compare the results that were coming from the polling units and the result and the total tally to know other things were done right or wrong. But obviously, he was in a hurry, like one man said, like one elderly man said here earlier. He was in a hurry to just do what he was told to do and go and see everybody can go to court. So
All right.
Nigeria cannot move forward. So please let me finish one or two other comments. The other comment I wanted to make is this: since he has done this, I think he will go down in history as the worst INEC chairman ever. For now, we don't know who will come later. Then I want to say a little about Mr. Kulata. It is unfortunate that people will see naked truth and want to come around and paint it as if it was true. He has seen all these reports we see online, even pictures of people we are comprinting on election day, mutilated results and all that. In Abuja, where I lived before I came over this way, there was a place where INEC people were in a classroom. They were supposed to hold the election in a school compound. People were waiting outside for them to bring the materials out. They were there with police officers comprinting before some boys got angry and jumped into the classroom through the window. Lo and behold, they saw them doing all those things there. So INEC has a lot of questions to answer. But anybody who comes here and want to let us know, it is like this, court, we only look at this. Court, he's not the court. He's not a lawyer. Thank God he's not a lawyer. He doesn't know what to say. But thank God somebody has exposed him here to that. He's a benefactor of the APC government in Osun State. So he's here in the US on a scholarship or whatever. So he's only dancing the tune of his paymasters, if that is the case. It's unfortunate that a young man like him should be doing. We want a better Nigeria for our children and our generations yet unborn. But he's here, only interested in the immediate gain of what he's going to get at this point in time when Nigerians are suffering. It's unfortunate.
Thank you, Nduwisi. I without sounding Matt. You can see Izundu is here, Abayomi is here. They've not said anything. You don't want to say anything, Abayomi? Okay. All right. No, I just want to
Abayomi, never take a light.
Izundu, where are you? I wanted to know whether you're in Nigeria because
I'm in Nigeria.
Okay, forget about all the other people. Let's hear from you. So where are you in Nigeria? Yeah, I remember. Okay.
So, Dr. Damages, only one thing made me to come up here online.
Yeah.
Last time there's something very cogent I raised. Then you said that you can't suppress anybody. But I just want to remind you this. Yes, we have freedom of speech. But indeed, freedom of speech is not free. Because whatever you say, you will account for it. I remember when Trump gave some messages to his supporters and there was insurrection. He came back to answer for it. And I want to plead with you, sir. I'm not saying you should suppress anybody's idea, yes. But any platform that doesn't have rules, anything can come up. Because if you check the comment section, you see a lot of negative section, comment from there. And I am here presently in Nigeria. We know what is happening here. Because my concern is to see a way where Nigerians will see themselves as Nigerian. But seeing people who live abroad, who are enjoying the basic amenities that even their fatherland cannot afford them, making some statement that will incite us here, is unfair.
Like what?
Please
tell me what you saw, because I don't read everything on the comment section. What did you say?
He said, "No, I'm just speaking generally.
Okay.
I'm not being specific.
What do you want me to control? Let me see. What do you want me to control? What kind of
Okay. Like, let me give for instance, like one man will come here and be making some tribalistic whatever. If anybody is coming up here, let the person respect every other person's opinion, emotions, and all that. Not that somebody will just barge in and do something, then move away. So I don't even know the issue of Kulata, but I've checked the comment section. The comment he was making at the comment section, having left the platform. In fact, it is very immature and all that. Please, the reason why I just came up is just to raise this this issue again. Let people, whoever that will come up here, be reasonable enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Izundo. We that's what we hope, that everybody coming up here will respect others and reasonable, and as much as possible give us what they know to be true. And also I'm counting, and it's been going well. You saw what happened yesterday on the show yesterday. We hope that other people, everybody here together as a group. This could be a town's meeting. This could be anything. Different people will have different opinion. Eventually, the superior argument will win, and that's what I'm counting on. I don't have the superior argument, and I fear that if I start stopping some people from coming here, eventually I might stop you too, because I may feel that your own idea is not in line with my own. I'm counting that you know better than I do, or somebody else, and eventually people will see where the right position is. So I trust the system. I trust you, who is watching at home, that they will be able to hear different opinion and be able to say this is more credible. But if we shut down some people, eventually I might be shut down.
No, I'm not saying shutting down people. I did not say you should shut down people. No, I'm not saying shutting down people.
Yeah.
You know, that things should be moderated properly. I mean, you respect. Once you come here, you put respect. Let whoever that will come here put respect first. Even when you want to see the damages, there's a way I will tell you shut up. You get offended. There's a way I will also say the same shut up. Everybody will burst into laughter. That's what I'm saying.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. I like Izundo. Thank you so much for bringing this up. I really think that people are learning. I'm learning. People are learning, and eventually, I don't think people have been here with us for 1 year. They act the same way. They've learned certain things they do in a better way. So we're all learning, and I think it's a good process. I don't think my fear really is that once you start blocking people, stopping people from talking, eventually people get embarrassed here. And I've made my own mistakes, and I get embarrassed, and people do, and you learn from it, just like anybody else. But I don't think we should just shut down people. No.
All right, sir.
All right.
That aside, let me say this thing and disappear. Don't be offended. You know, my concern with this last election, you know, everybody will say Labour rigged the election, APC rigged the election, PDP rigged the election. What we have over the years, a rigging of election is a kind of norm, a negative norm that has been in this existence. But this particular election, what is alarming about this particular election is that the rigging now has gone official, where government agencies who will come to media to give discouraging words about rigging will now come and spearhead the rigging. You know, when INEC themselves are the ones rigging the election, party agents will sign the elections, whatever, at the polling unit. When they get to collation center, things will change. You know, this is the concern that we have here. This is the concern that we have here, because I remember when the result was called for Lagos State. Labour Party agent that was there saw a result that was called for. Is it Ekpe? Now the agent now came and said, "This is not the result that we had." The woman now showed the snap of the regional result from the polling station. So it is a very big concern for us. If the rigging now is no longer done by individual party, but it has gone official, where government agents have now personal interest to rig this election, that is my concern. And if we don't get things right, I'm afraid I don't know when we will get it right.
All right, thank you, Izundo. Let's go to Ngozika, also in Nigeria. I know she's been trying to come in. Abayomi, I thought you didn't have. Okay, Ngozika, hold on. Abayomi, can you hear me, Abayomi? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm online.
Abayomi, can you hear me? We can't hear you. Unmute yourself, please. Okay. No.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Abayomi.
I hope you guys can hear me now. Good evening, everyone, and good afternoon, good morning, wherever we all are. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Rudolph. I've been listening to what everyone are kind of, saying about the whole election thing and all that. I think I have few stuff I just needed to chip into the program. First of all, after this whole election thing, I shed tears for Nigeria because I see that we are not going anywhere. We're going backward, not forward. For the younger generation who are believing that things can get better, I'm sorry to say, like, it's going to take a minute. Whatever goes on with this low election thing is a joke, damn joke. I have one to tell people. I said, as far as Nigeria is concerned, as far as I'm concerned, that country they're still joking in that country, because if we want to move forward, I think we have to complain and be truthful to each other. This is a situation where what the government is doing doesn't concern the so-called human in Nigeria, because they are actually running things for themselves and not for Nigerians. If we all look at the political standard around the world and look at the political standard in Nigeria, I don't think I have good word to say about our politics in Nigeria.
Abayomi, would you mind telling us where you are?
I'm in France.
Okay, France. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
I just want to.
About this whole election thing that went down. I've witnessed like 2 elections in France. Election run, and at the end of that same day, the results would be like, how do they say it? Like, it could be announced at the end of the day. If they vote today, you get the first problem we have in Nigeria is this: after election is done today, you have to wait for days. Within that days, they can, change whatever they want to change and give you the result you need to hear, not what really goes down. Whatever Yakubu, or what they call his name, did was a total failure to everyone. And I'm sorry to say, whoever a Nigerian or whichever Nigerian comes out here and say that election was credible, I don't think you want good for that country. Because on the election day, we saw what was going down, where the Agberos and co would come and chase people out, and they'll say, if you don't vote for APC, you're not voting here. Where is that done? Where you're supposed to go in and do what you want to do and get out of there. Somebody come and tell you what to do, to tell you who to vote for. And I'm not about maybe supporting Obi, supporting Atiku, or supporting Tinubu. We want someone that would come and fix the country. That's all we want. We are not all out here and happy that we are outside. We all want to come back home. So for me, the deed has been done. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hold on?
Okay. But what is the solution to what they've done? That's what we should be crying for now. Not like what they've done. Like, we're all crying about what they've done. What are we going to do to sort this whole thing out? That's the most important thing right now.
Thank you. Stand by, because you are in France. I think you can hang on. Let's hear from Ngozika. She's in Nigeria, and she's been trying to join. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Doc.
Yeah.
Today's network is from hell, so I've been having difficulty staying online. So, about the INEC chairman, I think the funniest thing I've read today is INEC threatening to sue PDP for accusing them of rigging. I think it's the funniest thing I've seen today. Like, they are not going against the first people that said they rigged, which is the Labour Party. They are going against PDP. It is giving this even this thief, my fellow thief, they call me thief kind of vibe. That is the vibe it is giving, because they're like, even you, Brutus, even you are saying I rigged. Me and you, who rigged past. That is the vibe it is giving, and it is the funniest thing today. And I think it is sad that INEC had a budget of over 300 billion naira to conduct an election, and they failed woefully. Now, what is in contest is not whether they failed or not. Come on, they failed. Even those who claim they won the election are now saying that there were irregularities. even though they did not mind the rigging as long as they won. It is after they won and one party went to court that they started admitting, but you two, you rigged now. You rigged. They didn't have any issues with rigging till they all wore their shoes by 4 a.m., wore their agbada by 4 a.m. while all of us slept. They were fully dressed and dancing. Up Nepa. Sorry, let me get this. So Nigeria has happened to me. My light is out. Nigeria has happened to me. My light is out. So some people wore agbada and shoe and everything. So while men slept, others were waiting for what they already knew is going to happen. And the way forward, I like what Abayomi is saying about the way forward. It is not just about the issues now. All of us know the issues. INEC failed woefully as conducting an election, and I'm saying this, and I'm always getting, I'm always getting, uh, I'm always being cheated offline because people are like, let's, because you're working for INEC as an ad hoc staff, but you go on air to say things about them. I'm like, now. Now that I'm working as, thank God you said ad hoc staff, not permanent staff. And even if I were a permanent staff, my mind will not agree me. I might probably have left the place. I'm not a perfect human being, but I'm one of those people that if my conscience can't take it, you won't see me there. I'm just one of those people. And I've said this several times. I was part of that election. Most of us took part in that election, believing we are making a difference, believing the commission that hired us was going to be neutral. I mean, they had us sign neutrality form. Come on. They had us sign neutrality forms. How you are going to be impartial, how you are going to abide by the rules. Old forms. We did all those things. So I feel very bad that despite all the money that they took, they did a shabby job, and people for whatever reason keep on defending them. I know people can defend the devil if given the right price, but come on.
Ngozi,
As to the way for hmm?
Hold on. You said them. You should be saying us.
No, I'm not part of them, please. I
Hold
am
on.
an ad hoc staff. I
let
am
me
an ad hoc
let
staff.
me let me ask you. Let
Please.
me ask you, the training you got, Ngozi, you said that you were trained and you had to sign to be impartial. Did they tell you the
Yes.
consequences if you do anything?
Yes.
What are
Yes.
the consequences?
They kept I remember the first day of training, one of the facilitators, he kept saying the PO, this is to you, the APOs, that is the presiding officers and the assistant presiding officers, this is to you. You are supposed to be neutral, impartial. Do not connive with any party person for your own safety, number one, and for the sake of the job you are doing, number two. If anything goes amiss, and I remember correctly that the first time he mentioned being arrested for irregularities, he was when he was talking about the POs writing, he was saying when you are counting the ballot papers, please be careful. Make sure what is being counted, what has been counted, is what you record in the form EC8A. Be very careful. If it is not the same number, you will be persecuted. And I remember the whole hall, we erupted into laughter when he said if the presiding officer made a mistake. The man behind me was like, oh yeah, bunanga yeju now. He said that means the that means the prisons will be full. Yes, and he kept on.
There's
Oh,
no fear. So there's no fear on the part of anybody there that something will happen to them.
you to some people, because he was saying it because the way the guy was saying it, he made us he painted this picture of any slight thing, nga, you are in for it. So everybody was like, with this plenty rules and regulation, even if we breathe too much, that means all of us will sleep inside. So to come out and see them do this kind of shoddy job after they've made us believe we were doing something worthwhile, it is really heartbreaking. I don't know for most people, but for me personally, it is heart wrenching. I feel so disgusted. I cannot even hide my disgust. I have said it here before that most of us, and it was just not my stories, I've heard people from other places talk about the difficulties they went through to carry out their duties. And most of them did not compromise. So to come out and have all of us lumped in with the idiots that did this. It is heartbreaking. And now as to the way forward, INEC has their rules. Simple thing. From the polling unit to the IREV, it is as simple as ABC. They breached that rule, and now they are talking about discretion here, discretion there. Look, it is a simple thing. You broke your own rule. Only a very bad person makes a rule knowing fully well they have no intention of keeping it. INEC hoodwinked us. They made rules they had no intention of keeping. All those training was a facade. It meant nothing to them. They already planned what they were going to do way beforehand. They already planned the excuse they were going to give way beforehand. Now, the Supreme Court ordered that they allow the Labour Party, inspect the election materials and allow them access to the data on the beavers before they reconfigure. And I'm hearing today, I came back on Twitter this morning and I'm seeing people sending texts to some of the people on Obi's team that INEC has begun to reconfigure these machines without the Labour Party having a chance to go through them. Now, what does that tell you? It means this whole thing, the process we just went through, it was just like a charade. This whole election was like a charade. This
Hold
whole
on.
thing.
Hold on. For us who do not know, who have not seen this machine, beavers, what does that mean that they are configuring it now? What does that mean?
Basically, they said, according to them, I am not a tech person and I'm horrible with numbers, but basically, in layman terms, the memory space of the beavers would not be enough to hold all the data from the presidential and senatorial election, in addition to the ones from the gubernatorial elections. So they needed to offload those ones so that the beavers can accept the ones that will be used for the gubernatorial elections. So that is the explanation in layman terms. So people are saying, okay, before you remove, we don't trust you people. We have issues with the results you uploaded. We want to see it. That is why Obi people went to court. Now court said, okay, allow them to see it. And I said, but we are going to conduct an election. We need to offload this data so that we can use it for the election. Court now said, okay, fine and good. You can offload it only after the people that are accusing you have had a chance to inspect it. Simple as ABCD. If INEC had nothing to hide, why are they making this thing so difficult? If there is no guilt, if there's no compromise on the part of INEC, why are they making it so difficult? What is all this? And as to the way forward, I am beginning to get a tad bit uneasy. I'm beginning to feel a bit uneasy because it's like they are baiting people. I get this feeling that the people, whoever is behind the scene pulling all these strings, is baiting Nigerians. And by Nigerians, I mean the youth that are on the side of truth. I have stopped saying the youth in general because the people that compromised are also youths. They are trying to bait the people that are crying foul by deliberately disobeying court orders and doing what they want to do. They want to bait these people so that they will come out en masse on the street and protest and then probably occupy INEC office. It is not if they occupy INEC office. I think most of us have seen the impossible happen in Nigeria. It will not be a shock to anybody in Nigeria if tomorrow we wake up and we hear that the headquarters of INEC has been burned down. It will not be a shock.
Okay, one last question for you. On this program, you checked your own polling unit, and it was that is there. Any of your friends, anybody else who worked in a different polling unit, did they check their result? Is it the same thing as what is posted?
Well, I've been in contact with just one other person. She did check, or at least she told me she checked, because most people moved on from this. She checked and she said it was the same thing.
Okay.
So I don't know about the rest. I can find out if you want me to. I can find out from them.
That's a random
if
thing.
it is this, if it is the same thing. So moving on from here, I want us to really, when we see the truth, let's not fear whose ox is God. Let us say it. It will not kill us. It will not kill us to say the truth. And it doesn't matter if the truth is going to take away the spoon from your mouth. As long as you're the side of truth, it's another spoon will come. Maybe you will even manufacture your own spoon. All this nonsense about they won here. They won what? When the election was rigged. What was won? Who won what? Even INEC itself is saying that there was rigging, and you're still saying they won. They won Guinea. How? Where?
Okay, Ngozi.
And this thing that they are baiting people to come out on the street, it will not end well. It will not be like NSAS. It will not end well, both for the people that are coming out on the street and the people that are already baiting them to come out on the street. It is going to be casualties on both sides, because from the way I'm seeing it, Nigerians are tired. Everybody is fed up. You have people who cannot go to the market and buy things because they are cash trapped. You have people who voted and their votes did not count. So how much more can they take before they explode? And people are sitting here talking about and presenting facts. What facts are you presenting? What do you know that you are presenting? Please, let's just be honest with ourselves sometime.
Okay, Ngozi, one more thing. Are you going to be part of the election next week?
Yes, I will. Unless, of course, they say I shouldn't, but I would. I am determined to see it to the end.
All right. So hopefully you join us and tell us what's going on as you did last
Definitely,
time.
I will.
Thank you so much. You see, this is the kind of thing I like, people on the ground, people who are there telling us and answering questions, giving us insights, not just those of us who are quarterback armchair critics, and which is what we do. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Welcome to the show. Jude, what's going on?
Yeah, I wanted to add that in the social media yesterday, there's a lot of things flying around that APC is angry that INEC is trying to betray them by allowing by going to allow LP to investigate and to see the result that they shouldn't. That if they do that, all hell will break loose. They will call out everybody all of them that are involved in this scheme. So who knows? Maybe that is why INEC have now decided to block LP from investigating, because even that yesterday also in social media is making round that INEC have gone out. They have been frustrating the LP. They showed how they were in an INEC office and they did not allow them to access into going to investigate about the result. So there's a whole lot of things going on now on the ground, and also some of which also are coming out in social media fair about the disruption of INEC. If you have nothing to hide, why not give an unrestricted access to the LP to go and investigate? Which means you have something to hide. And then people will come here and be defending this corrupt system, and they think they are being smart. They don't know they are just, being as foolish as the people they are defending.
All right, thank you, Jude. Quiness, I'll go to. I know everybody has something to say.
So I'm the one that's supposed to talk the damages. You keep me backstage.
Just a question.
You stopped me. I need to talk.
Just a question.
All right. So, Matt, you need to talk. You will talk.
Question.
No, because you annoy them more. By the time I skip them and talk, let you ask question, I blame me. No question from you. Quinette will speak, and then Matt, and then Kuata has something to say, because I want him to say that, because it's important that we know sometimes some things we say on the program. But Quinette, go ahead first. So Quinette, Matt, CM, and then Kuata.
Gosh, Dr. Damages, I wouldn't like to be in your shoes at all. It's so difficult to manage people.
It's not easy.
But well done. So I'm happy to hear from Ngozi again. I always kind of look forward to hearing from people back home. Izundu was here, because it's always good to get the news from ground, from the source. There's something that you said. I'm not going to say much on this, but there was something that you said which I really think is about to happen. After the election, everyone thought that, oh my goodness, all hell is going to break loose. And I know you came on here, and a lot of us also spoke to people and said, no, do not go on the streets, because that's what they want you to do. That's what they're expecting. But you see what INEC is doing by constantly moving the goalpost. Because, okay, if you have nothing to hide, why not allow access? you can definitely tell that there's something to hide. But it will all come. It will all come to fruition because talking about what in court, I think they were asked to. They had to sign an affidavit as well that whatever is saved in the server will not be tampered with. Obviously, no one can trust INEC now because they've disappointed. They've told the biggest lie. So there's nothing they say now that anyone can hold. But I think that's one thing that we're holding on to. But another thing that keeps coming to mind is, you see, when Tinubu won and he made his speech, it was neither here nor there. I didn't even listen, but everybody was waiting for Obi to speak because he is the leader that we want to hear from. And he said, be calm. Does INEC think that if Peter Obi comes and says INEC is not working, as in they're not allowing us, and because the youths are really waiting for him to say go and they will go. So I think we should be careful. INEC, especially, like you said, Ngozi, I don't think it will all go well, both for those that are pushing for this thing and for the youths. How many people can they kill? If the youth were to go now and occupy INEC office, they would say that these youths are unruly. But for how long are you going to continue to push these people? Do you understand? I'm not there, and I am so embittered. I am very passionate. So imagine those that are on ground that had a hope, that had a belief. For how long will you beat a child and tell the child, shh, you can't cry? And I think that's where my concern is coming from, because Obi has told everyone to calm down, but you can't. When you go on social media and you see what's happening, that INEC is not cooperating with the laws that are coming, with the orders that are being given, it makes you wonder. And then even how do we go into next week's election knowing the games that are being played? I don't know about anyone else, but for me, I'm not optimistic. I'm naturally a very optimistic person, but I'm not optimistic about next week. But I yield the floor for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Where did I say I was going to? Who was Matt? You go.
It's in Mary.
Just to make sure. Matt, go ahead.
Doctor, thank you so much. I really appreciate. I'm not going to emphasize on what we have been saying here, but there's one thing our brother just said: way forward. Like personally, when I'm talking, I'm not talking about coming to talk. Way forward myself, what I'm doing. I've not stopped using my platform, Facebook, to tell the youth, we need to stand up. Standing up is not going to the street, because if you go to the street, they're gonna kill you. What we have to do is to secure some states for Labour Party for the future. Whatever you do, you need to plan for the future, not only today. What has happened is in the court. I don't have confidence in the court, but are we going to do what? Are we going to kill ourselves? No. We need to still have that belief that our principle, which is OB, is going to reclaim his mandate, whether good or bad. But as we wait and hope on that, we should carry on. All Saturday is coming. It's just 1 week now. We should keep on preaching to those of us. There are people down there who are demoralized. They don't want to go out to vote. That are the people that I'm interested in. I'm interested on those people to wake them up, to tell them to go out and vote, to go out and claim some states, because we need states. Labour Party cannot stand, because this is a movement that had to do what? Continue. This train don't have to stop. It has to continue. Because if we just build it only on this presidential election and not doing any other thing, it will still come back to zero. So we all, as we come out here talking, when we leave here, let's use our platform to tell people to come out and vote in mass. Like myself, I'm interested in Abia State because I was born and brought up there. I'm interested in Abia State, that Labour Party claims there. I'm interested in Lagos. I'm interested in Port Harcourt. I cannot talk about it right now. I'm interested in other parts of what do you call it, north and the west. So please, my people, the way forward, which is the right question that our brother has asked, is to do what? wake up our youth who are slumbered, who are disappointed, for them to go out in mass and vote on Saturday. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sim.
Um, my my question is actually for Ngozika, since she's still here and she's on ground in Nigeria. You know, this is say 2 weeks now that the election was took place. Up till now, the results are not yet fully uploaded. Ngozika, what do you think Nigerians are saying that a winner has been announced even when the results are not yet complete? What do you think people are saying about that? Because over here, we might be arguing, exchanging highfalutin language and saying all sorts of convoluted grammar. What do you think people are saying? How do people receive that, knowing that they don't know where the result is, not yet, no figure you can lay hand on, yet a winner has been announced?
Okay, Doc, can I take that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can I? Okay, so I just want to be clear. I'm going to use Enugu, where I'm currently at, as a case study.
Yeah, it's
So
for you. It's for you.
the average person, and I do not know, I'm still having this warning in my head from yesterday's show where Mr. Franklin said we should not be using these people or the average people. It's stereotyping. So the warning has stuck in my head. So I'm going to try to rephrase it. So most people, there is this the tomato seller in the market, the pepper seller, the vegetable seller has no idea how INEC works. They do not know about IREV. Most of them saw the beavers for the first time when they came to vote that day. So they do not know the intricacies of uploading from polling units. All they know is that they voted. And for most of them, it is easy to know who they voted for. And they are saying, but we did not vote for. Even my neighbor say he did not vote for this person. So how did he win? So most of them are not even aware that the results have not been uploaded. Most of them are not aware. So you see, that is from one side. But what they know, the feeling is, we voted for this person and this person did not know. Bearing in mind, they do not know yet that the results were not uploaded. They are just saying they voted for this person. And I'm using Enugu as a case study because Enugu, for the longest time, since 1999, has been a PDP state. In fact, there's a slogan in Enugu. Once you say Ojebego, we know who is going. Ojebego means it is going. We know who is going. There was a time in Enugu politics, all you needed to do was be to be on the PDP ballot. That was all you needed. Campaign or not, you were going to get the position you were contesting for. It was that simple. So, but this time around, the third force, that is the Labour Party, came with a tsunami, and they really got to the people. So PDP's vote was not just split into two. They took almost every common person supporting the PDP. You had them falling in love with Labour Party, falling in love with Obi. And it was just on the presidential level. Now, when you come down to the state level, the feeling is not the same. People are more divided than ever. You have three strong contenders in Enugu. You have the APGA man, you have the Labour Party man, and you have the PDP man. And it is a constant battle. I am going to be very surprised if the way people in Enugu voted for Labour Party is the way they will vote for Labour Party in the presidential. I'm going to be very, very surprised if it happens that way, because the Labour Party was able to get that much votes because of the Obi factor, because of him. Now he is no longer on the ballot. It is now down to the individuals. And I remember saying on this show that most of the older folks do not know individuals. All they know is party logos. So the party logo is going to play a part here. The after Obi effect is going to play a part, and the tradition, the old tradition of PDP is still going to play a part here. So no, people do not know about the results being uploaded. All they know is that they voted and the person they favored. And then I just
All right, Ngozika, I think you're
Hear me?
okay. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah. Okay.
So, and I hope that answers Mr. CM question, please. And I just want to clarify something quickly, very quickly. I just stumbled on the comments question and somebody was saying you signed a neutrality form, you are not there. And I just want to say this, please, please, please. Let's be honest with ourselves. Even the INEC people, they have candidates they favor. It is not against the rule. What is against the rule is to be a card carrying member. You cannot be working for INEC and be a card carrying member of any party. I do not know about ad hoc staffs, but I know that for an INEC staff, you cannot be a card carrying member. And I know they do. I don't know how strong their vetting system is. I am not a card carrying member of any party. I have candidates that I support, but even before I signed those neutrality and oath form, I laid down my support and affiliations. I am not a card carrying member of any party. I have people I support. I have people I wish they won, but I did my job with with impartiality and neutrality. And I remember saying on this show that I was the one that sorted the ballot papers for the presidential election. And I remember saying here, and I quote me anywhere, my polling units, doc, you have the results. The most invalid votes we had, I was the one that identified them as invalid. They were people who were trying to vote for Labour Party, but because they crossed the line, I declared them invalid. Now, is that what a partisan person would do? How many of the people that are throwing these stones can comfortably do what I did? And that's just that, by the way.
All right. Thank you. Ismail, what you have a comment or question for?
I just want to add something I just want to reiterate my point before that Labour Party should learn from this past elections, how things were run. They should make sure that they are more organized this time, work together as a team, make sure that at each polling unit, people arrive on time. People arrive on time and make sure that they educate people what mama and papa and Peking looks like. The logo for the Labour Party must appear on the ballot. They must check it and make sure that they are not disenfranchised this time so that their votes can count. They should stand and defend their votes. Anyhow, bomber to bomber. That's my own contribution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to get Kalaka to respond to something that someone said about him. But after that, we are going to do the rant. Oh, Mr. Show, we say something and then we'll do the rant. I just, before Kulata comes up, I see some comments on the comment section, just so people know that I do read what they're saying. I think on April 1, I'm going to consult a few people here, and when we started this platform, let me just say this for those watching and worried about certain things. When we started this platform, all I said was the only condition I want for anybody to come on this show is that you will turn on your camera. If your camera is not on, I'm not going to let you in. And then Kulata was not the first person covering his mouth. There was somebody covering his mouth with Biafran flag, and I let that stand. Okay. This has grown to be a lot bigger. A lot of people are watching. A lot of people are concerned. I think at this point, maybe we have to have some kind of rules or guidelines. But my goal in everything is not to stop people from airing their view. I will never do that, whatever the view is. So I think in a month's time, we will come up with some guidelines so that people will know. I just want people to know that I'm not saying giving this person a particular privilege that other people do not have. He wasn't the first person to cover his mouth on the show, and I allowed it because all I cared was that at least we see your face, And I don't think, also this is very important, people think that there is anything, you can't actually cover anything about anybody these days, even if you just write with a fake name, people can actually know who you are if people want to know who you are, even if you are not even on camera. So anyway, but that's by the way. Kulata, you had something you wanted to say, so you can go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for getting me back, Rudolph. So I know sometimes when we have all these conversations, like I know a lot of people are hurt, the result, some are happy, and so on and so forth. And I can understand reactions like CM, Jude, even my HO cussing me out because I don't think those things. I mean, you can curse me from now to tomorrow. It doesn't. I mean, it's if you believe in those things that it matters to you. But a line was crossed. Paul, I do not know Paul from Adam. He made stuff up. He created a narrative that does not exist. That I was sponsored by a state and I won my second MBA. First thing first, I had my MBA 2 decades ago. I'm planning towards retirement. I'm not a spring chicken. So I don't, there's a line crossed here, and I think it's libelous. You cannot, not knowing who I am, create a fake narrative online, even though it's obvious say. I don't know if it's within the right of obvious say, but if Paul does not come out to just come and if he fesses up that he made it up, I don't mind. I'm an easy, happy-go-lucky guy. I mean, you can curse me, you can do all those things. Like Yoruba says, Ebu also, lies will not, I mean, curses don't really do anything to you. People are just acting out. It's fine. They can act out. Many people are going through personal issues and maybe they hear what I say, they don't like it. They may vent, they may do rant, do whatever. It's up to Rudolph to decide to control those kind of things. But when a lie is told, which is an absolute lie, because first thing is you lie. I mean, I paid my ass out of business school. So for someone to now say I'm looking for another master's when I'm trying to wrap up my career in another decade, I don't need anybody's money. I'm quite successful based on what I've been able to do in life. I don't like bringing my personal life online. So Paul crossed the line. I'm a roll up. I don't know how you'll be able to contain people just making stuff up because that was literally making stuff up out of his ass from thin air. He just made it up. So I don't appreciate that. I don't mind people abusing me and all. That comes with the territory. If you have a strong opinion, that's fine. But what I will not tolerate is people creating a false narrative and running away with it. That is crossing the line. You can abuse me, that's fine. You can do all those stuff, but do not lie on someone you do not know. I can't stand that.
Thank you.
But I constantly come here and make up things, no?
Jude, hold on.
So are
Jude, I'm
you
not
angry
talking to
for the
you.
same thing?
Jude, can you please keep quiet? I'm not talking to you.
Jude, hold on. Let me say this. When that was said, I was concerned, but I can't. Almost everything that we, when people talk, there's so many things I'm worried about. But I hope that, if somebody says something that, if it's politicians, public figures, it's okay. People they signed up for that. But when people come here, especially when stories are made up about people, I had NWC come and made reference to that. So you see how stories move.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, initially I was laughing, but
Yeah,
when I now saw people taking it seriously, I'm like, no, I need to come and correct this.
So
It's
that's
absolute
why
garbage.
it's not because it's too late. It could be me tomorrow. It could be anybody here. I could come up and say that Jude was doing something. So it's something. This is just teaching moments. I'm trying to make sure we have a platform that will work for everybody. I don't think anybody here would like someone to say something about them that is not true and let it go because it continues.
From Adam, I don't know him at all. So why do you just make stuff up? Like, what are you supposed to gain from that?
So anyway.
Sorry to wade in. If Mr.
Sorry,
Paul
Ngozi,
really
please,
did
can you
make
please
it up,
respect my space? Please respect my space.
no, you don't even know what I'm about to say, Mr.
No,
Kulata.
please, Ngozi, skip it for now. Let me just talk to Rudolph.
No.
Hold on, hold on. It's okay. Jude, hold on. Let me finish and then. So please, this is something I really want. It's always a concern to me because if you've been in the media, you know the implication of some of these things. It's easy, if you're talking to your friend or you're not in a public place, you can say what. But if you are in a public place, these things are permanent record and they stay there. So,
Paul has to come back and retract, or else I'll go after his ass, and I mean it.
All right, Kulata, thank you so much. I'll reach out to Paul. All right, so which goes into what I'm trying to say. So we have this kind of conversation. This is becoming, more than just friends coming together and having a public conversation. It's really important, not because of Kulata. It could be anybody, and it could be people who are not even here. So that's also important. Yeah, go ahead, Ngozika.
So sorry. One of the funny things about Mr. Kulata is that he's always on the defensive. And I was going to say something. I totally agree with what you're saying, Doc. It could be anybody. Personally, I have been a victim of false information and it did not feel well. So I understand where his annoyance is coming from. It's not something he will laugh. So I'm going to say this. If truly Mr. Paul made it up, he needs to retract and apologize to him. And please, Mr. Kulata, you brought this upon yourself in a way. If you were not playing ninja, nobody will see my face now and mistake me for another person or start saying I collect scholarship. Everybody have seen my face with or without my glasses that I wear almost all the time. So you cannot if in his defense, and this is me playing a devil's advocate, he could be mistaking you for someone else, and this is just me playing the devil's advocate, not supporting him. You covered your face, and he could say in his defense that you looked like the person he was talking about, and you cannot hold him for that because you covered your face. If your face was open now, like the way all of us, our face is open, and he said that and he was lying, then all of us here will join hand and drag Mr. Paul by his coat and say, oh yeah, take it back and stop lying. But now we don't even know you. And Mr. Paul can always say this is the person he was talking about, that it looks like you. So let's not use our hand and be bringing things upon our head. That's just my own.
All right, thank you, Ngozika. Jude.
You see, in addition, sometimes it's hard for people to throw stones, but when the same stone back to them, they begin to cry wolves. There was something in social media I was watching the other day of in a meeting. There was a meeting in I think in is it in Ghana or in South Africa in a parliament. They were discussing something, and the person, is it the speaker? You saw it now, and then the woman was raising her hand and said, "This is this thing," and the speaker was saying, "No, we don't want to entertain this. We don't want." Okay, the woman said, "Okay, you don't want to hear me. You don't want to entertain this." Okay, the woman now said, "You are that." Reverse it into the man. Oh no, you can't talk this. You can't talk this. Oh no. You see, I mean, human beings. Do to others as you would want them to do to you. You come here constantly and cast aspersions to be obedient, to bring falsehood, to conjure debtors and push on to people and make them believe because of your little intelligence and make them believe you are telling the facts by telling them and this is based on facts. Are you telling me concocting debtors that is not from the primary source? And you're telling me it's a fact, and now the ball has turned to your side, and you're not crying wolf. See, human beings. This man is just telling us how sensible or how inconsiderate people could be. Do unto others as you want them to do unto you.
All right, Jude. I have to say that I like that video you talked about. I'll find it and play.
Yeah.
Hold on. Jude, hold on. Jude.
In South Africa. In South Africa.
Yeah. He called the man an anarchist. He called him an anarchist.
Yeah. But Jude, there's a difference between personal presenting false picture about somebody's life than issues and policies and data or whatever. They're two different things. So you have to draw the line. You
have forgotten that Kulata constantly come here and talk about obedience. Obedience is quick.
Doctor, that young man needs to be cautioned. Let me tell you one thing. You see that thing that guy is covering. Each time he's typing on that message, I see a mafian. I see a terrorist. I just can't fathom it. It's just that thing. I mean, doctor, you check it out now. Check this thing. It's so good.
Did you hear what I said? I said that by next month we'll come up with some guidelines.
Yes, but because he came here to
listen. That's not a reason why.
Doctor,
make up.
I'm not
supporting it. I'm not supporting it. Crying out loud. But please, that young man, please, that guy, he makes me scared. Each time with that black, it's irritating. Please, I mean.
All right. Thank
Let
you,
me
Matt.
say something.
H.O., go ahead.
Collateral has attacked my personality in typing. Typing here, he has done it. So, Paul, do not apologize, do not retreat. Then, two, Collateral. Shebi, you were here defending INEC that shamefully disgraced all of us.
You know what? You know.
Let me finish, please, whoever, let me finish. He came here shamefully supported those who rigged us publicly and disgraced us globally. Did they pay? Hey. First to do, he not they pay. Second to do, he hide they red. In turn, Shebi, you say my prayer now just waiting. Now let one bullet they give you here. You now the beginning be this. Oh Gianni, Collateral, ìyà ló máa jẹ láyé ẹ, your old age wàá fi jìyà gbogbo nǹkan tó o ti kó jọ ṣe ni wọ́n máa dá sásí ẹ lọ́wọ́. Everybody is weeping. Children are weeping. Elderly people are weeping.
Dr. Damages, you have to control people.
Doctor, I don't want to debate. Doctor, see this thing. Is this true?
That's unacceptable.
Is it true?
You shouldn't let people curse someone on this forum out. Curse them. It's unacceptable, no matter the opinion. Stop HO from cursing Coletta up. Cloud. Stop her.
All right, thank you.
For supporting it.
All right, so
Doctor, did you see what I show you now?
Matt, can you hold on, please? Matt,
Any person that supports it.
Okay, the first thing is this. H.O., when I meet you, I mean that you shouldn't try to talk. Let me say something. Okay? And this idea of you coming back to, please. And Matt, all this is going on. The only thing that you are interested in is showing me a picture of something that I should confirm. You know, I don't get it. And Nigerians are wonderful. You guys make my day. But anyway, so the point is, the serious issue here is that I think we've got to the point where we have to have a kind of code of conduct. You know, there's nobody here who does not, you all have supporters. Madam H.O. has people hailing her on the comment section. Wait.
Now, truth, fairness, and justice, then bring me to.
The only code of conduct I will put in for myself is that if I'm talking, please give me that. Just allow me finish. Let me finish, then you can talk. And the same for everybody else. Maybe that's the most important thing to me. You know, then there will be kind of order. All right. So, you know, we are going to have a code of conduct, and some people will not like it. That's why I'm saying that I don't like to, you know, start putting that ban on people or kind of condition for you to speak. Because once you say that, when I say, for instance, everybody will be impacted. You'll be impacted. It won't be a free forum anymore. It will be something that some people will not like. That's the point, you know. Please. But this is something that we bring on ourselves. It's how the world works, that they make laws in Congress or in national assemblies because things are not working out. If people are behaving well, there won't be laws. I don't like it. I would prefer that people come here and say what they want to say and leave. You know, that's it. But it's apparent that we have to have, especially when it's becoming something that a lot of people are watching, we have to do it. We're spending time, instead of talking about the issues, we're spending time talking about how we are going to behave. Wonderful. All right. So we are going to do that. Moving forward, we're going to do that. I think we are going to take a break. When we come back, we do the rant. Oh, sure. I'm sorry, Sho. You say something, Sho. Go ahead. After you, we'll take a break.
Okay. Thank you. It's a very awkward time to come in. Temperature is quite high in the room. I can feel it where I am, but you know, it gives you an idea of what Nigeria is like right now. It's just chaos and madness everywhere. But I think we're talking about Mahmood.
Yeah.
You know, I think I see these things differently. Abayomi, who's in France, said something, Nigeria is not working and all these things. And I get it. And I've seen a lot of people complain. See, it's working the way it's designed to work. It wasn't designed to work for you. So it's not working for you. If you ask the people that designed it, the people that are behind all these things that you're complaining about, Nigeria is perfect. They have no issues. There's nothing to worry about. You can't tell them it's not. They'll ask you what part of it is not working. It's doing exactly what we want it to do. So when you ask, is he going down as the worst INEC person? So what's happened to Jega since he's left? And what's happened to the one before him? These guys don't care. There's a price. They get, paid whatever they're paid or whatever they're promised, and they execute what they've been told to execute. The guy had a plan. He executed the plan to a T, and he's gone. And that's why he's saying, go to court. I'll give an analogy because I've had people on this show and elsewhere say, and I saw it as well, that INEC have the right to decide. And I saw that guy, what's his name, Femi Fani-Kayode, I think he's just trying to become a Twitter influencer. He's on Twitter tweeting the most disgusting thing you've ever seen in your life. I'm going to mute him because his tweets are just repulsive, very graphic. So, they said INEC have the right to do this. And, even the senior advocates on their camp said the same. The analogy I give is very simple. And please, people, for those listening, please don't, not the people benefiting and supporting this atrocity, for the people who are not sure or confused, don't let them bamboozle you with big words and buzzwords. When you simplify things, they say, oh, you are very shallow, you're not deep. It's like some of the preachers of the scripture. They'll quote the scripture and bamboozle you, and when you challenge it, they say you don't know the things of the spirit. No. Let's make it simple. Because the laws of communication, as far as I'm concerned, is for the person I'm talking to understand. Don't impress me by your big words and buzzwords. So, simple thing for those of you who follow football. It's like we're playing football. The FA, Football Association in England, they tell the referee, you decide the rule. The referee comes and tell all of us playing, there will be VAR. We will use VAR. There will be no offside rule in this game. We start the game playing based on what they told us. Then somebody scores a goal that is offside. And the referee comes and say, well, I decide the rules. But you told me there will be no offside rules. That's exactly what people are saying. Mahmood cannot come and say it was doctored. At least they've not said it's doctored. Abi, everything is doctored. This one, they're not saying, the guy said it. It will be real time. So, also, football analogy. With the, when the results started coming out, they came with their big, fancy arrogance. Oh, don't focus on the polling unit results. When the local government coalition come, when the state level, and I'm saying, please, let's stop this BS. For those who are probably younger than I am, I'm not particularly old myself, but for those who are younger than I am, or those who've never paid attention to politics, they come and tell you, focus on the local government coalition, focus on the state. Let me give you another example. You follow football, any sport you follow. Let's say the rule has been said that we're going to play a football game every day of the month for 30 days, and we'll see who wins. So 3 teams are playing, and we're playing. And I win on Monday, I win on Tuesday, I win on Wednesday, I lose on Thursday, I win on Friday, Saturday, and I lose on Sunday. And I'm looking at those and I'm happy, and you're telling me, don't get excited. Wait till you see the weekend results. Wait till you see the end of the month result. It is the everyday result that totals the weekend, which is your local government, and totals, except I'm missing something. Do they do the state election somewhere else that we're not aware of? Or these local government elections? Where do they hold it? It's the same polling unit that they put together, but they quickly try to abuse your mind and tell you, don't focus on your polling results. Don't focus on your polling unit results. Except there's another internet where, or APC people, were they not celebrating the polling units they won? They'll come and tell you we're veterans. We don't celebrate polling units. It's a trick. People should focus more going forward on your polling unit elections. That is where you voted. That is what will count at the end of the day. Don't let them bamboozle you like they've been doing politics before they were born. How old are these people that are coming and telling you everywhere, go to local government, go to state level? It's a lie. If you win Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and you lose Saturday, Sunday, the chances are you won at the end of the week. Don't let anybody tell you weekend result is more important. So all these things that people are saying to lie to you, and for the people saying Nigeria is not working, it's working for the people who designed it. It is the way it's designed. I like the question about me as what's the way forward? What do we do? We'll start discussing that. But please, saying that it's not working for a lot of us. But for the people benefiting from it, it is working for them. They will not call out evil. You can show, see, election coming up on Saturday, gubernatorial. People, God forbid, if people are shot on the street of Lagos, everybody is a journalist and there's camera phone everywhere. If people are shot, literally killed, they will tell you it's not the worst we've seen in Nigeria. They know every bad election that's happened in the world, and they will keep comparing Nigeria's election to those elections. They will never compare Nigeria's election to an election that is decent. I've said it many times. Election will never be 100% free and fair. It would always be dirty, but we don't want deadly elections. But there are people who will stand tall and defend the indefensible, where people are... Sorry, we need to get to a place where what happened in Kano will be national news for months, where people that belong to NNPP were locked up in a building and set ablaze by an APC guy, speaker, the leader in the House of Rep, the guy that was saying that they're entitled to 70 million, he was arrested. How do you set people on fire because they don't agree to your politics? Well, that's not national news, because they will tell you it's no big deal. We need to move away slowly from those sort of politics where people are killed, people are set on fire, people are told in public, and they're police officers. But if you say it, somebody will come here and say, oh, you don't live in Lagos, you're not on ground. All those things, see, you can't fool me. It's not me that you come and say because you're not on ground. What color is your madness that you're telling me because I'm not in Nigeria? I can't comment. I can't have an opinion on what's happening in Lagos. Is Lagos some remote place? Isn't this the mega city you talk about? So what is remote about it that I can't comment on what's happening in Lagos? Since when can I not comment because I'm not there? But you're happy to comment on a football game happening in England. You live in Lagos, but you're talking about Chelsea. You support Liverpool. You're mad or you're mad. Don't come and bamboozle people with your nonsense and say, oh, you don't... Say, that same guy told me he lives in the Middle East. He's a doctor. But you tell me you live in Lagos. Which one is it? You're on ground. Doing what? Supporting madness. Supporting evil. If it is wrong, call it out. Call it out. See, I support Barcelona. There's a game they played against Chelsea a few years ago. I've never seen a club robbed like that before. But I don't know if the referee was paid or whatever. But even me, I couldn't celebrate it as a Barcelona fan. I'm thinking, what? We won, but I'm thinking, what's going on here? This is robbery. I tell my Chelsea friends, I'm really sorry for what happened. That was bad. I know you can't compare. The stakes are higher, but please don't come and insult people and say you don't know the politics of Nigeria, the dynamics. No. Let's simplify it. Please, going forward, don't let anybody bamboozle you with their nonsense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sho. No, Jude, we have to go. We'll have to take a break. When we come back, we'll continue. Thank you.
Sure, well spoken. Thank you.
Break too. Well spoken, sure.
Television debut. This is his most recent album right here.
It was Barcelona 1, Chelsea 1.
We're very pleased
I know the game. 1-1 at Stamford Bridge.
The pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King. to America. They say you are black. They say you are brown. They say you are black. They say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Press down for so long.
Welcome back, everybody.
Thank you, bro.
It's an announcement. I hope everybody's calm now. An announcement. If you know any music that you want that we can play on the show that doesn't have copyright issue, let me know. I would like to. So if you're a young musician, if you're, maybe there are some musicians out there who have songs that they want us to play. You know, it would be good to have it, and we can play it during the break. So,
can I briefly comment on this music?
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, there's something that this is Majek Fashek, right?
Mm-hmm.
This music has been for more than 40 years now, and it's still very much relevant in today's world, especially as it affects us Nigerians. He said we have been fooled around for too long. These people will tell us, instead of being violent after election, go and, you have to try, the youth should try and get involved. Get involved. When you get involved, then you can change things. Even if you protest now, it's not going to change things. Try and get involved. Now, the youth has come out in mass as never before and got involved. What did they get for it? They have constantly been robbing us of they have robbed us of our dignity. They have robbed us of, basic necessities of life in Nigeria. And then the worst of it now, they have robbed us of a choice of that power to determine our future by selecting the person we think that we move on to that future that we all desire. They have robbed us. For how long shall we continue to lie down, to lie in obeisance to these people while they continue to rob us? So and then he said, if we unite, so I'm telling the youths of Nigeria, please arise, let us unite. Let us leave ethnicity aside. Let us leave party aside. Let us unite, knowing fully well that these people that are robbing us, they cut across all ethnicities in Nigeria, but at that level, they are one. They don't discriminate against each other. It's only when they come down to the ethnicity, they now divide us, they use it in ruling and dividing us. Let us please arise and know that we have one common enemy, and that is the Nigerian politicians and their cohorts. So that is just what I want to say.
Wow, Jude, this is wonderful. The only thing is that Jude will say something today. Tomorrow he will just lose it and scatter the
I don't lose it. I just said I don't lose it. Sometimes the anger that burns in me make me talk. Because certain things that happen in Nigeria is you can't see it anywhere in the world, anywhere else in any part of the world.
Thank you.
crazy. Just like whenever Nanda is talking, you think that it's man. He's talking out of passion, knowing fully well that the things we see happening in our country, you can't see it anywhere. It's unthinkable.
Jude, with what you just said, let me put it this
Doctor,
way.
let me
Jude,
talk about this.
hold on. Jude, with what you just said, Jude.
Hold on.
Dr. M. Akbara used one word to sum it up. He said, first fool, not be fool. Second fool, now him be proper foolish. What does that mean? We've just been fooled last week.
Constantly being fooled.
So
how long shall
let
we?
Let us not allow coming weekend to be fooled again, because we will then be proper foolish.
Exactly.
In other words, the youths, Nigerians, it doesn't matter who you want to vote for. The heave of the youths who came out, we all have seen what happened. People came from the woodworks, came out to exercise their franchise. And all of a sudden, out of 90 million registered voters, you are telling us that only 27 million voted or thereabout? Come on, who is fooling who? Let us not be fooled.
That is the great fraudulent so far.
Coming Saturday. Let's all go out and make sure that we vote them fools out of them ball heads out of the yarn.
All right, thank you. Henry, go ahead.
Let me rant.
We're going to rant. Okay, we're going to rant, but first, let me hear.
But I'll rant.
Okay, let me hear Henry, and then we go around.
Music is a wake-up call. I was in this show when it came to Benin, Major Fashek, a long time ago. You see, if Obi is not a man of easy. If you make only one call, said they don't want to give me my mandate, we first of all, Edo State will shut everywhere down. That's Edo State. That's I believe. That's why I know. I stood my chest for that one. One call, if you say they don't want to give me my mandate, if you make that announcement, we will shut Edo State up. If you make one announcement now, every Nigeria will be shut down. We have the power. We did it before. Look at those states. He came to those states to visit. If you make an announcement, they don't want to give me my mandate. We will lock that. We that stay in Western country. We're supposed to make sure our country come together to make our country better. But some people who are eating from this corrupt system coming here to defend this atrocity they are doing to our people. It's a shame. It's disgusting.
All right, Henry, thank you. So we're going to rant, and I will try to get new people in so that they'll get the opportunity. There are people who are in the backstage and they want to talk. So CM, start for us. Ranting, 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. Only 1 minute. Okay.
That's what we normally do. 1 minute. If you want to, I can change it to 2, but that would mean 20 minutes for everybody here.
Okay.
But get used to.
So
let's try to.
My rant will go to my governor, Professor Soludo. I know all eyes are on him. People will even like to sell him for 1 million for a kobo now. But I will urge him. He was elected on a manifesto, which is very sound. Let him implement his manifesto. He should be fast. Block your ears with any type of roadside gossip. Just deliver. I know my people, I know in the Anambra, when they see the landscape changing, they won't listen to whatever. They will tell you he's working for us. We know Ngige did not win, but when he moved in the caterpillar everywhere, people started talking saying another thing. So I will urge Soludo to take it easy, take a deep breath, concentrate on what, don't deviate from your blueprint, continue the road construction everywhere, every corner of the state. Fire on with the job at Oboko, the brand new hospital you promised them, street light, everything, gym, and cinema to make life look like if it's in the Western world. Face Onisha, main market, the fire service you want to build opposite there, then the Emporium where you have the shopping center. Everything should be simultaneous, non stop. I know you win people over, so that by the time those Labour Party are voted in, the members of the House of Assembly, people will have sympathy for the governor. They say, look, are you going to impeach a man who is doing all these things? So politics works in another way, particularly in Anambra State. If they see that you are performing, everything is artificial. They won't take anything to heart. If they can forgive Ngige, P2B was, then he came in later, they saw what he was doing. Obiano came, did a little bit of drinking, then give them airport and all these things, and they were happy. So Soludo, you can do your own very well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Queen
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about yesterday's show. I know we're in today, but I just wanted to talk about what I saw yesterday. I was perplexed. I was shocked. I couldn't come on. And, it's unfortunate. The tribal bigotry that is being encouraged among Nigerians, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. And I would like to plead with everyone that is doing it consciously or subconsciously. And I know that they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They should all calm down, especially, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to call names, Ayo and Femi or Remy. It saddened my heart because these are grown men. One of them said he was a lawyer and the other one said he's a chief. No. You could see the hatred. Where is this hatred coming from? We're all one Nigeria. Well, these are the people that are perpetrating. They want one Nigeria in one breath. And they only want one Nigeria when they are suppressing the others. It doesn't work like that. So please, this tribal bigotry stops. There's someone that said, if you do not want the Igbos to take Lagos, stop selling your properties to them. And you know what? They should just give us our own port in the southeastern part of Nigeria, and there'll be no need to go to Lagos. I think that was my rant from yesterday, and for some reason, I just couldn't let go. And I thought I'd bring it today. Now, CM, what you said about Soludo and Anambra, we are not that forgiving. I'm an Anambra born girl. We are not that forgiving. So he cannot fool us. Igbo Basic said, you fool once, now the second fool, now correct fool. We are not forgetting him. We should continue. We are watching him clearly. I think I yield the floor for now.
Thank you. We are working on getting Soludo on this show, and so CM, it looks like you're connected to Soludo. If you can get him on the show, we will like to have him.
No.
Okay, let me rant my own. You see, yesterday I was somewhere and I was listening to the whole of that program. You see, I was trying to come in. I was very itching to come in, but I said, you know what? Let me restrain myself, because if I come in there, it could be something. No. But be that as Queeness have already spoken somehow what I wanted to say. But going forward, I want to also further tell our youth, just like what I spoke a few minutes ago. These people, whenever they tell you, remember some of the lies or the way they have fooled us. Whenever they tell you get involved, they know that you have no chance when you get involved. They know because they are already in charge. They already have mechanism to rig you out. All that they will do is that among some of you that they get involved, they will look for one radical among you, like Oluma and Oluma of Lagos and Kabaka of Bini, and elevate them and make them give them some relevance. That is all they do, and continue to use them to suppress any other person that has good intention to serve their people. That is what they have been doing. So as long as we continue to allow these people, so long will they continue to deceive us, not only deceiving us, so long they will continue to kill us, so long they will continue to suppress us, so long they will continue to deny us. So this is the time for everyone to arise. This opportunity, God has given it to us on a platter of gold. I know many have died, many have been injured during this election, but I still see it as an opportunity that comes once in a decade or once in a lifetime. Let us not leave it. And I want Obi to know wherever he is, do not in any way, in any form or shape, yield to any pressure that these fools, I know they are bringing pressure both internationally and locally to mount on you to give up this mandate or to agree with any settlement. If you dare to do that, remember the youth of Nigeria, you will be just note that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jude. For the moment, I forgot that I was timing everybody. You went over 2 minutes. So, Matt, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I have something. I have something I was showing you before.
Let me read it out. Maybe you know about. I'm not saying that it's true because you have to confirm if you have the information already. He said we gave Bola Tinubu 500 million new naira notes on Friday, 24th February, on the order of the president. The name of the person is Segun Abaje, MD, Guarantee Trust Bank. I don't know if it is true. You can confirm it if it is true.
So I've not seen that. But the question I will ask, if I get it, is what is the source? Is it a WhatsApp message? Is it in a newspaper? Did I see the guy say that on TV? If I don't, I won't even pay attention to it. Because
no, I'm only just for you to maybe confirm, but I'm not saying that is what it is.
It's good, but I'm just saying it's not to you alone, but just the way I access information. So there's anything anybody send out to you, it doesn't mean anything until you can see the source. And yeah. All right. Is that your
no, I want to go around now because based on Abia State and based on Lagos, based on part of the north. I keep repeating it. I keep repeating it because we, the youth of Nigeria, we need to wake up. We don't need to go back because freedom, we cannot say we have done it last Saturday or last 2 weeks Saturday, we cannot do it again. It is bit by bit, little by little, we will take what belongs to us. We should not give up. I know that it's difficult, but we can do it. I pray that Abia State is being taken from PDP and Alex Oti will enter. If the people vote in any person as a president or as a governor, it is very easy for us to assess and to ask that person a question when that person is going wrong. Look at what happened. Let me give an example before I will cut. Look at Ojo Zokalu. He got it wrong as a governor. I'm born and brought up in Abia State. I campaigned for him 2 times, he won. He now went to his place. I know Igbo basic, know what I'm saying. He went to his place and make it right to his people. His people said, we will vote Obi and we will vote you in to go back because you have been doing us well. Politicians should learn that from Ojo Zokalu. This is how to win the heart of people. Even if you are an evil man, you can still make it right. This is what I will say for now. Thank you.
Okay.
He lost his phone. Ojo Zokalu lost his phone, isn't it? So the people don't really like him. He's been looking for his phone, and they said he should go to court to get it.
All right, Matt. But let me just try to find out from him. What did he do for his people? Why did they return him to the Senate?
Okay. Let me tell you.
1 minute.
Yeah, he has a community. He has been giving out the people that the farmers. He has been giving out both money and some machines for them to use it to farm. He has been building roads. Some of them, he opened boreholes and other things he has been doing. Paying school fees and all that. It is clear, and his people, they supported him. They voted for him. Right. You understand? They did not drag it with him because his man was on ground. So Igbo Basic is from his place. He can confirm what I'm saying.
Actually, it's beyond his place. OUK is sponsoring a lot of educational people, scholarships abroad and all whatnot. As we speak, OUK is trying to make that's how do you describe it? If you've done wrong before, the wrong that OUK did it in Aba, he is trying the best he can to see if he can. Not confession. If you go to confession, you confess your sins and then you try to promise to do better. It's beyond his place.
Atonement.
Abia not meaning Isukwato Kigwe or the Munechi, Aruchuku, etc.
Where is he getting the resources to do that?
He's the current Senate chief whip. So whatever the dividends of democracy is given to him, he is using it now to make sure that his people, that's why they voted him back in.
All right.
And they voted Obi for president. And they will do that for the governorship candidacy for Lexoti.
All right.
Mama Papa Pikin, that's not the place that they go.
All right. Thank you. Madam H, you're next.
Nigerian youth, they gave you hopelessness. They gave you lack. They gave you poverty, which turned you to become Yahoo boys and girls. Olocho, hookup, kidnappers, Boko Haram, and banditry. It is time for you to change that narrative. You have to choose your president. You need to choose your governors. You need to choose your House of Rep. I know you are smarter than who they think you are. And you are intelligent. You are hardworking. And you have resilient personality. Do not let the delay on your mandate stop you from doing the rightful thing next Saturday. Vote out PDP. Vote out APC. They don't have anything good for you. Since Obasanjo's date till today, they've done nothing. In Obasanjo's time, they spent your 16 billion and they gave you darkness. I know if they are giving you light, with your smartness and intelligence, you will be able to create jobs for yourself and for others. So we can't continue like this. And time is running out on you. Every day you wake up, you are becoming old. When will you fulfill your destiny, if not now? Therefore, vote in men that are ready to work with the president you have already, to give you the platform for which you will fly and soar like eagle and become the king, the queen, and the prince and princess that your maker has created you to become. You are able to compete gallantly with the global world and become the Elon Musk of Africa and become the Dangote of your time. Do not let this old man who has looted you continue to loot you. Stop it by stoning them with your PVC and get them out of your way, because you have grown and you are the leader of today. Take your leadership and put them where they belong. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam H.O.
Yes, I want to, Michael Jackson, you know, the man in the mirror, his song, The Man in the Mirror, he said, you have to start, you know, start with you, start with the man standing in the mirror. We come here, you know, we criticize the government, you know, we say things, you know, but we are not showing you that we are going to be different. We criticize them for their excesses, for their entitlement, for all, you know, for the abuse of power. But then little power we get, you know, when we come here on the, you know, this platform, you are giving a platform to talk to people, you are abusing people because they disagree with you, you know, running causes of them. I mean, that it makes me angry. I just even don't know, you know, where to start. You know, you just see little power that's given to you. You abuse. What will you do when you get power in Nigeria? If someone disagrees with you, you go to his village, like what's his name, the governor of Kogi State, and dig holes in the road. That's, you know what you're going to be. You know, I don't know. I mean, but, you know, this place is becoming disgusting road of. To be honest with you, if it's gonna continue like this, I'm just gonna stay away from here, because I can't take it. You know, you can say what you want to say about the people in the government, but if somebody continue to come on this, you know, here on this platform, you have no right to cast him out. You have no right to say anything against him. Disagree with him forcefully, vehemently, you know, aggressive with yourself, but don't attack him. But just don't attack him. It's not acceptable. And anybody, I don't know if I come here, anybody that does it, I will shout that person down. It's not acceptable. For those of people, so those of you who, you know, people smoking the way in Nigeria, you are in US or UK, you know, it's getting to your head. I don't know, that's you. Peter Obi didn't win the election. Peter Obi have no clear mandate, clear path to victory. The first.
How do you know that?
Hey, please, I'm talking. Okay? So with the best we are talking about was people be getting to the second round so that they could be a part. But you here, you just if anybody speaks, try to talk sense into you or try to make you to think, you don't want to think. You just P one, and you do dump that person, criticize that person, curse that person out because you want to believe in what you want to believe. He has what he wants to believe in. He has believed. So believe in your husband. Don't curse him out. He's not cursing you out. He comes here. He gives you. He gives you his own facts. What he thinks that are his facts. Counter that with your own facts. Don't counter with your useless passion that he has nothing to offer. Please.
All right. Thank you, Okija. Igbo Basics, you're next.
Okay, I'm going to try to just be on the soft side of this issue today. Justice Abayi Ikweche, the man was 98 years old when he died last year. He ruled in eastern Nigeria as far as the courts are concerned. If you came to his court with bribe, he would jail you. If you came with clean hands, you'll be set free. That is Justice Abayi Ikweche. Check it out on IgboBasics.com. You will see the story of that man, and that's the kind of justices that we wish that Nigeria can have. I have been in the presence of that man, and it was a privilege. He comes from my village. He comes from my particular town. He comes from my particular kingdom. Amankalo, you better. Having said that, it takes me to the case of Mahmood, as we were talking about. Show made mention of football and the analogies that have been used. In my own perspective, I see that Mahmood has scored an own goal against Nigeria. When the results were being called, everybody was hopeful. Everybody that went to the polls, they were hopeful. Until Mahmood, instead of continuing to call the proper result, Mahmood called a predetermined result, a mutilated result. For whatever may have been compromised, everything was going well. And immediately he called that result, which was a sham, it is proven. Everybody, Nigeria went from having a word-keeping for the old Nigeria now into a mourning mode. We are mourning. Let's not kid ourselves. And then I'll continue to say that the shame that Mahmood Yakubu, along with people like Femi Odibiyi and the rest of the cohorts, the shame that have brought on us, let me share something with us once again. Here is my passport of Malamilia. I bring it again. This is the Nigerian passport. This passport was revered. In my first missionary journey, people would want you to be, they play host family for you because they so much loved everything coming out of Nigeria. We bought money with 42 kobo to $1. That's what happened. Now, we all are talking. We don't even know, we don't even realize what has happened. This is our current passport, the green passport. It says ECOWAS, blah, 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 blah. You see the difference between my passport of Malamilia, which is this, and then this current passport, which is a shame now. It is a shame that I have not traveled again since last year. I was in Nigeria. But I can assure you, go out, even the custom officer looking at your passport, and you're already guilty of corruption. You are Nigeria. It's written all over your face. So to that effect, I say to the Nigerian youths, for heaven's sake, first fool, not be fool. Second fool, not be proper foolish. Let's go out, vote, mama, papa, pikin, wherever you are, let it be, and don't let them fool you again. What are they going to do? Stop midway? Transmitting results? Come on now. Don't be delusion. Nigerian youth, Ngozika, we so much appreciate you being on the ground, because I never forget the story of the snake that fell down from the tree and the youth stomped him down. Let's go out and do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Igbo Basics. Henry, you're next.
nevertheless, Obi did not win election. They say Obi lost, but everybody knows. Even the little born baby knows Obi won. I remember when Edo State was doing Obaseki, they had a situation room. We were seeing the result. Just like Obedient, they had a situation room too. They know what was going on. When somebody coming here because of settlement, because of somebody they're supporting at home, want to be councillor or the governors, they'll come to say Obi did not win an election because of his own selfish interest. All I'm saying, every Nigerian should go out and vote Papa Mama Pekin, no matter who you are supporting here. Obi did not win. How do you know he didn't win? So everybody have right to speak. Everybody have right to say anything they want to say because they have passion for that country. They love that country so much. Because they love that country so dear. You don't have no right to come here and start saying because somebody is praying. She's not cursing, she's praying. If you don't like it, then close your ear and go somewhere else. You're not the owner of the platform either. Everybody have right to pray for somebody. If somebody steal my property, I'll say because it's a prayer I'll give that person. He didn't call any ancestors to kill this person or goon to kill this person. Say generation will suffer it. That's it. Are you among those people who is doubting this the progress of Nigeria? If you're among those people, then please welcome. So you have no right to come here and start threatening somebody, threatening Rudolph if they don't behave well, you not come back to the platform. Who the hell are you? Are you alone in this platform? So don't control nobody here.
You better shut the fuck up.
Good job, brother.
You don't feed nobody here. So don't come here and start ranting.
You better shut the fuck up, idiot. You
see your language now. You see, you say you grow up, man.
See, look at the person. Look at the person cautioning us.
Rudolph, see what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We love Nigeria so much. That's why we are here.
Only you love Nigeria. I don't love Nigeria.
All right. You see,
can I finish 1 minute, please? Rudolph is Can I speak?
Yeah, I think your time is up now. Thank you, Henry. Let's go to Isimeri. You guys blow my head up. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not here to caution anyone. I'm not perfect myself, and I don't think anyone is perfect. But at least let's give respect to Rudolph, the owner of this platform, so that we can continue to showcase a positive face to the world. This is Nigeria now. Yeah. So let's look as one, if possible, or be constructive. Even when we disagree, don't mean we should hate. I condemn hate with every fiber in my body. And when I speak, sometimes I may be passionate, but I don't mean no harm, and I can never ever hate anyone. To be honest, I don't have any fiber of hatred in me, because I want to wake up the next day feeling better, to be a better person that I have been before. That is me. And then what I want to say to Nigerian youth, wherever you are, if you're listening and you're in Nigeria, for this next coming election, please go out and vote. I'm begging you, go out and vote. Do not allow anyone discourage you. I know it's easy for me from where I am to say go out and vote, because I'm not on the ground, but I believe there is light at the end of the tunnel, and it's only the people on ground that would make this light shine. Make this light shine, please. Make your vote count. Go out there. Your destiny is still in your hand. You may feel oppressed, but please fight for your rights, which is your vote. Go out there and cast it. And for people who feel cheated, make sure you defend your votes in every possible way. That's my contribution. Thank you, Dr. Rudo. Thank everyone.
Thank you so much. Lawrence, you're next. Lawrence.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Dr. Ru, how you doing? Thank you for having me.
It's good to have you.
Yeah. My own contribution, I just want to say that we all here, we love Nigeria. We love our country. Like, everybody speak with passion and the love for the country. That's the reason why, like, people disagree, agree, or disagree, because the election the truth is that the election is something that like make everybody upset. Um, for people to come here and say that the election is free and fair, I think they're really really wrong. You can't just come here and say this election that just went that is a free and fair election, because the INEC itself, what they promised to do, they didn't do it. They try from the beginning to 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 refuse the youth to get their PVC. They did so many things. People don't get their PVC. People are trying to get a PVC. They didn't allow them to get it. During an election, they didn't allow them. Okay, look at the time. It say 8:30. Will this happen in any country that we're living in right now? Because 8:30 is 8:30. Some places, no, I don't think there's any place that come any poll unit that start from 8:30. So some start 1 o'clock, some even midday or all that stuff. So those are all sabotaging. They're just sabotaging, trying to make people not to vote. And this is the reason why. I'm coming. This is the reason why the people that voted are not even much, because they didn't allow a lot of people to vote. So many things went wrong. And for somebody to come here and say, "Oh, Obi didn't win this election," I think is practically lie. Practically lie. There's nothing that nobody can. We all know. We all see. So we have the love for this country, and we want it to work. So, and I don't. Yeah, to say that people to insult each other, like, it's not advisable to do. But we have to speak the truth. Like, we have to say the truth, because majority of us are in different countries, enjoying the benefit of other countries. So we want the same thing to our own countries, to our own country. So for us to just believe that the election is free and fair, I don't think it's fair.
Francisca, Bicycle Francisca.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
She's supposed to be your team leader. She's downstairs.
Let's go to Infinite Energy. Yeah, unmute yourself, please.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of the panel. So there's a couple of talking points that I wanted to address. I'm in America. I'm married to a Nigerian man. He lives in Enugu. So I'm very vested in this election process. I've been watching it very closely. Here in America, we have what is called election observers, poll watchers. And I noticed that was missing for the presidential election results. What I seen was INEC get on TV and just give the results. But I didn't see INEC counting the results in real time for everyone to see. So when you do that type of thing behind closed doors, you can do anything because there's nobody to see you. So I really, really think in Nigeria, there needs to be poll watchers and in America, that's appointed by political parties, groups of candidates, or issue committees to observe the conduct of the election. I just want to read you what it says. That role is important and can help to ensure accountability, but it also requires observers to refrain from interfering in the voting process. So you can be there and you can watch in real time as they do their counts. And I see that's missing in Nigeria, which it keeps the door open for them to rig it, and you have these problems. Another thing is, where's the media? Where's the media? How come the media isn't there to record in real time the counting of votes? It cannot be that, oh, I need a break, we'll be back. Okay, well, where's the BVAS machine going to be at while you take your break? We need to be able to see those machines at all times. Anytime you're passing paperwork from one person to another, the community, the people, they need to see what's on the paper, what's being passed. The process, the due process from beginning to end needs to be recorded in real time. Not this, oh, we counted behind closed door stuff. No, because it leaves the door open for rigging. And I yield there.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, is she muted? We can't hear you, Infinite Energy. We can't hear you anymore.
No,
she yielded, and that was a very neutral. That was a very neutral. That was a very neutral perspective, because I, in the last American election, I worked as a poll worker, and even as a poll worker, the parties have their right to have their agents to come and observe, but they have to stay some distance away. And every 2 hours, I was the person who would write down the results on the board, and the poll agent or the party agents will come to the board and collect the results, so they are tallying, so that at the end of the day, this was in Union County that we did this. Nigeria is still going there, and in support of what Infinite Energy have just said, you can't come and announce results for us at 4 a.m., which you have cooked up. And I keep saying that result was cooked up, completely cooked up. Let Mahmood Yakubu place his hands, if he believes in Quran or the Bible, and swear to the truth and nothing but the truth. The rest is history.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ngoseka, did you rant or did I skip?
No, I haven't.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, John. You really did an amazing job, and I don't envy you. Half of
Yeah,
the time,
okay, good.
half of the time I don't envy you. So, my son is, I just want to say that I have been part of 2 election cycles now, 2019 and 2023. And in 2019, I worked as an election observer. And this time around, I'm working as an ad hoc staff. And I've come to a very simple conclusion. If you want to make a difference, you have to be involved in the process. I used to be very aloof when it comes to anything politics. And I used to get very mad whenever these parties fielded their candidates that were below par. It used to really upset me. And it did not occur to me that I can actually make a difference. Now, I am saying that now that Labour Party, I don't want to use Labour Party as an example. Let's say, for instance, that I've now decided to make a difference. I now realize that the way these candidates come to be is not rocket science. It is simple delegate voting. Delegates vote them and they win their primaries. So if we do not want people who are not qualified to contest elections, we have to belong to political parties so that we can choose our delegates ourselves. And that is just the truth. That is just the only way. Unless you're going to have independent candidates, and these people, an independent candidates will not enjoy the support people under parties would. So I am urging every single youth out there. The deed has been done. If you are in the Labour Party, your principal says, calm down, I will reclaim my mandate. If you are in the APC, they said they also have their list of fans they are going to the court. If you are in the PDP, they have their list of fans too. Everybody is finally headed to court, and that is the way to go. We are going to the court. But I want to tell the youth like myself this: please, let's get involved in the process. It is a crying shame that we have people with so much baggage contesting the presidential election. It is a crying shame. They should not even progress from the primaries. They should not. So let's get involved. I know it is not convenient, but let's get involved in this politics. Get involved in any party you think that is worthwhile. Choose your candidate and let them contest elections, so that whenever these things come up, you can actually have faith in who is contesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ngoseka. Igbo Basic, you already ranted.
Hey, I want to speak and go home.
Yes, I ranted, but I ranted, but the shame that is on us, that is penning me here, is the Nigerian Airways picture that was.
Igbo Basic, hold on. Ike, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damage. Finally, allow me to come in. I have 2 minutes to knock off from my office. Sister Ngozi, I want to thank you for what you're doing. May the Lord continue to be your strength. Remain steadfast, be honest, be credible, stand on your ground, defend what is right for every Nigerian. It doesn't matter. We are not fighting for any other thing, but what we are looking for, free and fair, credible election. It doesn't matter who wins. Who wins at the end of the day, we are all Nigerians. You understand? So keep the good work you're doing, and God bless you. And I have to disagree with my brother, CM, for the first time. He's trying to defend Governor Soludo of Anambra State. There is no ground. Listen, Soludo has no political ground in Eastern Nigeria anymore. His case is closed. And he was talking about he's afraid of impeachment. Nobody's going to impeach Soludo. Shifume assured him, Peter Obi assured him yesterday, nobody's going to impeach you. But if you begin to invite impeachment, you're going to get it, because we are not interested. I'm waiting for his second letter. He's going to write about Peter Obi. You know, I'm still waiting for that. So CM, sorry, is your governor, but his political career has come to an end in the whole of Eastern Nigeria. He and Governor Imo State, Umayi and Uzodimo of Imo State,
hopeless
of Abia State, they have gone forever, and they will never rise again in Igbo land.
And Buruburu, and Buruburu,
I join you again from house.
Amen. Amen.
Erudo, thank you. I'm leaving. I'm go home.
All right. Thank you so much, Ike. I appreciate you. Queen S, you're next.
Sorry, I thought I've ranted. Sorry, I thought I've ranted. Yeah, I have.
Okay.
I don't rant. It means I never rant.
Yeah, Jude.
Jude, I'm sure you have.
You know, you're next. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Damage.
Yeah.
So am I ranting or
you came at the right time. You're ranting, right?
Oh, just ranting, right? So how many minutes
whatever you want to get off your chest.
Yeah. How many minutes do I have?
We made it 2 today, but it used to be 1 minute, but make it 2.
I don't know, but I'll just try to be very fast. Anyway, I want to appreciate everyone for all your contributions. But to me as a person, I think we are still far from what we ought to be doing. First, we all totally condemn what INEC did. It's a fraud. So there is no 2 ways about that. Because I want to say just 2 points about what INEC did. The transmission aspect, it was done purposely. They didn't want to do it. So there is no argument about it. Because one thing you should understand, to transmit the election results, we have so many ways we would have transmitted that election result. Number one, we have frequency that has been running in Nigeria. NTA was established in 1977. Internet came in 1983. So for transmission, we don't actually need the internet. We already have frequencies and internet running in Nigeria that would have made that possible. And secondly, for the Peter Obi movement we all believe in and we all are supporting, I want us to know, we only know Peter Obi. Everybody should know that first. So wherever he moves to, we will always move there to support him. So these gubernatorial elections we are talking about, my advice to every youth is this. I hope a lot of people will hear this. Don't kill yourself about party. We should form a formidable force in every state to safeguard our resources and the income or allocation that comes to that state. That should be our focus, not party. We are only following, Labour Party because of Peter Obi and Dante. So we should not we should stop fighting for Labour Party in any state. Politicians are all politicians. Now the youth has rise. Our major focus and point should be this. All youth in every state should form a force to checkmate from local government to state government all the contracts they are giving and everything they are giving to people. If they do it or not, Let's find out this contract where there are flaws. We should bring it up so that the whole world or the whole Nigeria can see it. Thank God for internet today. So when we start doing this, then we will have our say, we will have our position, and we'll make our voice heard. It's not all about going out and shouting and all that. No. So these strategies, these are the things that I have said. When we follow, we'll be able to do it. INEC have done their part. Hopefully, the court will be able to revert it if Peter Obi have a lot of evidence to win the court in the case. But for the state, we should not go and kill ourselves for party. Let's stay together as youth in every state and make sure we checkmate what is going on in our state. For projects, for allocations, all the way from local government down to the state government. When we can do this, we will have our state and our country back in our hands. That is what I want to contribute. So I hope maybe what I said makes sense, and we can start thinking in that direction a bit.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. Let's go to Ndubisi. That's the last person that will rant, and then we go to a different topic. Go ahead, Ndubisi. Meet yourself, Ndubisi. We have to do something about people in Boston who do not have internet that works.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You guys, hold on, Ndubisi, hold on. You know, there are people, man of prestige, he's not here today. Few people who, when they come on, the first thing they say is, "Can you hear me?" That tells you they have connection problems.
No.
What is going on?
It's like Dr. Rudolph just jinxed himself.
Rudolph, your internet is bad, man.
How could it be my own?
So who's causing the problem now?
Not for me. No, Mama H.O. sent Thunder to go fire them. That's why.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, we said we should rant?
Yeah, for 2 minutes.
Okay, about anything about the election.
Anything,
okay.
Anybody?
Well, first of all, I want to urge Nigerians back home to not to allow their spirit to be dampened. This movement has to continue. We have to get it right, and the outcome of the way INEC announced the election are meant to put everybody's spirit down, so everybody will give up and say, "Oh, this is not what it's." So let us show them that no, we want to make our country work. So everybody should come out on the 18th of this March. That is. They know that all eyes are on them now, and Nigerians are expecting them to do the right thing, not just to give Obi victory on the platter of gold. Let them look at the facts. The facts are so many. There are so many evidences, and it's enough for them to overturn the INEC announced result and hand it over to Obi, who won the election. The evidences are there for them to see, and they should not allow INEC to play any tricks, and they should not bring in anything like the usual technicalities and all that. So I pray that Nigeria will get better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I think everybody by this time, everybody ranted. I want to, there's something developing story there.
Doctor, let me say something.
Okay.
For those of you that think when I come here, I curse, you don't know anything. I watched an interview this morning in Parara TV. A young man, his wife was killed by going to vote. He left 3 children for him. And he said something. He said, I knew her when I have nothing. Every property I have today, we did it together. We've been together for 10 years. And they took her away from me. If not for these little children, I would have committed suicide. That young man, he's not far away from suicide yet, too. Because I have gone through that route. I have gone through that route 5 good times of my life. And my life today, because of heaven. And my life today, because he has an assignment I must carry that. Left for me, I would have gone. So that young man, that election, that this Mahmood is coming to tell us, to defend it. A young man lost his wife. They've been together for 10 years. And they left 3 children for him. Of which, if not for those 3 children, he will kill himself. The way I am looking at him in that interview today, I know that suicide is still haunting at his door. And if nothing is done, he will do it one day. And somebody will come here and tell me, hey, she's coughing. I never curse. I never curse. What happened to that young man? What happened to any of you that comes here to tell me rubbish? Is it wrong? Is it wrong for his wife to go and vote and she never came back home? That is the offense of that lady. And you expect that blood, that innocent blood, that left 3 young boys and a husband to be celebrating with you people, or to be clapping for this nonsense you people come here to talk. I repeat it and I repeat it again. Anyone that consciously, knowingly and unknowingly support this evil, evil will not depart from your family and your generation. Anyone, knowingly and unknowingly, who support this rigging that is causing tears and sorrow in Nigeria as a whole, home and abroad. I don't care how you define it. The Bible says, there shall be no peace for the wicked. Peace will depart from your life and all you stand for. A young man just lost his wife. 3 little boys, they are motherless now. A young man is thinking of killing himself, if not for these children, because his wife went out to vote. And this happened to many families. These are the ones we are seeing. These are the ones we are hearing. And so people will come here and tell me, what? If you don't like it, go away. You won't change me. Fairness is fairness. Injustice is injustice. Our youth are wasting away. When they were supposed to be competing in the global world. And you are here telling, I never cursed. I go so they read Psalm from my head. I go read the book of Psalm. And that is the Bible. And that is what I believe. And upon that word, I stand upon to say what I say. And God in heaven said, He honor His word more than His name. So the words I pronounce out of my mouth, except it is for selfish reason. If it is not, it will haunt whoever that is pronounced upon. It will start today, like Collateral said, but it will definitely start. And one day, Collateral, you will watch back this video and you will remember Mama H.O. said it.
All right. Thank you, Mama H.O. Janaba, I know you're a pastor, and you people unleashed this church on Africans, and Africans have since been. That's not the topic of today. But Janaba, can you, Wayne? We just finished. Do you want to rant?
Yeah, you are with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Janaba?
What is going on?
All right. I think there is a weather situation here. I'm believing that it's from my own end, because I'm watching this on a different screen, and it's also showing there. So probably it's from my own end. Janaba, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Oh, are you using the Beaver in transmission?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. So Janaba,
maybe I will send my internet from Germany to you.
Oh no! Please keep it in Germany.
All right. I think it's something going on. I will switch computers now and
yeah, something is going on.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's from my own end, but I'm seeing that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe it's actually a problem with StreamYard. We may think it's actually from here.
That's possible. It might be from StreamYard.
Yeah. So anyway,
if it is my own end, I was just talking to my son about some kind of stick that you got to put on so that they will stop interrupting you, the internet people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't think it's internet. I'm looking at it. I think it's maybe StreamYard. But let me just mention this. This is a continuation, a kind of addition to the story we started with, which is Soludo. He responded to P2B. I think I should play that video for those who just joined us. P2B actually was asked the question I asked you guys about what Soludo said, and P2B had a response which I played at the beginning of the show. So let me find it and play it for you, and then Soludo responded through his press secretary. So let's watch this.
With the difference, he's the governor of my state. Have my utmost respect and regard always. I'm contesting for president of Nigeria, which, to the best of my knowledge, is not a candidate and not a contestant.
Yes, one important question. The governor of Anambra State has kind of threatened that any legislator that is not on his platform will not get the best of democracy from him, and that they should vote for Africa all the way and not. So how do you react to that divisive statement?
Well, again, like I said, we have political differences and the way we approach it. I've told our people, go and campaign and win election. Your job as a legislator is to work with the governor to ensure that you provide dividends to the people. Help him to ensure that the schools, number one thing, education works by making sure that you give him appropriate support and appropriation in laws to guide education, to guide health, roads, everything. I mean, the lawmakers don't do executive job. So there's no way they cannot enjoy. If he builds road, will he ask a different lawmaker because it's from different parts not to pass the road. If he builds school, he would say their children should not go to that school. If he provides water, they'll drink from the water. So I don't see anything. Quite frankly, nobody can say this person will not benefit, the other person, because if you work, people will benefit from it.
All right. So that was Obi's reaction to the governor, what the governor said. And today, the press secretary to the governor now issued a statement saying, let me read a part of it that is interesting. He said that what Obi did in that video was meant to deceive Anambra people. That Obi cannot be talking about development in Anambra and also be talking about asking Anambra people to elect lawmakers from the opposition party to work with Soludo. Now, I know. Anyway, let me hear what you guys think. Let me go to you, forefathers. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Normally, this type of tit for tat, I don't tend to engage. I think P2B seems to be more measured the way he approaches things, and the final outcome is what he seems to care about. And for some reason, Soludo seems to be spoiling for exchange with P2B. I don't even know why, what he gains from it, because he did it earlier on P2B during the campaign, and P2B batted it off, and he seems to be doing it again. I guess it's up to the Obi supporters to ensure that he answers for it whenever the time comes politically. Because this type of attitude where you look for something to argue about when you should be focusing on the problems of the people. And I really think, for me, that is where I draw the line. I don't like to go into whether this one said this one wrong or this one said this one right. And I feel like in the Southeast, and including the South actually, there is a little bit of a gap in leadership where people would rather be arguing amongst each other. You saw what Wike did. They would rather be arguing and threatening each other for stupid reasons instead of worrying about developing the areas, doing things to improve lives for the people. Just yesterday I was on this panel discussing life expectancy in Nigeria and child mortality and all this stuff. It's terrible. It's terrible. Countries that are at war have better life expectancy than Nigeria. That they have been at war for 8 years. These people sit around doing tit for tat. I'm not interested in all that. And I think Nigerians should punish them. All these other politicians, they're just looking for arguments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank forefathers for yesterday. I had to leave and he stayed on until unbelievable. I don't know how you do it, forefathers. Anyway, but thank you so much. All right, let me hear from Anambra people. If there are Anambra people here who want to weigh in, Queen S, I'm sure you're from Anambra. What do you think?
See, this shows that this guy, he hasn't learned. Soludo certainly has not learned from these utterances. Just like forefathers said, he has work to do, and the work is to concentrate on governance. I don't understand where he gets the effrontery to come out and say that he can only work with ABGA, knowing fully well that it was the Anambrarians that put him in there. So I don't get it. In fact, I wish CM can come on now and tell us what the defense will be now for Soludo. Because you would think that he would have learned from the initial outburst, from when he said what he said, and not just what he said, but also when he wrote that letter, which we are still waiting for the part 2. Right? It's like Soludo, as I see him, and to be quite honest, I'm not really heavy into the Anambra politics as I am into the Imo State one. But from what I see from Soludo, he's like he's lost his chain of thought with regards to governing the Anambrarians, and he just wants to get into a tit for tat with Peter Obi. And Obi, he has a different kind of wisdom that makes him know how to respond at every given time. And really, what Obi said in his response was pertinent to what's at hand. It is the Anambra people that will select who their parliamentarians are. And Soludo does not get it. Why is he scared of impeachment? If he hasn't done anything that's impeachable, then why? Why is he preempting what will not? If just govern rightly. So, and I think Soludo really knows the writing is on the wall. He knows he messed up, and he knows his time is up. Because no matter what CM says, Anambra people do not forget. It's probably one of the country in Nigeria that has multiple, as in very rich people that don't even know how to use the funds. So Soludo has a very difficult task at hand, and he's trying to grapple at Peter Obi as his his failure. Peter Obi is not the cause of his failure. Him, Soludo, that cannot control his mouth and his emotions as a leader is the root of his own failure, and he will see it come next Saturday.
Okay. Okija and then George.
Okay. Yeah. The Anambra election. I don't know. First of all, Queeness, we are not an Anambrarian. We are in the Anambra. Yeah, in the Anambra. We're not an Anambrarian.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So it's going to be difficult because judging by what happened in the last election, the national election, my local government, what they did was, because my local government, they had this zoning formula, so they didn't care about for presidents they said vote P2B. For House of Rep, actually my Abga won in my local government because my local government said this is the person we want to support. So it's gonna be a difficult situation for Labour this time around because different division they've made their determination which candidate they want to support based on whatever their local politics. But barring probably I'm thinking P2B should go to Anambra and prosecute this a campaign. But then again what's going to happen if he goes forcefully in Anambra State and then it turns out against him, and then if because this guy is licking his wound right now, so he's gonna say that it's 1-1 if he wins next coming election. But I mean P2B should try because I mean he has the momentum right now, and I think if he can I don't know this is politics, you can come up with so many things about Soludo. Soludo is supporting Soludo is one of wins like this. So I mean this is politics. So if you could go out there and then just it could turn things around. But I think Abuga is still the force in Anambra in local politics in this coming state election. That's the way I see it.
All right, thank you, Jude.
Okay. Well, what Soludo said in that meeting was so unfortunate. Like every other person I've said, I thought by now he would have learned some lesson from what he wrote about P2B, and from his statement in that forum, he's further aggravating things and making the already worst political situation for himself even worse than already it is. For now, I would say Nigeria have not gone up to that level of continuing to have one party or state parliament or state, there's the House of, in the House of Representatives and then the Senate, because I mean, what is happening in the federal at the federal level, where we have both the House and the Senate as rubber stamp, they are just stooge to the president, and that is why we have we don't any meaningful that is coming from there, because whatever the president says, they all say amen. That is not the kind of democracy we want to have. Okay, so it's a situation where he will trying to coerce them and make them believe, or except only when the state House of Assembly they are all Abga. That is the only time he will be able to function. After all, Obi was there. Obi was there. No member of his party as a governor was in the House of Parliament, was in the House of Assembly, and he did marvelously well without all of those. If you're a good governor and you have a good agenda for your people, trust me, even your opponents will support you, because they know if they don't support you, they won't have a chance. next time, because the people are not fools. They know who is genuinely caring for them. They know who genuinely is working after their interests. But from all indication, we can see it's just somebody that is only power toxic. And okay, because let me tell you guys, he made a permutation. The permutation he made for writing that letter to Obi, according to some analysts, was that he wrote it to disparage Obi among the Anambras, and tried to position himself so that by the time he finished destroying Abga in Anambra and in the eastern region, then he would join the PDP, hoping that Atiku will win the election, so that he will now position himself to take over from Atiku after he has finished his tenure. Okay, but unfortunately, things is not working the way he has permutated. Okay, so he's basically power drunk and is working for himself and not for any other person. All right, and it's unfortunate that as an educated man, one would say he would have known the right thing to do, but sadly, I think he's still one of those politicians that are mainly fighting for himself, and whatever he's doing, it is all geared towards his, future political ambition, and not just for the interest of the people to which he has been called to serve. So that's what I'm going to say.
All right, thank you so much. Janaba, I forgot something. When we talked about governors and elections, what's going on in Benue State?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Of course, your brother that went and endorsed B is out of the game. The gubernatorial one, he's begging that he's negotiating with the people on ground, because the Benue people were not happy with him for what he did over the months that I've been saying it here, that he should go and pay Benue people, pay the pensioner, pay the state workers. The local politics there is not in his favor, but he's pleading that his boy from his party now, they should give him a chance, that the money is supposed to pay the workers. The former governor, he was giving him as a godfather. Politicians always tell you what they want you to hear. And I think it's a very close election between the APC, even the LP is making progress. So we are looking forward to see the outcome on Saturday. We're thinking that today we'll put that behind us, but now the cabal that Jude used to talk to them already shifted it, and Lawrence too. Lawrence, you are there?
All right, Janaba, thank you. Zeno, I know when you spoke, you came in and you didn't get a chance. What state are you from in Nigeria, and are you following the election there?
Well, I think you already forget. I'm not in Nigeria.
Oh, I forgot. Let me remember. You married a Nigerian? Were you the one that?
No, I'm in Malaysia.
No, I know. I mean, what state are you from in Nigeria?
Oh, from Edo State.
And that's what I mean. It shocked me now.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Edo State. So, are you following the election in Edo State, or do you don't have?
Definitely, I'm following the election in its entirety, especially now they have included technology in the process, which is my area of specialty also. That gets me more interested, because with the help of technology, a lot of abnormalities should not be part of what we're experiencing anymore. It's just because the corruption has sunk deep down in the lives of politicians that they don't want to let go. So hopefully, with the strength of the youth and everything, and with a proper planning, we'll be able to come up and take over the space, the electoral space, that will not be cheated anymore. My hope and prayer is that those of us who have the expertise in terms of technology when it comes to IT and all that, those in abroad, those in Nigeria, should help us in this issue, because we have to leak a lot of information that are covering, If we cannot uphold them, there's no way we will take control. The government, or will I say the old politicians, as we may say, will only be afraid of the youth to expose them in what they are doing. Too many things are being covered, and that is the issue. If a governor steals in a state, it should be in the public domain. If a senator steals, it should be in the public domain. If a president steals, it should be in the public domain so that we can start contesting these things in the court, in the media, and everywhere. So this is my aspiration. This is my hope for the entire youth. So that with all these informations being available to the public, they'll begin to scare of the kind of things they will be doing, because too many things can just be done in the Nigeria policies and they will get away with it. Especially you see what happened during the Naira redesign and all those things. Things were just happening and we cannot do anything. We are just watching. So I hope we can do more, especially with this era of technology.
All right, thank you. Let me play this video and then we have a conversation quickly.
All right, I will say good morning to everybody.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Last man standing. It's still standing. It's still standing. Last man standing. Jay, how come to be wearing the same thing? Is that a uniform? Last man standing. How come you still standing? This man there, 10 lives. Your dad, you're proud of him. You was proud of him as he's proud of you too. A good man. Last man standing.
All right, so that was the president-elect visiting Tony Elumelu.
Tony Elumelu, yeah.
So people have been making fun of that this is the first president-elect that is going around visiting people that people are not going to visit him. But that's not why I played the video. I played the video because there are people, obedient people, who are saying that obedient people should close their bank accounts at UBA because Tony met with president-elect. What do you guys think about that? I'll start with you, Lawrence, and go. Lawrence, go ahead. Oh, by the way, let me just say, for those who do not know, Lawrence is the brother of John Abba. So for the first time, two of them are on the same platform at the same time. Okay, Lawrence, but they don't agree. They don't vote for the same party. They don't go to the same church. You know, they are totally okay. Go ahead, Lawrence. We can hear you, Lawrence, and you are in New York. I hope you don't make them make fun of New York.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, good.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's I know people are upset because he visited the guy, but for my own opinion, I don't think it's wise to say that people should not bank in the UBA or whatever, whichever bank. So I don't think it's a good idea. So everybody have their reasons, you know. We don't even know the reason why he visited him. So for me, no. I don't support that.
Okay, thank you. Queen S. Now I want to go around unless someone doesn't want to say something. I don't want to miss anybody and get yelled at. Queen S, go ahead.
Okay. Why would they want to close their account? Because why? It's you cannot cut your nose to spite your face. Your bank account is different from INEC elects president. He's not, he's still in court. I think the only thing I didn't like was when he went to Elumelu and Elumelu now said the last man standing. I don't know what that, means, because he certainly isn't, well, I hope it's not to do with this current election that happened, because even Tinubu himself knows that he didn't win free and fair, because you can even see in his countenance, there's something very low about him when him and his wife woke up at that ungodly hour to go collect. It's just there's something off. Even they themselves could not celebrate their so-called win because they know they didn't win. And he knows in his heart that he didn't win. So I think it's just that one last man standing that I didn't understand what Elumelu was saying. But this then reiterates what Madam H always says, that it's always is the oppressed and the oppressors. So these are the oppressors, I presume, meeting and speaking. And then this goes to show that I don't know why they're trying to force this presidency on Tinubu. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. A president that is going to visit people to get validation. He's like wanting people to say, you know. He knows he doesn't have it, with all due respect. But I pray that our court, the judiciary, will step up to the plate and do the needful. Because if they force this on Nigerians, then he will be a leader that has nobody. He would just be a toothless backing dog. No one would take him seriously. There's nothing he says that no one can resonate. And that's what's going to happen if they force this man on the Nigerian population. But with regards to closing the bank, I don't think it's necessary. Bank accounts, I don't think it's necessary.
So thank you, Finesse. Igbo basics. So do you think we people are not crossing a line, but pushing this so far? If Tinubu should visit you, Igbo basics now, people will start closing their whatever business you have. Say, I'm not going to come to your business. I mean, where are we? What's going on?
Where we are, before I speak on that, John Abba and my other brother, the Abba brothers in Benue State, I just want to reiterate that the organization which I chair here, Foundation Democracy Initiative, we're sponsoring a candidate right in your neck of the hood, and that is Akweki Vincent Ado. Akweki Vincent Ado is a Labour Party candidate in Goma State constituency. And we are looking forward that you, and I'm appealing to you, to also reach out to your people to tell them to see to it that Akweki Vincent, a young man, that is going to be voted in, so that we can see some changes. Having said that, I will come back to the visitation of Tinubu to Elumelu. Basic trust, perceptions. Before the elections took place, I saw Tinubu go to Dobale for all UK's mom. He did that, and we all saw that on video. And now Tinubu, as a quote-unquote president-elect, who was announced before the complete results are correlated, midfield.
No, when you said that, I know I didn't want to stop people saying that. The fact that they did not upload it does not mean that they did not gather the results from different polling units. So we have to be careful what we're saying.
Yeah,
what I mean?
Yeah, what I was saying there is that
completely. Why do you say that?
The referee, the umpire, he blew the whistle midway. Game is not over yet. And he knows.
No, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that they did not get the results from the states and then brought them to Abuja and put them together before they said that he's the winner? You can disagree with the process and everything, but you make it sound like somebody who is not from Nigeria watching this now, we think that basically that the results did not get to, through a process, get to them and they announce the winner.
The result was getting through a process, and I said it earlier on, that the umpire, Mahmood Yakubu, when he saw that things were going the way that if he went, it will not be to the tone of his paymasters. And I reiterate, that's why he went out and called that result at 4 a.m. like a thief that cometh in the middle of the night. So we are saying that it's not conclusive yet. That is what we are saying, but it's now in the hands of the court. Let me get back to Elumelu. Elumelu, we saw in the background positioning his daughters for the possible ministerial positions or whatever positions. I mean, the man, Tinubu, has a right to go and visit whoever he wants to visit. But don't rub it in our face, as at this point in time, the man should really be a maker. If he really won this game. The man wanted to just be president, even for a minute. Now it's on him, and he knows what is coming at it. So that for the bank process, Banking is banking. It's an institution. A bank just failed in Silicon Valley yesterday or day before yesterday. That is a banking process. Elumelu and his bank, whatever bank it is that he has, it's up to the people. If you want to bank there, that's fine. If you don't want to bank there, that's okay. But all I'm saying is that let the man Elumelu not think we are stupid, because basic trust is what is going to be lacking here. And if he hates the bank, people should not pay that bank. He's just the head of that bank, maybe the founder of the bank. If he has sold his bank to Tinubu, that's a different ballgame altogether. So banking is a different process. The people should not shut down the bank until you get your money out. You have a right to transfer your money from that bank to Access Bank or to any other bank that you believe that will do your needs. That's all I have to say on that.
All right, Henry. 2 minutes.
For the bank issue, I mean, it's not so important anyway, but it's just disrespectful for him to present his daughters,
Okay, yeah, I wanted to address that. I don't think it's a daughter. His kids are very
the ladies.
So, someone said it's somebody from the family,
It's okay. To present the ladies for, I mean, this shows how people, the elites, still want to control the system. This shows how these so-called elites want to control the system. We don't have people that will always control. They don't want Nigerians to move forward. These are the people. Tinubu went to visit him, call him one man standing. What does that mean then? I don't even know what that one means, one man standing. What it means, I don't know. These are the same kind of people, this Milolu, what they call this, whatever his name. These are people who don't want this country to move forward. They want it to be this their cycle where they meet, where they enjoy themselves, where they become rich. They don't want other Nigerians to get better. They don't want because they are enjoying when Nigeria is unstable. These are the kind of people. They feel happy when Nigerians are unhappy. They feel proud when Nigerians are unhappy. But inside his own conscience, he knows this man is calling one man standing. He didn't win this election, and the result was not in favor of him. But he could not tell him the truth because of his own personal selfish interest. So tell me how this kind of people, the generation, will be happy for themselves. When their children feel sick, I don't feel sorry for them either. We don't know what they do with supporting evils. These are the kind of people we're talking about.
All right.
So can I go to Soludo a little bit?
No. Let's finish. I don't want to go two topics.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We'll come back, when you have a chance. All right. Let me. Who is driving here? Thomas. Go ahead. Just because you're driving, go ahead.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. Dr. Rudolph, I do sometimes I don't want to come back to your show anymore because of the toxicity, the hatred, and the threats and the abuse. But I just put it on myself this morning again to come. Actually, we are already on Sunday morning. I'm driving to church, but I have to say this before I get to church. You can cause any generation unborn. You can abuse people. I will remove my glasses so that you can see my face. You can cause anything. You can do anything. They cause Babangida. They cause Buhari. They cause Atiku. They cause everybody. They are still alive till today. So I don't care about your cause, your insults, your. Dr. Rudolph, you got an excellent panelist yesterday. But you can see the indication on the comment section, even with your co-part, the panelists, cursing them. They can't say anything. Nobody can have their say. It's their own. Anything they say is the right thing. Everything other person say is wrong thing. I second Okija this morning. You can see him. He was very angry. No, you can't curse people because of their opinion. No. So I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry because it's getting too much. Dr. Rudolph, this is your channel. When one man went to mall. I am a co-panelist on one man went to mall. We censor anything. There are people on the comment section. If you curse, if you call people out, we kick you out. We don't care. We have to be civil and moderate in everything we do. So that is just my take. I don't want to come to your show anymore because it's getting too crazy. People can't talk. You will cut them. You will cut their generation. I think you have to do something about it. It's your show. You have the right to do what you want to do. But for me, anywhere they are cursing, they are insulting, I don't associate myself with them. And with the Tinubu stuff, Tinubu is the man standing, is the last man standing. If you like it or not, you may not like him, you may not like his politics. I don't like him, I don't like his politics, but that is your president elected. He will be what? He will be swearing. There's nothing that will happen. That is your president elected. Get it to your straight. Get it to your skull, man. It is your president. There's nothing you can do about it. So Tinubu, they said he will not get the ticket. He got the ticket. They said he would die before the president, before the election. He didn't die. They said he will not win the election. He won the election. And some people are still saying now that he will not even become the president. Let me tell you, breaking news. He will become your president. It's either you like it or you don't like it. I don't like it, but that is our reality. Dr. Rudolph, thank you so much for having me. Let me dash out before they started cursing me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good riddance. Bye. See ya. Bye. Good riddance.
Okay, let's go.
You guys.
I love Nigeria.
Yeah, the Nigerian song. Thank you, Thomas. And let's go to Akija. Akija, Ernest.
This is the age of cancel culture. So I mean, Nigeria, I don't think Nigeria has they have done cancel culture. So probably if they want to start with your but I mean, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna put your money? Where are you gonna put your money? Are you gonna? You don't have money right now. Someone was supposed to very important documents to him. He was supposed to send a document to London, to an embassy in London to get a benefit, and he couldn't get money to just do DHL. He couldn't get cash to do DHL 2 hours last week. So that's a country. So if you want to reduce, the number of bank, you bank with. I don't know how. I think the ATM, yeah, you can still use the ATM, but if you don't want to use the ATM, so it narrows down. The whatever you are, the ATM you have to use will reduce. So I don't know. So Lumelu. To get some of government business. So I mean, he's a businessman. I don't get some people, like people that hate Dangote, they say things about Dangote. I love Dangote. He's a businessman. I'm a businessman too. I will do whatever I have to do, as long as I don't contravene the law. I will have to do anything I have to do to get advantage. So that Timmy is a businessman. He played his part. P2B had some businessmen, in his fold too. So, but the problem I have with the visit is that he, like people are saying, that he went to them and instead of them they're coming to him. I don't know how much he gave him. In Igbo land, we say that if there's kind of thing, the money you give to a medicine man, he will go to to Evil Forest to get herbs. So yeah, probably he went to Evil Forest to get herbs for him. That's why he's paying homage to them. He's going to need them. They just like he said already. He's gonna nominate. Probably he's gonna give him some names for ministerial opposition or some other position. But also what we are seeing is that Tinubu will be under influence of many businessmen. I said it even before the election. For instance, they were talking about oil subsidy. If he's gonna like fuel subsidies, he's gonna remove it. I told people that he's not gonna remove it because when he gets into power, people like Otedela and Elumelu and some other people who are into oil, they will tell him no, you can't do that, and he's gonna back down. So that that's the thing. So that's why the politics, is businessmen most of the time they determine the politicians who win. Just like in US, we make laws. The big companies, they make laws for us. They buy our Congress people. They sponsor their campaign or whatever, give them money, and they make the law that will benefit business. Nigeria, the PIB law, the PIB bill that took many years to pass because it was the business interest. They didn't want it to go through. So they sat on it for years. And after how many years? Did it take like 20 years or whatever, more than 20 years before they could pass it? So basically, Tinubu is going to who sponsored him. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Okija. Let's skip those who are here. They've been here. Let's welcome new people who joined us and say hi to them and get them to weigh in. Ovia, welcome to the show.
Salam alaikum, brethren.
Alaikum salam. So we've been having a lot of conversations, so you can weigh in from any angle, wherever. I don't know what you heard.
The Anambra issue is very interesting because, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything wrong with what the position or what Soludo said. He's responding to, I mean, the mandate that he's standing on today is given to him by Abga. So it only makes sense that he worked for his party. He's not Wike who decided to go against his party and he's still standing. But we don't know how long he's going to stand. But he has to work for his party. Of course, the same thing goes to Obi too. Obi has a responsibility to, as a leader of the party now, to also work for his own party. So this is democracy at work, and let the best leader win. That's what is at stake at this point. Of course, Soludo is scared for his own future too. He understands what happened to Obi during his first term when the whole national assembly is PDP and Abga. So he cannot know what is in for him if that actually happened. According to him, it's as if Obi want to set him up. Of course, if the Labour Party is although the excuse is given is that in order for the development to continue smoothly, you need a house that will, be in accordance with this policy. So, but as I said, I don't see anything wrong with them. I don't see anything wrong with both of them are doing. This is what power is all about. And we'll see what will come next Saturday.
Okay. If we're not saying that they shouldn't campaign for their own parties, that's not the issue. If the president had gone to, let's say, where the PDP is in charge and say to them, you guys must vote for my party, APC's senators, because if you vote for PDP senator, we won't let him come and see me. He will just collect his pay. He won't be able, would that be acceptable to the country?
I mean, what do you mean by the country?
I mean, the rest of the country. I mean, us, you. I'm not even talking about the particular states.
I know this has been my argument from the one that we, the citizen, we are not playing our role. And that is why this politician can do whatever they want and they get away with it. It is not the responsibility of a governor, whether the senator come do siamo or no siamo. No, it's the responsibility of the people in that constituency. Then we make them not see eye to eye. It's the benefit of the people. The argument, their fight, whatever that is coming between them, they should be a contention of how do we serve the people of this constituency better. So it's that time we, the people, stand up to our own responsibility, hold these people accountable. Right? The people of Anambra know what they want, regardless of what Soludo or Peter will say. They know what they want. They'll do what they want. And that's what we want. We should stop caring about what happened to these people we voted for by their own party. We are not invited. We just see them from outside. We should care about us. How much is coming to the constituency? Nobody even care about. Nobody even asking. Even nobody knows. So you can also say you understand why Soludo want to make sure his own members are Abga, so that nobody will know what is happening. So we the citizens should just sit down. We should stop fighting ourselves. This has nothing to do with us. It's that time we start, do the same thing we are doing. I think we don't even need to look outside. We should look to this political class, how they move. They are always together, regardless of what happened. They find a way to come together and forge ahead because they have one thing they have one goal in common. how to get power and stay close to power. So what is our own hand? What's our goal as people? We want
All
the
right.
little that is coming to us should be well utilized. Until we focus on that, I don't care what is going on between these two big boys.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll go to the priest of peace. I'll come back to you, Anyin. Priest of peace, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Unado Dalon. Okay, so I was discussing with somebody today from Olo, and that person told me that there wasn't an election in Olo local government and Osi local government. And we are talking about whether Mahmood, the INEC chairman, is the worst INEC chairman ever. I mean, it's no saying to begin to even think about it. He is he is he's not even close to being worse. I don't know what to use to quantify uh, his level or activity as far as that election is concerned. We saw what he did the first time and the second time. I mean, yesterday the discussion yesterday was kind of over the board. And one thing I have discovered is that Nigerians don't like themselves in quotes. Both Igbos, Hausa, Yoruba, nobody. We don't like ourselves. Take it to the bank. But if somebody comes from outside and says, I go deal with you now, you will see every Nigerian will rise up and say, you want to try us? Do you know I'm from Nigeria? Do you know this? So, but
All right. Um, Anyin. Anyin. How do you pronounce it? Anyin.
Hi.
Anyi. Okay. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. I want to thank. I hope you are hearing me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. I live in Nigeria, and I want to tell you that it's not working. Nigeria is not working. You out me, but a call any of your relation in, they will tell you that nothing is working. Even the election, if you like,
yes, can you hear me? The network is hanging. Hear me?
Hello.
The priest, hold on. We'll come back to you. Somebody else is speaking. Go ahead, Anyin.
Yeah, Nigeria is not working. If you like, you a very decent man, and what corrupt others will also corrupt that decent man. It is the right time to say the right is not, or is not Yakubu, because we in the beginning, right from onset, that this election is not going to work. Somebody like me, do you know how it takes me to solve all these papers in order to get my PVC? When I do it after 4 years, it will not work. I have to go to my village to get it village. That's how Nigeria is supposed to work.
You don't
Nigeria
reach.
is not supposed to help us.
Where you there now? Enter the complex now.
Live TV. Nobody cares. Go ahead.
For the past 1 week now, we don't have money. People are not talking about, you are talking about the election. If I have to go to a distance of, let me say, 2 kilometers for me to vote, where will I see money to transport myself? These are not good. Let us, if one minister is second base, Jare, second base. This one with the top.
What is the second base for you?
The second base for me is when we start talking about why is Nigeria not working. Then I will tell you why Nigeria is not working. Let me cite one example. Somebody said that Nigeria don't love themselves. My brother, that is truth. That is the number one truth. You can't see me as I'm an Igbo man, a proud Igbo man. You can't see me now see something that is wrong, and the Yoruba man is there because Yoruba man know that that thing I'm seeing that is wrong will not favor him. He will completely tell that thing I'm seeing that is bad is good. That life is not like that. This type of thing cannot happen in America, where some of you are living. It cannot happen. When they see truth, everybody believe on it. No matter the party you are coming from, no matter your color and your background. But can that thing happen in Nigeria? Number one, our constitution is bad. They should work on that constitution. I think the constitution is the problem we are having, not because if somebody like me now commit a crime, they take me to police immediately. But those people, are they not committing crime? How many of them have the law and hold? I'm tired. Nigeria is not working. You push that thing, we no get money no there. You go to the bank. Okay, a bank I know yesterday, somebody went to the bank and withdraw money. They gave him the 500 naira note. The guy tried to spend the money, couldn't spend it. He run back to the bank. He want to deposit it to his account. They say no, my brother. Now so work. Nigeria is not working.
Why did they say no?
Rodolphe, you want to ask me why did they say no? Many people will start talking to you, telling you that is true. Their no is CBN did not ask us to collect the money, but they are the one that gave the money. That is it. So Nigeria is not working, and you can't take a police to arrest such banker. It will not work. So what do? They know what to do. I think I have a clip where one of the consular those days in Nigeria, he was saying that Nigeria know what to do. Nigeria know what to do. We know what to do, but everybody's out. I want to drop you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we're happy to hear from you. Okay. So, Jonaba, did you finish what you were saying the last time?
Not really. On the issue now, let's on serious note on the issue I was talking when someone talk and you're talking about the spiritual aspect of it and understanding is very crucial. Very crucial to me in the sense that my upbringing in ministry and in life in general. My brother is here now, he can tell you. We have a lot of pastors too from my family, my immediate family. We have Pastor David Abba is in New York there as well. I don't believe in cursing. I can even use the F language for you instead of cursing, all of those things, because anything you want to find in Bible, you can find it. The Bible said that when your way pleases God, your enemy will be at peace with you. He said, I will fight your battle, hold your peace. So many things. You can find the whatever you are looking for, or those courses. And that I'm not fan of it. It doesn't sit well with me using all those curse words, because the person you think is your enemy. I've said it here before. If two children are fighting, you cannot pray. They cannot come to you as a father and say, "Oh, kill the other one for me." Me and my younger brother here, we have a different political view, completely different. I'm not going to say to him now, or I don't believe he will say to me, "Oh, you are going to hell or thunder fire you because you are not obedient." And I don't believe I will say to him, whosoever I think is I want to endorse or I want to support. And that is the lack of love we have with ourselves, that the far we disagree, then we become enemy of each other. And I think we have to stay away from that. And I don't believe that my own mother, I will not even watch my mother using all those curse words on national TV, and I will embrace it. I will distance myself from her, and I will be very firm with her that no mother want to see another child go down. The Bible says the heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord. He will turn it to whatever direction he wants for his own good. And at a point in life, you that say you are born again now, maybe you are not born again yesterday, and nobody have killed you. You have done something wrong. And then this is even a politics, for God's sake. And then we use such word I'm not fan of using all those words, and I'm not comfortable with it. And I don't think that if that worked that much, Nigeria will not be where it is today, because all those rain. And I think even maybe that is the reason why Nigeria is not moving forward. If I can change it the other way around, where everything has to die by fire, and I think then nobody should complain. Then we're all going to be dying by fire like that. So I think we should stay away from all those things. Pray for peace and unity of the country. Do everything you can, and just pray for a good leadership. Pray that God grant them wisdom and understanding so that we can move forward. But I don't believe the prayer is going to work anyway. It doesn't work. It just shows who you are, and it just a level of understanding I can say about that. On Soludo is a local politics, so I don't think he's trying to save himself, and then is the future of his own party is looking for. But that's between Anambra people. We shouldn't worry about that. Like the young man said, we should speak to issues like what is going on in Nigeria, that you have to use money to buy money. We all should be upset with that, and make sure that that should not happen. To anybody in Nigeria, that you have to go to the bank and use your money to buy money. That's the in my own view. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jamal. Yeah, your line has
Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages.
Yeah, go ahead.
On what my brother Janaba just said, here is something that a junior from my high school days just sent me this morning. And he said it has become a Herculean task to source for funds to the extent that we have resorted to buying Naira from the black market to the tune of every 10K or 4K. Senior, as I write, I have no money to put food on the table for my family. Bank of under the bed, as they did this Naira redesign policy, and then they tried to snuff out people who originally banked from Bank of under the bed, under the mattress. This is what we are facing now. That a junior boy from class of 1977. I woke up and saw this. I still haven't found a way to address it. We are in deep trouble in Nigeria. What do we do?
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead, Jude.
My brother Abba, you see, this what is going on now, the conversation we're having now and in Nigeria about Nigeria and what is going on, it's not just politics. I hate when people come. I know everybody have right to their own opinion. When they say, oh, it's just politics. This is people's life. Many people are dying in the same process every day in Nigeria as we speak. So it's not just politics. This is people's life. Look at what Igbo Basic just said now. I mean, buying Naira. We all saw it last, in fact, since they changed this Naira swap. Now Nigerians are buying their own money, not even pounds, not even dollars. How low do we want to go before we all can be angry and say enough is enough of this nonsense that these evil men are doing? And yet people say, oh, do not curse them. Oh, do speak to them softly. Look, a leader or a father that does not stand, even the Bible says, Father, do not provoke your children, okay, right? Children, obey your father, right? Father, do not provoke your children unto wrath. Nigeria's father, these same people that have held us in bondage, has provoked their children constantly to wrath. So it is okay if those children toss around and spit on their faces. It's okay. It's okay because the children have constantly been praying for them every day. I remember throughout my school time, as a member of CE, in the 2 universities and with 2 schools I went to Nigeria, almost every week, and sometimes we go to mountains and pray. What has been the major because of our prayer. Nigerian leader, God to change their direction, God to touch their heart so that they will have a human heart. In my church, because when I was in many places I live in Nigeria, our night vigil every Friday has always, the focus has always been, majority of the prayer has always been focused on the Nigerian leaders. And the more you pray for these evil people, the more they continue to multiply in their wickedness. What does that tell you? It tells you that there is time for prayer and there is time for action. Everything is prayer. Bible says, watch and pray, for the things are evil. Elijah was praying. Is it Elijah or Elisha was praying with his servant that rain may come? And after praying, while he buried his face on his lap, and praying, after a point, you ask his servant, go out and check and see the weather, on whether there's a cloud. Come back and report me. What does that say? There is a time for prayer, and there is a time. Now this is a time for Nigerians to confront these evil people. Otherwise, they will continue to do this evil. Look at Tinubu now, going around, sneaking around to sniffing out all the people that matters in the society, and going to them. How many poor people has he visited after he has, the so-called win? He's going to sniff out them. You know why? One or two things he's going there to do. He's going to convert their endorsement, and as we can see in that video, Elumeno has endorsed him by showing him has endorsed that election by telling him one man standing or the last man standing, and he warmly embraced him not even once, twice, and took him to his house. You and I know that they didn't go there to discuss how Nigeria will move, what they will do to make sure that Nigeria get out of poverty. What they will do to make sure that they stop the incessant killing in Nigeria and bloodshed, or how they will do to provide good roads. He is going there, one, to discuss how maybe Elumelu will now help as an Igbo man or somebody from that region will go and begin to talk to people that will, at the end of the day, that gather support to talk to Obi, maybe to yield for him. And also, Elumelu will, at the same point, maybe tell him what he wants in his administration. And all of those things they are going to discuss there. Trust me, you and I interest, and the interest of the common masses on the street of Lagos, of Nigeria, and all over Lagos, all over Nigeria, will not be there. So what are we talking about? Do we continue, like Majefashek said, they have deceived us for too long? Do we continue to worship them like Thomas came and just talk and ran away? We continue to worship them and bow down and respect them when they have no single atom of respect on us. They call us fools through their actions and inactions. Every day they call us stupid, foolish people who doesn't know anything. That is why they can rig election constantly, right from Shagari days. Go and listen to a video that was recorded when Shagari won election. It's also down on corruption. How long shall we continue to allow them to do this to us when they impose their own person to us, to tell us if you don't like it, go to the court? And we all know that in the court, when a thief have come to your house and stolen, and if you catch him and he tell you, if you don't like what I have stolen from you, what I did to you, go to the court. You know that his elder brother or his father or mother or friend is there in the court. And we all know this, that they have all planted all these people. This is a calculated attempt. They have already arranged everything. They have already orchestrated, written the script of how it's going to happen. That is why they can have the boldness to tell you, go to court. Because they think when you go to court, is their person, and they have already given them money to do that. How long shall we continue to honor these people who have no single respect for us? They go abroad, they see how things function, they see how schools, infrastructures, their functions, and they enjoy it. But when they come to Nigeria, their own country, they will not even attempt to even do half of those things, providing for their people, because they believe their people are stupid. They have no right to enjoy those basic necessities of life.
Please, I'm going to leave now, but let me respond to Jude quick. Brother Jude, how many people that prayer that you have been praying have killed?
It let me tell you, good. It has not killed them. One, for the fact that it has not physically killed them.
Come on, it killed Abacha.
But the person that is always cursed cannot be better than the person they say you are blessed. That is even the Bible the Bible says that. He that is always cursed is not the same person, the same as somebody that is say be blessed.
Okay, now this
you might think it's not working. Trust me. How many of those people? How many of those people, when they die and leave their fortune to their children,
I'm not even talking about the politician. I'm not even talking about the politician causing or no causing or anybody else. Now let me say it again. Prayer have its own part. In our family group chatting, and when the election was coming, they were giving prophecy and all of that. What I said to them, go vote. In as much I'm not a big fan, and I don't think I will be, but you have started a movement. That is how to go after the system. The notion that you're going to be saying that and tomorrow somebody will come and say my prayer is killing anybody or not killing is not the way we go about getting things done, even any part of this world. You can pray. Prayer have its own part. Everything, prayer have its own part. Your exercising of your franchise to vote also have its own part. We are trying to go. How do we change the system? Now, you may think that sometimes I use my comedy aspect of it to make some joke, but in seriousness of things is that we are not after each other the way what we have in common is the same. We all have common thing, the dream you have, the way you want to live your life. So the other side of it that we see the elite that is holding us hostage, how do we go about it? I don't think prayer will change it. But
Good,
prayer
Mr. Abba. Mr. Abba, listen, do you know the other time Tinubu came out and said he doesn't even want to go to social media anymore because of what they say, because of the things he's saying, right? You might say these things. I'm not advocating that people should continue to curse, right? But if they decide that is how they can vent their anger, I am not going to stop them.
I'm not stopping anybody. I have no right to stop anybody.
You might say it's not working. Do you know
I'm not saying it's not working, and I'm not saying it's not working. I'm saying that I'm not. What I'm trying to say is that I made it clear to you. Listen to me carefully because this is national TV. I'm saying to you is that prayer have its own part in our lives. When we come to express ourselves, we make our point and we put a pressure on the people we think they are doing the wrong thing by calling it out. It's another way. The issue that you think that you're going to rain fire is happening spiritually, is happening physically, that is your own judgment and make you feel better and take away your stress for that moment. It's fine. Everybody have a way how they believe and they believe what works for them. What I believe works for me, what you believe work for you. But I'm trying to say in general, when it's become toxic about, if I'll give you an example. I said to you is that me and Lawrence are here. We are the same parent. I don't believe in his party. He's a fan of Obi. I'm not. I cannot see him now simply because he's fan of Obi. Then I say, thunder fire you. Or you will say to me now, thunder fire you because you are not with Obi. I don't think those things are. That's where I mentioned that it is politics. You have your choice to vote who you want to vote for, and simply because I vote for somebody that is not your choice or supporting somebody that is not your own candidate, it doesn't mean I should be punished for that.
Honestly, Mr. Abba, I would say that even those people that are cursing, right? I would say it's even working for them for the fact that you are even talking it. Because you don't know those whom they are cursing, whether what they are talking in their respective houses. You don't know what their children that are hearing this thing might go to their father and say, Father, why is it that they are always cursing you in social media? What is it that you are doing? You think
for me not to vote for somebody that I don't
may
want
not
to
be
vote
going on in many
for me
houses?
not to vote for somebody I want to vote for. Then Lawrence now, I'm giving you an example again. So Lawrence now we come to the TV or anywhere. No, I don't think that. I don't believe in it. But if you are entitled to your own, I'm not going to say much on that issue. I'm speaking from my own perspective, and as a pastor, I don't believe in that. And you have a right to believe in.
Like I said, I'm not saying they should curse. I'm not advocating that they should curse people. But
Brother Jude, Kayode Ogundemisi, February 5, came on this platform and told us that the ballot box does not know nothing about curses, that you can curse from here to the kingdom.
All right, hold on, guys. Jude, you see, You just said that you don't know about, you don't believe in that. But you actually, the one you said that worried me was when you said that people should go in front of somebody and spit at the people. I don't know whether you know when you say these things. So when we try to control, we don't want to control what people say, the words they use, but you have to think about it. People are watching this, kids are watching this, and every forum, if you think about that, the radio station you listen to, TV, they have people in America who could come on TV and use any word they like, but you don't see that. There has to be control. You don't just come on a platform, go to NPR, listen to NPR every time. Uh, what you hear, there are certain words you don't use. It's not that people don't know how to use those words or people don't get angry. It's not that they are not happy about how everything is going in their country, but there has to be control. There has to be a way to present, and you can present. Did you watch Franklin yesterday? Did you see him use any word? But you can make a point without going that way. So that's what we hope to encourage. You don't have
Well, that was figuratively speaking anyway. Even if that was, I didn't, I just use it to illustrate the fact that people can vent their anger about the way things are going in Nigeria in whatever way they feel they can, and I'm not going to stop them because the reason is this. You can't, the court, they said, is the last hope of a common man, right? But in Nigeria, is it so? No. Here in America, you and I know, you can even take your government to court, and you might even win. But in Nigeria, who born you to say you take your government to court for anything?
People take government to court in Nigeria.
Okay, which individual in Nigeria has taken anybody to court and then they come out win?
So many people.
Look at Nnamdi's case. Look at Nnamdi's case. Look at Nnamdi's case. That's a case study.
But the point we're making is Nigeria is not the only country where you can do that. And I don't think every country, every time you cannot have your way, then you have to now do certain things that is not acceptable. But it doesn't matter. You can do it people can use any word they want. You can pray at home and abuse anybody and say anything you want to say. But what I'm saying is when you're in a public forum, there's need to control what you say and how you say it.
Yes, I understand that, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not advocating that people should, right? But if some people might feel that is the only way to vent their anger, again, many people have gone through. You don't know, the person who is talking, you don't even know what that individual has gone, has happened to him, or has, how Nigeria has happened to that individual that will make that person. I mean, no normal human being or somebody, things are going well in his country, stuff like that, will come out in a public, forum like this and begin to, speak ill of his country. Okay, many people have gone through stuff in Nigeria and are still going.
Jude, do you think there's someone who has not gone through stuff who is a Nigerian?
But there are categories, there are levels.
Like, how do you know the level if I don't tell you my own, or if they don't tell you their own?
That's what I'm saying. It depends on how everything depends on how individuals
manage to be, polite.
Anyway, let's move past this. I'm just saying.
All right.
But we shouldn't control the way people and the way they express themselves. We can only say, okay, well, it could have been better, or it could have better expressed it, but it shouldn't be like, oh, he has to speak this manner. He has to speak in that manner. Because trust me, people have gone through. Nigeria have happened terribly to so many people, including myself that is staying here. Sometimes the way I speak, if you don't even know about my experience in Nigeria, you will even be. If I say my experience in Nigeria, you people will be shocked and say, "Wow!" But I don't have to, come to the public and begin to express it like this. But we all hope, look forward to a better Nigeria, where the common man, if you don't feel what your government is doing, you can take him to court and get justice. Then if we get to that point, then people will better, channel their anger towards the right way of getting justice rather than, this particular way of coming to the open forum and begin to vent.
All right, thank you. If you welcome to the show. Welcome back. I don't know. I think the last time you spoke was when we were talking about Anambra State and Soludo.
Oh my God. What are we talking about? I'm just shaking my head and laughing. I mean, sometimes I just feel like people forget that this is a public platform. Yeah, we have emotions, but you need to have emotion under control. I remember talking to you the other time prior before the election that I disagree with my younger brother. He's a PDP supporter, staunch PDP supporter. I am a B supporter. But aside from politics, we from the same mother, we from the same father. But when it comes to the politics, all of us we go different ways. But I'm not gonna say because he's a PDP supporter, and I'm gonna curse him out just like Abba and Lawrence and Mr. Abba. I'm not gonna do that. Or come into a public platform and then curse all the people that will die, their children. See, all this prayer, it doesn't work.
It's
Let me
crazy.
tell you, it doesn't work.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
tell you what
crazy.
happened. Let me tell you what happened. I discharged a patient because he was very aggressive to other staff. He cussed me out and cussed me and told me that on your way home, trailer is gonna kill you and all that stuff. I came back tomorrow. Everybody was like, "You still alive?" I said, "No shaking." All those prayers doesn't work. If it's working, Nigeria will not be where it is today. If it's working, Tinubu will not be alive today. If it's working, Buhari will not be alive today. If it's working, all those elites or the oppressors won't be alive today. So forget about all these things. We need to stop mind what we say when we come to public platform. It doesn't work. We have emotions. Yes, I'm a Christian. Yes, but I can never tell you you will die. Your generations to generation. Come tomorrow, they're still waxing stronger and stronger and stronger. This person made a point. If you want to win election, go and cast your vote. If you're sick, you go to the hospital. It's not when you're sick you start praying. I have one of my friends showed me a picture of her. My sister showed me a picture of her mom's friend with the leg decaying. Guess what they were doing? They are praying. I said, "This is a medical emergency. Take her to the hospital." Come yesterday, she told me Mama Guam died. So we need to stop all this nonsense. Prayer is not gonna take us anywhere in Nigeria. Prayer is not gonna win this election. No matter, I know a lot of people are disappointed that will be lost. You have to go vote again. You continue voting, voting, voting until you vote them out. No matter how much they read, it will get to a point when they will be tired of reading and they can't read no more. But for you to come to the platform and say, "Oh, Tinubu is not going to see the re-election, the swearing in," I don't believe in that. There is law. Let us follow it. Let us stop taking emotions. Or when people come here from other parties, so I'm not talking about one man because that one is crazy, but we're talking about other people coming to the platform. They have right to voice their opinion. This is have your say. Sometimes I see that and I say I disagree with you, but I'm not gonna call you names. So we need to respect people's opinion. We need to respect people's feelings. We are adults. Stop taking these things personal. They're not personal. These things we are discussing here, trust me, it's not going to have any effect on Buhari or Tinubu or anything. We're just sharing our opinion, sharing our feelings. I told you guys that sometimes I come here as a form of therapy and listen and laugh. That is why I come every day. But this thing we are talking here is not going to make any effect. But the only thing I tell anybody that lives in Nigeria, if you want to have a change in that country, continue voting. I know a lot of people are going to be demoralized because of the outcome of the presidential election. No, don't be tired. Get your PVC, go out on Saturday, stand even if it's rain, sun, whatever, and vote. Vote, vote, vote. Stop cursing. It's not going to take us anywhere. Thank you.
All right, Ify, thank you so much. You see, that's why we need women. Oh, okay. I want to say that's why we need women on the show. Then I remember that what we're talking about is about. Okay, Oti, welcome to the show. You unmuted yourself. Can you unmute yourself?
Sorry. Okay. Right. All right. I think this is my second time on this show, and the reason really why I've been listening. Okay. So let me just. I think it's just, it's what you said. You were kind of correcting John. Sorry, Jude. Because I heard what Jude said. I didn't understand him to be saying that somebody, or inviting anybody, encouraging anybody to speak on anyone's face, but rather, he was saying, if, okay, which is kind of hypothetical, really, so it's not. I don't think he was saying that people should go out and speak on people's faces. So I can understand the sentiment, and I think listen to some people, the way they take this, it's like a lack of seriousness. Okay, look, this election that took place, and it's quite clear that it didn't go well, and there is a powerful sense of injustice. Okay, we can just it's not something that we can just accept lying down. Okay, next time we try. No, it shouldn't stand. People really have to be determined, and then this is a matter of life and death. Somehow people don't take politics seriously as if it is a joke. It's people's lives, right? And again, I don't really understand. People have a right to, be angry, be annoyed, but of course, respecting people and not encouraging violence, being unnecessarily aggressive. We have to have kind of have boundaries, maintain a sense of balance. But this, apathy, it doesn't really matter that, that's how politics is done. No, it's not. We have a right to say no, and everybody, I believe, knows the difference between right and wrong. We should always be clear, insist on the right. The right thing should be done. It doesn't, the fact that we've been doing the wrong thing all along is no reason not to decide to say, look, this time it's going to be different. We have to do the right thing. So it's just, as I said, the only reason why I wanted to join this, to just correct damages, because you were correcting Jude. I didn't think, I didn't understand Jude to be saying or encouraging, saying that it's the right thing to spit on anyone's face. But rather, if, so again, it's just a matter of the context, justification. There's something that could happen, and then if you take such a measure, it becomes permissible, right? So everything is a matter of circumstance, and we have to take the context into consideration. So that is then. I don't think there's anything Jude has said that I can't agree with, I can't live with. That's how he feels. It's just my view. Okay. Thanks so much. I'm listening and join the show.
All right, Oti, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Dr. Maxwell, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Thank you. Just like Oti is my second time, so I suppose me and Oti will be competing.
And you look alike. I'm thinking that maybe.
Well, maybe. Who knows?
Sorry, Oti, are you related to Alex Oti?
No, I'm not. I'm from Anambra State, Urumba South. Oti, perhaps his own Oti is spelled differently. So mine is OTI. So Oti, perhaps his own Oti is spelled. Sorry.
So I suppose, my brother, Dr. Damages, thank you. I cannot appreciate you enough for your program. We've been here for hours. I've been trying to log in, but difficulty. Well, I suppose the subject matter, whether the election, whether Yakubu was, I suppose whether he supervised the worst election. I suppose, in my view, I think history will judge us. History will judge him, actually, excuse me. History will judge him. I was personally disappointed in the kind of election we had. But like some people will always say that Nigeria is still going through the teething process. Well, that could be, it could be reassuring, it could be deceptive, it could be whatever word we might use. And Nigerians, again, back to in terms of being swear words and being aggressive or something like that, I would say that Nigerians generally, we are very emotional people. We are so emotional that sometimes we express our feelings more than embracing facts. And there is a saying that facts don't care about your feeling. There are place and time for everything. So I suppose we should try to apply some decorum in different platforms or wherever we are. It also speaks to where they come to, in terms of my profession, that we what they call the emotional intelligence, ability to discern when to apply your emotions or your feelings in any circumstances that you find yourself. So I suppose we should be mindful that sometimes when we express ourselves, words can be spoken, words can be dangerous. Words can go a long way. history might be unkind to us when these words are uttered based on how we feel. But the fact is, when it is revisited, you might want to retract yourselves. I suppose all of us Nigerians, especially those of us here who are in diaspora, if Nigeria was that great and fantastic, I don't think we would be, you know, leaving the country, you know. So I don't think any of us are having it better. With all due respect, my brother Jude, I don't think anybody had it right. I don't think anybody suffered more than anybody or somebody suffered less than anybody. It's all subjective. It's how you see or how you cope, the coping mechanisms that you apply when you are going through stress. No human being will not go through stress. It is part of human life. It is part of the living. But I suppose we should be mindful, and we should be extremely mindful that first of all, our genetics in terms of Nigerians, we are very emotional. We should try as much as possible to put our emotions in check, because again, with social media, this will go a long way. It travels far and wide. It stays on memory for years. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. We don't know the opportunity that you might lose simply because you uttered a word out of the way we were feeling at the time. But again, 5, 10 years later, would you say the same thing? So I suppose this is calls for reflection on how we check our emotions. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Forefathers, you've been quiet.
Yeah, I was just more in a listening mode. Um, I think some of the things that people have been saying, I think both sides have a point. People have a right to air their opinion, and others have a right to feel a little bit offended about what is said to them. I think in the end, all of us want the betterment of the country, isn't it? And because of that objective, we have to be a little bit more forgiving of each other and not take things too far. Because it depends on how events shape up. Any of us could be correct. Really, you don't necessarily control outcomes completely. So we have to be a little bit more patient with each other on that one. And I noticed that some people, go overboard and they say some things that are a little bit this thing, because of obviously the results that are happening and people are in their feelings. And but I would say, if you have issues about the results and stuff like that, try to be methodical and try to see these things for what it truly is. It's just a tiny step in a greater struggle of something that we've lost a long time ago that we are trying to get back. We are trying to get back our sovereignty and our nation back. The nation you are fighting for right now is not in your control. It's just those leaders you are looking at there. They are just doing the bidding of people that have the power. This world we are in, we don't have the power yet. And if you see that this in perspective, you will be able to rise out of these results and focus on the bigger struggle. Because it's not about Tinubu, it's not only about P2B. There is something big that we need to figure out here. P2B, for now, from what I can see, he has won a kind of the moral victory in terms of his conduct in this election. I believe that even people that don't like him, that didn't vote for him, will acknowledge that. And I also think that Tinubu is not silly. He also knows that he wants 37% of the vote, which means 63% of the country didn't vote for him, which is quite new for a president. So maybe that's why he's not jumping around. Before he was doing it at first, but maybe he's beginning to pick up on the fact that this is not going to be easy if he thinks he's just going to run the country like he won 100% of the vote. He's going to have issues. And it's up to the obedience. They need to exercise a level of discipline to control the narrative. Because people are listening to P2B. People listen to some of the things he says, even if they don't vote for him, they don't support him. And if you look at it from the other angle, people also are allowed to have their own supporters, their own base. Elumelu has a right to say he prefers Tinubu for whatever reason. You don't know that Tinubu helped him when he was in secondary school, whatever. You don't know. People have a right to choose what direction they want to go. So I just think that we need to step back and realize that maybe even to Elumelu, maybe even Tinubu wants the best for Nigeria too. Many of you will find it hard to believe. I don't think he wants Nigeria to be subjugated by anybody. Maybe he's not competent enough to handle it, but he doesn't want that. The fact that he doesn't want that means that you guys have something in common. And you start from there, just care about your people. I think this aspect of us where sometimes we go overboard, and I understand, it's hard to really pin anybody down and say blame anybody. And I think the ones that are saying we should censor people, we should kick people out, no. People should be allowed to express their opinions. People should be allowed to vent. Because sooner or later, you watch, I've seen this happen before, where people insult each other. I've spoken to East Africans, they will insult each other and all the rest. Now we are all like friends. Because now we know our limits. Everybody knows where everybody stands. We need to get familiar with each other. We don't speak a lot to some parts of the country, though we do speak to a lot of this thing. All of us that are in the diaspora, we speak to each other, but we don't speak to a lot to the northerners. I believe that this type of conversation needs to be had, no matter how difficult it is. We need to talk to each other. We shouldn't necessarily ban anybody, but lying about people is something different. Threatening people physically is something different. We have to limit that one and call those people out to account for what they've done. If you lie about somebody, you have to show proof. That's if you don't have any proof, you have to apologize. You can't just slander people publicly. But limiting people's ability to express their feelings, we shouldn't. And even if somebody's expressing their feeling in a very, very bad way, believe you me, I've been called that Peter Tinubu pays me. I've been called that I work for the government. I've been called all kinds of things. You just realize that those people are angry. Even Jude, when I spoke to Jude, I asked Jude one simple question. What do you want so that you'll be okay with Nigeria? Jude, forgive me for sharing. He told me everything most Nigerians want. That's what he told me. It tells you that a lot of people are frustrated, not because they hate the country necessarily, they just want a country that works. And I just think that we need to be more flexible. You know how they say in the art of war, like water, you have to be adaptable. Your focus should be on developing the country so that we recover what we've lost. What we've truly lost is our ability to determine our destiny. That's what we've truly lost. All our money, all the hard work we are doing, even this work we are doing overseas, it's just enriching other groups. That is the big struggle we are in. And if you learn how to adapt through all this bad leadership and through all the problems we are having, that's how you are going to solve the problem. That's how other people solve their problems. Nigeria is not in a good place because we are too focused on tribe, we are too focused on personalities, when we are missing the big struggle. And I understand why we miss it, because we don't see it. We are not like North Koreans, where their country was 85% of their country was completely destroyed. That is why North Koreans are so focused. 100% literacy rate in North Korea, life expectancy 20 years ahead of ours. Even if 85% of their country was completely flattened by the Americans. Why do you think they had that resolve to do it? Because they saw it. We never saw that kind of conflict. We didn't even fight for our freedom. They were just handed to us. That's why we seem to be asleep. That struggle, believe you me, it is real. And that is why we are poor today. And I really wish all these people that are really offended by, obese, the result and all the rest, they should rise up beyond this result and see that bigger struggle. And that will give them focus. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We're going to.
Can I please have a few minutes, 1 minute or so?
1 minute, Jude. 1 minute.
Okay. See, I just want people to understand the premise on which I spoke. I was responding to Abba's comment, and some other people who always, at the end of the day, they say, "Oh, this is just politics. No need to fight. It's just politics." And that personally, it makes me very, very sad, because why we are saying it's just politics, the same system that is just politics are sending many of our brothers and sisters, even if they are not your brother or not your sister, biological, but it's sending many people to their grave, early grave in Nigeria every day. We are seeing people are dying every day, and you are telling me it's just politics, and you say it, we talk, we can't, that kind of lackadaisical attitude and casualty and dismiss the whole thing is just politics. No, it's not just politics. This is people's life. This is people's life. Many people are going to bed in Nigeria. Many, millions are going to bed every night without food in their stomach. Many people have died just because of lack of poor medical, lack of medical facilities. Many people are suffering. Okay, if you call out, let's say 10, every Nigerian 10 that are sick today, most likely eight of them are having typhoid and malaria. Why? Why is it so? And if you say it's just politics, and these are something that are solvable with good administration, good leadership, providing things in place to checkmate, to solve malaria fever, things that causes diseases in Nigeria, and we're saying it's just politics? No, it's not just politics. This is people's life that is involved. Okay, so whichever way people, like I said, whichever way people vent, we're often very, very, very quick to come and say, oh, people shouldn't insult the leaders, they shouldn't do this. But these same people are insulting you every day and calling you stupid by their actions. What else do we need? It's not always when someone come and slap you on your face or spit on your face that they are spat on you. What INEC did, what Buhari and INEC did is a slap on our faces, on the faces of millions of Nigerians that went out, that went out dare the rain and the sun to vote 25th of February, February. It's a slap on their faces. They ask them, come out and vote. Just get engaged. You don't need to be talking. Just get engaged in the political system. And these people now got engaged. They went and vote with hope that, as they have assured them, that if you vote, your vote this time will count. We will make sure that this election becomes the best so far Nigeria has ever witnessed. And the people had so much faith in the system which they have sold to them, and only to be disappointed. Only to be, to be bamboozled. Who wouldn't be happy? And someone come out and tell me, oh, it's just an election. Oh, you can, you can go out again and vote. Then the same thing happening. For how long has Nigeria been voting? And the same thing keep happening. Oh, you can go out and vote. Fine. You can still go and vote. And I encourage everybody to go and vote next Saturday. And when you're voting, please, the people that are causing this evil against you, that have brought this evil against you, PDP and APC, make sure you vote all of them out. Rig all of them out. Vote all of them out, not rig with PVC. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's take a little break, 2 minutes, and then we'll be right back.
Go easy.
True cost of corruption. I don't think the true cost of corruption, rather, let me say it differently. I don't think the most expensive line item in the cost of corruption, right, is what it's done to the economy. I think it's what it's done to sentiment and what it does to talent. In other words, when you corrupt a system, those less deserving get opportunities to which they are not deserving.
Entitled.
The problem is that those who are deserving pick up a little green document called a passport. They get on a plane
and go elsewhere.
And they leave. Now, there are some people watching this who go, no, they must go. Let me tell you why that is the dumbest, most nonsensical thing I've ever heard people say. When you say, JJ must go, JJ is born in South Africa. The South African state educates him for 18 years to get his matric. Then that same South African economy, has built institutions of education. Let's assume JJ gets a master's. It's another 5-6 years of it. 24 years invested, and you're going to say he must just go.
Yeah.
Like,
because you're just flushing that investment down the drain.
And so, what's happened now, if it's not the semigration to the Western Cape, That's a separate conversation altogether.
Yeah.
It's the proper immigration.
Yeah.
The number of South Africans who have sat in this chair living in Canada today would alarm you.
Sure.
The number who've moved to Australia would alarm you. The number I bump into, or neighbors of mine in the Middle East, will alarm you, right? Because what talent does, when you distort this thing about effort versus reward, is talent goes where it will be rewarded.
My goodness.
It doesn't have to put up with the nonsense. It gets on a plane and it leaves.
Yeah.
Now.
The director says going overseas.
That's my own. But I think the point is this: the degradation is slow, right? So you don't feel it immediately.
Yeah.
But trust me, let me end it by saying this. If you looked at the top 100 investment bankers in Wall Street today, you'd find a healthy percentage of them are Nigerians. The top brain surgeons in the world today, healthy percentage of them Nigerians. The top investment banking lawyers in the world today, healthy percentage of them Nigerians.
Sure.
What does that tell you? How is it that Nigeria is struggling with the issues it's struggling with, but some of the smartest people in the world are Nigerians? And then you look at where you'll find those Nigerians, and typically it's not in Nigeria. It means you've got this incredible base of talent whose skills, competence, and abilities are being harvested by another economy and not their.
We have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And there's something we've not done in a long time, and I think when I hear from Oti, I think we will do that, which is what keeps you up at night. I've not had people tell me what keeps them up at night. And so before Oti will come to you, but I want to tell, hold on, Oti. I think there's somebody, I can't see the name, let me see. I brought you up before, but Uzo, yeah, Uzo, welcome to the show. I know, I think the problem you were having is that you have your YouTube on and you are on, you're also on StreamYard. So please turn off one so that we don't get the echo we're getting from you. All right, Oti, you wanted to say something. I think you were raising your hand.
Okay, yes. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. What I'm going to say is more like, more in the nature of, it's like a comment, really, observation as a silent listener, observer of proceedings. So no, I'm not going to talk on any specific subject. But what I've noticed is this, some people, okay, opinion, okay? Everybody has an opinion, can express an opinion. But every opinion can be correct. The fact that people express opinion or have opinion does not mean that they can be wrong, or one can really, correct them and tell them that the opinion is wrong. It's because kind of a sense of permissive, pervasive relativism. So yeah, anything goes, and nothing. No. I think, look, there's truth and falsehood, and we know that. When we hear that. And I believe even in our politics, we should really be quite clear about that, and firm. People can support anybody they want to support, but at least they should be challenged to, to justify their choice, their opinions, So at an intellectual level, so we should be able to do this. It's not just yes, you have your opinion, I can support whoever I support, but why are you supporting that person? Can you justify it? So what don't we have a sense of, the good, the common good, the public good, what is good for everyone? It's not what is, for your own self-regarding interest, what benefits you alone. No, it can't just, that can be the politics we play. It has to be politics higher level politics. It's going to be about the common general good. So I believe, in a forum like this, which is the kind of thing we should, try to inculcate, cultivate. And if I may say, moderator, Dr. Damages, okay, yes, I mean, you allow people to come in. I quite understand and appreciate your position that you don't censure people. But again, as a moderator, you can be firmer in calling people to challenging what people are saying. It's not just people come and then say all sorts of things as, by way of, is my opinion. Quite plainly, they're telling lies. A lie is a lie. And we know when people tell lies. Okay, this case of Kaluta or whatever, at least he should show people his face. Why is he hiding his face? He comes and says, okay, look, this is a fact. Why is it a fact? Okay, if somebody wants to show something, prove something, and the people are listening to you to adduce, to show why something is a fact, why you say something, why B is, you want to say A is this, and then you don't say that. You just telling, no. I mean, this kind of, is there a debate or something? Or if it's a debate, it should be a healthy debate. There should be a kind of a standard, really, that that you can impose, so that people come here and then listen and then also learn. It's not just people coming and then say all sorts of things. Sometimes, that's as I said, is a kind of a more like a general observation. I'm not saying anything on this specific topic at the moment.
All right, thank you, Oti. Lawrence.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this time again. I just want to say that I understand the frustration of Jude. You understand? I can say I feel that pain, because when you see a country that's supposed to move forward and is not moving forward, and if you see a country that the judiciary, they're not making, like, that's the last hope for a common man, they said, and that is not even working. So there's a frustration there. Okay, a court will give an order, and the order will not be taken by anybody, and nothing happened, right? Nobody will go to jail for that. Nobody will be nothing will happen to nobody. So how do you expect this country to move forward? Like, how? So that is the frustration of Jude right now. You understand? Nothing is working in this country, right? Court will give an order and nobody listen to that order. So, and nobody go to jail for that. Nobody say anything. Nobody will do anything about it. So how do you expect this country to move forward?
Lawrence,
yes, sir.
Can I ask you a question now?
Yes, sir.
And Jude too, and then everybody else, So the court gave an order, and the government refused to obey the order. And then, is that Nigeria the first place that has happened before?
But there's no consequences.
No, wait, no. I'm sure Nigeria is not the first place, okay?
Okay.
So what I would think is, if I'm really bothered about that,
I think
is, what did other people do when they were in that situation?
Exactly.
Did we think about that?
Okay, can I make a comment on that?
Lawrence, after Lawrence, then you can, Jude. You can go ahead, Lawrence. Okay, now we can hear you, Lawrence. Your line is bad. Okay, Jude, help him out.
You see, majorly, you can find this kind of system among undeveloped or third world country per se. This kind of, flagrant disrespect for law and order by those, that are supposed to be custodian of the same thing. Yeah. Okay. In Western world, you can't find this. Of course, if that happens, of course, the parliament will call them to order. We'll find out what is going on, where democracy actually works, where we have, division of labor, or if you might call it, where each
checks and balances
of the democratic settings, checks and balances each other. But in African countries and other third world countries, This thing does not exist because the so-called president and those in authority believe the law is not meant for them.
Okay,
Does not apply for them. It's only apply for
you're
the
going
law.
too far. You're going too far. We know that. I think everybody here, we all know that. And in fact, Nigeria's president attended a conference this week. They said it's a conference of the least developed countries in the world. So you just said something we know, that Nigeria is one of the countries that are not advanced. So the question I'm asking, go back to the question, what did the people, what did they do? Don't tell us we know these things. Tell us now what we don't know. What did the people who face this kind of situation in those poor countries, what did they do to resolve it, where they have resolved it?
What people,
okay, go ahead, Lawrence.
Yeah, I would say two things. What people do is to go and go out and speak to the government, right? Like in the way of protesting.
Protest.
Yeah. Another thing is to go to the court. You understand what I'm saying? So protest in Nigeria, you go to protest, you know the result.
The answer you're going to get.
Yeah. So that is the frustration that we're having. You understand what I'm saying? And OT says something like, anybody that has supporting somebody, you have to say the reason why you're supporting somebody, right? Okay, for example, now, my brother just told you that we're not in the same, we're supporting different candidates. I don't know who is even supporting anyway, but for me, I support Obi. He asked me why, and I told him, I said, I want a country that you're going to live here one day and go back to Nigeria and go and contest for an election and you win. Because you know what? People that are behind Obi right now are ordinary people. How many House of Reps we have? They are all ordinary people that won this election. Senators and House of Reps. These are the country that we want. You understand? You can live here and go to Nigeria and go for and go for election and win and do the right thing in that country. That is the country that we want. We don't want the country that only the money backs. And I told him once, I said, look, if this presidency is on if Tinubu Atiku become president in this in Nigeria, we're still gonna be under these money backs politicians. You understand? That is the reason why you see OB, people that are going out with him, they are all ordinary people. People like Asha Yusuf, just ordinary Nigerians. You understand? And in Labour Party now, 35 guys that won, we all know that won House of Rep and Senate, they are just ordinary people. That's what we want. You understand? That is the power of that movement. You know, even though he's not a president right now, he has achieved a lot. And the time is coming that he will do more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
Okay. Yeah, let me say there has not in the countries that have experienced this same scenario, Dr. Rufus, that you just said, right? I have not seen so far any of those countries that have a clearly defined way that they have solved it. But in our own, we can solve it through this movement that is on now, okay? By massively voting out, in fact, retiring out APC and PDP, and then installing people that we know or whom we can be held accountable when they go there to represent us, and then we'll tell them what we want by, first of all, making policies, okay, making policies that will, first of all, checkmate all these corrupt practices in our system, and also strengthening every institution and making them work independently. The judiciary is supposed to be independent. It's supposed not to be in the arm of every government that there is. But in Nigeria, that is not the case. In the judiciary in Nigeria is in the pocket of each current government that is in Nigeria, that is leading in Nigeria, and that is why they can do and undo, do whatever they like, and ask you to go to court, because they know when you get there, it is the person that is installed in that position, and there's no way they're going to rule against them. So this movement is what I'm encouraging, that it has to be strengthened. Instead of getting cold, people should continue to organize more and more. And for those of us in diaspora that are actually sincere, because I notice most of us are not even sincere in seeing better Nigeria, because the status quo is favoring them. Most of us, some of us, I'm sure that the status quo is even why one of the things that even send you to abroad where you are. And so there's no way I could expect you to come and say, yes, the status quo should change. We understand this. This is human being. But people like us that I don't even care about my own benefit if Nigeria becomes good today. But what I care most is that everybody, especially the poor ones, should have a sense of belonging, should feel that they are human beings. Their rights should be respected. They should not be walking on the streets and then a policeman will find them and begin to brutalize them. An army that's supposed to be in the barracks should see them and begin to brutalize them. No.
All right, dude. Thank you. The only thing I tried
Can
to
I say?
Yeah, hold on, Maxwell. The only thing I wanted to do was to make sure that we know that we all have individual responsibilities in making this change that we are talking about. Part of it is we've started this conversation and people were part of the conversation, but we have to do more. Sometimes we kind of raise our hands and surrender and think that there are other people that will do it. In most societies that overcame what we are confronted with, some people did something. They didn't just wait for the government. And so you can make that case. You can also make the case that we like someone who said that we achieved something. Lauren said, and it's something that we tend to forget, that this election, something was accomplished. That if we improve on this in the next election, even the one coming on Saturday, that something else will be achieved. And if we continue on this path, in the next 2 cycles of elections, we will be in a different position. Anyway, go ahead, Dr. Maxwell.
So a few days ago, I actually listened to the Singaporean Prime Minister. So I suppose the question he asked was, is there any country that overcame it? Yes. The thing is that one of the words, he was actually asked, why is Singapore developed? And he gave some acronyms. But the only word I could pick out of it was meritocracy. So everything was done on merit. What we have in Nigeria is stoicism, where people will employ their cousins, extended families and friends and things like that. So what happens when a judge who will see the fact of any case and see that these actually, you can't give a contrary opinion, and make an order? Of course, the brother will not follow the order because he knows that, look, I was the one that actually put you there, So I think if things are done on merit in our country, Nigeria, things will improve. It might be quite helpful for us to look at that interview with the Singapore Prime Minister, who actually mentioned how they went, how Singapore got quite developed, There's some of us who are familiar with the Middle East will equally know that there are people who are technically or even metaphorically above the law, if I put it in inverted commas, but that didn't make the country less developed. So I suppose the question is, why is that? Why do we have that parody? Why do we have that irony? Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maxwell.
Sorry, could I just briefly?
Hold on. Let me welcome Justice. Justice, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Damages, sometimes when you say some things, I laugh because you say this election achieved anything. It achieved nothing. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. I saw one video that was played yesterday where the same thing happened in 1979. The same thing now, yeah. The question is simple, that is Mahmood the worst INEC official? I would say no. Nigerians are the worst people you can come across on this planet because they don't tell themselves the truth. We do the same thing and we want another result. How does it work? Few months ago, when we are telling people that this election is not going to work, can we do something different?
Are you a prophet? How do you
we
know
know
that?
Nigeria. You
Come
don't
on.
need to be a prophet to be a Nigeria. You can predict Nigeria from your palms. So when we are saying, can we do something different? Some people call us names. People like Igbo Basic. He wanted someone to be killed because someone said, let's do something different. Obi got 6 million votes. If we channel that 6 million votes to demand for referendum to change our constitution, don't you think we will
Sorry, nobody said someone should be killed.
No, you
Retract that.
say you people demand for his head.
I challenge the man to a wrestling match in Igbo land.
Wait. If Obi gets 6 million votes, they say it's a movement. Don't you think if that movement was channeled to the demand for, because that's what is called people's power in a democracy. If that 6 million was channeled to demand for the change of constitution or for referendum, don't you think it would make more impact than this election, this charade called election? As if it's today that is the first time election is rigged in Nigeria. It was happened in 1979. It happened during 1999. It happened in 2019. Even as we speak now, Atiku is still in court with Buhari for 2019 election rigging. This has been our culture. But anybody that rise up to say, no, we have been doing the same thing and we are getting the same result, let's do another thing different. You will see everybody will rise, kill him, bring him to death. And now everybody wants to go to court. And I'm laughing. You know why I'm laughing? We have been saying that Nigerian justice system is not working. Nnamdi Kanu was set free. Even this will be who everybody say is going to regain his mandate. Never told Nigerian justice system, what you are doing is wrong. Government, obey your own law. But today you want to go to the same court to get justice. Do you see why Nigeria will not work? Because when God's forefather was saying, oh, when you lie to people without proof, you apologize to them. But in this your platform, Dr. Damages, there's a lot of lies people have said about Simon. Who apologize? Nobody. You know, when we keep lying to ourselves, we can lie to people, we think it will work. But when we keep lying to ourselves, in the next 150 million years, I wish we can reincarnate and come back and see Nigeria. I see Igbo Basic reading that somebody have to pay 4,000 to get 10,000. Where have you seen happen? Even Dr. Jamedis, you're asking people, oh, you go to court, government didn't obey the law. Is it only Nigeria is happening? And I'm asking you now, is it only Nigeria is happening that somebody can use Naira to buy Naira? You know, we keep deceiving ourselves, going left, right, and center, thinking Nigeria is going to work. Nigeria is not going to work. We have to do one thing. We must make this decision, which is painful to all of us. We must rise up and demand the condition, terms and conditions we're going to live as a country. If it doesn't work, let everybody go to his coven and settle. In Nigeria, you are talking about going to justice. Supreme Court to tell the Buhari, allow people to spend their own money. Buhari come and override it. And the governor in the state come and said, whatever Buhari said doesn't work. I will override it. Whatever he said, I will not obey it. Which is called treasonable felony. Have anybody taken him to court? But here now we are telling Obi to go to court because we know he's not going to get justice. Nigeria, we can continue lying to ourselves over.
All right. I don't know what happened.
Justice is driving to work.
The only solution.
They dragged the Igbo Basics into the conversation. Justice, you are driving to work. You are not sitting at home. Igbo Basics' position is that go to work, go to farm, go to fish. Don't sit at home.
You guys hear me?
Hunger go kill you there.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
You brought Igbo Basics name into it, and I'm just.
All right, Justice.
You have not come.
You done?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have not done. The only thing that will solve our problem, we must rise as a people now to demand for referendum. This 6 million vote will be got. If we use it, because what referendum that the UK used to leave the European Union?
Okay, hold on.
Less than 3%.
Justice, hold on. Let's interrogate you a little bit. Examine what you're saying. Okay, Obi decided that he will not run under PDP, and he will join Labour Party, and he went to Labour Party, and he convinced 6 million people to vote for him. Is that accurate? What I just said, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So you Justice, maybe Simon or whoever believes in referendum, you can as well go out there, convince 6 million people, 10 million people, and the people will follow you and make it happen. Why do you have to go to Obi's own people, the people he convinced, for whatever goal he sets for himself? Why do you want to demand that he will bring the 6 million for you? Why can't you go out there?
No. Dr. Damages, you lie here.
Okay, what's the lie?
The lie is simple.
Yeah.
We have convinced our people to go for referendum. If we have it today, we have the numbers. But Nigerian government is going for our head. What was Nnamdi Kanu demand that put him in court? If you allow me to move around like Obi is moving around to campaign for referendum, I will have more numbers than Obi. If you give me that free will, like Obi went to North, went everywhere campaigning for a vote. If you allow me, like Nnamdi Kanu was going around telling people that referendum is solving the problem, and they put him in jail. If you give me a free hand to campaign, I will get more numbers than Obi. So why are you lying to yourself? Nigeria never give me that chance to campaign for referendum. If they give me that chance, I will got it. But if I go out in the street with my megaphone and said the only solution is referendum, the next thing DSS will cut off my neck. So why are you deceiving yourself? This is a lie.
Okay.
Give me the free play ground you gave Obi, then I see if I will not get numbers.
Oti, go ahead. I'll come back to you, Justice. I want to hear Oti. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Oti.
Okay, right. Sorry, Justice. Sorry, please. I'm just asking a simple question. Who are your people, Justice?
Who are my people?
Who are your people?
Biafran people are my people.
Biafran are your people.
Yes.
So okay, the 6 million votes Obi got, he got them from who are there? That you are kind of complaining about or jealous of.
Election.
So
He got majority of his votes from
who are there?
Where I come from.
Sorry.
So you can say he's a Nigerian vote, but these Nigerians, we have all of them have failed. With this 6 million, they didn't make any headway. So we are saying that the vote will not count, except we Nigeria decide. Except Nigeria decide that this constitution that have keep us this subjugated and bring down, so that people can decide how they can be governed. Today, Obi is running up and down with his 6 million votes that is going to regain a mandate. He come third.
So
you know, before this election, HO that is here now was cursing me out. He abused me. He caused me that my generation is going to suffer because I told him that election is not going to solve any problem. That the only thing that will solve the problem is referendum. But if I talk about referendum, they say I'm calling for war.
I think the referendum has been done already. Igbos, they voted to stay in Nigeria. Overwhelmingly.
So
I can't hear you. Oti, I can't hear you.
Let's Madam Rachel, go ahead. Conversation actually. Go ahead.
Justin, I hear say you use the word "we Nigeria," so you don't come up from Biafra into Nigeria now. Abba, let me tell you,
I didn't come out from Nigeria.
Yes,
I didn't come out. I'm a Biafran, and I will defend Biafra with my last blood.
and
Nigeria is not going to work.
Nigeria.
You say what?
Your family still there inside Nigeria, and you therefore
you don't. You come. All this your shouting doesn't help. Obi didn't come. All this your mouth didn't help Nigeria. Today, people are cursing people now. You see, people are coming here to curse people like you used to curse people.
Wait, where you there na Biafra land? And your generation still there for Nigeria.
You that are here, are you in Nigeria? I don't know why these Nigerians are so dumb and so stupid. You know, are you in Nigeria?
You're not sitting at home.
Even you are a disabled person. You're a disabled person. If you're in Nigeria
Come
by now,
on, man.
they
Come
can
on,
deal
man.
with you.
You are going over the line. Don't be silly.
You don't know when it's shot me.
Enough is
I am
enough.
a proud
Which
disabled
enough?
lady. What I have achieved, you with your 2 legs, 2 hands, and 2 hands, you cannot achieve it. So I am a proud disabled woman. Did you understand, Mr. Justice? You think you will call me disabled and I go cry for you? You are the disabled man. You know, she say your brain don't colo. See this one, no. You want ask for my trouble. I pity you. Because if
It's
I
okay.
take you, your wife will drive you come up for house this night. If I fail to tell your history,
Mama H.O., just leave it. We've taken him out. Leave it.
You can call me
It's okay.
disabled. Who? I am a proud disabled woman.
Don't worry about it. You know what you are, so don't worry about him. See, she should leave it, and she's getting angry about this now. See, H.O., leave it. It's okay. Okay, good.
But I want to tell him that in disability, there is an ability.
Of course.
Let me tell you, I am the convener of Anambra Charitable Organization in Nigeria. I am the convener of Anambra Charity here in US. I am the CEO of ADG Sport Academy. I am the CEO of SET, ADG SET. And do you know what it stands for? ADG SET stands for Showbiz, Entertainment, Tourism and Hospitality. What do you want to tell me for that? I am in the business of making alien marks in Africa. I'm in the business of making many Dangote. I am in the business of those children you people turn to non-entity. I want to make them the wealth of Nigeria. I want to make them the human capital of Nigeria. That is my agenda. That is what I'm working on. And you there here, they drag kabu for America. Woman rapper like you there here, they talk. If you expect, they go call police, throw your load up. You there here, they talk. I'm a Biafra for another man land.
See, leave it now. Leave it there, H.O.
That's enough.
Sorry, can I finish what I'm...
H.O., leave it. He has already said his piece and it's out. Leave it now.
Justice is driving to work. He's not sitting at home. Forget it.
Those who are asking for sit at home. If you must sit at home, all of you, all the Igbos in everywhere in the world, please sit at home. Don't be going about making money. And you make the Igbos in the east will be the one that will be your scapegoat. You know where it will happen again. And any of you that bear it, you will see what will happen to you people.
Mama H.O., thank you so much. That's enough. So I think probably I think it was Pansa that was saying that it looks like we're doing therapy a few moments ago. I think we may actually need a therapist on the show, standby, as we go along every day, because I think most Nigerians, I think there's an issue with how we argue, how we discuss things, and how we marshal out our points. I don't know how Justice should go from, talking about what he's discussing, as we are going to have a fairly intellectual conversation about this is the goal you want to achieve. How did you know it? And then he went all the way to
insults. Just as insulting. It's like,
yeah. Why? Alexander just told me he's a therapist. Maybe we should hire him and get him to help us. But the point is that this is something that we've seen again and again. I will give Justice an opportunity to come back, and maybe he will have something to say, and maybe that will help us in the healing process. But I don't think it wasn't what he just did wasn't necessary. And I hope that we will get to that point when people will think there's power in, if you have a superior argument, you don't have to go to these places that people go to. And the other thing that I see all the time is that if we are talking about one thing, You see people when they don't have any point to make on that thing, they now go to other things to bring it in as if it will support the argument on it. The same
Exactly.
thing. You know, just I'll bring you back in, and if you have something to say, you can let us know. If not,
and
Okay.
before Justice talks about Igbo basics,
Wait, Igbo basic, wait. Let me say something.
Go and check
wait.
before you challenge anything that Igbo basics is saying or don't.
Igbo basic, wait. I don't argue. One, Hecho, I'm not saying you are disabled in a negative form.
Nigeria. So
can you allow me to talk now? You think that shutting me down will help you? It will not help you. I'm not that kind of person you intimidate. Hold on.
Say your piece.
Let me say what I want to say.
I am disabled.
You came here. You see, you can't allow somebody to talk.
You started.
First of all, if you want to talk,
you not see your chance for back.
See, calm down. Hecho, let him just say his piece first.
That is the problem. When I came here, even before, I saw when he was before the election, he came and they sought me. Nobody take note of that. Nobody. Even Rudolph. Rudolph is asking me a question and I answer him straight. Because Obi campaign, allow me to campaign for referendum and I will get my result. Then people will judge. But she came here, the first thing she now asked me, am I in Nigeria? And I'm asking her, even at her condition, if she's in Nigeria, she will not achieve what she achieved. Well, don't we have people like that?
From Nigeria, I was working with First Bank in Nigeria. So I said, I serve in First Bank, I work in First Bank. So I am disabled from Nigeria. I got disabled 2 months after my graduation. And with my disability, I did my youth service. With my disability, I work in First Bank. So I was already an achiever. Did you understand me? Get that into your score head.
Thank you.
You with all your brain and your achievement. You say they turn Nigerians to not.
Justice, I actually brought you back hoping that you will say that you were sorry. I didn't bring you back to continue the argument.
She cannot insult me and you want me to say sorry. Everybody have the right to insult each other.
You started the insult. I was
no, she started the insult. She started the insult. Don't say that because she's a woman.
Idiots and others. I was here.
I never called her idiot.
Yes,
she was asking me a stupid question and I responded. She don't need to come here and talk about justice. She can make her opinion. Simple.
All right. So if
you don't even know that you insulted her. You didn't see that. The guy is completely unconscious of his own behavior. So I think somebody was talking about development and regarding Singapore. I think from what I can see, Singapore appears to have done something that Nigeria didn't do. Nigeria, we always strive to try to, get people to be trained and all the rest. But what Singapore did that is very different from Nigeria's. One, they said that they made their country free, corruption free, and low taxation. And they said to make this feasible, the citizens of the country had to suspend a large measure of their freedoms in place of a more autocratic government. Anyone caught conducting narcotic trade or intensive corruption will be met with death penalty. Corruption, death penalty. And large Lee's People's Party repressed all independent labor unions. And you can see that what was required was a draconian measure to get the country where it needed to get. And yesterday, when I asked some Nigerians about this, like, are you going to be willing to accept some level of difficulty to get to where you need to get to? Many of them refuse. Some of them are saying that just to travel, they need their freedom to travel the whole world. So we are not ready as a people. We don't seem to know that we are in a mess, that to get out of it, there are difficult things that need to happen. We need to make sacrifices, even for Nigerians who donate to their country. Like when I said the diaspora should be donating to the country to help develop the country or fund a specific project in the country, they will refuse. But they will be willing to send property to go and buy that. They will be willing to send money to go and build properties in Nigeria, but they don't want to do anything to build the country itself. And everything they expect the leaders to do everything. Who do you think the leaders are? The leaders are the people. Many of these leaders we're talking about, they came from overseas to their country to build their country. And this is hold on, let me finish this. At the core of it, our Nigerians, we think we know what it takes to build a country. Most of us don't even realize the sacrifice it takes. Most of us don't even realize that. Because I spoke to Jude the other day about this, and you hear the way they talk about country, you think it's like a baby. Sorry, not Jude. I'm not referring to Jude here. I'm talking about generally. You think that it's a baby kind of environment they're trying to build. It's almost as if we don't realize how bad the world truly is, how difficult our situation truly is. It's almost like you have a poor parent, your life is so poor, then when you need to work hard, harder than a rich man's child, you feel like you need to behave like the rich man's child. You are not the same. You need to work a lot harder to get yourself out of that place. Then your children are the one that are going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. But our people don't realize that. So if somebody, when we have another session, when we study how other countries got themselves out of the mess they are in, if you look at Singapore, the first thing they said was safe. When they say safe, that environment, that word, when they say safe, they mean security. And that security is massive. More than 11% of their population is involved in defending their country, while in Nigeria, less than 0.2% is involved in securing their country. How many of us want our military to get bigger? Many of them will argue against it 100%. And then how do you get out of the mess you are in?
Father, sorry to interject. Let me ask you a question. That money, if we donate, those in diaspora, if we donate that money to develop Nigeria, who is going to handle it?
The diaspora will get into nation building. The people that are building it. I don't know how
hold on.
Dr. Damage, please take over the show, please. This is give me a headache. Let's
what is this guy talking about? Can you just stop with your nonsense? No, I'm really getting the question with your attitude. First you say people hold on, Okija, you need to stop it, because first you say people should not be able to speak their minds. Secondly, when somebody is talking about something very important, excuse me, you have no right to tell me what I'm saying is not worth saying. You have no right to tell me that, especially when I believe it's very, very important. Or are you here to stop our people from understanding what it takes to build this country? What is wrong with you? Mind your business. If you are not in the business of building nations, stay out of it. Because that's why I'm here. I'm not here for silly politics and arguing against each other.
We have a discussion we're talking about. We can't just be talking from here to here. Let's stick with what
do you mean talking from here to here? We have had all kinds of conversations here. You didn't interject when you were talking about Biafra here. You didn't interject. No, hold on. Let me call him out on this one. He didn't interject when they were talking about Biafra. Did we come here to talk about Biafra? You didn't interject when they were talking about disability. Did we come here to talk about disability? But when they are talking about nation building, you interfere. And that is really annoying to me, because that is the most important thing we need to do. What is wrong with you?
All right, guys.
Stop it.
Can I please?
There's no John Abba to pray for people. Okay, Oti, go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
I can pray for them. I can pray for them.
He didn't interfere when you were talking about all kinds of mundane stuff.
Can I please? Can I? Excuse me. Sorry. Look, sometimes we try to complicate things unnecessarily. Okay. Forefathers, you're talking about nation building. Okay. First thing, we're not Singapore, right? Nigeria is not Singapore. And I don't know if did you listen yesterday to the debate, Franklin and, two other gentlemen, okay? Look, we're talking about building a nation. And again, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. This is simple, really, quite frankly. But it's just we're trying to make it, okay, look, leadership, okay? And again, this thing, we talk about the rule of law, okay? And you talk about having army and all these things. It's just basic things. The problem with Nigeria, okay, this impunity, okay, this election we had, it's just height of impunity, and it shouldn't be allowed to stand. That's the problem we have. Things like that, and then people can just really come out clearly and condemn it and say it's not gonna work, it's not gonna happen, and then people are just kind of whistle words. No, this impunity. That's the problem we have, right? Now look, and what is the solution? Okay. Leadership, I'm not the only person, the first person to talk about it. And then basic things, rule of law, everybody accountability, everybody has to be equal under the law. That is what that is the solution. We're not gonna, and then all this having kind of making it complicated. It's unnecessary. We only need to do the basic things, okay? Have good leaders that have a vision, that come into public office for the common good. That's the only thing. Look,
Where
I'm sorry.
where do you think? Let me ask you that. Where do you think the rules are followed the most in all spheres of nations? Tell me where rules are followed the most in any aspect of a nation.
I
Give
don't
me
understand
that.
the question. What do you mean? What do you mean?
That's if you a nation generally you are talking about impunity,
Okay,
isn't it?
okay,
Because
okay,
people are
okay.
not
Let me
following
answer.
laws.
Let me answer. Okay.
So tell
Now
me
listen.
which organization in a nation follows the rule the
No, no.
most,
Okay.
rules the most.
I will answer that question this way. Listen, let me answer the question this way. So what is more important is leadership, moral example, moral leadership. Okay, that's the most important thing. It's because look, we can see it playing out before us, right? Peter B. Okay, and the people often people say he's not a saint. Come on, he's looking for a saint, but at least what he has done, okay, he's a leader. It's set an example. People are following him. You can see it. It is that simple, right? And now, back to because David was talking about asking a question about
We're talking about impunity. You've just moved the goalpost a little bit.
I said it's one. Okay, if you ask me, it should be what is the greatest problem we have in Nigeria? High impunity. In other words, lack of accountability. People are not accountable. People do all sorts of things. Now,
Then I asked you a question: which organization do you see in a nation that follows the rules the most? It's not a very difficult question.
No, I'm not. Okay, I answered the question the way I know.
There is none.
I answered the question the way I know best. I said, in terms of people obeying the law, following the rules, you have to have a leader that has the moral authority. Okay, if you don't have moral authority, you're not going to lead anybody. You have to set an example. It's not. That's it. It's simple. Now, and
that is not the question.
But okay, I said I answered your question the way I know best. Okay, you can't tell me how to answer your own.
Good. Okay, that's fine. I'm just telling you that you didn't answer the question.
Just kind of a short comment on the election we just had. So this thing, a lot of us don't quite understand. Appreciate the significance. This is a revolution, and it hasn't finished. It hasn't come to an end. And again, we have to kind of cure ourselves of defeatism. Right? It's a problem too. No, this is we're just beginning, and I can tell you. Because if you understand, these young people, the youth, not only the youth, and most of us here, and an average person, any person with common sense, anybody that wants to look, Nigeria has come to such a point, to such a level that it cannot. The Igbo people say, we cannot fall below where we are now. So it's either we go up, and then we forget Nigeria. It is that simple. So now this thing has started, and I think we're not going back. The young people back home are not going back, and Peter B, it's not going back either. So we can only encourage, give, motivate, and not, kind of this, I don't know, not really as if we don't know what we're talking about. Relativizing. Evil is evil, good is good. So we have to be clear about this. So now. So this again, following due process, that is important. Now, because those of us that believe they're going to have a referendum, come on, what process are they following? That's what they don't understand. China vision. If you don't believe in what they believe, it's that's a problem. So for me, no, it's not too difficult. It's not too complicated. But often we try to make it. People say follow the people who know road. There are people who know road actually, and we have to follow them. And as far as I can see, Mr. Peter Obi, he knows the road. That's why the country is quiet. People have belief in him, and we just have to. In any way we can support, have intelligent discussion here. At least that's the least we can do.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me welcome. What's going on? Why is people being? Let me welcome Nelly. Nelly, welcome to the show. Nelly, are you with us? Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah. Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Oh, good evening. I was listening, from the background. I was listening from the background because I'm tidying up my house here, and I just had to come in. First, I want to apologize to Mommy. I'm so sorry. I want to apologize on behalf of our brother for calling you, what did he call you? Disabled. Please, on his behalf and on our behalf altogether, I want to apologize. Going forward, I also want to talk to the reason I joined was to address what my brother, the one called is that Godfather? Forefather. Your statement was what made me join right now. And sincerely, I believe you've insulted the entire multitude, the entire citizenry of Nigeria. You cannot, in all sincerity, in all fairness, say, considering what has transpired or what transpired during the just concluded presidential elections, Nigerians showed dexterity. And for the first time in the history of me being a Nigerian, I saw Nigerians stand up to what they believe in. I saw Nigeria troop out in droves to show that they understand, at least for the first time, what nation building means. I saw Nigerians sacrifice. I saw Nigerians stand behind an ideology they believed could actually turn that nation around. Probably before now, Nigerians, maybe by virtue of the fact that hunger even has been weaponized, that the people have been so, kept so oppressed and dehumanized and bamboozled, to the point that they are so dazed, even with ordinary hunger, that all they can think about from day to day is, what can I do to eat for today? That is the situation. That is the point where the ordinary Nigerian has been brought to. But then, all of a sudden, from somewhere arose a man who stood and for the first time was able to break down capacity building and nation building to the point that even the ordinary Aboki on the street could understand what capacity building means, could understand what nation building means. For the first time, even in the farthest north, even as far as Wawa in Enugu State, for the first time, people could understand that what this man is asking us, even to the point that they realize that, look, guys, when I come in, the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to flush out corruption. And that means there is nothing left to share. And that means if you're standing with me and you're working with me, you are saying you're willing to throw in everything. You're willing to build with me. You're willing to sacrifice. And Nigeria still said, yes, we understand that. And yes, we are all in with you. So you dare not diminish the sacrifices the populace of Nigeria made on the 25th, on the day of the just concluded elections. For the first time, I saw even students bringing out their pocket monies, market women, beggars on the street, throwing in the monies they don't have to support an ideology. So you dare not, I will not sit and hear you say that Nigerians do not understand what nation building means. In the past, probably, but not today. Not today. So I will stand and insist that you take that back, sir. That is the only reason why I joined.
Okay, you see, it's funny because I agree with every single thing you've said, but what I don't understand is when I said some people did not understand it, I gave an example of the person I'm referring to. It's not everybody. I saw those people counting the votes individually. I saw Nigerians make all the efforts to do all the right things for their nation. And I saw people talking about how they were threatened to manipulate the results. So Nigerians are doing, I call that, those people, I refer to them as angels on the ground that are keeping the roofs up. I never dismissed that Nigerians are doing the right thing. What I said was what it requires to do this to rebuild the nation. Some of us, especially us overseas, I was referring to the ones overseas actually, don't seem to realize what needs to be done. We seem to think that we're going to enjoy comfort to do that.
You can only speak for yourself, sir.
No, so I can't say some of them.
Well,
when I've encountered people that have told me that. Yeah, I know them. I've spoken to many of them, and not just a few, many of them. And some of them, when I say these things, they say, no, you can't do that. We have to have good relationship with you. We have to be able to travel. I give them examples of countries that have had to do the hard work to restore their sovereignty and their freedom. And they disagree with it. And they have a right to do that. But what I'm saying is I'm highlighting it that we need to dig deep to start finding out why we are where we are. Because we can say all this we can moralize all we want. You find out that with all our professors and all our degrees and all our performance overseas, look at our nation. You don't know how that frustrates me. Look at the nation, 52 years for life expectancy. Yemen has been at war for 8 years. Their life expectancy is about 69 years. How does a nation like ours, how did we manage to run our nation to the ground this badly? More infant mortality is so high. How have we done it? Something is wrong with our analogy, the way we are perceiving the world. Something is wrong. That is why I said we really need to address this point. Thank you.
Can I say?
Igbo Basic, let me come to you. I know you've not said anything of recent, so go ahead.
At this point in time, just coming out of that hula baloo by one justice, I kind of back up to the background to simply say, all of us on this platform, we have done work one way or the other. Last time, when anybody comes up talk about Biafra, I always say, please, you are not more Biafran than I am. And I mean it every day. So as just a point of caution, we're talking about nation building. I always say, he who wears the shoe no wear pitches. When I say that I'm on my second missionary journey in America, I always refer back to my 9 years on the ground in Nigeria. After doing my youth service corps, thinking that I've come to build nation building. Yeah, we come from a country where there is some level of sanity and some believing in the rule of law. I went to Nigeria to contribute my quota. In fact, I even signed up for the police, Nigerian police, to join. Thanks to Colonel Obugo Kalu. I signed up to join. Buhari came in. There was a military coup. And I said, no, I didn't come here for that. But still, I did you call. I spent 9 years on the ground, and I realized one thing. With all we are preaching about doing things the right way, was two options. That was the height of 419. Babangida institutionalized corruption in Nigeria. 419 was the order of the day. You either join them or you leave. You either do what they are doing on the ground. And I chose not to do what they're doing on the ground. I spent 9 years on the ground, living from even as far as Obibo to Port Harcourt to Lagos. I lived at Ijesha-Tedo. I did all that. I worked under the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, believing that I was contributing my quota to a nation building. But after all that said and done, we are here, not necessarily by choice, but for some unfinished business that some of us are doing. And I dare anybody who thinks that we will let Nigeria remain the way it is. At my age and time, I belong to the rank of generals. And if I was on the ground continuously, like some people have dogged it out, I probably would be one of those who say, no, you can't do this. And if you keep saying you can't do this, they can either kill you, or if your God is so strong, you become a thorn in their flesh, or you remain in the corner of, what do I call it? So for heaven's sake, I am of the opinion that we who are outside here, considering the amount of work that we have done, in the line of the conversation that forefathers put on the ground, please, for heaven's sake, let us not deceive ourselves. And Okija, you are not going anywhere. We are here. We are being tested. We'll come back every time because we are going to make that difference on the ground. And we are making a difference on the ground, even though we are away as far as America is concerned. Don't mind me, we all have a very strong voice when we speak. It seems as if we are shouting, but it's because of everything that is going on, boiling through us. Please, on Saturday, let's encourage those whom we have enabled. I just talked about my classmate I have not seen since my schoolmate. I was 1975 class. He was 77. He said that they are buying Nigerian Naira 10,000 to 4K, 4,000. Come on. Are we kidding ourselves? I don't even know where to start to help. What do we do about that? So that these people who have stolen us blind will stop. How many Americans have stolen American money and went to Nigeria to invest? How many British people have stolen British money and went to Nigeria to invest? Why must all our wealth be stolen from that place and they come here, we clap for them? Please, for heaven's sake.
Thank you so much, Chibo Basics. You know, I didn't know that he could have been, you could have been the IG of police by now. You know, retired.
As if that was my senior in Igbo National High School. He rose to the rank of Deputy Inspector General of Police, and when it came time, they were retired. He could have equally been the Inspector General of Police, but he's an Igbo man, so give me a break.
Thank you so much. What we're doing, I'm hearing some noise. What we're doing here may not look as if it's important. I think it's important. It may not look as if we're making progress, that we're coming with solutions, ideas. I think it is. If you remember what happened yesterday, there was a time it was a conflict situation, then there was a resolution, and you know, so these are processes that people go through. So for forefathers and all those who come up with ideas that people may think is not based in reality, I think having this conversation is really very important, and that's why we've been here for almost 9 hours now, and just talking. And
Dr. Damages, I watched that program yesterday, all through. I saw it, and from my perspective, Franklin, from his wealth of knowledge, from his vantage position, he took it down to where everybody should understand. And anybody who comes out to bear out their character, that's okay. They're entitled to that. But let us be careful of what we say, because anything we say, the little ones will carry it and run and think it's the way to go.
Thank you. All right, let me go to Jude. What do you want to say? 1 minute.
Well, all I want to say is that, forefather, you know, we have always this your idea of those in diaspora contributing money for your so-called nation building. You see, the problem of Nigeria has never been the lack of money, but the problem has been corruption and lack of visionless leaders. Okay, if we have leaders that have vision with the immense resources we have in Nigeria, okay, even those that have been harnessed and those that are yet to be harnessed, we can build a country that will be comparable to any country in the world if we have vision, leaders with vision. But what we have has been leaders that are only very selfish, egocentric, people that lack vision, people that are very nepotistic and endemically corrupt, that doesn't know anything about leadership, that this leadership is just there to serve and amass and continue amass wealth, continue to amass wealth, and then reach their families and cohorts. That has been our problem. How much has foreign countries donated to Nigeria during the pandemic? If you're talking about money, the billions of dollars they got. Okay, look at the food relief they got. What did they do with the food? They locked them up. And people were hungry, going to bed every day during the pandemic, hungry. And these are the same people you want us to donate money so that they have nation building? Are you kidding me? My brother, this is I don't know.
All right, thank you, Jude. Let's hear from CM. It's been a while he was here, but let me just say this, Jude. Just not to defend forefathers. I know he can handle himself, but this is something that we do all the time. When there's an idea, okay, it might not be a perfect idea. You may find that there's fault in the idea. The question is, how do you make it better? If the concept is good, but the implementation or whatever, how do you make it better? That's the question I ask people who believe in we have to go through referendum, we have to go through, what's the other one? New constitution or the Tony Nadi group. The question is, okay, this is your idea. How do you get more people to buy into it? If people don't buy into it, the fault is yours, not the fault of the people. You've not been able to sell it to them in a way that they can buy into that idea. And then if there are errors or things that wouldn't work, we find the solution to those things. It's not it's not really the idea that is the problem. It's about how much work are we willing to put in to get it to where we want it to be. CM, welcome back.
Okay. Okay, Rudolph. I don't know, probably a lot of things must have been overtaken by events, but Voice really, I had if I can guess, I don't. In fact, I don't know. I just had to refresh myself and then get back. What actually is the what at what stage are we now? Let me see.
Oh, okay.
What is the
You
issue?
don't even know what's going on. All right, let's move to Ify. Ify
Let's
has
move to somebody.
Ify has been following us,
I
right?
was
Dr. Rudolph,
hey,
just to
I
add to
was
what
here
you have
now.
said, excuse me, just 1 second. The
Yeah, we
issue is
just
basic trust. Basic trust. That's the problem.
No,
At
no.
World Igbo
Is it
Congress, we agree. I'm not taking the Igbo alone. We agreed that we are going to make contributions of $10. It was a communique that was issued. The question became the same thing that Jude is asking. Basic trust. If you don't trust that the $10 you give, if you don't trust to even give somebody your telephone number, we have a problem there. Until we solve the issue of basic trust, I can trust Rudolph because I know his pedigree personally. You understand what I'm saying? That's basic trust we need to work on. When we get that basic trust issue, people will unload their wallet and then we'll be able to help our
Sorry, let me just add this. I've told Jude before about because I talked about transparency in Nigeria, and one of these slogans I tend to use is "Show me the money." If you have an account that is transparent, that every single penny that goes in there and leaves, everybody involved in the contribution is aware of it, you are going to take away corruption, and the only power the people that administer the account have is to approve decisions that has been made by the people that put the funds in the account, which means people always have to decide on anything they want to do with the money. If you have 100% transparency, you don't need trust. You can put systems in place that is devoid of need for trust. It just works on its own, and we have the technology to do those things now. And I've said this to Jude before. I don't know why, what can I say? I don't know
So,
how to communicate it anymore.
thank you.
wait.
Thank you.
Transparency. Which Transparency International, or which one are we going to have?
Wait.
No, Rudolph,
Yeah.
don't pass me by. It's like, because I know I've been on the program before, but I do not want to take people backwards by quite a far place. No, it's okay. I'm not. I can, I
Sam, I'll
can
come to
grasp.
you. I'll come to you. Let me say something that we work with what Forefather is saying. Apart from what Forefather said, people have come to me and say, these people, they are raising money. I don't want to give money because I don't trust them. And I'm a member of this group. You know what I say to them? You collect the money. Volunteer to collect the money since you are trustworthy, since you know that you are not going to, they will. That's the solution. So if you think that the issue is about who you are going to give the money, and you know that you are a credible person, honest person, volunteer that you collect the money. And people, if you are honest person, people will accept that, and the money will be saved. So sometimes it's just about we have solutions. We can find solutions to the problem, but people present things as excuses, but they make it like that's why it's not going to work. You can be the solution, collect the money yourself and tell people how you are going to make sure that the money is safe and it will work. So like Igbo Basics, see the one you're talking about, the group trying to collect $10. And if somebody comes out and say, I will do it, and this is how I'm going to account for it, then people will give it a try. All right, CM, you're next.
Okay.
And anyway, I remember yesterday, late yesterday, I had this part of this dialogue with forefathers regarding people in diaspora doing something to help. I'm sorry to say, not really, I'm sorry. My governor, Soludo, once mentioned it. He said he will be appealing to people in the diaspora that whatever it is, even if it's $1, $10, so that they can bring it. The Jews did it with which to rebuild their homeland. He said Anambra should set the pace, being an estate. So yesterday I was discussing with Fafara, and I think I saw reasons with it. It's quite good. But then now we agreed that obviously when you give, because you don't really hold somebody accountable if you do not have interest. So the fact that you've given something will now arouse your interest, in which we now say, look, what have you done with the money I give you? Because going to ask somebody you are not accountable, I don't trust you, have you given the person something and they didn't account for it? Probably you want to give $10, the person may be demanding $10, and you say, look, let's start with $2. Because if the person can say, oh, $2 is too small, but all of a sudden is able to account for it, you might stretch it to 20. Said now the thing has been established. So there is need, given what it is. If the Jews can do it to build their homeland, We in the diaspora can say, let's do it to build our homeland. Not because Soludo said it, but it's something worth doing. Then talking of trust, like you suggested, anybody can organize the money, but it is better we send it to them. But the thing is, it's only when I believe it's only when you give that morally you are justified to accuse the person, say, look, oh yeah, I really need accountability for what we are doing. And if the person will be wise enough and not being the typical Nigerian politician and use it for something, to be honest with you, it will be a steady flow of money from the diaspora. And that will be another steady, assured means of livelihood, because whoever leaves Nigeria to the diaspora will also contribute backwards. So it's like a stream that will be continual flow in an ocean that can never get dried. So it's something good. We should not, let's look at the pros much more than we're looking at the cons, because in life, sometimes if you continue to be despondent, if you feel that nothing will work, then definitely not. I mean, if you feel that something will work, it will work. But if you now have this spirit that it won't work, it won't work. Let us remember that ordinarily nobody will give Peter Obi a chance in the typical Nigerian politics. Nobody. But look at, without even spending money, look at where he is, because of the fact that people believed in him by what he said and the little example he showed in Anambra when he was governor. So that was what people, and then that prepared people. And coupled with the fact that Nigeria is in a mess, APC has gone around full circle, no money, no petrol, no insecurity. And they're also, I mean, you can imagine the season where we are now. So let's also sort of consider it. I've reasoned it yesterday at length, and it makes sense to me. We in the diaspora should contribute, irrespective, no matter how much, we should contribute as a trial to say, look, to complement. If somebody in Anambra is paying, Okada is paying 10,000 tax, somebody riding Okada or Keke, 10,000 every month to Soludo's government with which to build Anambra State. I mean, I feel compelled that I can part with £5, or maybe 10, just to help every month, say whatever it is, which is also more than that amount of money. So it's something worth doing. I don't consider anybody a thief until you show me. Thank you.
Please. No. Yeah.
I'm leaving. I want to say something. I have a party to go to. Please. I'm tired. I'm getting tired. All of us here, in abroad, we contribute every day to our family and friends. I think that's enough. If a government is not responsible enough, we don't see your books. You want us to give you. Okay, for instance, Anambra doctors in US, they go to Anambra every year and they do medical care, surgery and all the things like that. They package hospital equipment and donate it to Anambra State government. They put it at INEC teaching hospital. The doctors there, they took it and put it into their private clinic. When people come to hospital, they direct to their private clinic. That's what talking about. That's what you're telling us to do. We give money to our family members. I mean, what do you want people abroad to do? You don't tell us how much you earn. Even look at Lagos State government, you earn, and you give 10% or 15% to Alphabeta. You want us to contribute also towards that. Listen, if you want something you can do, okay, you go to your communities, even if it's high blood pressure, cough or whatever, meter. Buy it for people in your local community. Buy it for them. Pay one young person 30,000 a month. Let him or her check their blood pressure. Old people. But blood pressure medicine is like 100 naira for about 1 month supply in Nigeria. So you can do it. Don't until our government start being responsible, and we can see that they are responsible. That's what we can do something. Okay. Ethiopia, they did their dam. The people contributed because they say government that was responsible, government that was opening up, investors were coming in. So the government said, okay, we're building a dam. We don't want to borrow money from outside. What do? Contribute. They set up a fund. People contributed to the dam. So that's what they did. But in Nigeria, you're talking about brick dream, the election, you did the election, 350 billion naira, nothing to show for it. You talking about, giving them more money. If they had, like somebody else, if they had shared the money to 200 million people, at least about 1,006, 1,005, people just go home and you anoint whoever you want to anoint. and the person will be president, and then we'll be, we'll be stay our own, be supporting people. Stop talking all these lofty dreams.
You see what he just said. This is the problem. When he talks, I think people have been repeating this. There are many billions. Sorry, let me just say this about how many billion. Hold on now. You said how many billion? Do you know that INEC recruited over 1 million people? If you pay those people a couple of months, how much does it come to? Have you done the calculation yourself?
No.
People, see, this is the problem. This is the problem with Nigerians. When we say stuff, we just say stuff, and just because we don't like outcomes, we reject everything. Dr. Damage said it earlier on just now. Look for ways to make it better instead of making excuses for inaction.
What we want to talk about instead of talking about giving them more money. Let's talk about
when you want. When you talk about giving them, it's not them. Is putting money in an account. See, because you have a stake. Have you ever tried to build something and somebody ran away with your money and let the person get away with it? You won't let them get away with it. The reason why you allow them to get
after all my stress in US to go to Nigeria and pursue someone.
Because you see now you have a stake. The fact that you just want to do it remotely, you don't care, and you expect it to work. You see, he doesn't want to do the work. Did you hear what he said? He doesn't want to do the work that it takes to get things right.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Just a second. Okija, the what you gave at INEC hospital and the thing died like that. You shouldn't keep quiet now. Why not raise a committee? Just one, you make a representation that there should be accountable. You did the right thing by donating medical equipment to INEC hospital.
No, not me.
If it's not used for what it is. I mean, okay. No, yes. Whoever is okay. It's okay. Whoever that did it, they shouldn't lie. They shouldn't allow it to lie low. When you've donated something, you should be. That is accountability. That's when you now ask. We donated so and so thing. What has it been used for? You can take it up. Anybody can take it up. It doesn't mean that.
I mean, this thing you guys talking.
Listen, guys.
It's easy for you. People have their lives to run here. So they have so much on their plate, just like Dr. Damages. I know he has a lot to do on his plate to deal with. You're telling him to create another responsibility in Nigeria. You don't want him to die before his time just because he wants Nigeria to be better. And why,
guys, our problem is not money. Our problem of Nigeria is not that we don't have money to develop Nigeria. Please, let's understand this. Okay,
CM, if you want to go to Nigeria,
that earn more than every other
to Nigeria, I will be giving you $50 every month. Go there and be the responsible person for us. Start chasing all of them. If we give money to Soludo, he doesn't do anything. Go and chase him around. But if you are creating responsibility for people here.
All right. So I don't know what happened. I was trying to get Ife to speak. Can you guys hear me? Because I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what happened.
Because you muted me, that was what happened.
That was the only thing I know I did. I was happy when I did that. Obi, welcome to the show.
Good evening, all.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, because
good morning, wherever you are.
You dominate the conversation in the way you.
Yeah. No, I came in late, and I prefer to listen nowadays because you just sit and watch and understand where the conversation is going.
All right.
But I really appreciate the topic, but I will ignore Yakubu Mohammed, the INEC chairman. He's a businessman. He has concluded his business. So I discussing whether it's the worst or it has not changed anything until we get the outcome of the Supreme Court. But I'm so much interested in Soludo because I don't know what you mean by say, is it a payback? Is the payback time? For me, not just Soludo alone. People are thinking that Nigerians won't vote. As I am, I'm not voting. But my resources is voting for me. I'm campaigning. I'm still encouraging people to go out there and vote. But that's the only way they can validate what P2B is saying. It's not only us saying that, we'll go and chase Soludo. Soludo, to the best of my knowledge, insulted not just Anambra, but the entire Igbo land. Saying it's a payback. It's not a payback time. It's a time to fix his brain back to the factory setting, because I don't know what a man was thinking. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's part of the fact that what Soludo did to P2B is likened to what ABI did to Hillary. When Hillary was campaigning, Trump was campaigning, all of a sudden ABI said, oh, there was something. They brought us something that we are not supposed to do, and we saw that was a major setback. As far as I'm concerned, part of the problem Obi had, even in Southeast, is Soludo. So at this point, this one has nothing to do with Nigeria. I didn't know that you bring it out. We know ourselves, and as far as I'm concerned, it's not only Anambra. Soludo has no business. I listened to one of the audio, and I know he was the one saying it, that all he's talking about parts. Even he was just, I said, this man is a professor. Why is he talking like a Tinubu? Everything is talking about party. It is not Abga. I'm not, he talks as if he has drank 10 gallons of pine wine. It is not in Abga. We are not going to support anybody. Everybody will be in Abga. That voice gets me angry. Because you don't need to tell people where to vote. People has the right to vote where they want to vote. It's not about Abga. We have tried Abga. We saw where we are. P2B it is not better an Abga person than P2B. So you don't need to start telling people, oh, vote to Abga or do not vote to Abga. It doesn't make sense. But on a final note, I want to talk about what I think I'm with Okija. Okija was talking about we sending money back home. I think we are deviating from the course by even thinking about that. All of us, we know how we are contributing. But the question is that what I want us to do in this platform, and I will support the project. Before we start killing Buhari, OKZ Bazu, Soludo, all of them, there's what is called security vote. That word, we ignore it. I have a friend that works in presidency. If they analyze to you what security vote is all about, you will wish to be a governor in Nigeria for 6 months. And just for 6 months, you are done. The security votes these guys are receiving, what are they doing with it? So I see, if our governors were giving us not half, 1/3 of what they are receiving from their security votes, if they can invest it in our people, they will make Buhari to look like a better president. But they don't. I look at from that. I don't work in the Nigerian government. But if you listen to his analysis, you will see that when you hear the word security vote, it's like a blanket. It's like an open check that these guys, they do a lot with the fund. And nobody query them, not even the journalists. If you're a journalist, if you ask so, they call you by the side and, oh, don't go there. So it's a word that nobody talked about. And the guy went for us to say that even this thing we are talking about debt, we go to China to borrow money, they share fund to pay salary. If you know how much security vote gets from that loans that we are servicing, it's a lot. So for me, these are the things that we should be addressing. If we can tackle these governors, they are equally part of the problem. That's why you see, if I'm sure, I'll be thinking like him. You see, Wike, that's not, but if I'm Wike, I'll be singing like that. Because that is saying, you don't know how much that man is sitting upon. And that's why you say, I cannot tell anybody. Talking like a lunatic. There's a level of money you control. If you're not mentally prepared, it will drive you crazy. And Nigerian governors has proved to me that is true. So right. I completely agree with Okija. I struggle to make my money. And I have so many people I'm already taking care of. I don't know sending money. I may be wrong, but if someone can explain to me what the fund is meant for, but I can guarantee you there are means that we can get that money, and the governors are sitting on that money. But everyone is pointing at Buhari. Buhari is not only the problem.
Explain.
No.
Let me.
Have you bothered doing the maths?
No, we will have a special program, CM.
Let me explain.
I don't know what you're about to explain. I've never heard about it, but let's have a special program where you guys will talk about this in a proper way when we have time. People are more, it's about 9 hours into the show. So let's not just prepare very well how to present it, and then we can talk about it. I think it's worth giving it a try, whatever it is. I don't know the details, but let's not just put it out here without time for us to, unless you guys want to do that. If you welcome to the show again, I know you've been trying to say something. Go ahead.
To be honest with you, good evening, guys. 9 hours. Oh, first of all, please like the program for Papudoka now. Like the program. It's like 400 and something people online. It's only 160 something, 180. Click the like button. I'm watching you guys because I have my phone here watching the likes. You don't need to like, just click one like, one click. Let's support him. I'm addicted to this channel now. I can't even remember I have television. I can't remember the last time the television was on. For the past 2 weeks, it's Papu Doka's channel that I've been watching. But anyway, listen, I don't have much to say, but I disagree with whoever that said that we have to contribute money in order to develop Anambra State. I disagree. Shishi, 1 penny, I will not. The type of money they generate in that state, penny, the one that has opening in the middle, I will not. I swear, I will not. The type of money, revenue they generate in that Anambra State is enough to fix Anambra. Who is going to be accountable if we contribute money? I don't even know whose idea is that, to contribute money from here and send it to Nigeria in order to build Anambra State. Come on now. The one they have within them, they can't even account the money. It is the one that you will send from America or from wherever you are abroad in diaspora and send it to Anibo. That is when they will account for that. We need to have some sense. Second thing I'm saying is this. I was just scrolling the social media and I heard what Joey Bukwe, I'm sure, excuse me, most of you guys know who Joey Bukwe is. He's the Igbo guy in somewhere in the OPC, somewhere in Lagos. And he was proudly saying,
your brother,
or rather said, that's my brother.
Yes,
I'm not going to deny him.
Thank you, CM. She wanted to avoid that part,
Hold on. Yeah, it's Igbo. So don't say it's my brother. It's Igbo. It's an Igbo indigen. But what I'm trying to say that really shocked me is this. He said that after this, I think Wike has mentioned that before. It's after the Southerners, the power will go back to the North. And he repeatedly said it today. So whether you people like it or not, Tinubu will do his 8 years. And after the 8 years, the power go back to North. And come and see people's response. And I sat down for a minute. I put my hand on my head like, are you serious? And one thing that came to my mind is that don't be surprised that is what's going to happen. Because looking back, you can see that is the trend. That is what has been going on. It's either from the south to the north and from the north to the south. So I now begin to ask myself, what is the essence of this election? I mean, how are we going to break into this, oppressor cycle? How are we going to do that? And maybe 8 years from now, we'll be talking about Shetima running for president. And guess what? He will win. So we're still going to remain in the same problem. 8 years from now, 16 years from now, we're still where we are. Yesterday, I kept asking 63 years of our independence, and people are still saying, oh, we are young, we are young. Are you serious? We are young, 63 years. So we're going to wait until we get to 100 years or 200 years before we start developing our country. We are even asking, like I always say, just the basic things is what we are asking. One thing I love about my Nigerian people is that we are the most hardworking, industrious human being on earth. I mean, quote me anywhere. Give us a little, we're going to make something out of it. The Nigerians, please. Little things, water, electricity, basic things, healthcare. It's not even that hard to give. Let's even say that we have constant power in Nigeria. Do you know what that energy we do in that country alone? I know a lot of people will leave diaspora and move back to Nigeria if there is constant power. in Nigeria. Let's not to talk about security. Let's not even talk about water because everybody just digging borehole. Let's talk about transportation. A lot of people will leave. Most of us here are just here because, I mean, we don't have no security. We don't have no electricity. We don't have no pipe-borne water and all that stuff. I mean, come on now. And somebody is talking about me sending 1 naira, 1 penny with the hole in the middle to Anambra State.
You're making my point. We don't know what it takes. It's all right. Even when CM told you what the Jews did. But it's all right.
Let me tell you something. No. In order for that to happen, forefathers, somebody gotta be accountable. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. There is no accountability.
I just told you that we can put systems in place.
Listen, let me tell you something. I live in the state of Georgia, but I hate to compare America to, I hate to compare. But last year, all of us here in the state of Georgia, we got money back. Why? Because they said it has surplus budget or surplus revenue income. Everybody got $350 back. Everybody. So far you are working. Everybody got that money. They show the revenue and everything, the expenses. I'm like, shoo.
See.
So who is gonna be accountable for that?
This is
you can put accountable systems.
Accountabilities. You have to ask. You that gave the money should ask. You gave the money, you should ask.
Yeah,
it's not just when you give, you stay back.
You're gonna be in London and be asking
the person you gave the money.
Yes.
Who are you gonna be
the
asking?
person you gave the money. The person you gave the money.
You are in London. Forefathers, I don't know where you are, but I think you are in London.
The person
you'll be asking somebody in Nigeria, or maybe
the person,
maybe you are the one
the
that
person you gave the money.
Which one? CM, let me just explain. Let me just explain. We are not saying we should hand money to anybody.
Can I say something?
Exactly.
The truth is this. If we make up our mind to do this as a project, we will employ somebody that will take this as a job, both home and abroad.
That's it. Thank you.
And these people will be held accountable, and their money will not just be used anyhow. We will agree on what we are doing before we do it, and there will be accountability. When there is a will, there is always a way. I am where I am today, fighting all odds, home and abroad, to be where I am today. Because I believe in one thing. I'm the only one that would determine where I want to be in life. And the only men and women only come to you when you are up there. When you are down, nobody knows you. So for you to be up there, you must fight the order of society. When I became disabled, I knew one thing. I am going to fight in a society where people who are able are in. Then I have to define what ability is in my mind, in my spirit. Like Joseph that opened his mouth to talk. I was the one that came here to tell you I'm disabled. If I didn't say it, you won't know from my face. Will you know? You won't.
Yeah, sorry, Mama, I hate you. Could I sorry,
the
if I may add.
problem we have in Nigeria, all of us, including me, like Kosa. And the solution, not all of us, including me, like go suffer. But some of the ways I be they pray. They don't believe, say, Papa God, he go live in throne where Buba and Rapa to come to Nigeria and do the road. As far as he not done for Egypt, and he not done for America, and he not done for Singapore, make una like sleep for church like your pastor they tell una. Use your small time cover when your brother and sister for Bodo you both send to you. Go do special seed. It will happen. Because the truth is this. God in his infinite mercy and grace, before I put you and me for our mama belly, they come born us. He equipped us very well to do what? To use the raw material when he put for Africa to become waiting with the axe. But our case in Nigeria, apart from corruption, our case in Nigeria, it be like woman when cry to your husband say, hey, food not there also. The man can't put her hand for his pocket, count money, he give the woman. The woman waka go market, buy every ingredient when they go to cook. When he reach house, he put her for kitchen. He stretch his leg. They begin to do makeup. How food go to the table now? Papa God has given us everything. I mean everything to build Nigeria. But we are not ready to do the work. That is our problem. We prefer to come to Obodo Yibo to enter inside snow, do 16 hours, fall down and wake up. But yet, we are not ready to be committed to build Nigeria. If we agree today, we will take it as a job and employ some people to do this one we are complaining, and we'll get results. And that's what I'm doing in my organization.
All right. Thank you so much. So we're going to do something. I wanted to hear from you guys what you will consider a success next week with the election. How will it go? And you will think this is a success, and what are the outcomes you're expecting? So for instance, we want to see what will happen in River State, for example, whether more people will come out to vote, and we can use it to compare to what happened 2 weeks ago with the presidential election. So I think there are interesting things, outcomes that we could see with this election coming up. But we don't have time for that. Maybe I just want to see, go from one person to the other, what keeps you up at night. And after that, I will take a break. If you guys want to continue, you guys can continue with the show. So, but I want to hear what keeps you up at night. Jonaba, let me start with you.
I've been sleep lately since CM didn't send me to the camp he wanted me to go in a refugee camp. I'm awake because Nigerian thing we started, we never finish it. But hopefully, since I get off my BP medication now, I think CM will be awake, and Lawrence. I don't know what Lawrence still keep me awake. Did I tell Lawrence who I was voting for, or who I'm supporting? He's saying that he don't even know who I'm supporting, and the reason when you are supporting somebody, the reason why you're supporting the person is based on your own interest, and
Okay, Janaba, we can't hear you anymore. Thank you so much for telling us what keeps you up at night. Oti, honest.
Sorry, Dr. Damages. I think I don't think there's anything that keeps me up at night. Okay, no, but let me kind of a brief comment on the last question about contributions or no contributions. To me, that's really a distraction. It's putting the cart before the horse. We have an ongoing unfinished revolution. That should be our focus, quite frankly. And again, money, resources is not the problem of Nigeria. The resources are plenty. So we have to fix the politics. That's the problem. All this contributing money here or there, when the federal government cannot even account for its own immense source of revenue, which is petroleum. People are, government officials are stealing it, and then we're talking about money, resources. That's not a problem. So the revolution has to, be brought to a successful conclusion, and then we see money will be a problem to develop our country. So nothing keeps me up at night, I must say.
Thank you so much, Oti. If you're next.
What keeps me up at night?
Yes.
So many things. Number one is that Nigeria is the world capital of poverty. According to statistics, I think they said 39% of Nigerians are the poorest people in the whole world. So if you look at it, it's almost 40% of Nigerians are poor. And what do I mean by poor? Poor is that like I said, I always said I went to Nigeria last year, December, and I couldn't believe what my eyes saw. When I mean poverty, people are suffering. When you think you are suffering, just go back home and see what suffering is all about. And somebody is still saying that we're going to wait for 100 years or 200 years in order for us to fix our country. What is the essence of doing election if we can't even do the slightest thing? My advice to Tinubu is this: if he got some sense in him, if somebody is talking to him, let him hear. The first thing, if I were him, is to bring everybody together, especially the Igbos, because I know they are hurting and I know that they are being marginalized. Bringing Nnamdi Kanu out, then do other stuff you're supposed to do. It's going to make a difference in the life of people. If he cannot do that, this simplest thing, I don't think he's going to be successful. I think Buhari will still be better than him. We don't know what we are going to face tomorrow with Tinubu, but we are way, 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 way behind.
All right. Thank you. Mama Echo, what keeps you up at night?
Why did they keep me up at night?
I always see you are up at night, 3 a.m. You are on.
Now my children destiny won't achieve. Now, where did they keep me up at night with that? Una sit down, una tell us the young shall grow. We grow. Una sit down, una tell us children are the leaders of tomorrow. And yet, una don't be grandpapa. Una no want make we be leader. Before, when Papa do reach, for in lifetime, he go hand over to Pikin, so that I go pour all the wisdom when he take do, give the Pikin, guide the Pikin, so that when he go meet Papa God, he go know say he don't leave somebody when go carry on, or not for Nigeria. And why don't they pay me? Some of them when get luck will come out from darkness. We can't see light. We can't still sit down. They justify impunity. Some of us, we don't be Papa God when get financing. When he go say, make it then go court, just like that INEC chairman, when he man Ben, he knows what he do, they wrong. He called the joint to Nubu say make we go court. Because to them, they don't put INEC for pocket. And they don't also put judiciary for pocket. Hey, una lie. Una no charcoal, coal. When it's there for fire, if you take your hand, carry and put her for your pan, what did they do? You go drop her. The mandate in you people's hand is a coal of fire in your hand. INEC, I hear, make you not say, my ear then for Nigeria. I hear say una go get judgment, make una format PIVA, correct. Una obey that one. Then Obi and my children get judgment say, before una format una beaver, make them retrieve the information when they there. INEC, our lawyer come meet una. Una say una no agree. Hey! I want speak Urobo for you. Omo, onwegbero vie. Whatever my work over here. Pikin won't cry already. You can't conquer. When it go happen? It go cry river for you. My children for don't enter street. Their principals say make them need suru. Make them go patience. They got the way patient. Una come say una not go give them beaver. Make them take take the information when they want it. Una just open road for the riot. Oh. Listen, before now, I have told Nigeria who are walking behind with me. I said we are sitting on a time bomb. Before election, I knew we were sitting on a time bomb. And if I continue to play this game, the bomb go blow. Now they hear? We dey try to prevent civil war. But INEC and Tinubu, they are calling for civil war. And that civil war, if we are not let peace reign and let this peaceful revolution through ballot take us out of this, you will get the bloody revolution you are talking about. Now they using how they cause it. Now they got the call for nationwide protest from Monday. But because INEC will not do their own bidding. And this mandate wanna collect money to kill to Tinubu. Now I go kill you, now I go bury all of you. Let's go continue.
All right, thank you so much, Mama Echo. Obi, you're next. Can you make it in 2 minutes, please? Unmute yourself. All right, we'll skip you and go to CM. We'll come back to you, Obi. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, all right.
I said that the 2 minutes is small. You have to give me a miloko. That's additional.
No. Please, you should be able to tell us.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, the only thing I want to say, and it's a simple one, that I must appreciate Peter. He has done so well. It is only those who do not understand the confusion called Nigeria or understand what the man did. It takes self-discipline. Because most youths are waiting for Obi to say that thing was rigged. Let's go and protest. So they will continue the destruction that they are anticipating. And in my opinion, I'm still thinking, what will Nigeria be the day the Supreme Court to tell Obi actually he didn't win the election? I don't know how the country will look like. Because before now, you can see that even most of the Igbos who can pretend, and that's the truth. Most of the Igbos, they were not talking about Biafra, they were talking about one Nigeria, because Obi made them to believe in one Nigeria. Before the election, nobody was talking about Biafra again. You're talking, one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Now, with what will happen in Supreme Court, will determine, because a lot of these Biafra people, they are still doing they call it evangelism. They are still preaching to most of Nigerians who they're still preaching to most of people that believed in Obi. So if the Supreme Court will give judgment, I believe it will go a lot to heal the land. And again, the issue of insecurity is so shameful, and I'm saying it on the national television. I don't know about you. It's been a long time I went to the village. I travel to Nigeria. When I go to Nigeria, I can't go to my village. Because if I go to my village without planning for my security, you are gone. So how long shall we remain in exile? So it's a thought that if you are from Southeast, I'm addressing the Southeasterners. If you are from Southeasterners and you think that our village is safe, it doesn't matter. All Igbo land, even Ibere, anywhere you want to say it, if you don't prepare yourself, Then even some relatives, they will arrange you. I'm telling you the honest, the country is bad. It's not that the person want to give you away, but that is the second step. That's the situation they have found themselves. So while we are thinking about one Nigeria, let's remember our home and let's remember what shall we do to redeem our land. Our land is gone. Last time I went, and as soon as I went through the road leading from my village, that's a two major road. That road is looking like a shrine. You know, the road leading to a shrine when you're going to see a native doctor. That's a federal road. I was so shocked to see that road. And it's not saying it's Buhari or this. We must do something, especially about the kidnapping. The kidnapping of a thing, the thought of it can make one crazy. We have to pray that something needs to be done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sim, 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Well, my remark will be to say that I feel so disappointed with INEC, because why I said so is that so many people have lost faith, not just in Nigeria, but in Nigerian election. But because with what Nigerians saw under card reader, in which Jonathan did not vote in 2015, incident form, all those abracadabra, Gosdale Rubebe sort of held up the day of the collation and the announcing. Everybody saw it and lost faith. But when these beavers came up, it was used in Anambra, it worked. People say hi. Used in Ekiti, used in Edo, and used in Oshun. So people felt, yes, we can now go out and vote. And then I've never had this type of campaign wanted to get your PVC. Despite all the obstacles, people even paid money. 1,000 naira, you get your PVC. To be given PVC, they did all sorts in the hope that let our vote count. Only for INEC, what you budgeted money for, on the day it mattered, you set it aside and start to talk nonsense. That is a slap on the integrity of Nigerians and the world. It is taking the entire world for a ride. It made me feel so bad. Why I'm saying this is that the Igbos have a proverb that if you get a woman pregnant while standing up, the woman will give birth to a madman, a mad woman. All these things INEC is doing, they may not know where it will lead to until P2B, who is the clear winner by every mile, is denied this mandate. They may think that they are punishing Ndibo, but this time you are punishing the whole Nigerian youth. I can never bet whether Nigeria will continue to exist. It's not for me to say. But what I know is that I have a sense of foreboding. That Nigeria, P2B is Nigeria's last chance. I'm not saying it because I'm wishing Nigeria bad. Otherwise, there is no way you can procure beavers to correct the errors of card reader and everything, which is an improvement. And then you tell people to come out and vote. And people took it upon themselves. Some people left Obodo Ibo to go to Nigeria and vote. I know of some people. Only for you release the result of senatorial election is not disputed. House of Assembly, no dispute, done on the same day. Presidential, and you are telling me 2 weeks later, you are playing with our intelligence. Nobody is bigger than the country. Every country is bigger than the sum of its people. So INEC should better be good neighbors to Nigerians. I don't want to witness any civil war or uprising. NSAS is enough. I don't want it. So it is better. Let them retrace their footsteps. Supreme Court judges are part of Nigeria. They buy akara, vegetables. They attend Nigerian market. They see what is happening. So let them just do the right thing and they allow peace to reign so that Nigeria will get a breathing space. We can then start. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Igbo Basics.
Well, thank you once again, Dr. Damages. Sometimes I wonder how you manage to keep your sanity after all these things that we go through.
I sent some
But
coke from Colorado to her.
it's well. It's well. I had my brother Obi mention Ibere. I'm from Ibere. And each time I go home is to go and bury one relative or the other. The last time I went and buried my brother, the king of Amankali Ibere. And I said to myself, God help me. Next time I go, let it not be to go and bury somebody. And then the last time I went, it was not to go and bury somebody. It was to go and attend the retirement ceremony of my elder sister. And then the Commodore Amadi Ikweche's wife, who is Barrister Amaka Ikweche. When I did that, what I did, as I'm being invited here and there for parties and stuff like that, I said, no, I didn't come here for a party. I went back into the bush. I'm a bushman, if you like, call me that. I grew up in the bush, and I'm proud of that. What pains me is that the things that I see that we have in the bush, and when I went to some of our most sacred waters, and I'm seeing Namashit for a place where we call Osuwowo, I scratched my head. I said, oh my God. Okay, so it's gotten to that. So make a long story short, what keeps me up at night? Tomorrow I'll go to church and I'll drop my token to the Catholic Church. And Red Cross would ask for money. We'll drop money here and there for the Red Cross. As a matter of fact, if Ann Diamond has any way we can contribute, I'll be more than glad to chip something in there. What am I saying is that we came to a point where we're talking about basic costs. Are we contributing? The way we are contributing, we have an organization called Foundation Democracy Initiative. As a matter of fact, you can access it at foundationdemocracyinitiative.com or foundationdemocracyinitiative.org, of which I head. Why were we doing that? We were doing it to try to help those on the ground, and that's how we are able to help even some candidates as far away as Benue State and as far away as Delta State. We asked for $10 donation. It brings me back to what we are talking about. Thank God, I have a couple of very strong women. Dr. Juna Waka out of Maryland, Dr. Antonia Abanufe out of Florida. These women accounted to the last drop of every penny that everybody gave to us. And if we ask again, some people will give. But to wrap up on what keeps me up at night, publishing Igbo Basics for 15 years. I'm wearing that on my neck, on my face, Igbo Basics. It's cited in academic works and stuff like that. And I keep saying, Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. I stayed out of politics as long as I could. This time around, if every one of us saw what was happening on the ground, where even the dead rose to go and vote, our people went out there and participated. And results were being called. And midway, and I repeat again, midway, the man, Mahmood Yakubu, with all his accomplices, they decided to call that result at midnight hour. Like my brother said, wait until the day that they render their final judgment. If their final judgment is what the masses came out for, there will be so much peace in that country, the world will rejoice. If they do otherwise, it's going to be to your tent, oh, Nigerians. It's going to be to your tents. Some of us who have been on the edge, man only die once, so I beg you. You only die once. Some people who have been on the edge preaching, let's keep it together, let's keep it together. If they rob the Nigerian citizens of this particular election, and if they think they can steal it the way they stole before, no, no, no. So on Saturday, coming Saturday, we employ all our youth on the ground. I share with Mama Echo because I know what we have on the ground. We share with them, first fool not be fool, second fool not be proper foolish. On Saturday, let our people go all out and vote, cast their vote, Mama, Papa, Pikin. And as Okbara will say, meaning that if the heaven will fall, let it fall. If the earth will cave in, let it cave in. That's where we stand. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and please continue with the good work. We are here, and we will see the end somewhere along the line.
All right, thank you. Ndubisi.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I greet everybody once more. Well, nothing really keeps me up at night. I usually worry about our country and how it will get better. I am imagining now how Nigeria will be under a Tinubu administration. I'm just imagining the kind of pain people will go through. Their ways are not straight. Their ways are never straight. All they have come through, all the times they have come through in all they have been doing, there's never been a straight way. So the suffering may be more. It may become more unimaginable because they always do their usual carrying of favor and all that. It will not really be. I don't know where to start. Is he going to fight corruption? Can he fight corruption? Can he fight oil theft? Can he fight what's it called? Subsidy scam, oil subsidy scam, and other kinds of financial fraud going on in the country and other things. It's going to be too tough. So I just hope, like I said earlier, that the Supreme Court, they listen to the voices of majority of Nigerians and do the right thing by giving Obi his victory. This is a stolen mandate. Obi won the election and he was robbed. The people want not just Obi, because Obi usually say it's your government that I'm coming to establish. They have robbed the Nigerian people. So the Supreme Court should hear loud and clear that they have robbed Nigerian people. I employ mothers to ask their kids, because God hears the cry of children, the prayer of children. Let children pray that God will touch the Supreme Court justices, because the case will end at the Supreme Court, that they should do the right thing.
All right.
It may be funny. Sorry, I'm not done yet. Let me just add one more thing. And I'm still urging Nigerians on Saturday 18th, let them go all out and reinforce that victory of Labour Party by going out to vote Labour all the way. They should vote Labour all the way to convince the doubters that this movement has come to stay, and let INEC this time do the right thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you, Ndubisi. Fathers, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, for having me. Regarding the topic, obviously, I support what the previous speaker said regarding people going out to go and vote. And my own take on this Peter Obi is that he has won a moral mandate, and I think people should also understand that there are other ways of governing or having your will be done. In the end, what do you want Peter Obi to do when he gets to office? To get things done. If you get those things by Peter Obi influencing and changing the narrative on the ground, even while not in office, so be it. The stuff can still get done. And people should not always weld themselves to personalities. Weld yourself to the outcomes that you actually truly want. Because Peter Obi right now, I think if he was listening to someone like my advice, he has the opportunity to actually control the narrative even if he's not in office. Because I've seen that happen in nations before. People listen to him, people see him as somebody that is detribalized, and he can literally change the narrative on the ground and enforce more accountability. Even if, let's say, Tinubu makes it into office, even if he doesn't want it, he will have to do it. He has no choice. Because once people change, once people are following a leader, forget it, you can't force them the other way around. There's nothing you can do. You have to do their bidding. I've seen it happen in this country. A guy that wasn't even elected into the House of Parliament forced this country out of the European Union. I didn't see that happening, but it did happen. It tells you that when you have the people's hearts, when you have their respect, when you have their trust, your will be done. Whoever is in office, so me, I even see that as a very, very strange advantage, because you are not in office, but you are the one controlling the narrative. You are not accountable. Some other person is like a zombie doing your will. It's crazy. No, hold on. I've seen that happen in this country. Leaders are in office doing the will of somebody that is not in office. It's crazy stuff. Okay, they want to say something. Go ahead. Too many hands up. I can't even get my thoughts out.
No, wait. They will have the chance. Let me say something. You guys will have the chance to have that conversation. But let me say something. I have to go, but I want to thank everybody who joined us today. A lot of people both the panelists and people on the comment and people watching at home. I want to thank all of you. On Monday, the Worship Media, I'm partnering with them. They have a town hall for Enugu governorship election, the candidates. So I will play that video for you guys to watch where he talks about it. If you can join, and it will be wonderful if you can join. Also, tomorrow, 90 Minutes Africa, we will not have 90 Minutes Africa, but we're going to premiere a recorded interview for you guys for 90 Minutes Africa for tomorrow. So I'll hand it over to Forefathers after the video is played, and you guys can continue the conversation. Kenneth, welcome.
So they go church tomorrow, Dr. Damages.
No, I didn't say church. I'm not going to church tomorrow. But
thank you, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, nice to see you, Kenneth.
I was just waking up from sleep. Actually, so I didn't know. You guys woke me up from sleep. I overheard
the Worship Media. What time?
Yeah, I'll play the details. The details will be in the video. So let me hear what you want to say, Kenneth, before I play the video. Go ahead.
No, I overheard someone being fearful of Tinubu's administration, how he will run the affairs in that country. Then I decided to come in to tell her.
Is that what woke you up?
Yeah.
Is that what woke you up?
Yeah, I decided to come up and encourage her to not be scared of anything. Tinubu is not going to take that mantle of leadership. Tinubu is just making the initial garagara. You know what we call, what we refer to as initial garagara in Nigeria. He's just making noise up and down. What's it called? Yakubu has doubled him. You know what Dabo is? 419. He has played in big time 419. The money is gone. The bribery money he gave to Yakubu is gone. They're going to dribble him. At the end of the day, he's going to be very frustrated. Just watch out and see Tinubu. You know, greedy people will never back down until you disgrace them completely. So he himself is disgracing himself, and he's going to see the result at the end of the day. Don't worry, P2B is going there.
Wow. All right. And thank you, Kenneth. I just, this is a personal thing. I always think about the best and prepare for the worst. I hope people are preparing that that you could have Tinubu as president. In fact, anybody who ran for president, I hope people are ready, because it seems like when people talk, I fear that.
The thing, Dr. Damages.
It may not be terrible as people think. Also, you have to also.
The thing is this: whether they like it or not, Nigerian institution or government, whatever they call themselves, they had to choose between these two things: do the right thing or plunge that country into anarchy. If they eventually force Tinubu into that seat, you and I know that Nigerian youth came out in mass to vote for P2B. Same Nigerian youths are going to fill the streets and run that country down. They are not going to. People are hungry. See, I don't know if we really understand what I mean by people are hungry. People are going to take that anger, hungry plus hunger, and deal with these politicians. Somebody like me, I would love it. I would love to see these politicians crying like, Christmas goat, how you deal with them, in the bush. I would be happy seeing them crying like that. They've dealt with us. And I would like Nigerian youth to really, really deal with these people. So two things they're going to do. One, either they respect themselves, their old age, and do the right thing, give power to whom is due, or plunge that country into a very big mess that they will regret at the end of the day. And I believe somebody like, what they call him, Obasanjo, he has already given himself out, trying everything to make this country work. And I think T.Y. Danjuma, those retired generals, I think they are beginning to, put their senses together and try to do the right thing. And Tinubu, what they call it, Buhari, is one person that I'm trying to see if he too will change his mind and do the right thing, because they know the truth. They know that this guy won the election. P2B, they know.
Okay.
Unless they want to lie to themselves.
Thank you. But the last thing I have to say is that if today announces that Peter Obi did not, that the election is not going to Peter Obi, that he didn't win the election. I can tell you that Peter Obi will come out and say people should calm down. That there is another. Peter Obi is not going to say let's go and
no, obviously Peter Obi wouldn't say that. And there will be a point. There will be a point, right? Even if Peter Obi see the damages.
That language.
The damages.
Peter Obi tried that language. Nigeria, you go up and up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama Esho. Thank you, Mama Esho. See, Peter Obi can only, Peter Obi can only do, he can only do his bit as a gentleman trying to calm the situation. But believe you me, the Nigerian youth are not going to even listen to him. At the point they will listen to him.
Hold on. I think what Ekene is saying is completely right. Peter Obi, I was discussing this thing with some of my friends. At the rate the whole thing was going, Peter Obi, as I'm talking to you now, Peter Obi, I know, would have want to go home and sleep and remain peaceful. But the way it's not about
show your face. Are you Kulata? Show your face.
No, sorry.
Are you Kulata?
No. Peter Obi has entered what I call
one chance.
Nigerian one chance. So it's not about him.
Exactly.
Did you listen to Charles Soludo? Charles Soludo said it has nothing to do with Peter Obi. Peter Obi, what happened to Peter Obi was likely to what happened to Trump, to illiterate Americans. They were looking for a mouthpiece, and Trump was saying what they want to hear. I just say, hey, it's like they really like this thing. And Trump was saying what they want to hear, and that was why they voted for Trump. Ordinary, nobody will vote for Peter Obi. Peter Obi talks like a woman.
No, Mr. Obi, I will differ with you on this. I voted for Trump with my full chest, and I'm not an illiterate. I know what I did. And you are seeing the result today.
Listen. Listen. Trump. I'm not supposed to say this, but root of know that a lot of Trump voters, you and I know, if you live in this country, you will know that Trump, even before, go back and watch the clip. I still have those clips. Trump was calling Hillary Clinton all manner of names. He win the election. He said,
more than deplorable that she called us.
It was rig election. And he was shouting rig until they said Trump won. He said, he changed. He never knew. He never knew he was happy. Listen, what I'm trying to say that Peter Obi at this point has no plan B.
You can't go back.
I think we have to be responsible. Some of the things we are saying, we have to remember that. What if? Hold on, let me just say what I need to say. Hold on, you will have your say.
Let me just say what I need to say. To what you said. Hold on. I am responding to somebody too, not only you. No. It's something I want you to respond to. Come on, man, you will have your chance. Jeez. See, we have to be responsible here. What if in some universe that Tinubu actually had more votes because he spent 20 years building these alliances? What if he did? Would you just say, Peter Obi won either way until you get what you want? What if you go and check, then he actually won the vote? What happens then? Would you concede?
Forefathers. You will be surprised. You will be surprised that when this riot, when this protest starts, right? Even the North will be more into that protest than the South. They are not happy.
Let me say this: if you cause anarchy in the country, every single anarchy you create is making us poorer and sending us back.
Yes, the politicians, INEC, Tinubu and APC are the ones causing the anarchy, not the people. We are the victims here.
All right.
We're not victims. You are looking at the problem.
Nigerians are the victims.
All right. Go and listen to Obasanjo's speech after the election.
Hold on, everybody. Forefathers, thank you so much. Igbo Basics, thank you so much. CM, thank you. OT, thank you. Ifi, thank you. Mama H, thank you. Obi, thank you. Ndubisi, thank you. And Kene, thank you. I will take my leave now.
See that? They're already calling me a mole. This is the thing you get constantly.
God bless you,
And
Dr. Rudolph.
yeah,
God bless you.
so let me put this so that you guys will know what's happening on Monday. If you can join us, you will. Thank you, everybody. After this, forefathers, you take over, okay?
Thank you. Yeah. So, OT, you wanted to say something. You are muted. Sorry.
Enugu State ibe m ekele m unu. Afa m bụ Chidimma Weyawu. Eso m na ndị zọrọ ọchịchị ịchị Enugu State na 2019. Na 2023, echere m na ọ dị mkpa na anyị nwa bụ ndị Enugu State ga-enwe ohere ịjụ ndị niile gbatara akwụkwọ maka ijere Enugu State ozi, ịjụ ndị niile gbatara akwụkwọ maka ịbụ onye isi oje ozi na Enugu State bụ executive servant ndị Enugu State ajụjụ ka ha kọwakenere anyị ihe ha bụ n'uche imere anyị na ihe mere anyị ga-eji tinyere ha akwụkwọ ka ha wee nọdụ n'ọnọdụ a nke ha na-achọ ịnọ. Ọ bụ ya kpatara site na enyemaka ndị ọzọ dịka Lead Network Africa ka anyị ji wee guzo Enugu State Governorship Town Hall n'ụbọchị 30 nke ọnwa March 2023, ụbọchị Mọnde. Anyị na-ele anya na onye ọbụla bụ nwa afọ Enugu Steeti maọbụ onye ọbụla ihe gbasara Enugu Steeti na-adị mma na mba ụwa dị iche iche gburugburu ebe a ga-enele ihe a ga-eme ga-etinye aka ọnụ. Anyị ezigo ozi zigara ndị niile wepụtara isi ihe gbasara Enugu State Governorship Elections. Mmadụ dịka onye na-anọchite ndị APC bụ Uche Nnaji, mmadụ dịka onye na-anọchite ndị APGA bụ Frank Nweke Jr., mmadụ dịka onye nnọchite anya ndị Labour Party bụ Chijioke Edeoga, na mmadụ dịka onye nnọchite anya ndị PDP Peter Mba. Anyị na-ele anya na ha niile ga-aza oku nke ndị Enugu Steeti kpọrọ ha. Anyị na-ekelekwa ụlọ mgbasa ozi niile ndị ga-etinye aka wee hụ na ozi a ruru ụwa niile gburugburu. Ndị dịka Sahara Reporters TV, ndị dịka Iroko Post TV, Worship Media TV Canada, Njenje Media TV, nakwa BVI Media. Ndị Enugu ibe m, ụbọchị nta ka anyị chụọ n'Owere nchi. Ka emesịanụ.
All right, sorry. I had to come back. I have to apologize. I did not know it was in Igbo.
Don't worry, let me translate it.
Yeah, so somebody can translate. I didn't watch it before. He just sent it to me and said I should play it. So, somebody can explain what he said. But essentially, it's about
Igbo basics. Here's Igbo. OT is Igbo. Ifi is Igbo. Obi is Igbo. Ndubisi is Igbo. Kene is Igbo. It's only Mama HO and the forefathers.
How do you know that I don't hear?
How
do you know? How do you know? If I was listening, I probably would know what he was talking about.
Forefathers, let Igbo basic explain.
And probably our listeners. He's trying to say that on Monday, 13th March at 4 p.m. Coast time, which is 3 p.m. UK time, maybe whatever it is in Australia and US, I don't know, but 3 p.m. UK time, 4 p.m. Nigerian time, there will be a governorship debate for Enugu State gubernatorial aspirants. There are 4 candidates lined up: APC representative, PDP, APGA, and the Labour Party. I can't remember. Frank Nweke for APGA, Chijioke Edeoga for Labour, Peter Mba for PDP. I've forgotten somebody in Naji for APC. So he's trying to say that a couple of media outfits will link up. Dr. Damages, where we are now, Njenje Media, his own TV, WMTV, and one other one I can't remember. So that's what he's trying to say.
BVI channel.
Yeah, BVI channel. Thank you. So there will be a question and answer session whereby you pose questions to them, and then you hear what they have to say. So that's all they try to make out anywhere. So probably the key thing is just tune in by 4 p.m.
Your interpretation was
4 p.m. Nigerian
excellent
time.
interpretation.
Okay,
So,
great.
Thank you.
Oti wanted to say something before, so that he wants to get it off his chest. Go ahead. You are muted.
You said that well, of course, some other speakers have actually kind of, in a way, addressed the point that the election wasn't. It's not about Peter. You see, that is the mistake maybe you're making, because okay, you're saying he could be quite influential by the side, not being in office, but that's not really that's missing the point. Okay. And then, of course, you referred to Farage, okay? Farage, that kind of UKIP that brought about the Brexit, even though he was never elected, okay? I mean, it's quite is a wrong analogy. The thing is this: election was conducted, and of course, we're not saying this because it's not a question of Obi being the president, but somebody who won an election, okay, and then denying that person the mandate, okay. What are we talking about? You don't really understand the meaning of this. Because now it's like the destiny of a people, a nation over 200 million people. And so you are saying the fact that we should succumb to tyranny, people should rule us by whether we like it or not. So what after that, what else will happen? So if people can actually impose their will on you, and then as the people, you accept that. So what else can't you accept? So if they come to me and say Nigeria is an Islamic state, and that so anything is possible then after that. So it is this serious, and that's a lot of people don't get it. So look, remember they're going to court, okay? The court of law is not a magic place, Facts and law, and both sides would have capable advocates, to argue their case. And if it is you and I and an ordinary person, common people, they cannot understand what is a fact, So it's no magic, and then people will understand what has gone on, who won the election, and then if the court decides to deny the mandate, deny the rightful person who won the election the mandate, that is a blatant injustice. And
but how do you prove the rightful person won?
No. Hold on.
No, the wrong person. How do you prove the wrong person won?
No, the will. The
you
facts,
have to prove
that. Yes, of course. So that's why we have to wait. Okay, and nobody is calling for unrestrained violence or anything. Due process. They will go to court. It can be proved. It's not. I mean, there's nothing magical about it. Okay, both sides will have the advocates. And then people know what happened. The record is there, documentary evidence will be heard. The justices will decide on the fact and the law, and the people will know when justice is done and when it is not, when it is denied. I mean, it's so.
To an extent, I agree with you on what you just said. But my concern is that some people are saying things in a blanket way, like no matter what the evidence
nobody's saying that.
They will still do the same thing.
Nobody's saying that, So the thing is grant. In other words, there's the assumption or the belief, the basis is that this person actually won, and if he did win, he should govern. Nobody should deny him that mandate, and we cannot accept it. Nigerians can't accept it. This is not an Igbo affair or a tribal affair. We're talking about a country, a nation, and so if that must not be, if justice must not be, then we have no business. I mean, having a country. It is that simple. And I can tell you, even before this election, some people, including myself, formed the view that this 2023 election is a kind of is a kind of make or break. Is either we get it right or not. That is a fact. That's the fact of the matter. I don't know if you listened to the interview granted by we call him Okwadige, former governor of Anambra State, to Arise. It was quite, kind of plain speaking, clear his language. Okay. And the reason people are saying this is that they know that Peter Obi, they believe, I mean, I believe too, given the kind of the doctoring that went on. Okay, so but of course it remains to be proven. All right, so we have to wait for that. But people actually believe that he won the
But
election.
what if it's unproven? What would you advocate if it's unproven?
It's not. Oh, that's why I said we have to wait. Okay, we are waiting. No, but we're not yet marching on the streets. And I'm the UK here. I'm not. I won't be there marching. Okay, but I can tell you, if he did win and people believe he won, there's nothing on this earth that will make him. Unless you don't want Nigeria to exist, it is that simple. We should be.
But you see, you're mixing your words here. You're mixing your words. You have to be very, very categorical. Hold on. Because I don't like when people are wishy-washy. If there is evidence that he won, hold on. If there's evidence that he won and he was denied, I will support a situation whereby yes, there will be protests, and maybe I'm even certain that there's likely to be a coup if that happens. But
it's not about being. It's not about protest. It's not about protest.
Hold on now.
I
just want us to get to it somewhere, because if we just keep talking over each other, we'll not get to the crux of the matter here. Because my concern, let me let you know, my concern is that some people are just saying that the moment the court says P2B didn't win, whether there is no evidence or not to back your case, we should just tear the country up. That is my concern.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Nigerians and even the youth, Nigerians are not that stupid. You know, as I said, you see, court of law, right? You say it is court of law. I'm a lawyer myself. Court of law. You have facts and the law, okay? And then of course you have the justices who decide. But then you have legal experts, advocates on both sides. So they will argue the case. They will present the evidence, and you and I, even non-lawyers, will understand the evidence. So it's not a magic. So, but when of course the justices, if they decide to do injustice, okay, to pervert justice, that's where we have a problem. If he didn't win based on the facts that will be presented, there will be a problem. Are you with me?
If they pervert justice and people end up on the street, the outcome is likely to be a military coup. That's
which is not a problem. Anything can happen then.
Which is not a problem, because they've decided to rule the country.
Get to decide who becomes head of state. That's what happened. It happens in many countries.
Come on, what are you talking about? So
if they decide to
I'm not sure, and I'm not saying I'm against it necessarily, but I'm just saying that we have to know what is coming. That you have to be prepared.
We are not scared of that. We've been in the military regime before. So this is not the first time.
Not always a good thing, though. Not always a good thing. Military. Babangida saw the decline of Nigeria, and even after that, he still threw the country. By the time he left the office, into crisis. By the time he left, I don't know.
So let me ask you. What do you think? I find a Yoruba cultural group, okay, and Ohaneze, Pandef, Middle Belt. Why do you think they're supporting? Okay. Southern presidency. It happens to be Obi, okay. I mean, why do you think so? You think these people, we are at a very critical juncture, It's serious. And these people don't quite understand the serious. The thing is an ordinary election. It is not. We're talking about, is either Nigeria survives or it goes down. Two things, two options. I'm serious.
You know what all our politics says? It says if you do anyhow, you see anyhow.
You can be joking around. You can be joking around, but it's not a joke.
The fact that
when it comes to the military,
the fact is this: everything shouldn't be politics here. We are talking about the pains that Nigerians are going through. We're talking about the trauma. We're talking about pregnant women going to the hospital and there is no facility for them to deliver. The sick are dying every day. The disabled are left as behind. Nothing is working.
What do you think is the greatest
electricity?
No, let me ask you now. What do you think is the greatest enemy?
Shouldn't be about politics. People are serious this time.
I'm trying to distill it down.
Okay,
what do you think is you said about pregnant women going to hospital, they can't get good treatment. People are poor. People are suffering. What do you think is the greatest enemy to to those people in terms of alleviating their conditions? What is their greatest enemy?
The greatest enemy is the government. Government, in the sense that, let me start an example with Lagos State Hospital. I'm talking about healthcare in this aspect, where government budgeted money for these public hospitals. The equipment were bought, furnished, and at the end of the day, the medical doctors corner this equipment to their own privately owned hospitals. And the government is nowhere to checkmate the activities. The government is nowhere to ask, where is this equipment that we bought and furnished in this hospital? Where are our equipment? Nobody will be asked that. You know why? Because the government itself is compromised. The government itself is also guilty of the same crime. So the government is the enemy. They will, they will give
What
out.
if I submit to you that the greatest enemy of progress is instability?
And who is the cause of the instability?
How do you
We
have
are all part of the instability. We are all part of it.
Sorry,
I am not.
You are saying let's go and tear the street up. What I will get military.
I'm not part of the instability. You know why I say that I'm not part of the instability? Give me any project today. Give me any kind of assignment today. If I decide to take up that assignment, I must be very prudent and I must have it completed.
Yes.
So I'm not part of the problem. The government, the criminals that we allow to be our leaders are the problem.
And
If I give you a project today, I must follow it up until you get it done. If you don't get it done, based on our terms of contract, you either refund me my money or you have it completed. They're not going anywhere. If you like, be my brother.
So why don't you become the leader if you believe that you can change things?
That is why.
Of course, all of us can be leaders,
let me answer this. That is why. That is why we are working on Nigerians today, and Nigerians are waking up to begin to elect. I must not be there. There are many Nigerians that want to have the right thing done, and P2B happens to be one of them. And that is why Nigerians are voting these people to go and represent them. With these people, things will begin to take a different shape. People's orientation, mindset will begin to change. I must not be there at the end of the day.
Okay,
But if
I agree with that point. But what my take is that because my focus is on development, we need space to develop. And whenever we have instability, money is running away from us, we are not developing, the world is leaving us behind. Nigeria, we have not been at war, and yet our life expectancy is 52, while Yemen that is at war is 60 something. It tells you that our level of instability is too great. That is leading us to this.
What do you think is responsible for that?
Instability. We have too much instability. Every day we are looking to break the country up. Every day we are looking to do this.
Sorry.
Nobody can function. You can't encourage business to come in there. You cannot encourage continuity.
Forefathers, this is a simple matter. I don't know why you have to complicate things. Look, it's a simple matter of lack of leadership, right? So a government, APC, has been in power for the past 7 years with the president. What did they do? I mean, how did they? So there's no point blaming anybody. Looking for. Look, we know the problem.
But they did some things, though. See, hold on. This thing that we do, we blind our eyes to what happened in Nigeria.
Sorry. Did you
watch?
what?
Second Nigeria bridge was completed.
No.
Train lines were completed. Why are we blinding ourselves to things that are happening in the country?
Second Nigeria bridge was completed with how much?
Sorry.
How many dollars?
I don't know how you
understand this. $dollars was budgeted for that?
Excuse me. Why are you questioning? The point is that it was completed.
No, I have to question wastage. I have to question wastage and entitlement.
Can I answer him? Can I address his point?
Because you yourself, you're talking about
the
diasporans.
Do you know how much?
No. You are talking about. You are urging the diasporans to contribute $50 to send to this country to have it fixed. When a project that will cost 10 billion naira will be used, at the end of the day, they will use 100 billion to complete a project worth 10 billion. Is that not wastage?
Forefathers. You see, I don't know. So, excuse me, forefathers. The thing is this.
Go ahead.
There has to be clarity of thought, clear thinking. Now, ask yourself, what's the first job of government? You're talking about Niger Bridge, infrastructure. Okay, it's important for development. But if a government cannot do the very first thing a government is supposed to do, provide security, I mean, it's failed. Nothing else it does matters. Are you with me?
Yes.
There's no security in the country. So what are we talking about? I mean, how about unity?
Okay, now hold on now. I will compare how much Nigeria spends on the second Nigeria bridge to how much maybe similar size bridge. No, because it's going. So you are missing my point. I'm trying to get to a
point.
Not
missing your point.
Where we realize that our criticism of the state is not necessarily always valid. If you don't know what you are criticizing, how can you create? How can you start solving the problem if you don't even criticize the problems properly?
Forefathers.
Where is the rail line that comes with the blueprint of that second Niger bridge?
Forefathers.
This is the money meant for the railway.
I've asked a simple question. What is the first job of government?
This is the problem.
Hold on, he's asking me a simple
job of government?
Security.
Okay. We are supposed to be a federation. So where is that? That basic thing, basic constitutional, premise. Okay, that's a federation, federal character. There should be a sense of unity, togetherness, justice to all the regions. Where it is lacking, obviously. So what are we talking about? And we're talking about Niger region, building this, building that. The center cannot hold. It's simple to understand.
The security is the first duty of a government. Are you pushing for your government to increase security? No, you are not. You are busy saying something else. Some of all this irrational behavior is why we, with all our intelligence, is why we are not moving forward.
What do you mean irrational behavior? What do you mean by that?
Because we see problem that you can diagnose cleanly, but we still prescribe different solutions. It's like somebody have a headache and you say go and do them chemotherapy. It's like, the duty of the federal government is security number one. We don't have it. Are you demanding it? Have you ever demanded Nigeria ups in security posture? You've never done that. So it tells you that we are all failures. No. Have you all ever asked? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You want to say something?
Look, I don't know what he's talking about. You see, I don't understand what he's talking about. Quite frankly,
I'm just trying to highlight gaps in the way we think.
There's nothing to highlight. There's nothing to. It's a simple thing. Okay, these are basic facts. The government has failed woefully. Okay, there's killing. Okay, Nigeria is not at war, but people are dying in Nigeria. Like no man's business. Nobody cares. Okay, where is the share of compassion, okay, the share of concern on the part of the leader is lacking. Is that how to lead people?
If they are not doing well, then
what do you mean it's not doing well?
Volunteering solution. You see, because sometimes they are just as ignorant. See
what I say about?
Okay, let me tell you what I mean. Let me tell you what I mean. Some people are actually very ignorant and they are inside office, and some of us that are overseas, even when we are exposed to a country that is secure to the brim, we don't even wish that for our nation. So what does that tell you? There is a gap in our consciousness of what it requires to build a sustainable nation. How many of you here have asked that we need to change our security posture? How many? None of us have. Because our security posture means you defend your country like every other country you are in. You defend your country like Switzerland. You defend your country like
Hold on. Forefathers, in United States, right?
Don't compare.
I'm coming. I just want to set a standard here.
Don't compare.
The United States, right? The government are for the citizens. The government take care of its citizens. The government care for the people. The government provide all manner of succor, assistance for the people. The government pilot the affairs of the country on the right direction. But on the other hand, in your country, the government are there for themselves only. They don't care about anybody. And you want me to go and kill myself to fix the country? Why are they elected as leaders? Why are they there to pilot their affairs? If they know that they are not serious, if they know that they will end up becoming nuisance, becoming criminals, let them give way for serious people to take over. You don't elect somebody, you don't hire a security officer, and again you take up gun, deny yourself sleep to securing your environment when you have a security that you pay for the job. You don't give responsibility to somebody. At the end of the day, you are the one taking charge of the responsibility.
Yeah, but we didn't pay for our security. What we see in Nigeria today is what you should expect to see.
No, I just an analogy. I'm just giving an instance. You don't just have somebody to take care of something. At the end of the day, you are the one taking care of the thing, and you still have the person
But you
paying.
didn't. You see, okay, I get your point. If you hire somebody to do something, like you bring a carpenter in, they are going to charge you for something. But when you charge, if you give Nigerians the true charge of what it takes to secure their country today, many of them say to fiakwa, like they are already saying right now. They will say they will never want to do it because you know why?
Okay.
They say they hate the leaders. They don't trust their leaders. They don't do anything with their leaders.
You know where the security personnel are shortchanged. For example, a military officer or a military personnel today that is being posted to Sambisa, for example, get paid 50,000 naira monthly. 50,000 naira. He has the gun. His life is at risk. He's securing the country. He has family. His children are in school. Right? While one illiterate that called himself a senator is going home with more than 20 million naira every month.
Doing nothing.
But yet that soldier, like I call them angels,
and you want
to put hold on. That same guy is willing to put his life on the line to protect some of the few people that are in Nigeria that are not that least secure. So you have to understand, sometimes this job is thankless. You just have to do what needs to be done. That is what I'm saying. There is a gap in the way we reason. We just keep blaming one side. We forget that, yeah, you are blaming him. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's a stupid guy. Maybe he's incompetent. You that know, do something. Fill that gap.
That is why we are here. We cannot be everywhere. We cannot be everywhere. That is why we are here, speaking out, educating people.
Demand the right things and empower people to do them. Because we can complain all we want. If we don't find a way, we have to figure out a way. I know you guys are all very smart people. Figure out a way. There is a solution.
Okay, the way is that we voted for P2B in this election.
Clearly, that way is not working, but you can't be welded to only one solution.
Forefathers, hold on. How else do you want us to do this? And I have one more question for you. Buhari has been in power for the last 8 years. Can you just tell me one thing, just one Buhari has done for Nigeria as a president? Just one.
I think from what I gathered, they say he did a lot of infrastructure, trains, second Niger bridge, all kinds of different.
For 8 years, second Niger bridge for 8 years. Kenneth, I had to compare for 8 years.
Let me be a Buhari spokesman here. He removed them. Okay, let me be his spokesman. He removed them. From what I gather, he removed them Boko Haram from controlling any local government in Nigeria.
Boko Haram? Which
Boko Haram now.
Do you know how many local government that Boko Haram has taken over in the north?
No, it's not true. They are not in control of any local government in Nigeria today.
Forefathers, stop saying this. You don't know. Forefathers, you have no idea.
Does that mean that we have?
Then provide me your evidence, and I'll believe you. Provide me your evidence.
I don't have to provide you an evidence. I know what I'm telling you.
Why would you want me to believe you then if you don't have evidence?
What kind of evidence do you want me to provide to you?
I can provide evidence. I can show you evidence saying that Boko Haram doesn't control any local government area in Nigeria.
Do you know anybody in military that is in Sambisa? Do you know any military personnel that is in the north?
One person at a time. Let me hear Ife, please.
No,
sorry, go ahead.
As I'm asking, are you trying to tell me now that we have security in Nigeria? Let's assume there is no more Boko Haram. Are you going to tell me that there is security in Nigeria?
No, not even close.
Let me ask you something. Just tell me one basic thing. That because the security one will not sell with me. Just one basic thing Buhari did for us, or did for the people of Nigeria. Just one.
Train lines. He did build train lines.
This one.
That is
the line from Abuja to Kaduna, and the one in Delta that goes through Delta State. No. There is train lines everywhere. There is another. Then there's Lagos to Ibadan Road. There is this in second Niger Bridge. No, he did do quite a bit of stuff, and I think even his opponents, they often say that in terms of infrastructure, that he's done relatively okay. Yeah, compared to PDP's time in office, from what I gather, he has done far more on infrastructure than all the other government that came before him.
Is it not this Ankara train that I'm seeing? Which train are you talking about?
See, trains that carry people and people.
It's
giving us free and fair election. It's giving us
I've used the train before. I've used the train.
train?
No, I've used the train from Abuja to Kaduna, and from Kaduna back. Yeah, I've used it before. And one lady took my seat, but it's all good. But I used it from Kaduna. she took my seat. I just sat there like she owned my seat. So I know I've used the train line myself. I think I heard that the train line was ambushed by terrorists and all the rest of it. But he did do some things.
No,
it's
he
not
did not
zero.
do anything. He did not do anything. Honestly speaking, in my own opinion,
I used it. So what do you make of that?
Okay, so you're telling me in 8 years he only built the railway track?
I know that all the airports are being renovated. The Lagos International Airport. No, hold on now. The Lagos International Airport was renovated.
This Lagos International Airport. This Murtala Mohammed that I
yes, actually. Yes. No. But it was done. Am I having an out-of-body experience here? I could share you the screen. It was done.
Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you? I told you I just went to Nigeria. Unless he did that this yesterday, or maybe the time I came back. But if it's the same Murtala Mohammed Airport that I flew through, went through security people, smelling. When I mean smelling, you have to pay for you to use tissue paper. You gotta pay somebody to get a tissue paper. You have to pay to carry the cart. What are you telling me? The heat there, the temperature in that airport is so humid that you would think that you are being fried in oven.
Did you go to the new terminal? Did you go to the new terminal? I don't know.
Do I have to go there in order for you to prove to me that
I have two friends that work inside that airport. So I'm telling you what I'm talking about. I'm telling you what I'm sure of. They only did paintings, and that is it.
God. Come on, man. People don't do this. Let's not do this. It's not fair. Let's not do this.
You playing this devil's advocate is what I don't know why you are saying.
I like the truth. Yeah, you see, you have to go with
you the truth.
Okay, do you have evidence of what you are saying? I can show you evidence of the Lagos terminal right now. They have multiple YouTube videos of it.
Oh, please.
Can I ask you? Can I say just one terminal, right? Because the one I passed through, I didn't see any renovation.
They only did painting, and that was it.
Okay.
Do you really know how Nigerians handle projects?
So that's what he did for 8 years.
How about Niger? Now that the Delta State do train lines, there's train lines there now. I saw train lines in places I didn't think I was going to see train lines, like in Agbo, all those Niger Delta train lines are all over those areas. I see the infrastructure is something that, from what I gather, I can't be 100% certain that he built more infrastructure than the previous government put together.
Propaganda that does not exist anywhere. Propaganda.
Okay, look. Granted, even if he's done, even if it is true, he did something with infrastructure. But then, I think, how about, look, and then you don't have a country, the country that is falling apart, that is disintegrating, So Nigeria becoming a third state, and you're talking about infrastructure. That is how bad it is.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Infrastructure. Yet, whenever Buhari is having headache, he will fly to the UK.
Exactly.
The state governors, whoever that is having stomach ache, will fly to the UK or US. What other infrastructure are you talking about?
Okay,
when there's no security of life.
I agree with you that there's a lot of problems. We can start listing all the problems.
And therefore, this argument, trying to kind of there's some merit. It's
no merit. We retrogress, like the retrogression is like 50 years back.
No, we don't blind our eyes to the truth. And in terms of the military, our military has grown in equipment and in size. That's another thing he did. Yes. You don't know, you may not notice it. I monitor it. Yes.
Even Ukraine, we beat the shit out of us. Ukraine.
Yeah, because you refuse to donate now. When they ask you to put money inside your country, you refuse. That you say Ukraine is beating us.
He wants you to donate money.
You refuse to say, okay, I get where you're coming from. I think I'm just trying to be honest about this, and you can criticize somebody truthfully and say that some other person is better than them and is going to do a better job without necessarily, pretending as if they never accomplished anything. You can also argue right now, what has the Tory government in Nigeria, in the UK, done for the last 14 years
No,
that they've been in office?
forget Tory
I don't know
government.
what they've done.
Look,
I can't
forget
even
Tory
name
government.
one thing
We're talking
they've
about
accomplished.
Nigeria.
So, but I'm talking in Nigeria, and I can tell you that I rode in one of the trains myself. And when I was on the plane, when I was coming down from the plane, and that's in the air, when I looked at Lagos on my way to Nigeria, I saw improvement even from the air because of the way the roads were lit. I saw improvement even from the air. So because before, when I was in Nigeria, when I was coming to Nigeria, I don't see that.
Did you see the flood?
Being honest.
Did you see the flood when it was raining? Did you see the flood in Lagos?
Is it the same train that kidnappers?
Did you see the flood in Lagos?
People from?
Did you see that? What are you talking about?
Is it the same train? Is it the same train that 3 days ago?
I'm gonna be the truth.
Killed more than 20 people.
See, I know all those problems occur, but it still doesn't mean there wasn't accomplishments. And the problem any government is going to face in Nigeria is that even P2B, when it comes into office, he's going to face similar problems. There are going to be pitfalls. People are going to criticize him for all kinds of things.
Forefathers, what is the rate of what was naira to dollar rate prior to Buhari, and what is it today?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, terrible. I think I can't even start there.
Okay, Father, let me ask you.
So if the economy is not working, what is working then?
Father, let me ask you this question. If you go to exam and you brought 5 questions, and your teacher tells you that 3 questions is compulsory, and that 3 question carries 70 marks, and then the other ones carry 30 marks, and you couldn't do the 3 questions that are compulsory, you went and did the other one. How are you going to pass that exam?
You're not going to pass the exam if you didn't answer the question.
Okay, good. Now, will you now say that you have tried?
Pardon?
No.
Tried?
No,
you've not attempted the question. If you didn't attempt the question,
okay,
why
will
would
you now be giving credit if you didn't do those that are compulsory, that even with only those 3, if you answer them well, you will pass your exam very well. And then you couldn't do those 3, you now went and do the 2 that only carry 30 marks and they are not compulsory. Will you now say that you will pass?
If the 30 marks that are not compulsory, you will not pass, but you will be given your marks.
Okay, listen. Let me tell you, the primary assignment, duty of any government in any part of the world is protection of life and property. The moment you fail in this, every other thing is babas. Okay, understand that. Every other thing.
Do you agree that Nigerians are not ready for the move that Nigeria needs to make?
Nigerians are not ready to protect, for them to be protected, right?
No, let me explain to you now. If you tell Nigerians, most Nigerians today, we need 1 million soldiers, how many people agree to it?
You know why? You know why I would not, you know why I wouldn't agree to it? You know why I wouldn't agree to it? Because if I agree to it, I will end up with one useless, outdated gun without bullet. I will be stationed in one forest, no food, no health care. Nobody takes care of my family. And at the end of the day, I will be paid 50,000 naira that cannot even buy me 1 bag of rice and 1 bottle of transport. You see why I wouldn't do that.
Just made my point. We are not ready.
Ready for what?
Why are you worried about that? Better to
ready
have
for what? How much ready do you want me to be?
If you want to make a soup,
if
you need water to make that soup, just because you don't have the right ingredients doesn't mean
honestly.
Oh, Father, please, I beg you in Jesus' name. Can you stop arguing
don't
this
beg
kind
me,
of
man.
point?
Just be rational, please. Don't beg me.
I know you have.
Let's allow Dominic to say something. He hasn't said anything.
I think he's doing it intentionally. He's being intentional with this.
Let me finish this, right? I know here on the platform you have your say, right? But what we're talking about, Nigeria is not having a problem of money. Do you know how many billions of dollars Nigeria have spent for the past 8 years in the military? How much of those has actually been spent?
4 billion in the last years. They spend 4 billion every year.
Do you know that terrorists in Nigeria is a multi-billion-dollar business for the Nigerian military personnel, there's the generals and so on? Do you know that?
It is.
Do you know how many of them has become multi-billionaire in dollars? And you are telling me because you don't have money, don't have equipment. Is it equipment? When Boko Haram and the terrorists are having more sophisticated guns, and almost of those guns are guns they went and then forced our stronghold. If it to be here in America, you will liken it to what is that? This thing in America here, the Pentagon. Okay, they broke into what is likely to be called Pentagon in Nigeria, and they carry the ammunition there, and we have soldiers, and the same ammunition they are using to fight and kill us and kill our soldiers. Have you ever seen where soldiers are pushing armor tank? Nigerian soldiers pushes armor tank in the war.
You remember that?
Let me add to that. Let me, forefathers. Do you know why I wouldn't even join them in carrying those up and down? The Nigerian soldiers that you are now here saying that they are not ready, they themselves purchased the recruitment form, went through the recruitment exercise, the training, and they were giving guns to go and protect the country. At the end of the day, when they strategize to attack the terrorists, their military leader will go and sabotage them. We inform the terrorists that they are coming.
They are coming.
And they will ambush and kill.
Okay.
You want people to be. How much ready do you want us to be?
Let's let Dominic say something. Oh my God, these two.
They will release them and say
Jude, come on, man. Jude, come on, man. Okay, please, Dominic, go. You know these two, they will not let you go if you let them carry.
I want to ask you a question. I did say I want to ask you a question before Brother Dominic. Forefather, the question is to you. Listen, I want to understand what this program is. Is it everybody talk? Everybody keep talking? Because I don't know, are you moderating or are you talking? Because I don't understand it. Because everybody's talking. And when everybody's talking, nobody's talking. There are difference between sound and noise. What I'm hearing here is noise. Because I cannot understand anything you people are talking about. So I want to ask you, are you moderating or is everybody just talk? Because I don't get it. What is that?
Okay, let me just make it clear what I'm doing is have your say, and I generally like to have an environment that looks like a beer parlor where everybody is allowed to chip in and have their conversation freely, and because I believe that it goes beyond just logic. It also helps us know how to relate with each other. So I'm sorry it comes across like that, but I think I will become more structured when it comes times to doing that. So let me just allow Dominic to go ahead.
I think Rudolph, as a trained journalist, is a stellar moderator. The rest of us who moderate on his behalf, obviously, we are guests as well. We all have our strong emotions and opinions. So every once in a while, that kind of creeps in. So we are sort of like a pseudo moderator. So forgive forefathers. Forefathers, this you have this military industrial. Let me not make anything. You have this
military industrial complex.
You don't put words in my mouth. I'm not going to fight you. Forefathers because go.
Don't mind him now. He's gonna bury himself soon. Just be careful.
Forefathers, you like mentioning this military thing up and down.
Security.
Here is where I have a problem with your argument. Most of the time, you don't come down to address the corruption issue. What you focus so much on is we don't have enough funding. Okay, let me give you an analogy, just like Jude's awesome analogy. If you give a child, let's say you give your wife 200 naira, right? So let's say, for example, let me try to find a better example. You are at work and you give your coworker 200 naira and say, oh, when you go home, can you go to my house and give my wife 200 naira, right? If your messenger does not give your wife 200 naira, if your wife goes to the market, she has 0 naira, she can't buy any soup. Let's say, for example, she goes to the market, she has 0 naira, right? First of all, she can't buy soup. She inquires at the market and finds out that the price of the soup is actually 1,000 naira. The point is mute. Whether it is pointless to argue whether or not 200 naira is enough. The main point to argue based on that scenario is whether or not she got the money in the first place. So to bring it back to the military analogy, key thing we are trying to address in Nigeria today is not whether or not the military is being funded. The issue is even the so-called little funding you are calling it, is it even getting where it should be? So you are looking at the military and saying we don't have enough funding. Okay, the military gets let's say 2 billion naira, for example. But the effect of what you are seeing is actually 400 million naira. But you are judging and saying 2 billion is not enough. For somebody that is very calculative and logical, wouldn't you try to figure out what is the true worth of 2 billion naira by trying to solve the corruption and making sure actually 2 billion gets to the military? But you're making an assessment of, 2 billion is enough. Okay, let's pump more 2 billion. You're pumping the money into the pockets of corrupt politicians. So stop making this argument of we don't have enough funding for military and focus on how do we actually get the military to get the proper equipment and get the funding to the soldiers that need it and get the proper equipment. You keep talking about you don't have enough funding. How can you dissect and probably tell me that the money that is being budgeted is actually what is being used wholly for the military?
I really wish I could agree with you 100% because it's a shame. I think first of all, you are not paying. If you are following what I was saying, whenever I said
the last 5-10 minutes.
Okay, but you've not
so much on the military funding, and I'm like, how do you even know the military is actually getting what they should be getting?
I think it's because you have been you are listening today, but if you know the kind of stuff I talk about is when I talk about defense, I also talk about transparency. You have to have this accountability thing that you are referring to is something that I also advocate for because I know for sure. No. You can do two and no, not necessarily. The reason why I say that
you haven't focused more.
You have not let me finish. You have not let me finish. One, have you ever bothered to do the calculation yourself? I think that's one thing I find with Nigerians when they accuse government of just stealing all the money and everything. They never bother to do the calculation of how much the government actually spent. Use a conservative estimate. Like when I did it now, look at an example for INEC. I think they are talking about 500 billion naira for INEC. Let's say INEC employs 1.4 million people, as they say they employ, and they were paying them 30,000, which I'm sure they are not because they are IT professionals, engineers, and all the rest in there. You are going to spend more than almost 300 billion just paying them for about 6 months. Then, if you talk about the equipment, logistics, and all the rest of it, this is the reason why people don't bother to look into the numbers. They just say, they have all this money, they didn't do anything with it. You see, that is my concern. Have you bothered to look into the amount Nigeria spends in its military to say whether to fund 200,000 soldiers, how much do they need to fund? How much do they pay one person?
Have you followed the level of corruption in the Nigerian military? Do you know the level of corruption there?
You haven't accounted for it properly. So it's a midpoint.
But they have. They just don't like it because you don't like the leaders. That's the problem. You don't trust the leaders. They still look in other ways.
Stop propagating this.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. And there is a level of accountability that you can expect from any nation. All nations have a level of corruption. Even in the Pentagon right now, they have trillions of dollars worth of black hole in the Pentagon and they don't even know where the money goes to. In the UK, the same thing. So let's not pretend as if other nations are perfect. My point is that while you are busy looking for the perfect, our nation's life expectancy is 52 years. While other nations that have similar problems as we did, they've gone well ahead and moved on to start solving their problems.
Permit me to cut you off.
Of course, go ahead.
Let us get this straight. Nigeria has endemic corruption. So much so that they have so many IDP camps and the government cannot even fund them properly and protect them. And so you want me to waste my time calculating, using 40 statistics on how much Nigeria should be spending on its military or should be spending on its military, where there are reports comparing Boko Haram's weapon to Nigeria military weapon. And Nigeria doesn't even meet the basic standard of what soldiers should have. Common food. You hear soldiers putting out videos. They couldn't even provide up with their military gear, basic military gear.
Even food. You need to see the kind of food they give them. You need to see the kind of food they give to our soldiers.
Hold on. Boko Haram doesn't provide pensions. They don't pay veterans.
I will not waste my time.
There are so many things they don't worry about spending money on.
Does anybody, can I ask a question? Does anybody know how?
My time using 40 statistics to make an assessment of whether Nigeria is funding its military properly. What is clear to everybody who is in Nigeria is that Nigeria is not using the money it has in its budget. Whatever money is putting up in budget for military does not correlate to what people are seeing. Even the soldiers can attest to that. So I'm not going to waste my time trying to assess whether or not they are meeting the international standards.
You're not easy, but why would you say you won't waste your time to do your due diligence? Because sometimes people say things without clear evidence.
You are putting the horse before the cart. Why?
That is lazy thinking. You are not doing the numbers. You are supposed to be a doctor. You are supposed to be a doctor that should do your numbers and do your due diligence. You can't say, hold on. You can't just say that you can't be bothered because you would rather just go with what people say. You know there is fake news out there.
If I'm going to treat a patient and then if a nurse pages me that the patient is not breathing well and the patient may die in the next 2 minutes, I don't waste my time trying to figure out why the patient is having headache. I'm trying to keep the patient alive. You triage. When you triage, you have 4 or 5 things to deal with, and they are all important. You think about what is the most important thing to handle right now, immediately, and then you can worry about the next things after. I don't try to handle 10 things at the same time. That is called triaging. When it comes to triaging the issue of security, don't talk about funding. That's not the point. The point is, where is the one that we have now going to? Solve that issue first.
I'm talking about recruitment. I'm not even talking about funding. Recruitment.
Why are we talking about recruitment?
I'm actually more focused on recruitment of new. In other words, create new jobs.
You are leaving number 1A and going to Z.
Recruitment of new personnel. When they recruited one are being killed, so they will be recruited and killed. Recruit another one, they get killed.
This I move from A to Z. That's funny.
I'm going to give an example. In the US here, I often see adverts of join the US military, join the US Marines. When I was when I went to MES, when I was an undergraduate, you have ROTC advertising themselves. You can only advertise when you can create trust in society. You can't tell me I'm seeing videos of people heads being cut off, being shot, barely providing them security, barely providing them military gear. There's a limit corruption, and you think I will have the philosophy or have the best interest of Nigeria to join the military? You have to show.
Listen to this. This is why I say our people are not ready. We are a joke. A doctor comes here from a country that did all the due diligence to protect their people, even when they are corrupt and racist and all the rest on top of it. They did all their due diligence to protect themselves. Singapore, North Korea, that didn't have North Korea, 85% of their infrastructure, buildings was completely flattened. Today they have 0 literacy rate. That's 100% literacy rate. 70-something years of life expectancy, and almost every matrix they are doing better than us. Why? Why do you think they are doing it? You think there is no corruption in that country? They are also very corrupt. North Korea is one of the most corrupt countries in the world.
You can never have zero corruption in a society. But where
you have to listen to this. Stop making excuses for doing nothing.
Father, listen to this. Nigerian military spending / defense budget.
What is that?
21. Listen to this. Is $4.47 billion. That's military spending.
What is that?
73.9%
What are you trying to show us?
from 2020, right? From 2020, an increase, 73.93% increase from that of 2020, $4.47 billion. Now, in all honesty, can we say that Nigeria judicial spend 1/5 of this money in the military? Can we say that?
I just came to say hi to you guys. The last thing I will say is this.
Man, let's make dumb argument, man.
Last thing I will say is this. Nigeria has a very Nigeria has a horrible issue when it comes to proper statistics.
Nigerians are fond of very big things.
You are not helping because you are not doing the numbers yourself. You are literally believing what people say. You are not even checking the data yourself.
You should be moderating and not this. Not how.
No. Like I said, I'm having clear conversation, open conversation.
But you're dominating everything.
Let me conclude my point and leave.
You are dominating.
Many people are trying to talk.
How many languages are there in North Korea? How many languages?
Oh my God! You see another excuse for inaction. You see,
no, it's not about excuse. These are the people. This is, you are comparing a country that is not up to maybe, let's say, Southeast. You're comparing it with the entire Nigeria.
How about China then?
These are the people that share the same value, the same core value.
I chose a small country so that it will be more merciful to you. But if I chose China, you will say, oh my God, that's too much.
I'm going to head out. This is something.
China is serious. They have serious leaders.
This is something
and that is what we are trying to create in Nigeria today.
In the death of over 50 million Chinese.
Can I ask
you want those leaders? Are you prepared for such leadership? Are you prepared? You are not ready. You are not ready for leadership. You are not ready to transform your country.
Let me conclude my point. There's the last thing I'll say because I have to go to sleep. I was hearing an argument. I decided to come here and share some of my opinions. At the end of it, it's my opinion.
Of course.
Look, this is something that's very clear. Whenever we are trying to do research in Nigeria or some other countries and we end up going to Ghana, there's a reason why. Because you can't trust the numbers. And so you are here making an argument. You're here making an argument of how much Nigeria is spending. Have you asked yourself whether the numbers are right in the first place? The same people that we are blaming of being corrupt and are eating the money are the same people that you trust to give you proper numbers. So you use against them.
Exactly.
So transparency. And then step by step, you can now start talking about whether the funding is enough. If you like, bring the same level of budget that the US uses to fund its military. It will not make any difference in Nigeria.
They will embezzle it. Nothing will happen.
Forefather, for the first time, forefather, I will support you. And how am I supporting you? Nigeria is the only military in the world that the military officers, they import their uniform. Nigeria is the only military of the world where you see a military officer who died in active service. First thing they do, they quit his family from the military base without even giving his loved ones his entitlement, no nothing. You understand? And I believe that type of military because they say obey the last command. So if the barrack commandant say, madam, you and your kids should live under 1 month, we're going to get in touch with you. I'm going to send people to come and greet you. You must obey the last command. These are the type of military that we have. Then when a military goes in Oshodi as the Agbero is collecting bribe, that is the same way the military will enter downfall, will say, you wear uniform, will not pay. When you enter public transport, will not do anything. These are the type of military. What type of country are we? Brother, is it that this part that I'm saying, you don't know this part? That they import our senior officers, they import uniform. I hope you know that this smartphone that we are using today, this touch screen, you understand, was discovered by the US military. These are things military do. Lagos Police Command, Police College in Ikeja, it was Nigerian Army that designed that building, that built that place. My brother, today, the China company, they build our road. We don't have our military to do some of these things. My brother, go ahead. Forefather, I support you.
So you say you're supporting Forefather. What is supporting him for what?
See, that kind of support.
I support you.
You're gonna be going with one leg. Okay. See. If you want to
maybe I support Forefather again.
No, I support Forefather. We they import bullets. We they import guns. We they do everything, and we have an active military.
If you want to talk, let us.
We are one of the
let us not marginalize the only female in our midst.
Okay, yeah. That's true. If she wants to say, she's been laughing at us now.
No, I don't have anything to say. I was just telling Kenneth that Nigeria is going to spend 869 billion naira to count 200 million Nigerians. And somebody responded and said, well, why not we count ourselves and share the money?
So that we save money. You see, so that we can save that money.
Then forefather.
Just like as we have always ended up in every election going for high court to decide our election. Why don't we cancel INEC so that we could give small money to the judges to continue to decide the election instead of doing all this kitty kata kata.
Then forefather, when you also talk about the airport, that airport, I've been an aviator all my life as a young boy to this level. Forefather, Do you know the Lagos airport that you are talking about that you misconstrued that you are telling people? Father, you are 100% wrong about that airport. They built the new terminal in the airport. I flown that airport last year, like if he said. Guess what? The federal government forcefully claimed a land that somebody bought and used their own power, build that place. And there is lawsuit going on. The airport is still not working. The new terminal, sorry to say, is not working, as we are telling you, because they do the wrong thing. Now they finish the terminal. There is no ramp because the ramp now is infiltrating on another person's land. It's like you build a house and put your sock away in your neighbor's compound. You understand? We all know sock away. Now, because of that one, before you tell me, hold on, let me tell you, the airport was commissioned since last year, February. Tell me any airline that is landing in that airport. The airport is not working. Who commissioned something that they are not using? It is only Nigeria. They commissioned River Niger Bridge. They are not using it, the new one. Exactly. It is only Nigeria. My brother, educate me. I want to learn. I support you.
Yeah, I think the issue there is Nigerians doing what Nigerians do best. They block progress and they look for every excuse. You talk about land. The federal government used, maybe there was a clerical error, and they were willing, personally, in one individual or so, are willing to block an international airport. Hold on, now let me finish my point. This kind of stuff you will not see in many developing countries. Even
what you see in many developing countries, before you tell me, hold on. People sue government and win case and government pay. So hold on, because you want to blame the person now that is holding government back. What you see in the UK that you are talking about, in the America that we are talking about, every day everybody is hungry to sue government, because if they get a good case, if they win government, they get compensation for it. Why will government go that route? Is it that your own government don't have the legal department to understand that this thing that we are doing, we are wrong? Before you are doing it, then you finish it now. You want to blame the man that is fighting a just cause. My brother.
How do you know the government is wrong? Just because they are tied in a court case.
If the government is not wrong, how do you commission an airport since February last year and it's not working?
Sorry, guys.
I am asking you, if the government is not wrong, how do you commission something that you are commissioned? If you remember back in the day, some of you that flew the airport some 5 years ago, 4 years ago, there is an...
You're not letting me talk at all. See, just because somebody takes you to court, hold on now, just because somebody takes you to court doesn't necessarily mean that you are wrong. The federal government might be correct, but you're just abusing the federal government. This type of thinking, it really bothers me.
My brother, I will use your word like you use on me. Father, you're completely dumb on this word that you just said now. You know why I say you are dumb? I will tell you why I say you are dumb. If you are inflated, you are taking my own thing without my concept. And I think that if I let you invest, like as federal government invest over 74 billion to do that thing, that time if I take you to court, I will get good money from you because you've invested a lot. That is what the man is doing.
I don't know how.
That is what the man is doing. If you flew that airport some 5 years ago, 4 years ago,
you are proving the man.
I work in, my brother, I work in that airport. I flew that airport. My brother, I don't know how many times you travel. Some of you that traveled some 4 or 5 years ago, if you could remember very well, you see at that center of that airport, they were to build an hotel at that center of that airport. If some of you remember, and that hotel end up didn't work because somebody else bought that property from federal government during the Obasanjo time when Obasanjo was privatizing, like they privatize everything. This person bought that place and was to use it to set up an hotel there. The Buhari come in his usual way, use power like ordinary village man where he gets juju. Afraid on another person, the person is not saying anything. Invest, put more money. Then I will go to court, get the best lawyer. I'll take my team back. All government will do. You understand? Government have more power. Just go and settle and pay. This bully. We will not grow as a people. That's why the multinationals don't want to invest in Nigeria.
See, government.
Can we talk another thing, guys?
Come on, man. If you are not the moderator, come on. I have a right to respond. The government in the US has the right to seize lands and seize any property they choose. But somehow we as crazy people, think our government should be exempt from that. And we want to develop our country. I don't know what is wrong with us. There's something pathologically wrong with the way we think. And we go overseas, we see how other people are doing it. We come to our country and we wish all the worst situation to occur.
So other people are contributing. The individuals are contributing money to the government.
Do you know that if
individuals are contributing money to the
do you know that if the American government now wants to seize Google, they have the power to do it?
Yes.
So
yes, their property.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So, but the Nigerian government built an international airport on a land. Then a private individual takes that government to court because the government didn't act with all its power. You're all bad mouthing the government and saying the government is wrong. And
then you are painting a case that don't add up. So when you talk now, the US government, as we are talking today, they are planning to ban TikTok, and they are waiting, looking for all the evidence for them to ban that TikTok. They don't just come and say because of we have power, we will use it like Buhari. They don't do that. This will not be Operation Lafia Thunder or Operation Lafia Dolly. My brother, it doesn't work like that. Abiola, one of the ways that MKO make his money. Hold on, Father, I'll educate you. I will educate you when you talk about the West. One of the ways MKO also make his.
I have to respond to the point where you said the American government waited for evidence. The evidence that they didn't wait for evidence when they banned Huawei. They didn't wait for evidence for so many other laws that they passed because they have the power to do it. And when an individual does the same thing to Nigerian government, you all take the side of the individual because you hate your government.
They did not ban Huawei when they bring 5G.
They banned in the UK too.
No, they did not ban them. They find all the technicalities, say they didn't meet their requirements for national security. Simply mean they are not already there. I don't know what you are talking about. Are they there and they stop them? No. They apply for it. They apply for it. They didn't get it because of the compromise. It's a China company. And that's exactly what China do. In China, there is no Google in China. There's no YouTube in China. I hope you know that.
See, when you say something, some other person wants to respond, give them chance to tell you something. Maybe there's something you will hear from them.
That's exactly.
So, see, hold on. I want to unmute you. So
that's exactly what you're doing to me.
No, because you said something, you should let me say something back to what you just said. Like in the UK now, Huawei was actually building infrastructure in the UK and they stopped them. What do you say about that?
Father, they apply for the 5G that is coming. And they say based on their national security and everything, they won't. That's the same thing they are talking about with this TikTok thing.
Example of the UK.
And so when you talk so again, oh God, man, English don't be plenty for my mouth. The same China that you are talking about, YouTube is not in China. Google is not in China. So they are doing the same thing back to them. Exactly. What are you talking about?
Their national
it's not. Because China refused because of they don't want to leak any of their things for America to hold sensitive information about them. And they are using the same thing back to China. Google, YouTube is not in China.
And even the TikTok that's in America here, it's not the same TikTok in China. China have their own TikTok.
So I don't know what you're talking.
The point I'm making is that most of all these nations, they are sovereign nations and they protect their interests. But when it comes to us, we defer to everybody else. We defer to the landlord.
We don't even have any sovereign interests.
Let me finish.
Tell me any case that individual have win federal government in Nigeria and get the charges and they get the compensation. I am asking you, tell me.
No.
Educate me.
You are moving the goalposts. I'm talking about. I just want to finish one point about the airport. If Nigerian government was operating the way other countries operated, that shouldn't be a problem. You know why? Because it's for the greater good that Nigeria has that airport there. An individual now is expressing their power over
the greater good. What you do to make international investors come into your country and invest. They are looking for things where government don't dictate everything, don't make laws. See, if Buhari is to pay that company 1 billion, federal government, state government, local government don't always see something like when you become governor, you become president, it's your property. If you pay 1 billion and make things work, at the long run, how many days will the federal government recover that money? This person bought this illegally. Remember, MKO made some of his good money from Canada when MKO bought a land in Canada, only for the Canadian government to discover that there's oil there. And MKO sued the Canadian government, take Queen's lawyer from UK and every other thing too. What did they do? They settle out of court. MKO take money. This is what they do. You can't win government when it comes to land anywhere in the world. But government pay compensation.
So
how do you bully people? How do you chicken people out?
Why did you bring this issue up with the Nigerian government? But you said
So this is what
the point he was making, which was also in error, that it was not accurate. You said the Nigerian government didn't build international a new terminal. They finished building it, and an individual just hijacked it from Nigeria.
They finished building the terminal in another person's property.
Then
What's
stop
the reason now?
See, why should the court stop that from going ahead? You go ahead with the airport being functional, because the people are going to benefit from it. It's only in Nigeria we see something that is of the greater good. We allow an individual to hold it hostage. I don't even understand that.
I wish that there's no more citizenship to give in UK. Then they revoke your own citizenship and send you back to Nigeria. I wish so. Say we don't have much. We have right to take your own, and you'll be happy.
This is one of those tests that we fail all the time. When it comes to things that are greater for the greater good, we always choose the side for anarchy.
For the greater good, forefather. For the greater good, forefather. For the greater good. Great nations of the world, they do these things.
If he was coming back from overseas now, she went through that airport, maybe she would have seen some of the things the government did. But she didn't see it now because one individual, because you were asking what Buhari did. And you said, when I mentioned the airport, you said you've never seen it. But if there been that one individual didn't block it, many Nigerians would have come through that terminal.
That's exactly why the federal government don't look that big picture to go and compensate this person. So for the greater good, let all of us enjoy what is rightful belong to us.
But
how about that?
My point is that the court the court should have allowed the airport to become functional, because it's for the greater good. Because people are actually going to use it. It's already built. Where was it? Where was that individual when this airport was being built?
So do you think the individual had dementia or Alzheimer's when they were doing it? I am asking you. I am asking you. Is it that the federal government that was doing it don't have their legal department to understand? I am asking you.
Years to build that airport. So where was this individual since that during that period?
He was pressing charges. That is his advice from his lawyer, and that is the right advice.
You see, this is how we kill our own country. He was pressing charges for years. Then when the product is about to come out, then he decided that, you know what, let me ban it so our nation never moves forward. I feel sorry for people that do this sort of things, because they are part of the problem. We Nigerians, we kill our country ourselves because of our own selfish needs. We will never put the nation first. We will never put the greater good first. If it was someone like P2B, you know what he would do? He would say, I understand that this government is stupid, they are useless, but open that airport because I know people will use it. Then I'll go after the government. That is what you do, not selfishly shutting the whole nation down. If that was a hospital that would have reduced the infant mortality, and in Nigeria would block that thing because they want to do what they like, whatever they like. If they were in China, that nonsense would never happen. And if they were in America, that nonsense would never happen.
And I don't think America too will do that nonsense. I don't think America will do that nonsense without doing all their due diligence. I don't think so.
America does it all the time.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't.
Okay, you keep saying you see now you're giving America the benefit of the doubt.
Forefather, you speak too much like a dictator, and it's not good for you.
No. Actually,
I'm telling you.
Hold on. You see, your problem is that this is the other aspect I was talking about the other day, that our people are not ready. Because you just said it just now. You would rather have democracy and anarchy. You would rather have freedom and anarchy than the dictatorship and building your country. I'm just reading Link Wayu's this year now. That's Singapore's strategy. Yeah. They were a dictatorship that built the nation that you see today. Egypt is a dictatorship that revolutionized the power supply that they're now even supplying to Europe. It was a dictatorship that did all that. So these type of things that we always act as if it's supposed to be, we're supposed to be sharing flour while we develop. The development that happened in China resulted in 50 million deaths. How do we expect that this mess that we are in, we are going to get out of it?
That's why today China is still a poor country. Even with the money around them, it's still a poor country. China is a poor country.
Come on,
China is a poor
China
country.
is not a poor country. Come on. Let's
What
stop
is their GDP?
China is richer than Nigeria by a long shot.
No, you are seeing it in numbers. You understand? Per capita. Per capita. You are talking about life expectancy. That can be food. They have good farming. They cook for themselves. They have good farming. Our farmings are dying.
Per capita now. Let me check China.
You understand?
Yeah, I will check GDP per capita. Isn't I will check.
Go check and see and see.
Okay, yeah, it's only fair. It's only fair. You know, you are making a point there. Can this was the let's respect some other guests there. Mark Boy 007. Please, I'm sure you must have something to say about this riveting conversation.
Thank you, forefathers, and thank you everyone on the panel today. From what I've gathered from all the conversation, it looks like you, forefather. I like you a lot, but it looks like you are a little bit anti-citizen and pro-government. I will say that because what is happening in Nigeria is glaring at everybody's eyes. There's a great degree of corruption in that country. There's nobody in this world that would doubt that. So, but today I'm hearing you saying that, oh, the problem in Nigeria is only the citizen, but the government, they are not involved in any form of corruption. That is just that the people, the citizens are selfish, or the citizens are not ready to take the country forward. But the same citizen went to the ballot box about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, and they voted for their choice, the person they wanted. And from all indication, the games that was played showed that they did whatever they want to achieve. So, but at the end of the day, who gets to get blamed again? The same people. We say, oh, the people don't want to change their situation. They went to the ballot, and the ballot did not come out the way it would normally come out. So, I'm a little bit surprised that you pass the blame from the government. You pass it over to the people that are trying to actually change their country. But you said no, the people are not changing their country, but instead the government is the best, but the people are the winners and losers. So
sorry, I never said the government was the best. So go ahead.
So there was an analogy that Dr. can't remember his name. Dr. Is it Andrew or something like that? Dominic, yeah, thank you. There's an analogy he gave, and I thought that analogy was so profound. He said, I think he used an analogy of the wife at home, and somebody asked, say, go give my wife some money. But there was a way I thought there was an angle was going to spill that conversation too. So I would try to use that analogy as well, but spin in a different direction. If, for example, I'm at work or wherever, and I told my driver or anybody, I say, go give my wife so amount of money so that she can get some grocery for the house. So, and at the end of the day, my driver, I gave $200, like he said, to that person to go give my wife to get some groceries for the house. And the guy got there and he ended up giving my wife $100. Then, and he took $100. Then when I get home, I'm not going to go home and say, oh, because enough food is not on the table, they'll start blaming my wife and say, oh, I gave you $200. How dare you only prepare a meal for $100? You are this, you are that. I'm not going to do that. I would rather find out what happened, investigate. If, for example, that driver or that messenger took $100, the problem is not for me to say, oh, maybe I need to start this time around, give the same messenger $400. So at least my wife will get more than $100. That would not be a wise thing to do. I want to find out what happened in between me and my wife that only $100 get to where it's supposed to go. So that's the way I would spin the analogy. So what's happening like this? It's not that Nigeria is poor. It's just that Nigeria have bad leaders. And Nigeria have a poor management system. Not Nigeria as a country, but the leadership. So the money is there, but only a handful of people know how to manipulate the number. They could say, "Oh, we're gonna," like you said, the airport that the so-called airport that was renovated. Now, if, for example, like I think that the lady on the platform, Ify, she said she went through the airport and the airport was smelly. She's not the only person that have said that same word. So I think the last time I've been there was in 2005. And as at that time, it was kind of smelly. But if you say it's still smelly as at now, I'll start asking myself, what has happened? I mean, is it that the place was abandoned or the place was even made worse, that it's still smelling till today? Then she talked about the heat. Oh yeah, I felt the same thing. It was as if I was entering hellfire when I got off the plane. So now, instead of fixing the part that people are using currently, we are busy building, like forgetting his name, Paul. Paul said it's like building a house and putting soak away in somebody's yard. That's the way it kind of sound like. Instead of renovating, renovation, we are busy building on another part. And when if he was coming back to the country, she couldn't see the new part to go through. It's the same part that we normally use, he was able to use, and that place was still dilapidated.
How about it? Hold on, let me explain. Let me ask this. How about, because they need to build a new area so that they can be able to renovate the other area, because you can't renovate on top something that without space. No, of course not, because sometimes there are certain renovations you need to do. No, that airport has been there since how many years now? You may need.
I think I have an answer to that.
Yeah, you may need to do a certain type of renovation that will require a significant move. So they decided maybe their strategy was build this new one so that the old one can be renovated. So it's not exclusive.
Don't worry. I'll give him an answer.
Let him answer. He must have a reason.
Yeah, if I'll give him an answer. Now, you see what you just said, forefather. It's a Nigerian systematic way to embezzle money. I'll tell you why I say that. I live here in the city of Houston. Our airport here is renovated every time. We have two major airports here. One IH, the other one Hobby. Both of them are being renovated every time. But guess what? I've never seen them close down the airport or go to the next door neighbor and start taking their lands just to build or renovate it. But it doesn't happen. There's a way you can still renovate the same. It's only in Nigeria that, because you don't want to shut down terminal, you have to go buy new land. When you can still renovate the same airport systematically without closing down the airport. It happened here in Houston. It happened in many cities in the United States. So it's only Nigeria they have to, buy a new land and build just a brand new airport to renovate the first one. So
see,
to me,
okay, I think we see all I hear is people looking for every excuse to say Nigeria has done something wrong, but no reason to look for ways to do the things right. What people do, let me look at this now. Let's look at these numbers. You see, this is our problem. You guys need to really ask yourself what you are doing, because whatever you have been doing till now has never worked. Hold on. Now, you've been talking for how many minutes now?
What you're going to say? I just wanted to say, you are bringing a figure out. Is it that what I said just now is not practicable? That you're bringing
no, it's practicable.
I wonder, Father, honestly,
I never said it. I just said
that will be trouble. There will be more trouble.
Let me tell you something. If someone like me becomes leader, if someone like me becomes leader, I don't care whether you like me or not.
Because
hold on.
You abdicate your responsibility to.
And I really wish, and you know what, we are going to have a leader like that. We like it or not, one way or the other, that kind of leader is going to emerge. Because this madness cannot carry on.
Father, I was not talking about liking.
That kind of leader is going to emerge. Maybe it's already there in Nigeria.
You brought an issue up about renovating an airport. I don't dance back and forth. You brought an issue up about renovation, and I told you there's a way to do it. Was I wrong about the way I said it could be done?
No.
Or the figure you're going to bring out now will now
I just
say
told
that
you
I
no.
was wrong?
Even,
No, you are right. You are right. I never disputed that point.
Look at all the roads in the United States. Anytime they are renovating roads, they don't close the entire thing. They don't.
Yeah, but sometimes they do.
They just use cone to demarcate, period.
Okay,
Just
so
cone.
you see now,
You even go back to work and
now,
come back.
that is an interesting point. Now, I think Jude has hold on now. Can you just stop with this nonsense, Jude? If you keep doing this, where you keep telling us not to talk about the topic anymore, that is not nice.
I mean, how many
Then
people here
what
now?
do you want? You want me to tell you that we should break Nigeria up? That's the one you want to talk. I'm not interested with your own listing. I'm not. See, Jude, let me talk to somebody that I'm talking to. You are not the only one having conversations here. Everybody has a right to be able to get their opinion without you telling them move on from
it. It doesn't make
then
any sense.
if it's not going anywhere for you, then stay quiet for the meantime. Why people that want to explore the idea carry on? It's not nice for you to just dictate people.
I don't know anyone in this platform that wants to.
But how do you? Okay, is no one wants to talk about it? Okay, good. My point is that no one. See, I said, does no one not want to talk about it? Nobody said they don't want to talk about it. You said yes.
No, you didn't ask them. Can we ask? Is anybody
okay.
Let's vote.
How many of them are raising their hand with you? Jude, stop this nonsense, man.
Father, what I want to talk about you. Remember, I just told you that you are sounding like a dictator, and why I said that.
I don't care.
Jude is talking about dictator. Obasanjo sound like a dictator. What did we achieve? Buhari sound like another dictator. 16 years now. What did we achieve? Go ahead.
See, Agwin Rosie one is in office. If people were in office and we got
just talk about Obasanjo and Buhari. You understand?
Can you just let me say
cumulatively, Obasanjo and Buhari, they ruled this country for 23 years. Put together, military and this thing. 23 years. What did we achieve?
See, you don't let people talk. This is completely illogical. I think if we carry on like this, it's not going to help us because we just have to be rational. We are men. We have to be rational and logical with the way we are thinking. So
exactly, because you are expecting me to say yes, sir.
No, of course not yes, sir. Who cares about yes, sir? See, my point is that regarding Obasanjo, yes, he may not have solved a lot of problems, but you don't know the alternative. You have never sat on that chair. You've not sat on that chair. Exactly, everybody. None of us have sat on the chair. And believe you me, and I found a lot of people that criticize our government very wanting. And I find that many of them that criticize government, when they sit on that chair, they will make for worse leaders because they don't have a clue what leadership means. They don't even have a clue.
Yeah, because these people went to power, see themselves like kings. They don't see themselves like servants. They see themselves like king. They want to spit fire. It doesn't work like that.
See, so Father, are you not telling me you have a clue of what governance is?
Yeah, I have a better idea. No, I'm not saying I have it all, but I have a better idea.
What you're espousing now is an idea that
I have a better idea than just criticizing people. I look at actual information and I look at actual what is going on in the country.
Information.
Hold on now. Okay, that's what I want to present right now because this in Paul was saying something about this in China being a poor country and all the rest. Look at their GDP per capita versus that of Nigeria. Let's look at it. $2,000, I mean, versus 12,000. That's China. If you look at any other country, you're going to see the same patterns. Nigeria is doing very, very badly. And if you look at defense budget, like we are talking about $4 billion and all the rest of it, for 270 million people, if you check it, that of Israel for about how many million? 100 million, 11 million people surpasses ours. So we really are running our country. Hold on now. You see, your problem is that when you see logic, you push against it. Because it's like you know that no matter how no matter how much you push against logic, do you know logic is woven into the fabric of reality itself. You cannot change it. You can bang your head against the wall all you want, it will never change. The only thing you can do is work with that logic to solve your problems. Because it is telling you that you are not doing certain things, you have to deal with it. Don't pretend as if it doesn't exist. It does exist.
What people like us are saying is that, for instance, now military budget. If you give Nigeria $100 billion military budget, budget for the kind of leaders we have in Nigeria, you are still going to achieve zero. Nada, nothing.
Yeah, I see.
This is what we are saying.
When you say accountability, do you know that? You see, that's why I said, okay, let's do some numbers then. 4 billion, this thing, isn't it? $4 billion Nigeria spends on defense every year.
For further military budget,
Because
you don't count military budget because countries of the world don't say the actual amount of military budget for security reasons. They just give you anything they love to give you. Countries of the world don't say it.
Defense budget. Let's see, U.S. defense budget. 1.7 trillion or so. And what does Nigeria spend on defense budget again? Who said that? 14 billion. No, not 14 billion, 4 billion. This is a country that spends this thing. Hold on now. Department of Defense had 1.1 73 trillion. Distributed among
1.7 trillion.
So they spend trillions on their defense budget.
Hey, my brother, that is proposal. That is what is proposing right now.
Oh my God!
That is what is proposing right now.
Okay, look at the one they spent. Look at the one they spent on 2020. This one is already spent, so you can't say.
So what is the point? What is the point you're making?
My point is that if your people are living on scraps, maybe like when somebody's feeding their children, you are feeding you're not giving your children good food. You expect great results.
See why you want to convince people now with your 1.7 trillion.
Hold on now. Let me finish my point now. Come on, let's be nice. See, if you are giving your family not good food and you expect them to perform, you are not going to perform. What I see in Nigeria today is what you should expect. As a matter of fact, I think we are overperforming given what we are spending on our defense budget. Should I check UK's one? I can check UK, Israel, Singapore. Let me check Singapore's defense budget. Let's see. Singapore is made up of about 11 million people, not 220 million. Singapore, let's see.
How much was embezzled from that budget? How much was embezzled?
No, now we need
to go there. Make you don't go take your blood medicine like Jonaba.
We need to face some home truths. This is why logic is more powerful than feelings.
You have to face some logic at all. It's not logical at all.
How is it not logical? Look at Singapore's national budget.
What is the average salary of a military officer in Nigeria, in the US? What is the average salary?
Where do you think they got that money from? They stole it from you.
No, do you have an idea? No, I want you now. Now let's break down. Let's go to logic. Just answer me if you have an idea. What is the average?
The salary of a US soldier is probably
of a soldier, a recruit.
Somewhere around 50,000 or so, if I'm estimating.
No, it's less than that. It's less than that. It's like $21,000.
That's even worse than I thought.
Let's say $30,000, right? Let's say $30,000.
That's like 21,000.
That's terrible salary for soldiers. Because we know tech engineers in Nigeria, like
I'm talking about US.
Well over $150,000. So for even US to pay their soldiers about $20,000 US dollar, that is ridiculously low by the standard of average wages in America itself.
No, they don't pay them that. They pay them higher. I work in a military hospital. They pay them higher. Okay.
No, Mr. Jude. When you start the military, from the beginning, you are making like $12-13.
I said an average. That average means.
No. I said startup when you start.
Oh, I'm not saying I said an average.
Average, okay? Yes, more than that. Yeah.
Okay, an average, at least put it at $1,000 an average, right? Now compare that with a Nigerian officer, right? An average of a Nigerian military personnel in Nigeria. Let's assume 40,000 naira, right? 40,000 naira. But if you calculate how much that officer in US spend in terms of their every other thing they spend every month, their bills and everything, right? So you can't compare. If you want to be fair enough, you can't compare how much military budget US have with that of Nigeria, because it's not in the same. They are not in the same spending. For instance,
are you not in the same world? Are you not buying the same equipment in the same world?
Wait. It's not only equipment they spend military budget for crying out loud. It's not only equipment. They spend
Yeah,
the pot in
equipment is one of the most
that
expensive.
military budget include
No,
medical
research,
facilities, medical health, include
medical and
education,
research.
include training, include everything.
All of them
Okay?
involve equipment.
All of them included. But in Nigeria, where they spend for instance, now let me ask you this question: if somebody is in United States here and earning, let's assume earning $20,000 a month, and somebody in Nigeria earning 100,000 naira in Nigeria, which one do you think would do better? If you
Mr. Jude, that's not the question. If you join the U.S. military, you do 2 terms in the U.S. military. You can go to any college of your choice for free. For free.
Yes,
you understand? You enjoy so many things. That's why you don't get much when you start the military, but you get so many benefits that comes with it. As far you can do your 2 terms in the military. This you don't get. Then one of the best military schools, we are talking about West Point and everything. What did they have in Zaria?
Can I
beg, no take and compare, beg. Then when you are talking about the US military, the money they spend on research, they sell materials, they sell equipment. So the US military is even making money for the US government because they sell equipment. We buy uniform.
Let me just add something. You see, I understand where can I just say something, Jude? Jude, let me you say something now. Let me just say something, Jude. See, just like you said, America today, how much they pay their soldiers and all the rest. You try to compare it with Nigeria today. Look at this graph that is showing to you. Hold on now. Okay. Look at the graph on the screen. That graph is showing you the GDP per capita for Singapore.
Hong Kong, and Japan.
Look at but the blue one is for Singapore. Look at in 1960 how low it was. They worked their way deliberately out of it to the point whereby they are here today. They were not saying that, America is like this at that time. We shouldn't work our way out of it. Look at where Nigeria is. This country is 72,000.
Who is saying that?
Because everything they try to tell you to do or to lean forward to do something, you say no, we don't need to do that.
Forefather, when you say all these things, when you say all these things, this same Singapore that you are talking about, they are also partner. US have their military base in Singapore. Remember, the US also asked for the same thing in Nigeria. We refused before they went to Niger, our next door neighbor. And in Niger, that's where US is building their biggest drone.
Hold on. Singapore, they didn't have US military base before they developed. They secured their country first before they did that. I can show you their history.
They did well as a country, and because they understand the US and everything. Having a US military base, it also make you cut good deals in terms of research, education. You understand, in terms of equipment and everything. One of the reasons we are not doing well, even with our big budget or our small budget, because all these things will end up become that man who imports literally everything. We don't produce. Like as Obi will talk, consumption to production or production to consumption. Which one do you want? Of course, production than consumption. You understand? So it worked for them because they partner. They started doing all these things. When you produce some of these things, it saves a lot of money from you. Calculate how much we spend to import military hardware. Do you know the logistics, what it takes to import military hardware? I work in VIP. When I was working in Nigeria, do you know what it takes to bring military equipment? The sensitive nature to bring these things? You understand?
But the difference is that like there's a British military base and US military base in Niger Republic. But guess what? Those nations, they don't even get the treatment that Singapore got. Because why? They didn't take care of themselves first. They brought foreigners that are way more powerful than them into their country without increasing the size of their own strength. Look at Singapore, is one of the strongest militaries in the world, because now if America comes in, they don't fear America. America doesn't limit them in any way. South Korea, very strong military too. America doesn't limit them in any way. But Nigeria or even Kenya, there's military base there, very, very weak nations. So there is something wrong inherently the way we put this, the way we order our things. We don't order it in the sense that we are independent. We have our own defense. Then if we want to have relationship with you,
now you make my
equals.
Now you make what I'm looking for every time that I'm telling you that when you talk about you being strong as a military country does not have any way to impact your economy. That's why I told you when you were talking about all these things, look at Pakistan, look at India.
What are you talking about?
They have nuclear weapon. They're still poor country.
No,
you understand?
no,
so when
they
you
are
are
still
talking
better than
about
us.
investing,
Pakistan is doing better than us.
Well,
You want me to show you Pakistan's life expectancy today? It's still better than us.
Pakistan, yeah, because they still produce for themselves in terms of agriculture. We are weak in agriculture. And why are we weak in agriculture? As a people, our leaders have failed us.
Pakistan's life expectancy is more than 10 years ahead of ours. Illiteracy rate is ahead of us. Every metrics. So the people you are talking about, every single country you mentioned, they are doing better than us because of our weakness.
We are having one single problem, leadership problem. That's what we are having.
See,
that's the part you don't want to get.
What you don't see is that you blame leadership for everything. You forget that it's the people, the mentality of the people. That is where the source is from. And also, when you look at the way we deal with all these problems that we face in our country, we always say, oh, we don't trust the leaders. But we are just part of the problem, the way we behave. I keep saying it. I see
to some extent,
amongst our people.
To some extent, I will agree with you. But I will tell you something about late Dora Akuyili. When Dora Akuyili, when she became the DG of NAFDAC, when she was doing her job, the people who import all those drugs and everything, they and Dora, good percentage of them come from the same state in Anambra State. Even the Igwe, some of their top they called Dora. Dora asked his own kingsmen. He said, even though if you have what it takes to go to abroad to go treat yourself, if you fall sick, you still need some medicine to keep you before you find yourself in the other place. What about if those medicines that will sustain you are fake? You understand? So when you talk about the leaders and the follower, when the leader do the right thing, the follower will follow. You understand? They use this top chief to subdue Dora. But when Dora make point, everybody, even the government, at the aim of affair, they give Dora all the power to work.
See, Paul, the people is the stream the leaders come from. The people is where the leader, if the people are not generating such leaders, you have to ask yourself, because you seriously have to ask yourself, what is wrong? I can tell you right now, if a Chinese man leaves China today, comes to Nigeria and starts doing something, chances are that they will succeed. You know why? Because the people, the way they think is different. The way they approach life is completely different. They see the entire body of the nation.
No, they understand our business. That's why we don't grow as a people. They just go there, they say, go bribe all the government official. Everything you want to do, you're going to enjoy, you're going to get a smooth ride. That's why you see the investors, the so-called Nigerians who invest, good percentage of them, all they do, they bribe, then they brag. That's why they don't pay workers well, they don't do everything. That's why we don't grow as a people.
Do
you understand? So when you bribe, you don't pay workers well, you don't pay your staff well, you don't take care of anything. We don't grow. That's why no indigenous business in Nigeria have even lasted up to 50 years. Are you not ashamed of yourself?
Do you understand the concept of this in collective IQ? You understand that concept, whereby collectively as a people, you act rationally and solve problems rationally. Other people generally have clearly demonstrated higher IQ than us. This is why they said a black guy that is highly educated compared to an Asian man that didn't even attend graduate this in school. When they compete in terms of success, over time, by the time you go 1-2 generations, the Asian person is doing better.
That's true.
Because
so I will tell you why. I will tell you why. How many Chinese persons do better than Nigeria when they find themselves in college in America and the UK?
Yeah, but you see, I am
not saying you, but the Chinese man will do better than the Nigeria in Nigeria because the Chinese man already understands it, bribe all of them, and they like the color of your skin. Because the other man too also use that Chinese man to also offload his ill-gotten wealth and go saving in safe havens in his own country back.
But that is my
I'll tell you, that's his role.
Now, that you are making exactly my point. We operate based on an individual basis. We don't operate we don't see ourselves as an entity, as a group that needs to function and succeed at what we do. We don't see that. Even if we believe in the same goal, all of us believe in the betterment of Nigeria here. But yet, can't even come together to make that work for us. But they do. They make it work for them. How do they do it? Maybe there's something we should learn. You know why? Because that one has greater effect on outcomes. Clearly, we can see it around the world that they are doing better. All our so-called concentration of professors, what good has it done us? Was it not professors that they used to run this election that we are all complaining about? It does us no good.
So those professors, I send it in the morning. I will cut some slack for those professors.
Is it not one person that held our international airport, a new part of the airport that they built? One person held it hostage.
Don't always use the word one person. Don't use the word one person. It's an organization. You'll be saying that since I forget to correct you. It's an organization.
You are the one that said it was an individual. Nigeria
no, it's an organization. It's not one person. You've been saying that word all the time. It's an organization. They were to build. That's why I said they were to build an hotel over there. You understand? And they bought that property from Federal Republic of Nigeria. They bought it from federal government. All document is in place. Federal government sold it to them. If you want to revoke it back, you have power to revoke it. Just to give them back their money.
Okay, they want their money back.
Of course. Just to give them their money.
If they want their money back, so why did the court prevent the airport from opening?
Exactly. So because they want their money back, Buhari forcefully take these things from them. You understand? And remember,
he didn't hold on. He forcefully took it, but he didn't forcefully open the airport. This is my concern. We operate the wrong way. Where it matters most, we don't do it.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? They built.
I will actually do some
Forefather. When you travel in most civilized countries of the world, who walk in the ramp and come down and follow step and come down? It is small airstrips, small airports. I'm an aviator by profession, by training. You understand? So they finished building that airport, trying to manage and do stupid things. Aircraft cannot even land. You understand? On the jetway where you just walk straight. You don't need to see outside. They finished that place. There is no jetway on the new terminal. Because no space. This is what I'm telling you. You live, you learn. My brother learned, and instead of you to argue, take it as a project. Go do your research.
Hold on. Let me ask Fumi.
There's no jetway.
Hold on. Fumi said China has better leadership in the country. You can't compare. So, would you like a leader that is like Chinese leaders? Okay. Are you ready for millions of people to die because of decisions that they make? If you're ready for that,
I don't. That's why China is still poor as a country.
China is not poor. China is 6 times richer than us, 7 times richer than us.
My brother, they have over 90 million people that is living below poverty. And that is the second richest economy in terms of capital. Does it make any sense? How many US do you see that run to China? Don't you see the way China find visa like the way we find visa to Ghana?
No.
You understand? If you are doing well as a country. No.
Where do they find? Are you saying China is doing badly? Seriously?
China? You don't know? Yes, they have over 90. You have a laptop in your front. Check it. They have over 90 million people that are living below poverty.
If Nigeria wants to be like China, you will reject it.
China?
Yeah, if you say let's become China and then China becomes Nigeria, will you reject it?
Of course, it don't make any sense because the dictatorship and everything.
So you don't like dictatorship?
Not just that. You don't just count numbers. See, my brother, your citizen, the citizen of a people make the quality of a nation. Maybe you don't know. It is 5%.
Just blew my mind right now. What you just said, that like because of the dictatorship, you will not accept China. Oh my God! So you would rather be under a democracy while you are a slave than be under a dictatorship and be free.
You are in the UK, I'm in America, where democracy works. And these are the two great nations of the world. I don't know what you are talking about.
That is,
I don't know what you are talking about. Then go China now. Go live in China.
Oh my God.
Leave democracy, go live in dictatorship.
We are not ready. What Paul just said.
I just said,
we are not ready.
Leave the UK and go to China where they practice what they are practicing.
You are not ready. Don't complain about Nigeria having problems because you are not ready to build that country. Do you think it's a child's play to build any country? The Singapore that we are looking at just now was a dictatorship, a very, very strict dictatorship that built that country to what it is today.
It was not dictatorship. Link when you go and read his memoir very well. It was not dictatorship. It was change. You understand? Change is tough, but not dictatorship.
What?
Change is tough. Have you read his memoir? I have it in my house here.
You know what? I'm going to.
Have you read his memoir? Link on you. I am asking you direct question. Have you read his memoir? I have it. I've read it.
One thing I've discovered now is that our people read a lot of books and they learn the very wrong lessons from them.
I'm asking you. And I just said, why don't you go live in North Korea? Why don't you go live in Russia? Why don't you go live in China than living in the UK?
So you
where
said,
they practice democracy. Yes, I just said so.
You said not Singapore didn't institute a dictatorship system. Okay.
No, it was change. Change is tough. I agree that part with you.
Not change.
But not dictatorship.
Okay, good.
It was change.
So you didn't know that
change is tough.
Okay, good. You said you read his book, but you see, this people should see this for what I'm talking about here. We learn the wrong lessons from stuff. I will show you what they said about Lin Kuan Yew just now. So look at that. Let's see. In order to attract investors, okay, look at that. He says, let me zoom in again so everybody sees, so it doesn't look like so it says.
Don't worry, I'm reading it from my TV. I'm reading it from my TV.
Yeah, in order to attract investors, Singapore had to create an environment that was first safe, corruption-free, and low in taxation. To make this feasible, the citizens of the country had to suspend a large measure of their freedom in place of a more autocratic government. Did you not gather that from your book?
I gathered that. That's what. Forefather, what English did I just spoke that you don't understand? I said it was changed. Singapore started making their money from real estate. What English did I speak that you don't understand?
From what you read, you could see that from the beginning of that paragraph, it said the people of Singapore, they first of all went for a safe and corruption-free and low.
That is change.
Yes. So you see the three indices. If you put those things in place, every other thing people can let go. Other things.
All the things I talked about just now was about that. I said security, transparency. I didn't even read this. Security, transparency removes corruption.
That's true.
And the thing about security is that, you see, one thing people know in the military and security forces is one of those do or die organizations. So law and order matters a lot to the rules. Even the most corrupt military still has some very, very strict rules because people die.
That's
just
true.
like mafia, people die in there. So if you have that right, it bleeds into the society. Accountability bleeds into the society. That is why when you see countries that have strong and powerful militaries, their societies tend to function better because it bleeds through. And when I talk about security and the military and all those things, this is because I understand these things. I've studied so many things and I've looked at all the countries that are doing very well. Their security, they don't mess about with it. Even in all these countries that we live in, they don't even have iron bars on their doors and their windows. But we Nigerians, because we are trying to solve the problem that the nation is supposed to solve, we put iron bars on our doors and our windows. They will put security guard in front of the gates. They will put another area vigilante in the area. It's just that we put ourselves inside estate. It's all madness. So inefficient. Completely. That is what needs to change. And when you tell people that, and these same people spend money for iron gates, security guards, estate, this thing, and all the other stuff, you tell them take that money and put it into your military. We don't trust anybody. I get that.
Father,
but argue to make it transparent.
Father, 1 second. I agree with you on the security. The way you analyze the security, I agree with you. But the only part I kind of like wonder is, why I wonder in that area is, it's not that Nigeria don't have money. Nigeria have money. Nigeria is not that poor country. Nigeria only have what they call poor management. Poor leadership and management. Yeah, because if you look at it, the individual person in the country there, they work for their money. It wasn't giving them for free, and a lot of quite a number of them also pay their taxes. So now going to them to tell them, bring more from your money after paying your taxes or paying whatever you have to pay, bring more so that we can share it among us. When the money you have, the money to provide the security you are talking